Chapter 291 President Thor's Talk. Entering the underground floor from the spiral staircase of the security door, you will see a deep corridor. The energy-saving lamps on the top of the tunnel, which glow with a faint cold light, illuminate the road ahead and guide the direction for this group of sudden visitors. Now the sewage in the passage has been drained, and the garbage and rotten weeds remaining in the passage have been cleaned up by diligent players. The sharp-toothed centipedes that threaten personal safety no longer exist. But even so, Xiao Ming still felt a chill when he stepped into here. Although he sent players to rebuild and repair the dilapidated interior of the new base after taking over the number 1 space base. This huge space base has been abandoned for 3 centuries. Except for the most core and most secure underground second floor. Other places are seriously aged due to the dual influence of rain and mold. Many things cannot be repaired in just 10 days or half a month. It's like the passage to the second underground floor is still dark like a ghost movie set. However, for the people in the seance, the terrible environment around them doesn't seem to affect them. Well, to be precise, it won't affect the old president. Since entering here, the old man has put on a pilgrimage expression, as if he is a devout believer. This analogy may not be accurate. After all, this old man can be the president of a place like a seance for so many years, which is similar to a pyramid scheme organization. And he has persisted and believed in that illusory plan for so many years. Isn't he a devout believer? Although the other party may not even know what the god he believes in is. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming suddenly had a question in his mind. Does this President Thor really not know anything specific about God? You know, those missionaries in Europe knew to spread the deeds of the Lord to the people when they were preaching. Otherwise, how to develop believers? Let the people pray to the air and a sculpture that is nothing? This is obviously unrealistic. The Chinese people in the hometown of Earth believe in gods and Buddhas for wealth and career, health and safety, or love and children. In short, you have to ask for something. Otherwise, why worship gods? Incense, money, and tributes are not given for free. But the advent of gods is obviously different from this kind of utilitarian belief and worship. These people in front of them have spent more than 300 years so stubbornly to implement a plan that seems unreliable and credible just to let gods come and replace this world. Let alone what they want. How crazy they are. Oh no! How much faith do they need to do this? Xiao Ming asked himself that he might not have such a high faith value when he played World of Warcraft. Buying skins and equipment in games are real things that can be seen. But this god, do they know what it looks like? If they knew that the thing looked like a monster, would they still insist on the decision of their ancestors? This is also the doubt that has been lingering in Xiao Ming's mind. Although it was obviously unnecessary to consider such trivial issues at this point, his thoughts involuntarily turned to this seemingly meaningless issue. Maybe they have seen God. The so-called miracles. Maybe directly or indirectly. But even so, they still plan to continue. Or maybe they haven't seen it. And all the information about God comes from the rumors left by their ancestors. It's just that this plan has lasted for so long. And their ancestors have spent countless time and energy. Now that there is a sign of hope, it must be concluded from beginning to end. Right? For a while, Xiao Ming began to try to think about the problem from their perspective. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't understand the psychology of these people. It's like normal people can't understand the world of madmen. Don't understand but respect. Although under the task of the summoner, this respect may not last long. As their thoughts moved, they soon came to the end of the first underground floor. Passing through the passage on the right, the small door that can open to the second underground floor came into view. As the former manager of this space base, Kronos took the initiative to walk to the front of the team and lead the way for these people. It was at this time that the old president, who had been pious and silent all the way, suddenly spoke. The leader of the Golden Slime clan. Xiao Ming's heart suddenly tightened when he heard the other party calling his name. Although they agreed to your request to join the guild, I think they should not have had time to tell you the details of the plan to bring God and things about God. Right? Hearing this, Xiao Ming's nervous mood suddenly relaxed a little. He almost thought that the other party had noticed his ulterior motives. Fortunately, it was not what he thought. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming immediately acted as if he was happy and terrified. You are right. I really know very little about God. Because when I heard that you have been working for so many years to achieve the great goal of letting God come, I was deeply touched. And I have not had the opportunity to learn more about other things. If you are willing to answer for me, I will naturally be honored. He was curious about this matter before. And now the other party is willing to tell him about it. Why not? Seeing Xiao Ming's concern, the smile in President Thor's eyes became deeper. Not bad. Although it is not a human. This golden slime is obviously a good seedling. Even before he has a deep understanding of God's deeds. He has been impressed by it. This is much better than those old guys in the club, who are just sitting there doing nothing, and those young people who have no respect for the God's descent plan, but take advantage of the seance for nothing. You have this awareness. Which is good. Perhaps because of his happy mood. The expression on the old president's face has become much kinder. There are too many things about God's deeds. And it can't be finished in a day and a night. But I can tell you how the founder of our seance came into contact with God, and decided to let God come to this world. The founder of the seance has come into contact with God. This is the first time I have heard of it. But the founder of the seance. Is it the genius astrophysicist Tiano Brum that they had previously guessed? Although he wanted to ask. Xiaoming also knew that it was not the right time. Asking would only make the other party more suspicious. So he had to pretend to be obedient and listen attentively to the old president's story. That was a long time ago. At that time, the founder was still on Gulba Star, which is now a wasteland star. The land under our feet is where he used to work. He is a scientist who works for the Gulba government. He is mainly responsible for the deduction and calculation of experimental models. By the way, he was one of the participants in the God's Gate plan. After saying that, Tolton paused and said, "You should have known what the God's Gate is, right?" "Yes." Seeing Xiaoming's response, the old president continued to say, "That was a data calculation." The founder, well, I still call him doctor. The doctor found that there was a big gap between the calculated data and the actual situation during the deduction of an experimental model. At first, everyone thought it was the doctor's personal mistake, including the doctor himself. It was not until later that the doctor privately calculated it again and found that it was not his brain that was wrong, but the machine used for the experiment. For some reason, during the experiment that day, the energy field wave frequency emitted by the machine was actually 1 decimal point higher than before. A deviation of just 1 decimal point would not attract attention. The doctor believed that the reason for the data error was the extra decimal point. And the extra decimal point was caused by a machine failure. Out of a sense of responsibility, he decided to check the machine himself. Unexpectedly, in the empty underground, he saw an unforgettable scene. The old president was very good at telling stories. But in a short while, everyone's attention was focused on him. What did he see? 2 completely different voices sounded at the same time. It was not Xiaoming who asked this question, but Kronos and Rank on the side. Xiaoming could still understand Kronos asking questions. But this Rank, isn't he a member of the seance? Logically speaking, he should have known everything the president said. So why would he ask such a question? Although he was confused, Xiaoming still adhered to the practice of listening more and talking less, and did not interrupt them. The old president Thor said slowly, he saw God. No. To be precise, it was a part of God. It was the place where he recorded data and made deductions and calculations during the day. Thor paused as he spoke, and his gray-blue eyes looked at the launch control console on the right. Right there. That was. Although he had been to the second underground floor before, Xiaoming didn't know much about the many instruments here. The only thing he recognized was the particle accelerator that was said to be the largest in Gulba and the largest in the galaxy at that time. The machine in front of him looked like a signal receiving device. But the shape was a bit strange. It felt like I had seen it somewhere. Thinking of this, Xiaoming paused. He knew why he felt familiar. The appearance of this thing was 70% similar to the interdimensional information sensor, except for the size and color. The other places cannot be said to be exactly the same, but can only be said to be almost the same. This is the launch device of the Gate of God. It is also another key system besides the core and the particle accelerator. Thor said slowly, there was an incredible hole on the ceiling just above the launch device. Incredible hole? Hearing this description, Xiaoming inexplicably thought of the hole torn by the strange bug that the players had encountered twice before. Or maybe it was the space dimension wall. Xiaoming didn't know how to call it correctly. The only thing he knew about it was that the other side of the hole was very hot. Like magma. So much so that the Gotham guys who ran in after the strange bug were burned to slag and died directly. At that time, the doctor was terrified. You know, the walls here are very strong and thick. Even missiles can't make such a big hole above their heads. However, compared to the big hole in the ceiling above their heads, a scene that surprised the doctor appeared. I saw a fire in the hole. And in the fire, he vaguely saw a huge eye. As a participant in the God's Gate project, The doctor knew exactly what he saw. At this point, Thor's eyes became extremely hot. That was the eye of God. The doctor was being watched by God. Realizing this, the doctor was ecstatic. However, before he could communicate with God further, the big hole disappeared. The ceiling returned to what they usually saw. The doctor was very disappointed. He wanted to see God again. So he began to look for various ways, hoping to see the hole again. Hearing this, Xiaoming finally couldn't help but interrupt and ask, did he succeed? Chapter 292 Coordinates. Sort of. The old president's answer not only confused Xiaoming, but also Kronos and Rank. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If it doesn't succeed. Sort of. What's the answer? Without waiting for them to ask, Thor continued, unlike the first time they met. The second time the doctor came into contact with God was not here, nor through that hole. Then through what? Rank couldn't help asking. Although he was a member of the seance, the president had never told them these secrets. Now that the president took the initiative to mention it, he must ask clearly. Thor didn't answer along with the words, but abruptly turned the topic to another thing. The doctor has a good friend who also works for the Research Institute of the Giba government. Of course, he also participated in the God's Gate plan. The transmitter you see was developed and designed by the doctor's friend. At the beginning, after witnessing such a scene with his own eyes, the doctor's first reaction was that the experiment was successful. However, instead of reporting to his superiors immediately, he chose to restart the instrument again to monitor the experimental data. Unfortunately, after several experiments, he still could not reproduce the situation at that time. After getting into trouble, he chose to seek help from his friends. That was the time when he established a connection with God again. Although this time it was not through vision, but through hearing. Thor paused as he spoke, and he heard the voice of God. Heard the voice of God? Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As long as the sensor channel is adjusted to a certain band at a specific time, it is possible to connect to the spatial signal of other dimensions. Recalling what Elpis had said, Xiaoming speculated that the way Thor just said that the other party established a connection with God was most likely through the interdimensional information sensor. He had previously suspected that the inventor of this transmitter and the interdimensional information sensor was actually the same person. Now, this suspicion has almost become certain. Although there is still a big difference between the interdimensional information sensor and this transmitter in terms of size and purpose. But to say that the two are completely unrelated, Xiaoming would never believe it. After all, this is not a popular clothing from TB or PXX, which can be copied casually. And he remembered that the interdimensional information sensor was the hard work of the time traveler named Lin Luo and her mentor Dr. Gu Lai. That is to say, this thing was actually designed by Dr. Gu Lai and Lin Luo? Suddenly, Xiaoming felt that he seemed to have discovered some great secret. He remembered that Elpis told him that the interdimensional information sensor was a personal research project independent of the Gulba Biological Laboratory, and was the research result of Lin Luo and Dr. Gu Lai. At Space Base No. 1, this launcher that looked like an interdimensional information sensor has been put into use in the Gate of God plan. Perhaps, the timeline of the interdimensional information sensor appeared before this launcher? It was because of the success of Lin Luo and Dr. Gu Lai that the Gulba government saw hope. So they added this technology to the Gate of God. In the plan? For a moment, Xiaoming couldn't help but think of the help message from the imprisoned fraudster Siegel Piamo that he had received through the interdimensional information sensor. He was surprised and amused when he received the message. Isn't it said that the interdimensional information sensor can receive information from high-dimensional civilizations? How did he receive the call from the fraudster? Now that I think about it, perhaps the interdimensional information sensor itself is a first-generation product. There are still too many instabilities and uncertainties in it, and the transmitter in front of him is obviously its upgraded version. After the improved design, the interdimensional information sensor is no longer just a communicator that receives high-dimensional signals. It has become an energy transmitter that breaks through the barriers between the two worlds. If so, then some things can make sense. On the side, Lei Ping couldn't help but curiously ask, what does the voice of God look like? The old president was speechless. How should he answer this? He hasn't heard it either. After thinking about it, Thor had to say, maybe we will know when we complete the plan. Thor changed the topic without leaving a trace and continued, in short. With the help of his friends, the doctor once again connected with God. It was because of that connection that he made the decision to let God come to this world. That's it? Xiaoming was a little surprised. This story was even shorter than he thought. So what happened in the second connection that prompted the doctor to make such a decision? These were not mentioned at all. Just when Xiao Ming was silently complaining in his heart, he suddenly heard a sentence beside him. He heard the will of God. The old president's face once again showed a pious expression. And God wanted to come to this world. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming? You mean God asked him to do this? Hearing this, he finally had to interrupt the other party's speech again. How can this be a request? For the first time, Thor's gentle face showed disapproval. Not everyone can listen to the will of God at will. Xiao Ming. Okay. With the SH. Belief in gods. Everything becomes reasonable. God. You have to do whatever you are told to do. Even the doctor is no exception. Without noticing the strange look of the slime at his feet, President Thor continued, in short, the doctor, who heard the will of God, decided to help God come to this world. But later, the doctor found that the current experimental plan of the government alone could not achieve this. Moreover, he had asked the upper echelons about their ideas in a roundabout way. It turned out that they did not seem to want God to come to this world. They just wanted to get a way to win this war from God, and wanted to ask for God's power to become the overlord of this galaxy. It was precisely because of this that the doctor was completely disappointed with the government. He felt that God was being used. There would be no new progress if he stayed here. Only by leaving here and breaking away from the constraints of the Gulba government can gods will be fulfilled. So he left, and started a new plan, which is the God Descent plan that our God Descent Society has been working on for centuries. He persuaded his student, the researcher who was working in Space Base No. 1 at that time. He asked him to fan the panic of the war failure and prompt the people inside the base to rebel. He also asked him to steal the core at the critical moment when the God's Gate was opened. Student? Researcher? Xiao Ming keenly grasped the key words in the sentence. It seems that this doctor is really the genius astrophysicist Tianobrom. Subconsciously, Xiao Ming looked at Kronos. As a result, he unexpectedly found that the other party was looking at him at the moment. After a look at each other, both sides understood their intentions. So they turned their eyes away without leaving a trace. How to say it? Artificial intelligence is worthy of being artificial intelligence? I didn't expect that Kronos' original inference would come true. Tianobrom was indeed pretending to be sick. The purpose was to get out of the control of the Gulba government. The so-called discovery of the flaws in the God's Gate plan, but unable to convince the upper echelons to stop and feel disappointed, is just speculation by outsiders. The real Tiano did not want God to come, but did this series of things in order to make God come. And his subsequent disappearance was obviously a play he had planned in advance. This is completely consistent with some of his previous speculations. After leaving Gulba, the doctor and several members of the early seance took advantage of the war to leave Gulba by airship and went to the star field where the Future Alliance is now located. At that time, the Future Alliance was just a special wartime federation composed of several planets. The planets were in a cooperative relationship. In addition, due to the war, the population flow between the planets was also large. Therefore, the arrival of the doctor and his party did not cause much waves there. It was at that time that the seance was established. For so many years, whether it was the doctor as the founder or us, the successors who inherited the wishes of our ancestors, we have been working hard for this goal. We have tried various methods, but due to various external factors beyond our control, this plan has not been achieved. Until today, the old president's gentle explanation came to an abrupt end, replaced by an exciting and fierce voice. We finally saw the dawn of hope, right at this ancient ruins. Here we come. Not only Xiao Ming and the group of people from the Seance Society, but also the players who were scattered and hiding in the dark around them. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Looking at the old man, who was giving an impassioned speech below, the players all grabbed their equipment tightly. It seemed that as long as the task panel popped up a message prompt, they would start directly. However, disappointingly, the game panel still had no reaction. Is it not time yet? Thinking of this, some impatient players couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This plot is too slow. Can't the official come up with a fast-forward function to skip? Several young players attached to the ceiling thought so. And the old president below finally finished telling the past. Let's get started. He looked at his subordinates beside him with a fixed gaze. The next moment, a group of people including the affairs officer scattered and carried out the operation step by step. It was obviously the first time to come here, but these people acted as if they had been here countless times. This also surprised Kronos, as if he had noticed the subtle changes in the camera-headed robot. Thor lowered his eyes slightly and looked at it kindly with his gray-blue eyes. Our great founder had long preserved the layout of the second underground floor of Space Base No. 1 for us. But we have never thought about returning here for so many years. After all, in the technologically advanced Future Alliance, what kind of instrument can't we make? We can even make it more advanced and more advanced. So at first everyone thought that success was a piece of cake. But it turns out that the success of the God of War plan has nothing to do with whether the instrument itself is advanced enough. What does it have to do with? Subconsciously, Kronos couldn't help asking. The old man in front of him suddenly smiled. Of course, it was the coordinates. This is also the fundamental reason why we came all the way here. Chapter 293. I almost forgot about this. Coordinates? This answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Kronos slightly turned the electronic eye in front of the lens cover. I can understand that the descent plan cannot be successfully implemented everywhere. Right? Yes. Your understanding is very accurate. The old president smiled slightly and said, in the past 3 centuries, our descent society has been secretly carrying out the descent plan. Although it has failed without exception. Although we did establish a short connection with God a few times. It was only a few seconds. This is far from the ultimate goal of the descent plan. After countless failures, we finally summed up the experience. The reason for the failure may not be because our instruments are not advanced enough, nor because our technology is not proficient enough. It's because we found the wrong place. Although the world where God is, and the world we are in now are not in the same dimension, there is actually a connection point between the worlds. This is the so-called junction. As long as you find the junction, and try to break the space barrier there, the probability of success will be greatly increased. Kronos tilted his head when he heard this. So you mean, this is actually the so-called junction? That's right. As if he had talked about an exciting topic. The light in Thor's eyes lit up instantly. At the beginning, the doctor had seen God with his own eyes here, which means that this is very likely one of the junctions between the two worlds. In addition, since the Golba government has conducted countless experiments related to the Gate of God plan here, the space barrier here is likely to be thinner than other junctions. Just like leaves are big and small, these junctions are naturally thick and thin. Some are easy to break through, and some are not. And we naturally have to find the easiest one to break through to conduct experimental operations. Of course, the more important point is, there are still many machines we need here. This also saves us the effort to move those things from Omega Star. As he said, President Thor looked at the camera head robot at his feet with a smile. And thank you for your careful maintenance of this base over the past hundreds of years. Otherwise, these instruments would not be put into use normally as they are now. Kronos was a little stunned when he was thanked unexpectedly. But he still replied, thank you for the compliment. These are the things I should do as the base manager. On the side, Xiaoming suddenly said, in fact, there are still 2 things I haven't figured out. Thor had a good impression of Xiaoming, and did not show any impatience with his sudden question. What's the problem? Go ahead. Xiaoming. Since you already know that Space Base No. 1 is the junction of 2 worlds, and you also know that the barriers here are thin, why didn't you come here until now? Although the deserted planet is an exiled planet that everyone hates, it doesn't seem to be difficult to come here, right? Although most of the architectural relics of the Golba period on the deserted planet have been destroyed, since it was a secret research base built by the government at the time, it should not be completely destroyed. If they really wanted to find it, they wouldn't have found it until now. Unless they don't know the exact location of the ruins. It's embarrassing. The old president was ashamed. Although we did plan to come here, we didn't know the exact location of Space Base No. 1 before, because the documents left by the doctor did not indicate the specific location. We could only rely on ourselves to slowly explore over the years. And I think you should also know the situation of the deserted planet. The environment is relatively complicated. Many things are not easy to operate. Hearing this, Xiaoming blinked in understanding. It turned out to be just as he guessed. However, this group of people have been looking for it for so long and still can't find it. Now he has just discovered the new base, and the other party has made a move. This shows that they definitely have an eyeliner on the deserted planet. And this eyeliner is very close to him and the players. Thinking of Dr. Dyke, who begged to stay in the western base, Xiaoming immediately understood how the news leaked out. But it's meaningless to worry about these things now. Compared to this, he wanted to know another important thing. He did not forget that because of the constraints of the rules of this world, gods could not enter this world with their whole bodies. But the purpose of the seance was to let gods descend and replace this world. Then the question was, How did the seance help gods to break through the constraints of the rules of this world? However, before he could ask, a message popped up in front of him. Alert! The space barrier is suspected to be attacked. Please stop the seance plan as soon as possible. What's going on? This group of people has already started. In surprise, Xiaoming looked up suddenly. I saw that the group of people in the seance below seemed to be still debugging the equipment. And Kronos had just volunteered to join them in front of President Thor, and invested in the preliminary preparations together. Seeing this, Xiaoming was a little confused. With Kronos, a knowledgeable technical undercover, on the scene, the situation should be within his control. In this case, how could the space barrier be attacked? Wait, attack? Xiaoming paused. How could he forget? It's not just the seance here that wants to break the barrier between the two worlds. There are also gods from another world. Don't forget, from the beginning, they wanted to enter this world. And at this moment, perhaps sensing the movement here, the gods from another world can't wait to come over. As if to verify his guess, the originally quiet underground suddenly shook slightly. Such a change immediately confused everyone present. Is it an earthquake? Hachi, who was checking the accuracy of the transmitter, paused. Subconsciously, he looked at the slime leader standing in the distance. Did it do it? Noticing his sight, Rank asked quietly. Hachi didn't answer, so Rank mistakenly thought it was a default. So he immediately turned into a firecracker. I didn't expect you to be right. This hateful slime actually deceived me. These guys didn't really join us. As he said that, he was about to go forward to settle accounts with the slime chieftain. However, he was pulled back by Hachi beside him. Calm down. Hachi frowned. Although that guy was suspicious, I think it was not him who caused the shaking this time. It was obvious that the other party seemed to be at a loss about the current situation. Like the NPCs in the game, the players lying on the ceiling at this time were also stunned. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? What's the earthquake? This is obviously the boss coming out. I'm Zhao. In just a moment, all the players who were ambushing in the dark became restless. What should we do now? Should we go up? But didn't the chieftain ask us to stand by? This mission hasn't come yet, so it doesn't seem good to rush out rashly? The players talked a lot, and were obviously entangled. The brick-moving boy gritted his teeth, and waited first while looking at the distance. Anyway, we have waited for so long, so it doesn't matter if we rush out for a while. Having said that, players were anxious as they watched the inexplicably shaking underground second floor, and the motionless game panel in front of them. This special effect is too long. Will this boss come out or not? They have waited so long that the flowers have withered. Don't panic. The person who spoke was the old President Thor. Compared with his subordinates around him, he was obviously the calmest. The doctor once said in the literature that all the secret experimental bases of Gulba were built in absolutely safe areas. Whether it is the artillery fire of war, landslides, or earthquakes and floods, they can't hurt the inside at all. So, this is definitely not an earthquake. However, this answer can't make everyone feel at ease. Since it's not an earthquake, what is the reason for this sudden vibration? It can't be that the buildings here are going to collapse. Right? Isn't it said that these secret experimental bases built before the Gulba War are very safe? It's God. It's God who responded to us in another world. They want to come. Thor's face showed an irrepressible excitement. Quick! After debugging the instrument, start the descent plan immediately. Yes! In the emotional command of the old president, the people who were still stunned by the sudden change immediately reacted and hurriedly devoted themselves to the intense work. Chief's mission: stop the descent plan. Golden Slime, the so-called god, is eager to enter this world. The crazy people in the descent want to break the barrier between the two worlds and let them in. For the peace and stability of this galaxy, we must stop them. Mission reward: 1,000 slime coins, 1,000 contribution points, 1 advanced equipment lottery ticket, 10% explosion rate. New advanced equipment. The moment the mission message popped up, the players hiding in the dark were boiling. It's finally here. Go, brothers. Demacia. Long live the slime. In a moment, the players shouted chaotic slogans and rushed out from all directions holding their equipment. The incident happened suddenly, and the group of people from the seance were still doing the final debugging of the equipment. Seeing this scene, they were shocked and horrified. How could these slimes be here? Why? Why are they still holding guns? Hedge and the others were not too surprised because they had already prepared for it. Instead, they felt relieved that it had finally come. Without the slightest hesitation, The three of them suddenly took out their weapons and joined the battle. After turning on the laser pin and shooting at the opposite slime group, Head shouted to the people behind him, "Protect the president." Hearing this, the secretaries and the clerks rushed to the president. "President, let's leave here first." However, Thor at this time did not pay any attention to the urging of the people below. He was shocked by the scene in front of him without any psychological preparation. Subconsciously, he wanted to ask what the golden slime meant. However, when he turned around, the yellow slime had disappeared. Looking at such a group of aggressive slimes, Thor, no matter how stupid he was, understood that he had been deceived. What helped the descent of the gods to complete the great plan? From the beginning, the golden slime did not want to provide them with any help. The other party just wanted to get words from him. However, it is meaningless to understand these now. These slimes obviously want to stop their plan. But he must not let them succeed. He has been waiting for so many years. And seeing the dawn of victory is just around the corner. He must not fail like this. The elderly president pushed the secretary beside him away. And his legs and feet, which were not very agile with crutches, burst out with amazing mobility at this moment. He staggered to the console of the launcher. And after some groping, he quickly pressed the launch button. In an instant, the blue-purple electric light that was almost white shot out from the center of the huge flower-shaped launcher in front of him, and hit the ceiling above his head. In just a moment, the originally dim underground suddenly became as bright as day. Bai Wuchang suddenly widened his eyes. "Damn! Those guys have already taken action. Smash that thing quickly." Noticing the movement on the launch pad, the players did not care to continue fighting with the three NPCs in front of them, and hurriedly ran towards the launcher. However, how could the people of the seance give them the chance to cause trouble? I saw Rank raise the electromagnetic gun in his hand and shoot at these annoying colorful slugs. Ordinary guns may not cause harm to the players, but these weapons that fire bullets through electromagnetic force are much more powerful than ordinary guns that simply use gunpowder as a propeller. Once hit, the body will explode. After a few rounds, these slimes that have always been invincible on the battlefield of the deserted planet were instantly torn into pieces like blooming fireworks. Some players were sent offline before they could react. Damn! Are these NPCs so strong? Is the official cheating? That's right. They were knocked down by Gotham Brothers' knockout drug before. For a while, the players hiding in the dark couldn't help cursing secretly. If the boss is not strong, what's the point of playing? Mighty and Unyielding held the gun and said, "After all, we are from the Future Alliance. How can you be called the strongest organization in the entire galaxy without some high-tech equipment? The Future Alliance is not necessarily the strongest in the entire galaxy. Isn't there still the Space Legion?" On the side, Dalan couldn't help but refute. Mighty and Unyielding snorted, "The Space Legion hasn't appeared yet. From the current situation, the Future Alliance is the strongest. Don't worry about whether the Future Alliance is strong or not. Rim is my wife." A little anxious. "If we don't find a way to get rid of those three guys, this event will fail. Don't forget that the event will be shut down if it fails. Players. Hack. I almost forgot about this. Chapter 294 is a werewolf. Although I don't know why the dog planner decided to shut down the service if the event failed. No matter what the reason is, no one wants to shut down the game." In just a moment, the players present became alert. The weapons in their hands are too tricky, and they will be blown to pieces once they are hit. Mighty and Powerless paused and said, "If they use fire attack, I am not afraid." After all, his real gold is not afraid of fire. As long as the temperature of the flame does not exceed 1000 degrees Celsius, he can resist. Once this value is exceeded, the damage will be superimposed at a rate of 10% of the damage progress for every 100 degrees Celsius. Once the damage is superimposed to 100%, he will die. Rim is my wife. Looking discouraged, your skills can at least be used as a physical resistance. What about mine? He felt speechless when he talked about this. Why can his two good brothers activate such awesome skills? But is it so useless? If he didn't know them too well, he would suspect that they actually had an invisible PY transaction with the official. Mighty and Unyielding thought for a moment and said, "Confusion skills can be considered as magic resistance at any level. Right? Dalan, take medicine." No. 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 Rim skills should be considered as stun skills. Right? No matter what skills they are useless in front of that thing. I didn't even have time to get close to the boss before I was killed. Rim is my wife sighed and said, "My skills may still be useful if they are used on undercover agents. But if I really go to the battlefield and fight with people with real swords and guns, they will send me back to the novice village with a single shot. Dalong Take Medicine nodded in agreement. That's right. When encountering such a high-output boss, I'm afraid only high physical resistance plus high damage can win. Right? Seeing everyone suddenly looking at him, Dalong Take Medicine was stunned. Why are you all looking at me like this? Mighty and unyielding, I remember that your skills seem to be of this type that can attack and defend. Right? Rim is my wife. Be more confident. Remove the word, like. I remember that when he and Weiwu first learned what Dalong's skill was, they were envious and jealous for a while. When the skill is activated, the body can expand to more than 10 times the size. The ability to resist attacks is increased by 100%, and the attack power is increased to 200% of the maximum limit of its own strength, although the time limit is only 5 minutes. On the battlefield, sometimes 5 minutes is enough to change the situation of the war. Although the name of the skill is a bit funny, it is good enough. It can both resist and fight. What else do you want? The burning eyes of the brothers made Dalong Take Medicine suddenly feel a little uneasy. What do you want to do? I saw Weiwu Buka looked at him seriously. Dalong, the situation is serious now. Maybe only you can change the situation. Dalong Takes Medicine. You want me to go up as a meat shield? How can you say it is a meat shield? You have high defense plus high output. Weiwu Buka persuaded earnestly. Your attributes must be an SSR level character no matter what game you are in. Wouldn't it be a blast to kill people once you get on there? Rim is my wife. Who echoed, that's right. You said you are so awesome. Shouldn't you go up there and show it off? If you succeed, you will be the MVP of this event. Daleng rolled his eyes after taking medicine. I don't believe you. If you want to get MVP, why don't you go by yourself? I don't have such awesome skills as you. Mighty and unyielding spread his hands. I only have physical fire resistance. What can I do? That's right. On the side, Rim is my wife and nodded in agreement. My skills are even more useless than Lao Wei. Even if you want to confuse the NPC, you have to be able to get close to them. But look outside. At this time, the battlefield outside was in chaos, with gunshots and shouting. Because of the obstruction of Hichi and the other two, the players couldn't get close to the launcher at all. Some players wanted to shoot and kill these NPCs directly, but the bullets they shot bounced off inexplicably. These people seemed to be protected by an invisible protective shield. No matter how many shots the players fired at them, it didn't work. The ineffective attacks of the players gave these NPCs an opportunity to take advantage of. But in a moment, more than half of the players participating in the battle died. Looking at the colorful slime debris on the ground, Dalong couldn't help but take a breath. The last time players suffered such a large-scale casualties was during the Desert Lizard King event. But now, only a few human NPCs can cause such great damage. This is too scary. The old players of version 1.0 also felt terrible. From the closed beta to now, I have never met such a strong human NPC. This is not the Desert Lizard King. Bai Wuchang seemed to be angry and couldn't help cursing. The official must have given these guys a big boost. Damn! Seeing that countless players around them had turned into slime scum, these rational old players had to choose to temporarily avoid the limelight and hide behind the bunker for combat meetings. Or let's use grenades. Let's blow him to death. On the side, Sheep Village Fiangyang couldn't help saying, "What's a grenade?" Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes. In my opinion, it's better to get a cannon and directly blow up all these stupid NPCs and the launcher. Bai Wuchang looked over and said, "It's a good idea. But why didn't you bring the cannon?" "Isn't it because the guy who moved the bricks urged me to do it?" Gotham Iron Man said unhappily. "What do you mean the event has started? I was so busy that I didn't have time to bring the cannon." On the side, Hey Gulong Dongqiang couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him. Although, this is a stronghold. You can't move your cannon into the stronghold. Right? After all, there are regulations in the Slime Clan rules and Player's Manual that highly destructive heavy weapons are not allowed in the stronghold, and players are not allowed to fight in the stronghold. Once violated, the clan leader will lock them up in a small dark room. It is precisely because of the special location of this event that most players only brought guns and bullets. After all, the official did not modify the ban specifically for this event. After being reminded by him, Gotham, who was still high-spirited before, suddenly collapsed on the ground like a defeated rooster and turned into a slime pancake. The official is not a human being. How can we fight this? Dapping Zenki, maybe the way to pass the level this time is not just relying on force. What do you mean? Hearing this, the players looked suspicious. If not relying on force, can we rely on negotiation? Will these NPCs be so obedient? Seeing the puzzled eyes of his companions around him, Peng Zhanqi immediately explained, what I mean is, no matter how bad the official is, it shouldn't let all the players in the server fight monsters at a higher level. Right? After all, it is almost impossible to win by force when the gap in weapons and equipment between the two sides is too large. It's like how can Native Americans, with spears, beat a group of Europeans with guns and cannons? This is pure dimensionality reduction and crushing. There are only 9 people on the other side, and one of them is even an old man who is unable to walk. In this situation, the players are still suppressed by the other side. You can imagine how backward the slime family is in terms of technology. Although they have entered the development process of modern industrialization, there is still a big gap between them and the average technological level of this world in many places. At the beginning, they fought against the boss of the most advanced future alliance in this galaxy, and the result can be imagined. In addition, the official did not lift the ban on the use of highly destructive heavy weapons in the base because of the event. So there is even less chance of winning. Gotham Iron Man, if you have a way, tell me quickly. It's time now. And you are still keeping it a secret. Ignoring the impatient urging of Brother Gotham, Peng Zhanqi said seriously, do you remember what our mission is? Stop the plan of the gods. Gotham answered subconsciously. How to stop it? Of course. Kill those bosses. Otherwise, how to turn off the machine. But does the mission clearly say that those NPCs should be killed? But isn't it common sense to kill the bosses in combat activities? Gotham subconsciously wanted to refute. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something and choked. Indeed, it was not written in the mission. Everything is the subjective conjecture of the players. After all, the word stop is too general, and the official has not given a specific implementation plan. Everyone acts according to inertial thinking. The moment they received the mission from the Patriarch, everyone rushed out with weapons. When they were excited, no one thought deeply about the deep meaning of the mission. After all, in the eyes of most people, as long as the bosses were killed and the machines were turned off or destroyed, it would be considered to stop the plan of the gods. But in fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. Killing the boss is to stop the machine from continuing to run. But if it is just to stop the machine from working, wouldn't it be the same if we cut off the power? Players! Damn! Can it be like this? Peng Zhanqi's words were like a revelation, and immediately made the players, who were trapped in a circle of thinking, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, rather than rushing up and fighting those bosses directly, it is better to adopt a strategy of taking a different approach. After a glance, the players made up their minds. However, before the group of people moved their positions, a burst of exclamations suddenly broke out outside. Sensing the unusual movement, a group of people couldn't help but stick their heads out from behind the bunker and look around curiously. Then, they saw the figure of a huge slime. Damn! Isn't that Daon taking medicine? What is he going to do? Is he going to go up and plug the bullet hole? Realizing this possibility, the old players were so shocked that their eyes almost fell to the ground. Although Daon took medicine and entered the game relatively late compared to these veteran players of version 1.0, and their interactions in the game were not particularly many, they were not unfamiliar with this player. The reason is that the opponent's skills are too eye-catching. This is not just a literal meaning. Most players have single-nature skills. For example, He Guangdong's powerful punch, Peng's split body, and the poison tester of pork stewed with vermicelli. There are really few players in the game who have both attack and defense buffs, like Daon Eat Medicine. It can be said that this Daon Eat Medicine is really a European emperor, although many people have envied this guy's good luck. Now in this one-sided and severe situation, this European emperor brother is willing to stand up and use his body as a meat shield. What a great spirit of self-sacrifice. It's a werewolf. Chapter 295 Spreading Lava. Daong Qiao finally stood up under the instigation of his 2 idiot brothers. However, he did not do this to show off, nor because of personal heroism, but for the MVP that might be in his hands. Ah! As if to cheer himself up, the huge slime in front of him roared, and then rushed towards the NPCs around the launch console. The huge weight hit the ground with a shaking sound, and almost in the next second, the underground fortification in front of him, which was said to be extremely solid, would collapse. This shocked the group of people in the seance. Where did such a big slime come from? Although surprised, Hedge's body was faster than his mind, and he raised the laser pen in his hand and shot at the behemoth in front of him. The destructive power of this laser pin is really amazing. The moment he was swept by the laser, a large piece of Dalong Chia's body was missing. However, compared with those ordinary players, who were shattered into pieces by one shot, Dalong's condition after taking medicine was much better. Ignoring his injured body, he immediately shouted loudly, "UTM, hurry up! I can't hold on for too long." As he said that, his huge gel-like body stretched out several tentacles and swept towards the group of NPCs in front of him mercilessly. At this time, even Hechi was frightened by the scene in front of him. Then he turned over and dodged. And the elderly president also staggered and dodged under the protection of the affairs officers. For a while, the tight defense formation of the seance was torn open by Dalong's operation after taking medicine. On the side, the players who had been waiting for a long time were busy chasing after the victory. Kill! Hack him! A group of people ran towards the control console with weapons raised high, dodging a gel-like tentacle coming from the front. Rank raised his hand and fired a few shots at the giant slime like a hill in front of him. The bullet, guided by electromagnetic force, burst out and hit the giant slime's body fiercely. Bang! Bang bang! With a few explosions, the colorful slime gel bloomed on Dalong's body like fireworks. Damn! Although most of the pain sensations have been blocked in the game, Dalong still couldn't help but grimace at these few hits. Looking at his body that had become tattered, Dalong gritted his teeth and rushed towards the NPC in front of him. I thought that after a few shots, this slime would be either dead or disabled. But I didn't expect that the opponent's vitality was so tenacious. Not only did it not die, it even had the strength to fight back, without bothering to avoid the pressure from the opposite side. The hot-tempered Rank immediately pressed the charging device and aimed the muzzle at the flying behemoth. Go to H.L. Monster! The moment the trigger was pulled, a blue-purple arc flashed. Countless electromagnetic bullets shot out from the barrels, attacking Dalong Chiao like a violent storm. Damn! You can't play like this. Dalong Chiao had never seen such a scene before, and he could only dodge in panic. However, because his body had become too large, he could not dodge as flexibly as before. But in a moment, countless charged electromagnetic bullets crackled through his heavy body and exploded orange and blue electric sparks. There was no time to curse. Dalong was torn into pieces by a wave of charged electromagnetic bullets after taking medicine. Looking at the scattered slime gel fragments, the players who were still fighting wits and courage with other NPCs for control of the launcher suddenly changed their expressions. Damn! Where is the promised physical cover? Why did Dalong go offline so quickly? Unlike the players who were shocked, the seance felt more confident because Rank easily killed a huge slime. It seemed that they felt that this group of slimes were just a bunch of useless flower racks, and could not affect their plans at all. For a moment, their faces were no longer panicked and afraid. The moment they were pointed at by the electromagnetic gun, the players couldn't help but take a breath. Damn! How can we play this? Are we really going to lose this event? Just when the battle between the two sides was about to break out, a snap was heard, and the blue-purple electric light that was as bright as daylight instantly went out, and darkness suddenly enveloped the entire underground. Not only the people in the seance, but also the players who were confronting the boss were confused by this sudden scene. What's going on? Power outage? At this moment, Bai Wuchang and others who had just turned off the switch in the distribution room on the second floor of the basement breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they made it in time. It seems that turning off the switch is indeed the simplest and most effective way. Hey, Gulongdong Chong said, thanks to Dapeng's reminder. Otherwise we really wouldn't have thought of this. This is only temporary. Those people will soon find the problem with the switch. Dapeng spread his wings and cast his eyes on the dark glass window behind him. We have to go over and help quickly. Without staying in place, the group immediately left the distribution room in the dark. On the other side of the battlefield, the players in the dark were ecstatic. Although it is unknown which friendly army pulled the switch, the power outage was too timely. The people in the seance were shocked by this sudden change. Don't panic. Hechi's low and calm voice came from the darkness. He turned the laser pen in his hand and changed the mode to lighting. Then this lethal weapon that had harvested the lives of countless players was immediately transformed into a mini flashlight, emitting a pale light in the darkness. Although the visibility was only 2 or 3 meters, it was better than nothing in this situation. On the opposite side, the group of cunning slimes had long disappeared. Rank was angry when he saw this. They actually let them escape. Those slimes are not to be feared. The important thing is to continue to complete our unfinished business. At this time, the old president had regained his composure from the chaos. He lost his previous amiability and looked at Hechi and the other two with a cold look. Although he didn't say a word, everyone could see his dissatisfaction at this time. Seeing this, Rank, who was angry before, suddenly became like a frostbitten eggplant and shrank behind Hechi. Although it was Rank who caused the trouble, it was obviously useless to worry about it now. Moreover, the three of them were traveling together in the name of a team. As the captain, he naturally had to bear the mistakes made by the team members. So Hechi didn't say anything, but said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. We will definitely handle it." Thor did not answer, but waved his hand. Seeing this, Hechi immediately whispered to Rank and Lei Ping behind him, "Go to the power distribution room to check the situation. I will be responsible for the president." Rank, who felt guilty for doing something wrong, wanted to leave here quickly, so he agreed without hesitation. After the two left, Hechi immediately went to the launch control console to check. "I don't know if the sudden power outage will cause damage to the machine." Looking at the two figures who hurriedly left in the dark, Rem whispered, "The two most capable ones left. Mighty and unyielding, 9 out of 10 went to check the circuit. What should we do now?" On the side, another little player who temporarily teamed up with them asked softly. "Of course. It's a sneak attack." Mighty and unyielding gave him a look that said, "What nonsense are you asking?" The player was obviously a little hesitant, but the thing in that guy's hand was very powerful. Once swept, the body will be cut into pieces by the laser. That thing is really powerful. But that guy probably can't use it now. Mighty, but unable to bow, smiled confidently. The little player was puzzled. "What does it mean? He is now using that thing as a flashlight. Do you think it can be used for two purposes against us?" "That's right." "Okay. Don't waste time." Mighty but unable to bow whispered, "Hurry up. While they haven't fixed the power supply yet. Let's go up and catch these grandsons off guard." "Okay. You two keep your voices down." Seeing that the two guys couldn't control the volume because they were talking about the battle plan, Rem, my wife, immediately reminded them. As he said that, he looked out from behind the bunker with some caution, fearing that the sound of his teammates would attract those hostile NPCs. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. However, when Rem looked out, he saw another unexpected picture. At some point, a small orange-red dot appeared on the ceiling above their heads, like a lit cigarette, but a closer look revealed that the spot was exactly where the laser was fired from the transmitter. Moreover, the orange spot seemed to be expanding, like a fire point. Seeing such a strange scene, Rem was already stunned. "I go." On the side, the mighty and invincible stopped and looked over curiously. Then, the faces of these players showed the same expression as Rem. Damn. What is that?" Not only the players noticed the abnormality above their heads, but also Hedge and President Thor, who stayed in place. At first, they did not notice the abnormality above their heads. These people only focused on the pile of instruments in front of them, and the slime that might sneak out of the darkness at any time. But as the orange light above their heads became brighter and brighter, their sight was instantly attracted. Looking at the dazzling and hot orange light above like magma, Hedge, who was holding a laser pen, felt a chill inexplicably on his back. Before he could say anything, the old president beside him was already so excited that he was incoherent. It was God. God is coming. At this moment, his face full of wrinkles actually blossomed with youthful and active spirit. "We finally opened the barrier of the world of God." Ha 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 ha. On the side, the officials widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? God. And the gate of God. Aren't they just illusory historical legends? How could it be? The old president didn't care about the complicated expressions of his subordinates. At this moment, he was looking up to admire the spectacular scenery in front of him. At the beginning, so many people in the association thought that the plan to descend the gods was just a historical scam. He thought he was a fool for still believing in it. But who would have thought that all this was true? And he did what his predecessors didn't do. What an exciting feat! Thor instantly felt that the criticism and speculation he had endured for so many years were all worth it. As a loyal believer of the gods and a servant of the gods, from now on he will step on the heads of these ignorant people and look down on all living beings. Thinking of this, Thor's mouth suddenly raised a touch of open and happy smile. He slowly opened his arms, looked up at the dazzling orange light above his head, and prepared to welcome his lord to the world. Is this The world of God? Why is it completely different from what he imagined? Unlike the old president, who was looking forward to it. Hedge felt a little uneasy at this moment, looking at the gradually spreading orange lava in front of him. His heartbeat gradually accelerated. Like a herbivore that feels the threat of a predator, Hedge instinctively wants to leave here. However, before he can act, a huge black shadow suddenly flashes above his head. Get out of the way! Almost as a conditioned reflex, Hedge evaded and switched the laser gun to attack mode. Seeing his actions, the people around him were a little confused. What's going on? As soon as the voice fell, a huge black tentacles above the head suddenly swept away the old president in front. In an instant, gunshots exploded in the empty second underground floor. Bang bang bang. Tut 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 tut. Chapter 296. Are you so fierce? Outside the power distribution room, Rank suddenly stopped. Did you hear any sound? Lei Ping leaned down and put his ear to the ground. It sounded like a gunshot. After the words fell, the two of them were startled. Not good. The president and others are in danger. Without further delay in the power distribution room, the two immediately returned the same way. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene in their lives. There was a piece of orange red burning on the ceiling in the distance. Looking closely, it seemed to be boiling magma. These magmas were like paint spread by water, constantly expanding outward. However, compared with the incredible magma pool that appeared above their heads, what made people's scalps numb were the things that drilled out of the magma. On the ceiling facing the launcher, black tentacles rushed to drill out of the orange fire, looking at those long black objects that were swaying restlessly. Rank's face was full of shock. What is that? An octopus? Seeing the old man wrapped in the black mass in the air, Lei Ping's expression gradually became serious. No matter what it was, I think it should not be a god. After saying that, he picked up his weapon and joined the battle. At this time, everyone, including the secretary and the clerk, raised their guns and fired wildly at the dark tentacles. For a moment, countless blue-purple arcs wrapped in dense electromagnetic bullets attacked the monster head-on. If it were a slime, it would have been smashed into pieces long ago. But these electromagnetic bullets hit the monster's body as if it was tickling, just rubbing a layer of electric sparks on its body, and did not cause any fatal damage at all. Although it was not injured, the monster was obviously hurt, and its movements became more and more manic. It was seen swinging its tentacles wildly, and the dark tentacles hit the offender below like a long whip. At this time, the old president, who was held hostage by the monster, was almost fainting, not only because of fear, but also because the tentacles wrapped around his waist swayed up and down, making him feel dizzy, as if he had ridden an interstellar roller coaster 100 times. In this extreme dizziness, he had long lost the ability to think calmly. He could only suppress a faint wail, just as the group of people from the Seance Society were caught in a bitter battle with the black tentacle monster. The players hiding in the dark were watching with relish. Rim is my wife. I was wondering why there were so few people in this event's boss. It turns out that they were waiting here. Mighty and unyielding, these guys were so arrogant before. But now they are being beaten like a spinning top by this thing? It's a relief. Don't be relieved. When these people are killed by the monster, we will be in trouble. On the side, I have my own destiny and not God's will. Rolling his eyes. Didn't you see that those people even took out their best weapons? Under such intensive firepower attack, this tentacle monster was completely unscathed. Do you think we can win with just this pile of scrap metal in our hands? Hearing this, the players who were watching the excitement with gloating suddenly choked. It seems really difficult. What should we do? Hearing this, another little player next to him suddenly became anxious. That thing is so strong. We can't beat it. Originally, there might be a glimmer of hope to win by numbers. But now the number of dead players has reached 2/3 of the number of players participating in the battle. There weren't many people to begin with, and now there are only so many left. So how can we play? If we can't win by force, then think of other ways. Hey Gulong Dongqiang said, even if the official wants to use us to test the difficulty of the new activity, it won't block all the roads. I think the planner must have left us a glimmer of hope. Lao Hei, do you have any ideas? Looking at the pairs of expectant little eyes around him, Hey Gulong Dongqiang coughed a little embarrassedly. Not yet. TSK. The players turned back disappointedly. Bai Wuchang twitched his skin, thinking that you had some good ideas, but it turned out to be a useless encouragement. Hearing this, Hey Gulong Dongqiang was a little unhappy. How could he say that it was useless? 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. If everyone brainstorms together, They could always come up with a solution. Bai Wuchang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something else. And then someone suddenly said behind him, "There is no need for 3 cobblers. I, Zhuge Liang, have already come up with a solution." Such arrogant and confident words were naturally said by Gotham Iron Man. As a legendary player in the game, Gotham Brother has always had more tricks than sesame seeds and glutinous rice balls. Hearing this, the players immediately asked, "What solution?" "Use water." Then I heard Gotham Iron Man carefully analyze, according to the law of mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Since this thing is not afraid of fire, it must be afraid of water. What's more, don't you think that the magma hole above our heads looks very similar to the hole made by the strange insect we saw in the giant spider's nest? Hearing this, Bai Wuchang immediately gave up the idea of confronting Brother Gotham, and said thoughtfully, "That's true. That's natural." Gotham Iron Man said, "The cocoon of that strange insect also appeared in the purple giant spider's breeding farm before. At that time, the tribe leader asked us to find a way to catch the insect." When Gotham said this, many players present remembered this incident. I remember that after receiving the task, Brother Gotham boasted on the forum that he would definitely subdue that thing, and he might be able to use it as a battle pet or mount in the future. As a result, they were sent offline by the strange insect not long after. Because of this, Brother Gotham was ridiculed a lot on the forum later. Thinking of this black history, a group of people immediately wanted to tease Gotham again. Realizing the thoughts of these guys, Gotham immediately made up for himself. That was all an accident. Who would have thought that there was really magma in there? I was burned as soon as I entered. In order to prevent these bastards from making fun of him, Gotham coughed and quickly changed the subject. Although the mission ultimately failed, we gained a useful experience from that failure, that is, this thing is really afraid of water. Although this black tentacle monster looks different from the crustacean monster, judging from the background pattern of the cave, they should be from the same hometown. Since they are from the same hometown, maybe their weaknesses are the same. Gotham's reasoning is not unreasonable. But, so where do we get water? Bai Wuchang suddenly asked a very important and sharp question. The entire underground second floor is an experimental area. There is no tap water in other places except the toilet. They can't divert the toilet water pipe. Right? This is not that powerful. The only other place with tap water pipes is the living area on the surface. But distant water can't put out a nearby fire. This question immediately stumped the talkative Gotham brother. Although he knew the coping strategy, it was difficult to implement it in practice. And this tentacle monster is much larger than the crustacean monster bug. You can't expect players to deal with it with a toy water gun. Right? This is not Leo. Just when Gotham was speechless, Peng Zhanqi, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke up. There is no need to be so troublesome. There should be a corresponding fire protection system here. As long as the fire alarm is activated, the fire protection system will automatically start and extinguish the fire on the entire underground second floor. After Peng's reminder, Gotham Iron Man suddenly realized, oh, right. How could I forget this? Fire protection devices are installed in general shopping malls or office buildings. This is even more so for important scientific research bases like this. After all, this place is in an airtight underground, and it also stores so many important instruments and data. Once a fire occurs, the consequences must be very serious. So when building this place, Gulba's construction engineers must have considered fire safety. Hey, Gulong Dongqiang asked hesitantly, how do you activate the fire alarm? 2 ways. Peng spread his wings, manually start, or just set a fire. The lava hole on the ceiling has expanded from a small point to a quarter of the entire floor area. As the hole expanded, more and more black tentacles sprang out of the bottomless orange magma and attacked the people below, rolling over to avoid the tentacles attacking from above. Rank fired back subconsciously. However, the magazine was empty. Who of you still has bullets? However, no one could answer him. Now, except for him and Hedge and Laping. Everyone else was swept away by the black tentacles. Hedge did not use a gun, and Laping's ammunition was obviously as little as his own. Seeing the shadow above his head attacking again, Rank rolled over and hid behind the bunker with the gun in his arms. However, hiding blindly does not mean safety. Before he could take a full breath, the tentacle hit him again. In desperation, Rank had to continue to dodge in embarrassment. He had never encountered such a difficult situation. The high-end weapons that he was proud of were useless in front of this behemoth. These tentacles were like the tail of a cat teasing a mouse, playing them around, and they had no room for resistance at all. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrible situation they will suffer when the ammunition is completely exhausted. Looking at the orange light spreading above his head, Rank, who had always been extremely proud, felt regret for the first time. If only he hadn't joined the seance. Then, he wouldn't have to be in such a mess. This world. No! There can't be gods in this universe or even in higher dimensions. There are only monsters. Monsters that are hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than human technology. Just as this unruly young man fell into a depressed and regretful mood, the radio above his head suddenly rang loudly. Ring, ring, ring. The moment the alarm sounded, the fire prevention device on the ceiling was activated. White mist sprayed from top to bottom like a shower. Caught off guard, those black tentacles were drenched. In just a moment, the tentacles that were originally arrogant seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly let go of the kidnapped hostages. There were a few muffled sounds, and several figures fell from the sky to the ground. The secretary got up from the ground in pain, looked around, and hurriedly crawled towards the old man in front. President, are you okay? Hutch originally wanted to go over to check the situation, but when he looked up, he was surprised to find that the big hole on the ceiling had stopped expanding. Countless black tentacles kept shrinking, as if they were going to return to another world. Under the mist of water vapor in the room, these guys suddenly lost their previous arrogance. So this monster is afraid of water? Before Hutch could marvel at this new discovery, he was suddenly distracted by the rustling sound in the distance. Hey! It really works. Looking at the hole above his head getting smaller and smaller, Bai Wuchang was happy. If we had known that it would be so easy to solve, why did we go to so much trouble? So many bullets were wasted in vain. Isn't it? Rem as my wife nodded in agreement. If we had known this, we might as well wait here and wait for these guys to die before turning on the fire alarm. No soldiers will be wasted, and everyone will be happy. Gotham Iron Man. Knowing it earlier is more valuable than gold. You two shouldn't talk about the hindsight. Besides, if it weren't for me, would you know the weakness of that thing? Bai Wuchang, you %, you and hashtag. Rem is my wife, come on. I'll beat you up, roll up his sleeves. Just as the players were arguing, Wei Wubuki, who had been looking up at the roof, suddenly seemed to think of something. He jumped up and shot out like a cannonball, hugging the black tentacle that was retreating not far away. This scene shocked everyone present. Without bothering to confront Gotham Brother, Bai Wuchang exclaimed, Damn it! Wei Wu, what are you doing? Wei Wubuki, of course I'm going to go over and take a look. Players? Going deep into the boss's lair alone? Are you so fierce? Looking at the confused eyes of his brothers below, Mighty Unyielding, who was holding the tentacles, said proudly, Don't worry. I'm not afraid of fire. Players, who the H.L. is worried about you? Ignoring the players' disgusted eyes, Mighty Unyielding said to himself, Just wait for my good news. As soon as the voice fell, the black tentacle with leopard slime in front of him slipped and drilled into the hot magma. At this time, all the tentacles have evacuated this world. The light on the ceiling also dimmed and shrank, and finally decayed into the original singularity, and then gradually disappeared. All this happened too suddenly. Not only did the monsters retreat, but also the sudden and cool operation of the mighty brother. No one expected that the ending of the matter would be like this. The seance did not expect it. The players did not expect it. And even Xiaoming, the event planner, did not expect it. Looking at the ceiling that had returned to normal, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. He remembered that the skill of this little player named Mighty and Inflexible was that real gold was not afraid of fire, and could withstand flames below 1,000 degrees Celsius. Perhaps he could really find some useful information on this trip. Even if he could not, the price was only death. 2 days later, he was a hero again. Compared with this, the pile of mess in front of him needed him to deal with it properly. Chapter 297, What the Mighty and Unyielding Saw in Another Dimension. Chief, the sharp-eyed little players saw Xiaoming at a glance and gathered around him. No one knew where the golden slime went during the chaos just now, but no one cared about such things. After all, in the eyes of the players, the main role of the chief is to issue tasks and follow the plot. Now that the plan to descend the gods has been destroyed and the boss has been driven away, won't the chief appear on the stage to continue the plot? After all, there are still the people of the descending gods. For a moment, the players' focus immediately jumped from the boldness of the mighty and unyielding to how the chief would deal with this group of people. Looking at the players' shining eyes, Xiaoming calmly said the lines that had been prepared in advance. You did a good job. You worked hard. Not hard. Not hard. Hearing the chief's praise, the fast-talking Gotham brother hurriedly said, everything is to maintain world peace and stability. On the side, Bai Wuchang suddenly widened his eyes. I'm Zhao. You stole my lines. Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose. What you say is yours is yours? Do you have evidence? Bai Wuchang, you in percent. Xiao Ming. Ignoring the actions of the two idiots, Xiao Ming continued to speak. The Slime Clan will always remember this historic day, and will also remember the sacrifices and contributions of all the warriors. Now, it's time to settle accounts with those who started it. Hearing this, the players were like their blood was ignited, and they were boiling. Yahoo! Kill them! Revenge for the dead brothers. Looking at the slimes that suddenly burst into shouts in the distance, Rank suddenly felt a chill in his spine. Even if he couldn't understand what they were saying, he could still feel their frenzy. You can guess what all this is because of your toes. These slimes are angry for their dead fellows, and they are the ones who caused their deaths. The plan to descend the gods failed. The fire hole and monsters that appeared inexplicably disappeared. Now it was time to settle the old accounts. Even Hedge, who was always calm and rational, trembled at this moment. To be honest, he wanted to leave here immediately, but the reality did not allow it. After the hard battle just now, everyone was injured. President Thor was so frightened that he had already fainted. What's worse is that their ammunition has been exhausted, and they can be said to be unarmed. Without the blessing of those black technology weapons, their combat effectiveness is not much better than that of the robbers on the deserted planet. And they are even worse than ordinary people. You can imagine what kind of situation they will face when facing these slimes next. The rest of the people naturally realized this, so they all stepped back. Some people even gathered together, as if doing so would make them feel more secure. Although this approach is just a dying struggle. Seeing these people's vigilant and fearful eyes, Rem immediately straightened his round body, with a proud look on his face. Are you scared now? You deserve it. You shot me in the ass with a gun just now. If I hadn't run fast, I would have to squat offline like Dalong and the others. Bai Wuchang, squinting smile, your butt is really full of disasters. Gotham Iron Man, smirking, I was stung by a scorpion before. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, although. But, does a slime have a butt? Xiao Ming. Ignoring the complaints of the sand sculpture players, Xiao Ming walked straight to the front of the people in the seance. Originally, we wanted to stop you before the incident happened. But it turns out that some things must be witnessed with your own eyes before you can completely give up. Hearing this, Hichi raised his head and looked fixed. You knew that things would turn out like this. Xiao Ming, no. I am not a prophet. After all, he is not an omniscient and omnipotent god. How can he know so much? Everything is just due to the task of the summoner. However, the various signs that happened before indicate that the creatures living in another dimension are indeed not normal things. In this case, the so-called gods naturally do not exist. The plan of descending gods naturally cannot attract gods, but may attract other more terrible things. Of course, Xiao Ming naturally cannot tell the truth. He is afraid of hitting the self-esteem of these civilized people. However, Xiao Ming's answer has caused some people to misunderstand. Rank, since you knew it a long time ago, why didn't you tell us? Even pretending to agree with us and deceive us? Looking at the angry boy in front of him, Xiao Ming felt a little puzzled. Blame me? I don't know who threatened first. When you came to the slime's territory to make trouble, you didn't ask us if we were willing. Now you blame the host for not reminding them. Why are you so shameless? Of course, the truth can only be kept in your heart, and you can't say it out loud. Otherwise, we have to fight again. Will you believe me if I say it? Hearing this, Rank was speechless. Xiao Ming said in a deep voice, some things are more impressive than doing it yourself. As for deceiving you, the purpose is just to be able to participate in this plan. Otherwise, according to today's situation, you will all die here. This is not a pleasant thing to say, but it is the truth. This rebellious young man is not completely brainless after all. Although he still looks angry, he did not confront others as he did before. Xiao Ming did not care about Rank's polite attitude, and just listened to him continue to talk to himself. Of course, compared to your life or death, I am more concerned about whether your actions will cause us trouble. At this point, he paused. No one can predict what consequences your god-descending plan will bring to this land. As the patriarch of the Slime Clan and the lord of Jinsha City, I have to protect the safety of the residents living on this land. Facts have proved that my actions are right. If they are really left alone, Those monsters may turn this place into a purgatory on Earth. At this time, everyone, including Rank, did not speak. They seemed to have lost the courage to speak. After all, in the face of obvious facts, all words seem extremely pale. What's more, they were in the wrong. Because of your stupid plan, we lost many of our people. Hearing this, the group lowered their heads. But Rank couldn't help but retort after all. Isn't it because you started it first? He didn't forget that it was the slimes who rushed out with weapons in all directions at the beginning. They were so eager to tear them apart. In this situation, how could they not fight back? Trying his best to control his almost broken expression, Xiaoming said seriously, I admit that the people were a little impulsive. But they all had good intentions. Besides, didn't you kill them all? As soon as the voice fell, the scene fell into silence. Rank, who was originally indignant and refuted, was like swallowing a fly, and suddenly lost his temper. Others on the side couldn't help but lower their heads when they heard the words. If you look closely, you will find that their cheeks and ears are red and hot. Then the golden slime continued, even if we don't bring any weapons and talk to you nicely, will you listen to our advice and give up the plan of descending the gods? Hachi. No. Not only the president himself, but everyone present will not. We have come to this point. How can we be willing not to try? Seeing these people in deep thought, Xiaoming smiled silently in his heart, but his face was as calm as ever. If you insist, your weapons are much more advanced than ours. We do this purely for self-protection. Hachi? Purely for self-protection? Hachi felt something was wrong with this statement. But facing the slime corpses all over the ground, he could not find any other evidence to refute it. It was the simple-minded Lankerpin who listened to this. Indeed, in front of the electromagnetic gun and the gravity shield weapons of the future alliance, these slimes were as fragile as newborn babies. Even with weapons, you can't escape the fate of death, let alone without weapons. In just a moment, the feeling of shame arises in my heart again. But I don't hate you. The sudden turn made everyone slightly stunned. Subconsciously, they raised their heads. The slime leader said in a heavy tone, because you are just a group of poor people who have been deceived. After so many years of hard work for an illusory goal. In the end, you found that everything was just a scam. The facts are far from what you imagined. Even, you paid a painful price for it. The words of the golden slime made the group of people in front of him feel more and more embarrassed. Even Hachi, who has always been eloquent, felt as if his throat was blocked by something at this moment. And he couldn't say a word. Although my people died, they used their lives to save this land, and all the creatures living here. They are all heroes of the slime clan. As if inspired by Xiaoming's passionate speech, the players who were watching the plot silently were also encouraged and shouted, Long live the chief! Long live the slimes! Demacia. Looking at the slimes cheering one after another, Hachi felt a little complicated. Who could have thought? The Seance Society had been following the footprints of God for hundreds of years. But in the end, it was all in vain. But the group of slimes in front of him clearly did not believe in God. But he saw divinity in them, fearless of life and death, only for justice. Such behavior is even more merciful and fearless than the gods, he thought. Xiaoming did not know what the people in front of him were thinking. Seeing that the players were getting more and more excited, he had to stop them. After issuing a ban on all members, the world finally returned to peace again. After doing all this, Xiaoming continued to say what he had not finished before. Although I do not hate you, it does not mean that you do not need to pay the price for your actions. Upon hearing this, the Seance Society members, who were originally as quiet as chickens, raised their heads in unison. What do you want? Hachi looked alert. Xiaoming, don't worry. We slimes are a kind and peace-loving race. We generally do not do things like blood debts and blood for blood. You just need to use your body to atone for your sins. Hearing this, the players around him all widened their eyes. Use your body to atone for sins? What kind of lewd words did the clan leader say? Bai Wuchang quietly poked the brothers beside him. You say, the clan leader is not going to develop some pornographic industry, right? How is it possible? Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes. If he really did this, the game would not pass the review. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, although, but, can it pass the review now? Not to mention the high stimulation and high realism of the game Battlefield. The things that Gotham Brother built in the game, let alone pass the review. Being invited to drink tea is considered light. Why are you so dirty? The brick-moving boy couldn't help but interrupt. The clan leader's words may not be colored. Maybe he meant to let these people pay off their debts? Everyone. Damn. Then it is even more impossible to pass the review. Right? If the kidneys are really broken, it will not only walk on the edge of the law, but also dance directly on the landmine. Can you think more positively? Hearing the discussion of this group of idiots, the Peng Zhanqi finally couldn't help but interrupt. The clan leader's intention should be to let them accept labor reform. Right? Just like Dr. Dyke and the robbers who attacked Jinsha City before. Bai Wuchang, spreading his hands just joking to satisfy his desire to talk. Of course we know that we can't do color in the game. Brick-carrying boy, nodding it's impossible to be stubborn. Gotham Iron Man, Da Peng is good in everything. But he is too serious and has no sense of humor when talking. Rim is my wife, nodding that's right. Da Peng Zhanqi. Although there is a lack of humor, the development of things is indeed as Da Peng Zhanqi said. Including the old president who fainted. All the people in the seance were thrown into labor reform by Xiao Ming. According to Xiao Ming's plan, after these people have engaged in physical labor for a period of time, they will be fished out. Then make secondary work assignments based on what each person is good at. As for whether they are willing, this is completely out of his consideration. After all, prisoners have no right to discuss rights. However, before implementing this plan, they still have to be treated for their injuries. Let's not talk about others for now. The old president hasn't woken up yet. I don't know if he hit his head. Looking at Thor being carried away on a stretcher. Xiao Ming sighed. The old man is old. So don't get sick. He doesn't want to be scammed. The online activities have come to an end for the time being. But the offline forums are still very lively. The dead players posted the battlefield intelligence on the forum as soon as possible, and then began to brag to the cloud players vividly. However, most of the cloud players have been in the official forum for more than 10 versions, so they are not interested in these people's bragging. In their opinion, only the posts posted by the winners are really worth reading. So they waited for a while. These survivors finally posted. However, compared with the annoying NPCs and the tentacle boss whose name is unknown, netizens are more interested in the mighty and invincible. Everyone wants to know whether the mighty brother is still alive after going to another world. However, after waiting for several hours, there was no news about this guy. Rim and Daolong took medicine and sent him several text messages privately. But all of them fell into the sea. The other party didn't even read them. Just when everyone was wondering whether Mighty Wubuku had disappeared, the first post titled, "Shock! It turns out that the world in another dimension looks like this," was freshly published on the forum. A closer look at the poster showed that it was Mighty Wubuku who had disappeared for a long time. Rim is my wife, dog Mighty Wu. You finally showed up. I thought you sent it. Mighty Wubuku, get out of here. Who sent it? I'm alive and well. Daolong took medicine. You are really unrighteous. I was still worried about you. But you went to explore the new map by yourself. Right? Resentment.jpg. Mighty Wubuku, he. Rim is my wife. Isn't the most unrighteous thing to let you be a meat mountain to block bullets? Slanting eyes. Daolong took medicine. Daolong took medicine. Yes. Mighty and unyielding at Rim is my wife. So are you. White eyes.jpg. Daolong takes medicine, asterisk, Omega? Bai Wuchang, let's settle your grudges privately later. I just want to know what the other world is like. Is it possible to develop a new map in the future? I am your father, curious. Pork stewed with vermicelli, +1. Dopping spreads its wings, +2. Gotham Iron Man, +10,086. Under the questioning of a group of people, the funny trio had to temporarily put aside their grudges. After all, the two of them really wanted to know what Go Weiwu experienced there. Mighty and unyielding, ahem. Since everyone wants to know, I will tell you about it. Head held high.jpg. Although I jumped in, I actually had the worst plan at the beginning. If the temperature here is above 1000 degrees Celsius, I will not be able to hold on for long and will die. But fortunately, it didn't happen. After crossing a hot lava field, I came to another completely different world. Speaking of this, Mighty Unyielding sent a smirking emoticon. You definitely can't imagine the scene there. Gotham Iron Man, stop keeping us in suspense. And tell us now. Big-eyed cute girl, hurry up. Hurry up. Knocking on the bowl. Why are you in such a hurry? You always have to lay the groundwork when telling a story. Otherwise it will be boring. Although he was being urged impatiently, Mighty Unyielding didn't care at all, and instead had a secret evil taste to keep people in suspense. But he didn't dare to do it. After all, the forum is full of grumpy guys. If he really dragged his feet and didn't get to the point, he would probably be sprayed to death by a bunch of spit. And the two good brothers, who knew his home address, might come over and beat him up along the internet cable. Thinking of this, Mighty Unyielding typed a line of words on the keyboard. I saw a glacier. A crystal clear world of ice and snow. Chapter 298. Glacier? Ice and snow world. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations. From the giant spider nest to the descent plan, all players who have witnessed the appearance of the strange cave have seen the fiery red magma. So in their impression, the world in another dimension is either a sea of fire or an active volcano that erupts from time to time. But I never thought that Mighty Unyielding brought a new information that no one could imagine. Not only the players, but even Xiaoming, who was quietly diving and peeping at the forum, was shocked. Originally, according to his worst assumption, Mighty Unyielding had a 50% chance of not being able to survive the high-temperature flames and die, and the remaining 50% chance of lingering for a while, and then being killed by the monsters in another world. As a result, the other party not only survived, but also brought such an unexpected news. It turns out that the world in another dimension is not all blazing fire. There are even glaciers. So, what kind of world is that? Why can the strange scene of ice and fire appear at the same time? Bai Wuchang, is this true? There are glaciers in that place? You are not making it up. Are you? Mighty and Unyielding, angry, angry, angry. Mighty and Unyielding, I lied to you that my name was written backwards. Rim is my wife. I support Mighty on this point. Although he is a bit of a dog, he should not lie about such things. After all, there is no benefit. Daon takes medicine, raises claws.jpg, I agree. Mighty and Unyielding, touch.jpg, brothers are still good. Prove my innocence. Rim is my wife. Say less polite words. Hurry up. Tell me what is going on in there. Under the urging of a group of netizens, Mighty and Unyielding once again got to the point. After following the monster in, I fell into the magma. The hot lava was endless, and I originally wanted to float on the magma to observe more. But the tentacle monster moved too fast. I was dragged under the magma by that guy before I could react. Then a miracle happened. The hot magma disappeared, and I actually crawled out of a pure white snow pile. Looking carefully, the surrounding scenery instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. At that moment, I thought I had come to Antarctica. I was stunned at the time. Who can imagine that they were in a magma pool in the last second, and entered the snowfield in the next second? Who would not be stunned? But what surprised me more were the tentacle monsters. After crawling out of the snow pile, they became another look. The originally black skin gradually turned white, and their skin even glowed faintly under the light. At first glance, it looked like a giant octopus made of ice. Of course, this does not mean that the thing was frozen into an ice sculpture. In fact, they can still move. Speaking of this, I am a little curious about what the light source here is, because I have been walking around for a long time, and I didn't find the sun. Could it be that my posture of looking up at the sky is wrong? Let's get back to the point. Because the surrounding environment was too bright, and the patterns on my body were too conspicuous. For safety reasons, I had to bury my body in the snow to prevent being discovered by the tentacle monsters. I have to say that this operation is really damn cold. If only my skills could also protect me from the cold. Fortunately, after a while, my body slowly adapted, and those big white octopuses didn't seem to notice me. After getting out of the snow, they left together. Then I started to follow them to see where they were going. What if I was lucky enough to go to their nest? Of course, I didn't dare to get too close. After walking northeast with them for nearly an hour, I saw a huge glacier. There were countless white tentacle monsters lying on the glacier that looked exactly like them. At first, I thought this was their gathering place. So I thought about taking screenshots and photos to keep for later use. Unexpectedly, the white tentacle monsters in front of me actually crawled over and merged with the other white tentacle monsters on the glacier, turning into a super invincible giant white tentacle monster. At that moment, I was shocked again. I originally thought that these tentacle monsters were just ordinary monsters created by the official secondary fusion based on existing film and television game works. There was nothing special about them except that the color was a little rare. But who would have thought that this thing could be combined like Gundam? And in the form of a living thing? Damn. This is simply amazing. In order to collect more information about this guy, I sneaked under the snow. The giant tentacle monster didn't notice me. After the fusion, it lay motionless on the ice field, as if it was asleep. It was because of this that I had an opportunity. Seeing this, Rem couldn't help asking, So you killed that thing? Mighty and unyielding. How is it possible? You think too highly of me, squinting. Mighty and unyielding. I just ran over and took a few photos of that guy. Then he threw a few screenshots of the game under the post. Close-up and long-range shots. All angles. Of course. The scenery photos of that world were also posted together. Looking at the white ice field in the screenshot. For a moment, the players who had previously questioned how glaciers could appear under the magma suddenly shut up. As Brother Weiwu said, the environment there is indeed very similar to the polar regions of the Earth. However, compared with the surrounding environment, most people's focus is on the tentacle monsters. Then, some sharp-eyed players found a problem from this set of photos. Is it because the game's camera function is broken or you didn't take a good picture? Why is the edge of this monster blurred? I saw Doping spread his wings and circled the screenshot, and pointed an arrow to a tentacle in the corner of the picture. When I zoomed in on the picture, I saw that the edge of the tentacle was blurred, just like the particle blur effect that appears when the PPT is played. Previously, because I was worried that the monster would suddenly wake up. Weiwu was trembling in the process of shooting, and naturally did not pay attention to the details of the picture. Now that Doping reminded me, I noticed these places that he had overlooked. This kind of blurring can be seen in almost every photo of the tentacle monster, and the location and degree of blurring are also different. If you look at these photos together in the order of when they were taken, you will find that this monster looks like a virtual AI that has a flickering blur effect. Although this is a game made with AI virtual technology, players don't really think of it as AI. In their opinion, this is more like a game bug. Gotham Iron Man, good man. This boss is not through the model. Right? Doping Zhanqi, it doesn't feel like through the model. It's more like the display freezes caused by the large image. Corporal 1.5 meters, 6. This seems to be the first time that the official has a bug in the modeling problem. Right? Ultraman of Light, why do I feel that this is not a bug? As a professional high-level player, Lu Guang's focus is always very different. He enlarged the photo hundreds of times, and took a screenshot of the blurred part. A closer look shows that the blurred parts in the picture are not mosaics that appear when the photo pixels are not high, but small white balls. And around those small balls, the body parts that are not blurred can also clearly see white balls of the same size. If the whole photo is reduced, these small balls will become white particles. Gotham Iron Man, damn! Rim is my wife, damn! Corporal 1.5 meters. Ultraman of Light, this doesn't look like a model piercing situation. Right? Instead, it looks more like an original design. Ultraman of Light, so I suspect that this monster is not a carbon-based creature, but a particle creature composed of countless moving particles. Maybe this other dimensional world is actually composed of molecules and atoms of various microscopic structures, or even smaller neutrons, protons and electrons. Mighty and unyielding. Gotham Iron Man, thumbs up, awesome. Corporal 1.5 meters, the boss is worthy of being the boss. This is a good idea. Ultraman of Light, touching his head and smiling. JPG, thank you for the compliment. This is just my personal speculation. Hot Sun at Ultraman of Light. Didn't you fail physics in high school? How come you know so much now? Big IQ girl, the boss also failed physics? Surprised face. JPG. 1.5 meter soldier, I didn't expect it. It seems that no one expected that the high-level players who talk freely on the forum had such a youthful time that they can't bear to look back on. So there was a burst of happy laughter on the forum. Ultraman of Light, embarrassed, brother. Can we not spoil it now? A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Isn't it good enough that I learned it by myself later? Fried kidney, what are you talking about? What is the world of another dimension? What is the creature composed of particles? Why do I feel that I don't understand anything after coming back? Gotham Iron Man, you don't understand because your IQ is not enough, picking nose. Fried kidney, middle finger, I won't argue with you. Fried kidney at Brick Moving Boy. Where are you? Why didn't I see you when I came online? And you were covered with leaves and branches? Brick Moving Boy, didn't you read the message? The event started not long after you went offline. So we went in first. The reason why leaves are piled on you is purely for your safety. After all, there is no one guarding you. Brick Carrying Boy, to be honest, you took a long time to eat. We have all finished fighting. Sheep Village Fiangyang, not only the fight is over, the battlefield has been cleaned up, and even the hostile NPC has been sent to labor camp by the tribe leader. Stir-fried Big Kidney. What did he miss? On the forum, Brother Kidney was madly regretting that he missed the battle activity because of eating. In another world, Xiaoming, who was silently peeking at the screen, suddenly received a message. An abnormal slime summoner was detected. Triggering error 07. Player ID is mighty and indomitable. Login permissions are temporarily locked and can only be unlocked after verification. Please ask the administrator of the slime nest to find out the reason as soon as possible and fill in the error report. After the error is corrected, the system will make additional compensation. Compensation content: 500 slime evolution balls. When Xiaoming saw the error message sent by the summoner, he was stunned. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation since he bound and took back over the summoner. But the account of Mighty Wabuki was locked? He became an abnormal slime summon? What happened? Could it be that he left the deserted planet world and went to another dimension? But he had been there for several hours and had taken some photos and sightseeing inside. Why did the system report an error now? This efficiency is too slow. Just when Xiaoming was wondering what was going on, Mighty Wabuki, who was still chatting with netizens on the forum a second ago, suddenly let out a wail. Damn! Why can't I log in? Chapter 299 Particle World. Dalong takes medicine? Rim is my wife. Damn! Is it true or not? Mighty and unyielding. I hope it's fake. Oh. Daping spreads wings. What's going on? Why can't I log in? Mighty and unyielding. I don't know. I just put on my helmet and wanted to go online again. But a message popped up saying that my account was locked and I couldn't log in. By Wu Chang. Ha 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 ha, got his eyes. Is it a bug? Mighty and unyielding. Nima. Middle finger. JPG. Dalon takes medicine. It's okay. I can't log in either. Picking my nose. Sheep Village Fiangyang. Me too. Picking my nose. Spinach Popeye. +1. Wusong fights the tiger. Plus 10,086. Mighty and unyielding. Can this be the same? You are just on death standby. I have no idea why. Crazy face. Ultraman of Light. Maybe there is a bug in the game. Why don't you report it to the official? Mighty and unyielding. That's the only way. QAQ. Sheep Village Fiangyang. Bug? It won't affect us. Right? By Wu Chang. Rim is my wife. Hey Gulong Dongqiang. I am your father. Probably not. Because I just put on the helmet quickly, and everything is normal. Big IQ girl, me too. Rim is my wife. Scared to death. I thought this bug was for everyone. Fortunately it's not. Ultraman of Light, don't worry. Since the account is locked, this problem should only be for Weiwu. By Wu Chang, squinting smile, spread the word. Weiwu is targeted by the planner. Rim is my wife. Squinting smile, spread the word. Weiwu is locked in this small black room by the planner. I am your father. Squinting smile, spread the word. Weiwu is whipped by the planner. Mighty and unyielding. Mighty and unyielding. You bunch of dirty demon kings. I was not locked in this small black room and whipped. Under a group of silly people. The original serious information post suddenly became a ridicule post by netizens. And the unlucky mighty man still doesn't know why his account was locked. He thought that he didn't seem to have done anything illegal or illegal. So why was he targeted by the planner? Ultraman of Light, don't be too sad. Think about it from another angle. If there is a bug in the game, the official will definitely compensate you. At Mighty and Unyielding. Rim is my wife. By Wu Chang. Gotham Iron Man. Is it too late to fix the bug now? Dapping Zanki, obviously. No. By Wu Chang. Unfair, throwing a tantrum, this is not being targeted by the official. This is obviously being precisely subsidized by the official. Rim is my wife at Mighty, and Unyielding, what kind of PY deal did you make with the official? Brick Moving Boy at Mighty, and Unyielding, what kind of PY deal did you make with the official? Mighty Unbending, shaking head, I am not. I didn't. Don't slander me. Rim is my wife. Cut it. By Wu Chang, cut it. Just as the players on the forum were clamoring for a cut. Xiaoming, who had been quietly investigating the cause of the error in the background, finally found the problem. But before dealing with the problem, he had to appease the victimized players and give them an explanation. Therefore, there was an official reply under the post of Mighty Brother regarding the reason for the account lock. The official is investigating. The initial inference is that there is a bug in the program. The production team did not expect that there would be players so brave that they would follow the boss directly into the map that has not yet been opened. After all, according to the setting, going in directly will be burned to death. However, due to the special nature of the player's mighty unyielding skill, he accidentally escaped the firewall of the program, which led to the current situation. However, this is an abnormal login after all, so the account will also be locked by the program. I have uploaded the error message to the department leader, and the colleagues in the technical department are currently modifying the program. I believe that normal login will be restored in a while. At Mighty and Unyielding. Mighty and Unyielding, it's good to be able to log in normally. I was scared to death. By Wu Chang, squinting smile, it turns out that this was all done by Mighty Brother himself. Mighty and Unyielding, shame, who would have thought of it? I thought I could unlock a new map. But it turned out to be just a semi-finished product. I am your father, so... Does Weiwu's action count as leaking materials to the official? Big IQ girl, it should count. After all, the official has not officially announced the new map. Ultraman of Light, holding his chin, it can be said that Weiwu is the first player since the closed beta to leak the new map before the official update. Stir-fried kidneys. 6. Weiwu is unyielding. Weiwu is unyielding. I didn't mean a QQ. After being told this by netizens, Weiwu was immediately scared. But the black-bellied netizens did not let him go. White impermanence, you did it on purpose, squinting. Rib is my wife, isn't it? I didn't pay attention to this guy and he disappeared. When I turned around, I found that he actually ran away with the tentacles. TSK. Weiwu is unyielding. I really didn't mean it. Weiwu is unyielding. I swear I am definitely not a commercial spy or anything like that. Please believe me. At planning team Xiaoming. The words of the mighty brother revealed anxiety. As if he was really afraid of official misunderstanding. Seeing this, Xiaoming was speechless. How to say it? Sometimes these players' imaginations are really too rich. However, out of sympathy, Xiaoming still replied one sentence. This incident is purely a coincidence. Please don't speculate too much. Of course, we will also give certain compensation to the abnormal accounts that are locked. By Wu Chang? Damn! There is actually compensation? Rim is my wife. Damn! If I had known, I would have jumped in too. Dapping Zenki, forget it. Situations like Weiwu are rare. If we don't have the skills like him, we will only turn into ash if we jump in. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, I jumped in before. And then I was offline for 2 days. Soldier 1.5 meters tall, me too. Wu Song beats the tiger, +1. Mighty and unyielding, I said my skills are the best, head held high and chest puffed out. JPG. Rim is my wife, picking nose, when did you ever say that? Da Lang takes medicine, rolling eyes, I don't know who said my skills are better before. I can fight and resist. Mighty and unyielding, shame, After all, I cheated my brother. And the mighty brother felt guilty. And then changed the subject. I will give you half when the official compensation comes. At Da Lang takes medicine. Rim is my wife. Why does he have it but I don't? Am I no longer your sweetheart? Twisting handkerchief. White impermanence. Everyone who sees it gets a share. I want one too. Mighty and unyielding. Get lost. Rim is my wife. When you like me, call me sweetheart. When you don't, call me Madam Nyo. Sob. White impermanence. When you like me, call me sweetheart. When you don't, call me Madam Nyo. Sob. Ultraman of Light, don't sob. I don't know what the official compensation is yet. If it's just slime coins, it doesn't seem to make much sense. With the expansion of bases and the increase in the number of players, the economic development of the slime clan is showing a rapid upward trend. As long as there is a will, players have no shortage of opportunities to make money. But equipment is different. Top-level equipment is generally not sold in game stores. The only 2 ways to get it are either rewards for special tasks or event draws. The former is not often encountered, and the latter is not that lucky for most people. After all, the European Emperor is only a minority. Planning team Xiaoming. The specific compensation content is being discussed in the group meeting, and it is still uncertain. By Wu Chang, just compensate with slime coins or contributions. Rim is my wife. 10 slime coins are enough, so as not to issue too much inflation. Mighty and unyielding. You guys. Mighty and unyielding. Middle finger. JPG. Looking at the replies of the idiot players in the forum, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his skin. Although, inflation is not caused by such a small game reward. But he really didn't think about what to compensate. Although Mighty's operation triggered the error report of the summoner, he was also responsible as the patriarch. After all, he didn't stop the other party. The reason is that he also wanted to know what the world where those monsters live is like. Now he has a preliminary understanding of that world through Mighty and Unyielding. At this time, if he blames the other party for being reckless when the error report is triggered, It will be like killing the donkey after it has done its work. The forum was closed. Xiaoming turned on the monitoring system. Every player who entered this world through the slime summoning pool was connected to the monitoring of the summoner. Through coordinate positioning, the summoner weaved their positions into a strict holographic coordinate map. At this time, a strange red dot appeared in this coordinate map. Its location was not anywhere on the world map, but it was above this world coordinate map. At the top of the holographic coordinate map, there were two overlapping orange-red and ice-blue light films, and the abnormal red dot was located somewhere on the blue film. If the two films are regarded as the interface between two different dimensional worlds, then it can be concluded that the body of the mighty brother is indeed in another dimensional world. Thinking of this, Xiaoming stretched out his soft little hand to touch the red dot. The next second, the coordinate map in front of him disappeared, replaced by a rectangular video frame. In the snow-covered picture, the mighty and unyielding body actually appeared in a virtual state. Just like the screenshot seen on the forum before. His body also had blurred edges like those monsters, and was repeatedly dissolving and aggregating. Now he is like a bunch of microscopic particles doing irregular movements. Xiaoming thought, is this a simulation? Perhaps the imagination of Ultraman of Light is correct. The world in this dimension is actually composed of various microscopic particles, and the structure of these particles seems to be unstable. They cannot maintain a stable structure for a long time, and can only dissolve and reorganize repeatedly. And the mighty and indomitable who entered this world was naturally affected by the laws of this world. So his body was such a situation. Since the sole container of the Earth's human beings in the other world cannot be stably condensed, it is normal for players to log in abnormally, and their accounts to be locked. Although the root cause of the false alarm is roughly understood, how to solve it is another big problem. Take the body back from that world? This is obviously unrealistic. After all, the gate of God has been closed, and if you want to open it again, you have to restart the instrument. But Xiaoming knows nothing about how to operate those machines, although he can call the captives of the seance and order them to open it again. This approach is really unnecessary, because even if it is opened, no one can get in. This event directly killed 2/3 of the combat players. Among the remaining combat players and other live professional players who did not participate in this event, some were newbies who had not yet taken the evolution ball to activate their skills, and the other part, even if they activated their skills, could not withstand high-intensity flames like Brother Mighty. Even if they went ahead, it would be just like the gourd baby saving his grandfather at that time, let alone transporting Brother Mighty's body back. I'm afraid even the rescuers would be in vain. But if the body is not taken back, how can the bug be fixed? If Brother Mighty's body could be directly shattered into slag in that world, that would be equivalent to death. Once the slimes is completely destroyed, the last trace of connection between the player and this world will be broken. At that time, Mighty Unyielding will be able to reshape a new body and revive. But all this is just his fantasy, because Mighty Unyielding hid his body very secretly before going offline. In order to ensure the safety of his body, he even dug an ice cave and buried his body. There was no way those tentacle monsters could find him. Since they couldn't find him, there was no chance to damage his body. It can be said that the cautious style of the mighty brother really pitted himself here. Just when Xiaoming was in distress, the surveillance screen in front of him suddenly flickered. It was like an avalanche, and the ice cave in front of him suddenly fell into snow. Then, the originally clear surveillance suddenly appeared snowflakes, as if it was seriously interfered with by the signal. The sudden abnormal situation made Xiaoming stunned. What's going on? Before he could figure out what happened, the picture in front of him suddenly went black. The surveillance was completely disconnected. Looking at the black screen in front of him, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. The disconnection of the surveillance only occurs when the player dies. This means that the mighty body has been completely damaged. He was just thinking about it, but he didn't expect it to come true? Who did it? Was it those tentacle monsters? Or the avalanche just now? In a higher dimensional world above the deserted star world, countless white particles were flying in the wind and snow. They were like a tornado that lifted up every substance in this world. Snow, glaciers, white tentacle monsters. Of course, it also included the mighty and unyielding body hiding in the ice cave. So, in this particle storm, the leopard-spotted slime gradually turned into tiny particles to join the deconstruction and reconstruction of this world. The storm lasted for about an hour and then gradually subsided. At this moment, if Xiaoming's surveillance video was still connected, he would be surprised to find that the world had become a completely different picture. The ice and snow disappeared. The hot magma did not appear. Instead, there was a dark forest in the corner of the picture, where the mighty and unyielding body was originally. There was a cat with strange spots. The strange cat bared its fangs, howled, and fled into the black forest. Above the forest, countless tiny particles were circling in the air, as if brewing the next storm. Chapter 301.28 Version Update. Xiaoming didn't figure it out, because soon, his attention was attracted by a message that suddenly popped up. Abnormal slime summoned body disappeared. Error 07 resolved. Error report sent. Player ID mighty and unyielding. Login permission unlocked. 500 slime evolution balls compensation has been issued. Please check in the summoner background. Click on the background to receive the reward. A white light flashed, and an oversized cardboard box appeared in front of Xiaoming. Open it, and see that it was full of slime evolution balls. There was no complicated outer packaging. Not even a plastic bag for individual packaging. It looked a bit shabby, but Xiaoming didn't mind. After all, as long as the things are useful, everything else is nothing. He had already collected enough evolution balls before. Enough to allow all the players who had not activated their skills in the game to evolve. With the 500 pieces of compensation from the summoner now, it is enough for him to last for several more versions. Thinking of this, Xiaoming paused. There were many casualties in this event, so maybe a group of new players can be allowed in. Just when Xiaoming was thinking about the update announcement copy for the next version. On the other side of the earth, the mighty and indomitable brother, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, finally waited for the information prompt of the account unbanning. The excited mighty brother immediately ran to the forum and howled. Ah! My account is finally unbanned. I am your father. Congratulations. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Can you log into the game? Mighty and indomitable. Not yet. Mighty and indomitable. It prompts me to log in after 48 hours. Mighty and indomitable. So am I dead? By Wuchang, be more confident. Remove the word, is it? You are dead. Mighty and indomitable. Mighty and indomitable. This shouldn't be the case. I hid my body well before I went offline, so the monster definitely couldn't find me. How did I die? Dapping Zanki, maybe the official fixed the bug. After all, according to the official setting, if you go in directly, you will be burned to death. Mighty and unyielding, I wouldn't have gone in earlier. And now I have to OB for 2 days in vain. QAQ. I am your father, don't be too sad. Although I died, you have at least seen the undisclosed new map. Right? Pork stewed with vermicelli, yes. From the closed beta to now, you are the first player to see the new materials and advance before the official update. How awesome! By Wuchang, it's really awesome. You directly created a bug for the official, squinting smile. Mighty and unyielding, QAQ. Don't say anything. I really didn't mean it. Although the official planner didn't say anything, he is still afraid of being blamed and targeted. Ultraman of Light, don't tease him anymore. If he teases people away, how can we know what the official compensation is? Pork stewed with vermicelli. By Wuchang. I am your father, that's right. I almost forgot about this. I am your father at Mighty and Unyielding. Have you received the compensation from the official? Mighty and Unyielding, not yet. Mighty and Unyielding, wait. I just received a message. Ultraman of Light, what is it? Mighty and Unyielding, a slime evolution ball. Does this mean that I can evolve a second time? Scratching head.jpg. A stone caused 1,000 waves. I heard that the official actually compensated Brother Mighty with a slime evolution ball. The forum immediately exploded. Ultraman of Light? I am your father, WTF. Pork stewed with vermicelli, WTF. So far, there is no other way to obtain slime evolution balls except the official lottery distribution channel. And the time and quantity of distribution are not fixed. From the closed beta to now, the official has only held 3 lottery activities related to slime evolution balls. And the most recent one is when the 1.22 version was updated. Therefore, except for the 400 old players who entered the game before the 1.20 version, the 100 players who came in the subsequent 1.24 version have not activated their skills. Let's not talk about the newbies. The old players can't sit still. After all, each of them has only obtained 1 evolution ball so far. But now, Mighty Unyielding can actually get the second one. How can people not be envious and jealous? Even if this is a bug compensation given by the official. Who cares? Why do you have it, and I don't? For a while, the forum was full of sourness. almost overflowing the screen. By Wuchang, you must have a PY transaction with the official. Right? Big-eyed cute girl, PY transaction. PY transaction. Mighty unyielding, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with the official. By Wuchang, I don't care. I want it too. Throwing and rolling. Rem is my wife. Jealousy makes me crazy. Gotham Iron Man, screaming, twisting, crawling in the dark. On the forum, the sand sculpture players all made a fuss about Mighty Brother. On the other hand, the official website quietly posted a new announcement. Wild Star World 1.28 version update. 1. The number of closed beta players increased to 600. 2. Fix several bugs and optimize scene modeling. Limited time event God Descending plan. Ended. The event rewards have been settled. Please check your mailbox. In order to thank the support of the majority of players, Wild Star World will launch a special welfare event for the 4th time. From now on, fill in the ID in this link, and each player will get a chance to draw a prize. Prizes include but are not limited to slime coins, weapons, medicines, and special prop slime evolution balls. This welfare event is limited to 24 hours. Please don't miss it. Wild Star World Game Planning Team. Stir-fried kidney. Damn! So sudden? By Wuchang? Gotham Iron Man. Mighty and unyielding. Isn't the slime evolution ball here? Now you can't say that the official is biased towards me. Right? Grievance.jpg. But no one paid attention to him at this moment, because everyone was busy filling in their IDs for the lottery. On the other hand, the cloud players focused on the official closed beta list release this time. Then, there was a familiar scene of showing off their European and American talents and crying for their friends. Borrow another 500 years from heaven. Ha ha. I finally won. Oreo Towel Roll. I won too. Match 1,000 layer. Thank God. I finally got lucky. Tomorrow will be better. Oh. I didn't win again. Little unlucky, planner. Please look at my poor child. I've been waiting for 20 versions. Match 1,000 layer? 20 or so versions. That's really a bit miserable. Oreo Towel Roll. I only applied for version 1.23. I thought I would have to wait a long time, but I didn't expect to get in after just a few versions. Sunglasses. Little unlucky. I'm equally jealous of every lucky person. Angry.jpg. Oreo Towel Roll. I think you should change your name. Maybe your luck will get better. Match 1,000 layer. Nods. This ID doesn't look lucky. If I were the planner, I wouldn't choose you either. Little unlucky. Opens his eyes, really? Then what name should I change to? Oreo Towel Roll. Then there are so many choices. Either a little festive, like Koi Immortal, God of Wealth or something like that. Or a little showy, like Wind Blows My Butt Cool or something like that. Match 1,000 layers. Agree with the above. Looking at the forum, many old players have very showy IDs. From this, it can be seen that the official likes this style. Borrowing 500 years from heaven, scratching his head, so this is why I was chosen? Unfortunately, it is not. You were chosen because of your profession and your developed motor nerves. Looking at the closed beta account application form of this player, Xiaoming said silently. But the netizens on the forum obviously did not know. Hearing this, they began to clamor to change their IDs. They said they wanted to change their names to be more showy so that the official would notice them. For a time, all kinds of showy net names on the forum emerged instantly like mushrooms after rain. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his mouth, although he admitted that there were indeed many eye-catching IDs in the game. This did not mean that this was the selection standard for the closed beta account. What really determines whether they can enter this game is the test questions they take when applying for an account. The higher the score, the greater the hope. However, Xiaoming will naturally not tell them this top secret. Just like the entrance test questions of Station B, many people do not know how to fill in the questions and look for tutorials online or ask for help from ghostwriters. If they are allowed to figure out the rules of the summoner selection of people, won't they fill in the options exactly the same when filling in the answers? Although there are subjective questions, but there are always some lazy players who directly copy other people's answers. Such a test form is meaningless. After all, if everyone fills in the same answer, how can he screen out the ghosts? Therefore, Xiaoming later thought of a great way. He used the summoner to generate a duplicate checking tool, which is specifically used to check the duplicate application forms of players. Once highly similar answers are found, they will be passed directly. In addition, the system will directly lock those accounts. Once locked, The other party will never be able to obtain the closed beta qualification. Not willing to answer even 100 questions seriously, and say that you want to enter this game? This is too insincere. Naturally, he would not accept players who were not sincere. After all, the number of reservations for the game has reached more than 300,000. So many people are queuing up to get in. So he must be more meticulous. Those who are impatient and only get excited for a short time are not welcome. Those who like to stir up trouble and don't follow the rules are not welcome. Those with mental illness are not welcome. With his test sheet and duplicate checking tool, I don't believe that he can't choose reliable players. But what Xiaoming didn't expect was, his move not only prevented some netizens who were not sincere and cheated, but also prevented some foreign intelligence agencies with ulterior motives. Country. Damn it! Why didn't it pass? We clearly bought the answers to the test sheet from those people. I thought it was a sure thing this time. But the result was still unsuccessful. At this time, the face of the director of the Intelligence Bureau, Abel, was still not simply described as ugly. When he thought that he had to report to the president tomorrow morning, the blisters on his mouth that had not yet healed felt more and more painful. I think it might be because our answers are too similar. Philip, the leader of the investigation team, whispered, after all, even children know that they can't copy homework exactly. But what can I do? Abel said with a dark face. I don't speak Chinese. Philip, this is indeed a big problem. In my opinion, it is purely those wild aliens who are deliberately making things difficult for us. Abel said coldly, we must think of other ways. After speaking, he lowered his eyebrows and seemed to be lost in thought. After a long time, just when Philip thought he was about to fall asleep, the man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. How about the technical department? Philip hurriedly answered, as before, we can't break through their firewall. What about the aerospace department? Abel asked, after so long. Haven't you detected any information sent from the universe? This really hasn't. Philip couldn't help thinking, if they could intercept the information sent by extraterrestrial civilizations, they wouldn't have to stare blankly like they are now. But, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something again, and his eyes lit up slightly, although they didn't receive any information bands from aliens. They did recently detect a cosmic shock. Chapter 301 Love Every Leak Equally. Cosmic oscillation? Abel was stunned. What is that? Recalling the explanation given by the aerospace monitoring department before, Philip replied, in short, it is the collision between stars, supernovas and galaxies. Or it could be the collision between universes, the tearing of multidimensional space, etc. These phenomena may cause cosmic oscillation. Abel thought for a while. The tearing of multidimensional space? It sounds quite powerful. However, according to our current research on cosmic astrophysics, the scientific community has not reached a definite conclusion on whether multidimensional space really exists. Therefore, the cause of this cosmic oscillation, the conclusion given by the Aerospace Observatory, may be due to the explosion of stars or supernovas. Star explosion? Supernova explosion? Abel frowned. Why didn't I feel anything when such a big thing happened? Philip couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners for his boss's sudden question. This is actually normal, because the place where the oscillation occurred is very far away from the solar system. Just like the ripples caused by a stone falling into the water, the intensity of the ripples will decrease as time goes by. The energy of the shock wave that can be detected by the Space Observatory is so small that it can be completely ignored. So that's the case. Abel nodded slightly, then changed the subject. But what does this have to do with the topic we are talking about? Philip was speechless. Is there any direct connection between cosmic oscillation and extraterrestrial civilization? It seems not. Not only is it irrelevant to establishing communication with extraterrestrial civilization, it is also irrelevant to their plan to conquer that mysterious website to obtain closed beta qualification. To be honest, if Minister Abel had not just mentioned whether extraterrestrial civilization sent information to the Earth, he would not have thought of this at all. Seeing that his subordinates did not say a word, Abel's interest suddenly decreased. If you have nothing else to report, you can choose to leave. Yes. Sensing his boss's lack of interest, Philip tactfully withdrew. Whether it is a stellar explosion or a cosmic oscillation, these cannot make the team's investigation go further. Nor can Director Abel save face in front of the president. Only by prying out more important intelligence can this situation be changed. Walking out of the office, Philip couldn't help but sigh. This is really not easy. The same scene is also being played out all over the world. Like the United States, they are helpless about this website that appeared out of thin air, but has an extremely terrifying defense system. In comparison, China's intelligence agency is obviously the luckiest and the one that eats the best. Not only the intelligence personnel of the investigation team, but even some scientific research leaders of the country have entered this game early at the request of the deserted star people. Although they still cannot study and crack most of the black technology in this world. The fact that they can contact extraterrestrial civilizations is enough to make people excited. After all, according to the background setting in the game, the technological level of the galaxy where these aliens live is many times higher than that of their solar system. Assuming that their current technological level is at the beginning of 26 letters. Then the other party is obviously about to reach the end. The gap between the two cannot be completely learned by stealing in the game. Many technical problems have not been solved in real life. But in the game, a tall building has been built on this basis. From this point of view, the flower-growing family still has a long way to go. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Since the other party has taken the initiative to reveal the mystery of that world to them, they just need to seize this opportunity. In fact, they did just that. In order to allow more scientific researchers to get the opportunity to see the world from extraterrestrial civilizations, the Chinese government has long secretly arranged for top talents in various fields in the country to participate in the application for the closed beta test account of the Desolate Star World game. The main goal is to cast a net everywhere and focus on catching fish. It is not required to hit all, but to be able to put more people in the game to provide them with more and more comprehensive information. Xiaoming naturally turned a blind eye to the actions of the senior management of his hometown. Although these experts cannot be allowed to come in for the balance of the game, he also opened a back door for them as much as possible. This is not only out of the psychological care for the homeland, but also to better promote the development of the slime family. Although the current technological level of the Earth is still not as good as the scientific geniuses of the future alliance, they must be given some opportunities to promote progress and growth. Of course, it is unrealistic to rely on the rear of the Earth blindly. He now needs to connect with this world more. Whether it is a Gauss gun, a super-energy electromagnetic cannon, or something super light speed, dark matter, neutron plume, etc. He has to find a way to own all the mainstream in the future galaxy. This action against the Seance made him deeply aware of how backward the technology and weapons and equipment of the wasteland planet and even the slime family are. Except for the high-energy ion cannon confiscated during the attack on Jinsha City. The weapons in his hands are all ordinary guns and ammunition. It may be okay to deal with the robbers or bad-tempered prison guards on the wasteland planet, but it can only stare blankly when dealing with civilized people with black technology. The people in the Seance may not be very good at fighting, but the weapons in their hands can be called magic weapons. Just like those electromagnetic guns and the laser pen in Hedge's hand. Once they encounter the players, their lives will be like cutting watermelons. Even if some of these players already have defensive skills, they still cannot escape the fate of being torn into pieces when facing these highly destructive weapons. On the other hand, the people in the Seance, they also have several force field shield rings in their hands. Although this thing is small, it can deflect the trajectory of the bullet away. What's more outrageous is that it can even resist a certain amount of explosive attacks. This is also the fundamental reason why the players couldn't hit the opponent no matter how they shot. To do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. The importance of weapons and equipment is self-evident. He had thought about upgrading the equipment for the players before, but he never found a way. Even if the well-traveled and knowledgeable boss Julian was not able to purchase these things. Even in the future galaxy, large quantities of high-tech weapons cannot be bought casually, unless it is based on planets or countries. If purchased in the name of an individual, such behavior is likely to be targeted by the authorities. Although Xiaoming had considered whether to establish a slime country and purchase in the name of the country. But after thinking about it carefully, whether the future alliance is willing to pay attention to him is still a question. After all, the wasteland planet has no presence in this galaxy, and the influence of the slime clan is not so great. Counting the 100 newbies who were newly introduced this time, there are only 600 players in the game. In addition, the indigenous population of the few strongholds of the wasteland planet is only tens of thousands of people. Even if a small place with tens of thousands of people is established as a country, it will not be taken seriously by them. Weak countries have no diplomacy. Even if he is unwilling to admit that slime is weak, the reality is so. Fortunately, although God closed this door, he opened another window for him. Now, including the president, This group of core members of the Seance from the Future Alliance have become captives of the Slime Clan. With this connection, he might be able to easily obtain the coveted Gauss gun and electromagnetic cannon. But before that, perhaps letting them experience the hard-working and simple working life of the Slime family may be more conducive to reaching a consensus between them. And now, he has an important thing to do. Earth. Desolate Planet World. Forum. Gotham Iron Man. Ha 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 ha. I finally won the lottery. Stir-fried kidney. Congratulations. Wait. I think I won too. I am your father. I won too. Pork stewed with vermicelli. +1. Gotham Iron Man? I want red. What are you talking about? What did you win? Lottery? I am your father. Slime Evolution Ball. I want red. I want red. Slime Evolution Ball? The official is doing a lottery again? I am your father. Yes. Didn't you see the announcement? I want red. No. I just went online. I am your father. Go and have a look. Maybe you can draw another evolution ball. After being reminded by the other party. I want to be red, and clicked on the latest announcement. Then I saw the official lottery link. The first time is unfamiliar, since I have participated in the lottery of evolution balls before. I want to be red, and completed the operation quickly. The moment he pressed the lottery button, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Please, don't draw wild vegetable rice balls or wilderness potatoes. Even if I can't draw an evolution ball, at least give me a box of bullets. Just as he was mumbling, the pointer of the lottery wheel in front of him suddenly stopped on a transparent round ball pattern. I actually won. Overjoyed, I want to be red and hurried to the forum to share the joy of winning with familiar friends. However, when he saw the full screen of posts showing off his European, he fell into self-doubt. What's going on? Why did so many people win? At a glance, there were at least 70 or 80 posts on the forum that took screenshots of themselves winning evolution balls. And that's not all. Gotham also fell into self-doubt. What the hell? Why did everyone win? Can this still be considered a special item? By Wu Chang, picking nose, if you win, then win. Haven't those newbies won yet? Matcha Chinsing, although the newbies' helmets have not been issued yet, and their accounts have not been activated, so they are not eligible to participate in the lottery at present. Gotham Iron Man, looking at the winning prompt in front of him. Brother Gotham suddenly felt that it was not so good. However, the awkward mood of these very few players is completely beyond Xiaoming's consideration. After all, satisfying the vast majority of players is what he, the official planner, should do. Before, he was said to be partial and mighty, so he will be generous for once and be a kind planner. Not only did he open the lottery for the Slime Evolution Ball again, but he even operated it secretly. Give one to everyone. Now you can't say he is partial. Right? After all, he is a philanthropic patriarch who loves every leak equally. Oh no! It's the little players. Chapter 302, the second evolution of old players. Although he failed to become the European Emperor, Gotham was still very satisfied with the fact that he could obtain the Slime Evolution Ball. After all, he had been enduring his useless skills for a long time. Other people's skills can either fight or resist. At the very least, they are speed or control. But his can only be used for lighting. Of course, strictly speaking, it is not only. After all, blind your titanium dog eyes. When the skill is triggered, it can still have a strong visual confusion effect on the enemy forces. Although this confusing effect is just to make the body emit strong light to dazzle the enemy's eyes. Such a physical confusion method really confirms the name of this stupid skill, blind your titanium dog eyes. This is also the fundamental reason why Gotham Iron Man is unwilling to use this skill. The name is embarrassing, and the effect is useless. It's not as good as the SH/LS he made. Fortunately, now he finally has the opportunity to change all this. Holding this hard-earned Slime Evolution Ball, Gotham Iron Man looked nervous. Please don't use useless skills again. At least let me show off for once. As he said that, he took a deep breath and swallowed the evolution ball. The familiar mint flavor spread in his mouth, but it disappeared between his lips and tongue in a moment. Gotham smacked his lips twice with satisfaction. Why doesn't it seem to have any reaction? As soon as the voice fell, a message popped up on the skill panel in front of him. Skill, blind your titanium alloy dog eyes, second stage. Activated. Gotham Iron Man? Why is it still this? Can't you change it to something else? Just when Gotham couldn't help cursing, the introduction of the second stage skill below popped up. When the second stage skill is activated, The player can store all the light energy in the body, and convert the body into light energy LS. Once triggered, the light energy LS will automatically locate the enemy camp and launch. The player dies immediately after the L is fired. Friendly reminder, the second stage skill is powerful and destructive. Please use it with caution. In just a moment, the countless curses that Brother Gotham had brewed in his mind suddenly disappeared. Wow! Who would have thought that such a rookie's skill would be so awesome when it evolved to the second stage? Although it will consume all the health bars and die directly after using it once, it still looks so awesome. This is definitely a killer move. Seeing Gotham standing there in a daze, Fried Kidney Flower couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? The second stage skill activated this time can only be a light bulb? Being stimulated by the other party, Gotham immediately came back to his senses and retorted unhappily, "You can only be a light bulb. My second stage skill this time is awesome." After speaking, he paused, looking at the other party in confusion. "Wait. How do you know that I activated the second stage skill instead of the new skill? Because everyone is the same." I saw Fried Kidney with a look of, "What the hell are you asking? Gotham Iron Man?" Seeing that this guy still looked confused, Fried Kidney had to explain to him. Only the first evolution ball can activate the skill, and the other evolution balls taken later will only evolve on the basis of this initial skill. It is not until the original initial skill is fully evolved that it is possible to activate new skills through the slime evolution ball. Fried Kidney Flower paused and said, "These are all explained in the official props setting collection. Didn't you read it, Gotham Iron Man?" "No. Unlike some players who like to study game settings, he has never been impatient to read these. The main feature of his game is freedom and unrestrainedness. Play however you want." Fried Kidney Flower. "Anyway, that's the thing. At present, all the old players who have obtained the slime evolution ball have upgraded their original skills to the second stage. And according to my observation, in most cases, the second stage skills are more practical than the first stage skills." As he said, Fried Kidney Flower seemed to remember the original intention of his conversation and asked, "By the way, what is your second stage skill?" "Gotham Iron Man, you talk about yours first." He remembered that Kidney Flower's skill seemed to be called infrared thermal imaging. After the skill was activated, his eyes became infrared thermal imaging devices. He could see the thermal imaging dynamics of any creature at night or in a dim environment. It could be called a cheating skill for night combat. Of course, his skill also had a distance limit. The farther away, the less clear it was, and the lower the accuracy. When his blinding light bulb skill was upgraded to the second stage, it could be turned into a light energy SHL, which made him curious about what the second stage skill of Fried Kidney Flower would become. But Fried Kidney Flower answered very calmly, "Actually, it's nothing. It just doubled the observation distance of my infrared thermal imaging. By the way, it also added the function of adjusting the distance and image clarity. Originally, his observation distance was only 500 meters in radius, but now it has been extended to a radius of 1 kilometer. If it is placed on the battlefield at night, the upgraded second stage skill will indeed be more useful than before. But if it is placed in the daytime or a brighter environment, neither the first stage nor the second stage is meaningful." In his opinion, his second stage skills are not as intuitive and effective as those of He Gu Long Dong Chong and Apeng Zhan Chi. The offensive skills of the former are more powerful after upgrading to the second stage. The clone skills of the latter are not only increased in number, but also enhanced in resistance to attacks after upgrading to the second stage. More importantly, their skills are not affected by the factors of day and night. Thinking of this, Fried Kidney sighed with regret. Now he could only pretend in front of Brother Gotham. After all, this guy's first stage skills are outrageous. He really can't imagine how far his second stage skills will develop. From 10 watts to 100 watts. But when Fried Kidney thought that Gotham's second stage skills were still useless, reality slapped him hard. Light energy SHLS? What is that? It's a weapon. Have you never played Warframe? Seeing the confused look on the face of the stir-fried kidney, Gotham was silent and said, "Forget it. If you are curious, you can just go to Baidu yourself. Anyway, my second skill is to store light energy in my body and turn my body into a light energy cannon. It is said that this thing is very powerful. Of course, there is only one round of ammunition. Once it is fired, I will die." Fried Kidney. Fried Kidney, although, isn't this killing 1,000 enemies And losing 10,000 of my own? Gotham Iron Man, yes. Fried kidney? Then what are you happy about? Because it is handsome. I saw that Gotham brother took it for granted. Besides, it is just blowing myself up. It's not like I haven't been blown up before. Gotham is very open-minded about this. Because compared to death itself, he values the value of the explosion before death more. I saw Gotham's eyes reveal a trace of respect, turning the player himself into a cannonball. Can this be a skill that ordinary people can think of? The planner must be a god. Fried kidney. No matter how long it has been, he still feels that he can't understand Gotham's brain circuit. But there is no need to understand. After all, a genius like him is different from ordinary people. On this side, when players went online to join the Evolution Army, Xiao Ming on the other side was not idle. Not long ago, he received a message from his subordinates. President Thor woke up. It has been 2 days since the incident, and the old man who was frightened by the monster finally regained consciousness again. Xiao Ming also found it strange. Previously, he asked several medical players and Elpis to diagnose President Thor. Everyone's conclusion was that there was nothing wrong. Maybe just frightened? However, the other party just woke up now. And I don't know if he was pretending to be sick or the old man was really weak and recovered slowly. You can't blame him for conspiracy theories. After all, there was a precedent of Seagull Piamo, so he had to be on guard. I remember that the fraudster also looked like he had lost his memory and didn't remember the past at all. As a result, after being taken away by the prison, he secretly planned to find an accomplice to help him escape from prison, although the stolen money used to bribe his accomplices finally fell into his hands. Shaking off irrelevant thoughts, Xiao Ming stared at the old man who was being examined by a group of medical staff. This shouldn't be fake, right? As Xiao Ming thought so, the door of the infirmary in front of him was suddenly pushed open. He saw Hachi and others rushing in. When they saw the old man sitting up from the bed, everyone was overjoyed. President, are you awake? The old man who just woke up was still a little dazed. His memory still stayed at the moment when he was rolled up to the sky by those black tentacles and swung around. He had no idea what happened afterwards. He didn't understand why he was lying here, nor why there were still a group of strangers and slimes around him. However, when he saw the faces of Hachi and other members of the seance, his original uneasiness suddenly dissipated a lot, although he didn't know what happened later. But since Hachi and others were here, the matter should have been resolved satisfactorily. Right? Thor originally thought so. But when he noticed that the guys in front of him were wearing different clothes than before, this idea inevitably wavered. Why are you guys dressed like this? Hearing this, Hedge realized that he was still wearing dirty work clothes. After surviving from Space Base No. 1, they were assigned by the Golden Slime to work in various departments of Sand City. They called it atonement for their previous mistakes. Since the president was unconscious and their weapons could not be used, they had to temporarily follow the arrangement of the Golden Slime. Lei Ping was sent to a nearby farm to grow wild potatoes and wheat, and Rank was arranged to volunteer at the welfare school in Sand City. As for those agile officers, they were collectively sent to the industrial area of Slime in the west of the wasteland to Screw. And because he had systematically studied the engineering bridge and road construction courses in the military school of Alpha Star, he was sent to build roads. Knowing everything that happened during this period, Thor couldn't help but fall into a long silence. Although he didn't say anything, Hedge could see that the old president was blaming himself. Subconsciously, he wanted to try to comfort him, but he was suddenly stopped by the golden slime beside him. Can you please leave for a while? I have an important matter to discuss with your president alone. Hachi frowned when he heard this, and his eyes revealed vigilance. What do you want to talk to the president about? Seeing this guy with a mother hen protecting her chicks, Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. I won't do anything to him. If I really wanted to retaliate against him, I wouldn't have brought him out of there and asked him to see a doctor. These words made a lot of sense, and Hachi couldn't find a loophole to refute them for a while. But he still felt uneasy. After all, they killed so many slimes. Even though the truth is now clear, the other party has not shown the intention of wanting them to pay with their lives. But Hachi still feels that things can't end like this. Even if the slime leader in front of him is kind and generous, he always feels that the other party has other ideas in mind. Just like the other party used sweet words to coax Rank and others to cover up the real purpose in his heart. Hachi, you guys go out first. The voice of the old president beside him interrupted his thoughts. President, you? Hachi looked at Thor unexpectedly, as if he wanted to persuade him a few more words. But the person opposite interrupted him. Just as it said just now. If it really intends to retaliate against me, it should just watch me die without saving me. Thor sighed and said, "Let's all go out." Having said that, Hachi couldn't insist any longer. He had to follow Lei Pinglang and the others out of the ward. After all the irrelevant people in the room were cleared, Xiaoming jumped onto the accompanying chair next to the bed. Looking at the yellow slime in front of him, Thor subconsciously straightened his body. "What do you want to tell me?" Although he acted very calm in front of his subordinates just now, when he was reduced to a situation where no one was around him, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The old president thought he had hidden his inner uneasiness very well, but in the end it didn't escape Xiaoming's eyes. "Relax, old friend. I said I won't do anything to you." Xiaoming smiled at him in a soothing way. "After all, we slimes are a friendly race that values respecting the elderly and loving the young." However, this did not make Thor feel at ease. After all, he had just seen that his men were either sent to farm or to build roads. Some were even sent to work in factories in the uninhabited western desert. And all this stems from the atonement of the Slime clan. As the president of the God of Descendants, and the most staunch supporter of the God of Descendants plan, the mistakes he made were much more serious than those of others. No one knew what was waiting for him next. But what made him feel more helpless than the punishment that was about to come was the confusion after knowing the truth. The gods he was looking forward to were not what he thought they were. The God of Descendants plan was no longer a lofty plan that people yearned for. The persistence he had made in the past few decades suddenly became as ridiculous as a clown. How could he not be panicked? How could he not be afraid? On the other hand, those slimes, in order to stop the God of Descendants plan, they went forward one after another, even at the cost of their own lives. Although later facts proved that everything they did was right. There may not be omniscient gods in the higher dimensional world. There may also be a group of demons hiding there, throwing away the inappropriate sadness and helplessness. Thor said bluntly, "Just say whatever you want. After all, he still owes the slimes a life. If it weren't for the other party's emergency activation of the fire protection system, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to lie here safely like now. Favors are the hardest to repay." Thor has made up his mind to take on any compensation demands made by the other party, even if the other party wants his life or all his assets. Xiaoming was very satisfied with the old chairman's straightforwardness. Originally, he was thinking about whether he should consider the old man's feelings and make the request more tactful. But since the other party said so, he has nothing to worry about. Thinking about it, Xiaoming coughed lightly and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just think your weapons are quite useful. So I want to ask you to help purchase some in large quantities." As he said that, he paused. This kind of thing shouldn't be difficult to do. Right, Thor? Ah? Chapter 303. You can also convert it into a Gauss rifle to compensate me. Originally, Thor was ready to make a heroic sacrifice. But the development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. The other party did not ask for a high amount of compensation. Nor did they ask him to use labor to offset the sins he committed like Hechelipin and others. Instead, they asked him to help purchase weapons. This was really unexpected. Wasn't the slime chief angry and sad for the dead tribesmen? If he said he didn't care, he clearly asked his seance backbones to work in factories, construction sites or fields. But if he said he cared, why was there no punishment when it was his turn? Was it sympathizing with him? Sympathizing with his stupidity? Or sympathizing with his old age? In just a moment, President Thor, who was originally feeling depressed, instantly lost his previous confusion. He looked at the slime in front of him with a fixed gaze. "You don't have to be like this. I am an adult. I know very well what I have done. And I know very well that I need to apologize and make amends for my mistakes. Whether it is planting wild potatoes or repairing roads, or screwing in factories, I can accept it. Of course, if you want to ask for compensation for the dead tribesmen, I can pay it. After all, this is what you deserve." Hearing this, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. He didn't expect the old man in front of him to say such a thing, which really exceeded his expectations. After all, according to his assumptions, the most likely reaction of the other party is to follow his words and agree to this matter. As for everything that happened before, let it be buried in the past, and no one will mention it again. But just when he thought that the old president would tacitly turn the page on this matter like him, the other party took the initiative to ask for forgiveness. It seems that he misjudged the other party's personality. After all, in his cognition, many leaders like to whitewash the peace without embarrassment after making a big incident, so that the outside world can forget their mistakes as soon as possible. But the old president of the Seance Society was unique. He actually took the initiative to mention his own fault. It seems that he is not without conscience. But he was really confused by this so-called seance plan and became a thorough idealist. When his reason is restored, his belated sense of morality will make him feel regret and shame, and will also remind him that you should be responsible for this matter. Thanks to this, Xiaoming can imagine that the following conversation will definitely be much smoother than he expected. Compensation is also required. Hearing this, the old man in front of him raised his head slightly. His gray-blue eyes were calm and understood. In addition, there are medical fees and hospitalization fees. Xiaoming paused and said, "Since you were unconscious before, there was no chance to talk about this. Since you mentioned compensation, just settle these two expenses together." "I understand." Thor said, "How much is it in total? I will convert the alliance coins into gold coins for you later." "There is no rush for this," interrupting the old man's intention to settle the debt immediately. Xiaoming said, "You haven't answered my previous question yet." Thor didn't react. "What?" "Weapons." He didn't intend to beat around the bush. Xiaoming came straight to the point this time. "I need more advanced weapons. For example, your electromagnetic guns, and the high-energy ion cannons produced by the future alliance." Hearing this, Thor remembered the topic that he had ignored before. He originally thought that the other party was joking. But now it seems that things are not what he imagined. This is not only to protect the lives of the slime family, but also to maintain the peace and stability of this land. "I don't want to see tragedy happen to my people anymore." Changing from the previous relaxed tone, the tone of the golden slime gradually became serious. "If you really feel a little regret for what you have done, please agree to my request." Thor fell into silence. Although he is idealistic, he is not stupid. The golden slime in front of him is obviously threatening him with his own mistakes. After all, he really can't see where this land is not peaceful and unstable. He had never been to other places, so he didn't know much about them. But judging from the current public security in Jinsha City, it was much better than most towns in the western part of the wasteland. The rumors about the bravery of these slimes had long been spread to the future alliance. It was said that even the prison committee in the western part of the wasteland didn't dare to do anything to them at present. Is it really appropriate for such a strong race to be pitiful here? Although the seance was indeed the culprit for the death of those slimes, the other party was obviously blackmailing him morally. Although Thor knew what the golden slime was thinking, he had no other choice. After all, he was indeed in the wrong. After thinking about it, Thor finally gave up. The high-energy ion cannon might be a little difficult, but I can find a way to get you some Fu-1 Gauss electromagnetic guns. After all, the high-energy ion cannon belongs to the military equipment of the future alliance. Even the early versions that have been eliminated are not allowed to be sold at will. Of course, not being allowed to be sold at will does not mean that there is no chance to buy it. After all, there are unofficial gray areas. For example, the black market and interstellar intermediaries. As long as you can afford it, you can get anything you want in these places. But if you go to such places to purchase military equipment from the future alliance in large quantities, the money you spend may be an astronomical figure. Thor doesn't think the slime clan can afford this expense. Even if he pays, he is not willing to spend money on these old products that have been eliminated. Just like buying new electronic products instead of old ones. Weapons are also natural. Fortunately, the slime clan leader in front of him is not obsessed with high-energy ion cannons. Hearing this, he only asked, "Is it the gun used by your men before?" Thor nodded slightly. "Yes. You can also simply call it Fu-1. This is a Gauss pistol. Compared with Gauss rifles and Gauss submachine guns, it is not as powerful and has a narrow shooting range. But the advantage is that it is easy to carry. In addition, the future alliance has also developed other Gauss weapons. For example, Gauss rocket launchers, Gauss phase cannons, etc. However, those things can only be obtained from the official military department of the future alliance." After listening to Thor's explanation, Xiaoming was thoughtful. Regarding Gauss weapons, I had only seen them in games and some science fiction films and TV shows before. Its energy comes from the electromagnetic coil, and the magnetic force generated by the strong current ejects the special magnetic bullets. It is said that it is so powerful that it can easily penetrate steel plates. For example, the M72 Gauss rifle that appears in the Fallout game has the above characteristics, and its accuracy and range are also very high. The Gauss gun in Stalker can even be silent. It is said that this is because of the design process that uses some kind of energy to create a magnetic field to propel the bullet to fire. In addition to the advantages of small recoil, high accuracy, and great power, the bullets fired by this gun will even bring out a beautiful blue light arc. This is similar to the electromagnetic gun used by the people of the Seance. He had previously suspected that the electromagnetic gun in Rank's hands was actually a Gauss gun. Now, after hearing what Thor said, it really verified his guess. In addition to the Fu one, can the Gauss rifle and Gauss submachine gun you mentioned be obtained? Xiao Ming said bluntly, I don't care whether it is convenient to carry or not. I only require a few points powerful, high accuracy and wide range. In a word, it is okay as long as it is easy to use. Hearing this, Thor frowned slightly. What do you want such a powerful weapon for? Xiao Ming smiled slightly. Didn't I say that it is to maintain the peace and stability of this land? And also to protect the lives of my people? Thor. He doesn't believe such words. After all, these slimes are not without weapons. But they are relatively outdated. But even with outdated weapons, they have successfully beaten those bandits, and even quelled the lizard disaster. In terms of maintaining the peace and stability of this land, they have already done it. It's just that it hasn't covered the entire wasteland. Thinking of this, Thor paused. Maybe these slimes want to unify the wasteland? The moment he had this idea, he couldn't help but laugh. How could it be possible that just 100 Gauss guns could eat up the entire planet? Even the rebels of Gulba couldn't do this. Perhaps the other party had other considerations. Thor didn't dwell on this issue too much. Just said, okay. How much do you need? Take as much as you can, Xiao Ming said concisely. Thor paused suddenly. Are you sure? Fuar Gauss rifles are not cheap. Not to mention the most powerful Fu SMG Gauss machine gun. The price of one Fuar can buy 2 Fu 1 Gauss pistols. And the Fu SMG machine gun can be equivalent to 2 Fuar S. This golden slime is so straightforward. I'm afraid it doesn't know the market? Thinking about it, Thor felt that he needed to explain the prices to this slime. However, when he finished explaining the prices of these weapons bit by bit, the slime in front of him slowly spoke. Are you telling me these to default on your debt? Thor was confused. How did it come to defaulting on your debt? He just wanted to tell the other party the facts so that it wouldn't be impulsive. Just when Thor subconsciously wanted to explain, he heard the other party say, I think you misunderstood something. The money for the weapons is not paid by me, but by you. After all, I didn't say before that the compensation must be in the form of money. You can also convert it into a Gauss rifle to compensate me. Thor? The old man in front of him was completely speechless. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. Originally, he thought that the compensation was compensation, and the purchase of weapons had to be calculated separately. But he never thought that the other party would confuse the two from beginning to end. But what can he say in this situation? Oppose the other party's proposal? Must compensate the other party in his own way with cash, and a clearly marked price? This approach is obviously a bit redundant. Therefore, Thor finally agreed to it tactfully. I understand. Coming out of the ward, Xiao Ming glanced at the trio standing at the corner. Oh, they haven't left yet? Before Xiao Ming could speak, the people on the opposite side had already walked over. What did you say to the president? Looking at the nervous faces of these people, Xiao Ming couldn't help but have the idea of teasing them. So he pretended to be serious and said, It's nothing. Just talked about the amount of compensation. Compensation? Seeing the slightly confused look on Rank's face, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. You don't think that killing my people is just a waste of time, right? Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Lei Ping immediately pulled the boy next to him. Rank then shut up in dismay. May I ask how much the amount is? On the side, Hitchi interrupted at the right time. After all, the biggest responsibility for the whole thing is on us. President Thor has never even touched a gun. Xiao Ming, you want to compensate for him? Hitchi pursed his lips and nodded slightly. 600 Gauss rifles. After leaving this sentence, the yellow slime in front of him bounced away. Only the 3 people behind him were left dumbfounded. 600 Gauss rifles? What the hell is that? Aren't they discussing the issue of how much compensation is? Xiao Ming doesn't care about what these people think. Anyway, it was the old president who really fulfilled his promise. Thinking of the scene in the future where every player has a Gauss rifle, Xiao Ming suddenly felt full of motivation. Unfortunately, such a scene will have to wait for at least several versions. After all, as the first real magic gun in WildStar World, it must first meet the needs of T0 players. Otherwise, the scene of the distribution of slime evolution balls not long ago will appear. Everyone wants god-level props. But once everyone has them, Can the God level still be called God level? The reason why God level props are so desirable is not only because of their great power, but also because of their low explosion rate. If there are so many of them like cabbages in the vegetable market, wouldn't they be worthless? It's like the power armor I won in the early days of I Want to Be Red. So far, this power armor is still the only one in the entire server. It is precisely because of the scarcity of this prop that he still occupies a seat in the T0 level team even if he runs a restaurant as a professional player. Looking at the scene of the players who received the evolution balls in the square cheering, Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile. Very good. His little leaks have been upgraded again. Lord City Lord. The voice of Perkses suddenly came from behind. Xiaoming turned around and saw that the other party had a heavy face. What's wrong? Perkses? You don't look very good. There is indeed something not very good that needs to be reported to you. Perkses took out a letter from his arms and handed it over with both hands. Xiaoming was puzzled. What is this? This is a letter from the prison committee of Western Storm City. Perkses bowed his head and said, the other party wrote a letter about this year's tax tribute. Chapter 304 He must make those slimes pay a heavy price. Tax tribute? He remembered that Perkses had mentioned this to him during the spring plowing activity. At that time, his reply was no. Let those people buy it with their own money. After a few months of not caring about it, now he received such a letter again. Staring at the cowhide envelope with the black prison logo in front of him, Xiaoming asked, what exactly is written in this letter? Perkses's expression is hard to describe. You don't want to hear it. Or you can just. It's okay. Read it. It won't cost you a piece of meat anyway. Seeing Xiaoming's insistence, Perkses had to open the envelope. He unfolded the letter inside, took a deep breath, and then slowly read. Dear Mr. Golden Slime, due to the busy affairs during this period, I haven't had time to congratulate you on your ascension to the throne of the Lord of Jinsha City. Please allow me to send you a belated congratulations here. As the only non-human race awarded the Black Hawk Medal, I am not surprised that you have come this far. After all, when the Slime Clan and the prison fought against the Lizard Plague together last year, you and your people had already opened our eyes. Let's get back to the point. This time I wrote to you not just to congratulate you, but there is something more important to discuss. That is the issue of tax tribute. Since the desert planet was divided into the East and West, the East has been responsible for providing food and other supplies to the West during the Lizard Plague. This rule still applies today. In the past, this matter has always been led by Jinsha City. I hope that you, as the successor of the City Lord, can handle this matter well. In a month, the prison logistics department responsible for the docking of supplies will arrive in the East. I hope you can prepare the necessary supplies on time. George Clays, chairman of the Western Prison Committee. There was also an ambiguous sentence at the end of the letter. By the way, thank you for taking care of my son Brad and prison number 9 during this period. What does this mean? Has the Lord City taken care of the son of the chairman of the prison committee? And prison number 9, wasn't it the hardest hit area of the Lizard Plague last year? Although he was very confused, Perkses was tactful and didn't ask. After reading the whole letter, he silently observed the expression of the Slime City Lord in front of him. Although he didn't see anything. After all, compared with humans, the facial lines of slimes are simpler. But even so, he still felt that the other party was unhappy. After all, after listening to this letter, the City Lord didn't say a word. Who would have thought? Even the chairman of the prison committee wrote a letter in person. This is the first time the other party has said so much. If they still don't give it, for a moment, Perkses couldn't help feeling worried. To be honest, he really didn't want to experience war again. Although the slime's entry into the Golden Sand City was a big deal. Except for the former City Lord and the old nobles who colluded with the thieves. No substantial damage was caused at all. But all this was due to the kindness of the Golden Slime City Lord, who did this purely to avoid harming the residents of the city. But this time, the opponent is the prison guards in the Western Prison. He and Andrew know the personalities of those people very well. They are a group of reckless men who threaten people with force at any time. They are not even 1/10,000th as kind as the slimes. If they really fight, I don't know what will happen. Although the slimes may not lose, Bo Shiozi still can't help but worry. After hesitating for a moment, Bo Shiozi felt that he still needed to break the silence. Lord Mayor, what should we do next? Nothing. Let them come if they want. Compared with the old man in front of him, Xiaoming's reaction was much calmer. In fact, he had guessed that there would be such a day, whether it was the change of ownership of Jinsha City, or he occupied prison number 9, and the experimental base under prison number 9 earlier. The prison has always been dead and has no reaction at all. Let's not talk about the former for now. Prison number 9 originally belonged to the jurisdiction of the prison committee. Even if he told the prison guards to cooperate in the play, it was hard to guarantee that the news would not leak out. Moreover, the warden of prison number 9 is still George's son Brad. It is impossible for him not to inform his father of such a big thing, even if this guy pretends to be honest and obedient on the surface. It has been more than half a year, and he is not often in the western base now. It is not easy for Brad to do something in private. After all, players cannot pay attention to this guy 24 hours a day. Facts have proved that his guess is indeed correct, and the letter just proved this point. The prison committee does not know everything about what the Slime Clan has done during this period, but it knows almost everything. The reason why they have not responded is either because they are afraid of them, or because it is not the time yet. As for whether it is the former or the latter, it is not known at present. But no matter what, they have to be fully prepared for the battle. Boshiosi was stunned when he heard this. What you mean is, we are still not prepared to pay taxes? Of course. Xiaoming said seriously, I said before, if they want food, let them pay for it themselves. We are not their parents, and they are not the gods of the universe we believe in. So we have no obligation to support them. Perksis hesitated to speak, but it can be said that this is the rule from ancient times to the present. Rules? Who made it? Xiaoming looked at him steadily. You or me? I remember that there seems to be no such rule in the new code of Jinsha City? Perksis was speechless when he heard this. Rules are dead, but the makers of the rules are alive. Jinsha City is no longer the Jinsha City of the past, and the eastern part of the wasteland is naturally the same. We don't have to hold on to the bad habits of the past. In the past, when the city lords and the old nobles held the ruling power, the West said that they had to pay taxes and tributes. And these people in power did not dare to offend the prison guards, and could only urge the people below to pay grain and money. And the landlords, who received the notice, could only continue to exploit the long-term workers below in order to protect their own interests. At that time, as the lowest level working people, they had no choice but to lie down and accept it. But with the fall of the city lord and the old nobles, everything changed when Sand City became the stronghold of the Slime Clan. Throughout the eastern part of the wasteland, landlords of all sizes were overthrown one after another. These farms were no longer tools for landlords to exploit and rule the lower working people, but became the collective property of all working people. Under such circumstances, how could the farmhands live a hard life of fear and tightening their belts like before? Not only did these farmers who hated the western prison not want to do so, but Xiaoming himself did not want to do so either. The contradiction between the East and the West had been accumulating for a long time, and whether they wanted to or not, it was only a matter of time before it broke out. Seeing that the city lord's attitude was still firm, Boshiosi did not continue to persuade him. After all, he was just a small minister of internal affairs, and could not influence the decision of the lord of a city. This discussion just now made him think it through. There are big men to support the sky when it falls. Even if the East and the West really fight in the future, he just needs to hide well. Anyway, he, a civil servant, does not need to go to the battlefield. Storm City, more than 1,500 kilometers away from Jinsha City, is another scene. Countless civilians in ragged linen lined up to register under the obelisk-shaped black tower in the center of the city. Name: Axe. Age: 22. Next. After filling in the names and ages of the people in line, a prison guard in black uniform picked up a desert potato from the basket beside him and threw it over. The guy named Axe was slow to react and didn't catch it, so the desert potato fell to the ground and rolled in the sand. But he didn't mind. Instead, he picked it up with joy and put it in his arms, as if he was afraid that someone else would snatch it away. In the distance, Gu Ke, a nomadic herder from the desert tribe who had just entered the city, looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel curious. What is he doing? The man at the end of the line turned his head immediately after hearing this. When he saw Gu Ke's outfit and the camel beside him, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Just came from outside? Not just now, Gu Ke explained. I came here more than a month ago. You also said that it was more than a month ago. The man's tone seemed to be a little lamenting. Here, a lot of things can happen in more than a month. Just like the prison riots before the end of last year. There were jailbreaks in several prisons with 3-digit numbers. The prisoners inside beat the prison guards to death and escaped. These people broke into the town near the prison and committed all kinds of evil. When the prison guards came to catch the prisoners, there were no living people in the town. The terrible thing is that such a farce lasted for more than a month before it gradually subsided. Many people were displaced in the desert because of this. Thinking of it, the man suddenly paused. He remembered that some nomads of the desert tribes seemed to be affected by the catastrophe at that time. He didn't know what the relationship between the man in front of him and those people was. Yes, a lot of things can happen in more than a month. As if thinking of something, Guka's face flashed a trace of disappointment. Seeing this, the man stopped talking and turned the topic to the team in front of him. The riot caused a lot of losses to the prison. Many prison guards died in that arrest. Because of the lack of manpower, the prison committee decided to make an exception and recruit people from other villages and towns outside Storm City. Most of the people you see now came from other places outside the city. Guka was surprised to hear this. So you are queuing up for recruitment? The man smiled and said, You can say that, but not everyone can be recruited. In general, the prison only accepts young people, and those who are older are not accepted. Then Guka secretly looked at the man in front of him, who was about 30 or 40 years old. Although he was not old, he was definitely not young. Sensing his eyes, the man grinned and showed a mouthful of white teeth. Trying his luck. If he was selected, he could get a wasteland potato immediately. Having said that, anyone with a discerning eye knew that those who came to apply for the prison guard position were not just for that wasteland potato. Everyone was running for a long-term and stable iron rice bowl. In the past, they didn't have that opportunity. Only residents in Storm City are eligible to become prison guards. As for the residents of other villages and towns outside the city, they are just ordinary civilians for their entire lives. But now the prison committee has made an exception, giving everyone the opportunity to participate in the election of prison guards. Who can miss such a great opportunity? The man said to Guka, Why don't you give it a try? Anyway, the prison committee didn't say that nomads of the wasteland tribe were not allowed to participate. Guka waved his hand and smiled. Forget it. I prefer the days of grazing freely in the oasis. The kind proposal was rejected, and the man did not persuade. He also wished that there was one less person competing with him, except for the other party's identity as a nomad, with his young and strong body standing next to him. Those prison guards, who are not stupid, will know how to choose. On the Black Tower, looking at the densely packed heads below, Val frowned in disgust. This group of lowly bugs. If it weren't for the fact that there was really no one left, they would not have opened the door of the prison committee so wide, allowing anyone to come in. But on second thought, it is precisely because of these people that the orthodox elites of the prison can sit in the rear safely without having to face those slimes immediately. Thinking of this, a gloomy flashed in Val's eyes. In just half a year, those slimes not only occupied Jinsha City, but also completely changed the entire East. Not only those old nobles, but also the landlords of large and small farms in the East have all fallen. What is even more shocking is that these slimes actually let those long-term workers take charge of the farms themselves. What equality and common prosperity for all is nonsense. These stupid slimes are not afraid of feeding the appetite of those inferiors by doing this. But everything is no longer important. Because not long ago, Chairman George had already sent a letter to Jinsha City to test the other party's attitude. As expected, the arrogant golden slimes really refused the tax tribute. The lizard disaster will come in a few months. Instead of wasting energy negotiating with these slugs, Chairman George decided to take a risk and directly take over Sand City, and even the entire East through this opportunity. If successful, they will no longer have to worry about these damn big lizards in the future. Even if they fail, it doesn't matter. At worst, they can retreat back to the depths of the desert. Anyway, the group of people under the tower are prepared for this. As militias recruited for this eastward war, their role is to serve as cannon fodder in this war. When acting as a vanguard, they can be used to consume the firepower of those slimes. And when retreating, they can also cover the elites in the rear. One thing for two uses. Very cost-effective. Of course, only a few high-level people know this truth. As for themselves, they probably foolishly thought that they had picked up a huge pie and got a stable job as a prison guard. Looking at the people holding the desert potatoes outside the window and grinning, Val couldn't help but show a sarcastic smile on his face. Laugh. Laugh. Laugh more while you can still laugh. The same goes for those slimes. The smile in Val's eyes gradually disappeared. The memory of them chasing him relentlessly is still very clear. This is simply a shame. In this eastward war, he must make those slimes pay a painful price. Chapter 305. This is not only for you, but also for myself. It was 6 a.m. Earth time, and it was the peak time for logging off. The official forum of Desolate Star World was as lively as ever. I want to be read. Big news. We may have a war. Pork stewed with vermicelli. I am your father. War? With whom? I want to be read. With whom else? The Western prison. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Huh? Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. Scratching his head. Isn't that a friendly force? Could you be mistaken? I want to be read. It's impossible to be mistaken. I saw it with my own eyes. I want to be read. Besides, the so-called friendly forces are just because they haven't touched their own interests. If the other party really has a conflict of interest with us, won't they be put on the red list? Da Ping Zhanqi. What's going on? I want to be read. Before logging off, I saw the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bo Xios, handing a letter to the tribe leader. The letter was sent from the prison committee in the West. Rem is my wife. Picking nose. It's just a letter. It doesn't mean we are going to fight. I want to be read. I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you so anxious? I want to be read. I heard Perxis read out the contents of the letter with my own ears. Those grandsons in the West are here to collect debts. They sent letters to the tribe leader to collect taxes and tributes. Oreo Tao Roll. Taxes and tributes? What are those? I want to be read. They are asking us for food, money and supplies. Are you a newbie? These contents are all written in the setting collection. Oreo Tao Roll. Scratching head in shame. I only knew about this game in version 1.23. I only applied for a closed beta account 2 days ago. I just got the helmet this morning. But the account activation has to wait until tonight. I haven't read the setting collection carefully. Momo. ABA. Damn. What kind of good luck is this? I haven't won the lottery since version 1.10. I want to be read. You are a bit lucky. Like me. Patting shoulders. Stir-fried kidney. Picking nose. I almost forgot that Lao Hong won the first and only power armor in the server. Oreo Tao Roll. Shocked face. I worship the boss. Gotham Iron Man. This grandson. It reminds me of the memory of the non-African, who got all bred in 80 draws. White impermanence. How come everything happens to you? You are not really doing any PY deal with the official. Are you? I want red. Get lost. Da Ping spreading wings. Stop making trouble. Let Lao Hong finish his words first. After Da Ping reminded him, the players immediately stopped teasing me about I want red. The topic began to get back on track. Stir-fried kidney. So what? Hearing that people from the West asked him for money. What was the reaction of the tribe leader? I want red. What else could he react to? Of course he would not give it. I heard the tribe leader say it with my own ears. And he wanted to change the bad habits of the past. Stir-fried kidney. Will those guys in the West agree? I want red. Definitely not. That's why I said we might have to go to war. There was already a big conflict between the East and the West over the issue of taxes and tributes. In the past, the people in the East dared to be angry, but dared not speak out. Now that the old regime has fallen, the people who have gained a new life will definitely not want to return to the days of oppression in the past. The Western prison has been accepting tributes from the East for so many years. And suddenly they are told that all the benefits are gone. No one can accept this. In addition, the tribe leader has a tough attitude. And the two sides will definitely clash. My fate is in my own hands. Hurry up. Hurry up. The battle players are already impatient. Stir-fried kidneys. Don't be too anxious. Lao Hong didn't say to fight right away. Da Ping spreading wings. If we really fight, this will be different from the small fights we encountered before. After all, for a large-scale battle like this, you have to give people time to prepare for the war. Transportation, ammunition, and food and grass must keep up. Ultraman of Light. I agree with Da Ping. Before the official war, I'm afraid we have to hold a mobilization meeting or something. Get the logistics and everything up. Offline, players are having a heated discussion about the war that may break out in the game next. On the other hand, the Eastern natives in the deserted planet seem to have noticed something. Jinsha City No. 1 farm. A group of farmers started chatting during the slack season. Have you heard? The West has sent a letter to our city lord. If they have a letter, then send a letter. Mr. Golden Slime has been the city lord of Jinsha City for half a year. It is reasonable for the West to send a letter to say Lo. You think so simply. When did the West become so polite to our East? Every time those prison guards come to Jinsha City to collect taxes and tributes, they are so angry that their noses fly to the sky. expecting these people to congratulate our city lord. Isn't that equivalent to actively sending their necks to the mouths of the wild star wolf? That's true. If it's not for congratulations, then why do they send letters to the city lord? What else can it be for? Taxes and tributes. Hearing this, everyone around looked as if they had suddenly realized something. They had been living so comfortably during this period that they almost forgot about it. In the past, every spring, farms and farms of all sizes, from Jinsha City to outside the city, would receive notices to prepare taxes and tributes. Whenever this happened, the landlords would whip them on their backs in a bad mood, urging them to work faster and threatening to deduct their wages if they failed to grow enough food before the taxes and tributes. However, this threat did not have much effect on them, because their wages had already been deducted to the point of being completely deducted. Of course, there might be some farm owners in other towns in the east who were not completely conscienceless. Those people might also give their subordinates a few copper coins as wages symbolically. But this salary, as generous as a booger, did not seem to have any substantial effect. The land that should be planted was not reduced at all, and the taxes and tributes that should be paid were not reduced at all. It was not until the Golden Slime Lord led his people to overthrow Jinsha City and the rule of the old nobles and landlords that the long-term workers' gloomy lives that could be seen at a glance had new hope. But now, their new life has just begun, and they are going to go back to the past? Just when everyone was worried and confused about the future, Jack, who brought the gossip, interrupted their wild thoughts. Don't let your imagination run wild. The city lord did not agree to those blood-sucking worms in the west. Everyone looked at them suspiciously. How do you know? Then Jack was very proud. My wife works in the city lord's mansion. When the city lord was discussing this matter with Minister Perhuz, she happened to be nearby. No one doubted Jack's words, because his wife Penny did work in the city lord's mansion. It was also because of his wife's decent job that Jack often boasted to them. Stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what she heard. Then Jack coughed lightly, and his round face with a little sense of humor rarely showed a serious look. We have no obligation to support them at all. Let them come if they want. Jinsha City is no longer the Jinsha City of the past, and the eastern part of the wasteland is naturally the same. Imitating the accent of the Golden Slime City Lord in his impression, Jack coughed lightly, and that was about it. There was no mention of how to solve the tax problem in these words. But it still did not prevent their blood from boiling, because they saw the attitude of the city lord. Obviously, Lord Golden Slime did not intend to let those guys in the west get what they wanted. Since their grandparents and even great-grandparents, the taxes collected in the west have always been like a mountain on the shoulders of the entire east. Those landlords will never be hungry or short of money. But they are different. If they cannot grow enough food before the tax, they will be severely punished. So everyone used to be very afraid of the coming of the new year, because this will mean that new taxes are coming again. Until this year, the hard days of the past have finally ended. Long live the slime. Long live the Lord of the Golden Slime City. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted this sentence loudly. Then countless voices followed and shouted together. Down with the blood-sucking worms in the west. Let all the guys in the prison die. Not far away, Lei Ping, who was sitting on the edge of the field to rest, looked at this scene thoughtfully. These slimes are more prestigious than they expected. However, the Golden Slime actually intends to refuse taxes and tributes. Isn't it afraid that the people from the western prison will come to the door? Thinking of this, Lei Ping suddenly stopped chewing the pancake. So the 600 Gauss rifles mentioned by the other party before turned out to be like this? It wants to teach those guys a lesson. But relying on only 600 Gauss rifles to subdue those people in the west is really a pipe dream. Although he came from the Future Alliance, he knew a little about the western part of the deserted planet. There are hundreds of prisons of all sizes, and the prison guards inside are countless. Even if it is impossible to go into battle, it is still possible to put together a considerable team. These slimes are at most only a few hundred. How can they beat so many people? Even if they have superpowers and have Gauss rifles, the victory or defeat is uncertain. Lei Ping thought and shook his head. If a war really breaks out on the deserted planet, he must prepare a retreat in advance. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news that the Western Prison Committee sent a letter to Jinsha City about the tax tribute spread like wings throughout the city in just 1 or 2 days. Even the people in the Hulian caravan, who just arrived in Jinsha City this morning, have heard about it. Not long ago, Hulian and his team set out from Jinsha City with the dried sharp-toothed centipedes they purchased to the largest medicinal material market in the future galaxy. There, They met their old customers and negotiated a valuable deal. Full of joy, Julian decided to return to the deserted planet and wanted to go to the golden slime to see if there were any new good products. This proposal was naturally unanimously agreed by the caravan. Julian actually knew very well that the reason why his men agreed so readily was purely because they had been out for too long and were greedy for the special food made by the slime. However, Julian did not expect that when they rushed back here exhausted, they heard a very bad news. The East is likely to go to war with the West. Even so far, this is just a rumor that has not been officially confirmed. But even so, it is still spread everywhere. Along the way, they have heard various discussions about this matter no less than 3 times. This also made everyone in the caravan feel uneasy. Boss, are the slimes really going to go to war with the prison? Hearing the assistant's question, Julian remained silent, because he didn't know either. The news came too suddenly, and he was not mentally prepared at all. To be honest, he certainly didn't want the war to break out, because this means that the originally stable supply channel is about to disappear, not to mention other medicines for the time being. Once a war breaks out, the slime recovery potion will most likely no longer be exported. Even if the slimes themselves can't use it, these militiamen on the battlefield in the East can always use it. When Julian thought about the large amount of money that was about to leave him, he felt very painful. After thinking about it, he felt that it was very necessary for him to talk to his partners about this serious topic. So soon, the Lord's Mansion of Jinsha City staged such a scene. Is the East really going to go to war with the West? With a creaking sound, the office was pushed open. Unlike his usual relaxed and peaceful look, Boss Hu looked a little nervous at this moment. Seeing the familiar face of the visitor, Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be you. Julian, when did you come back? This morning? Julian took a deep breath. This is not important. You just need to tell me whether this is true or not. However, the slime opposite did not answer him immediately. He just looked at him with a slight scrutiny. Where did you hear about this? It's all over the city. Julian paused and looked at the calm slime chief in front of him calmly. Seeing you like this, those rumors should not be true. Right? Xiaoming, you also said that it was a rumor. Hearing this, Julian was relieved immediately. He knew it was fake. After all, if they were really going to fight, the other party should not be as leisurely and calm as they are now. The Western prison is not those small-time Baron Star thieves. After all, it is also an organization that has been entrenched on the Baron Star for nearly 3 centuries. Even though times have changed, and the prison is no longer as overwhelmingly powerful as it once was due to the loss of the solid backing of the Space Legion, it should not be underestimated. The Slime Clan has only been rising for more than a year, including several nearby farms. The entire Jinsha city has a population of only about 100,000. How to fight against the Western prison that occupies half of the deserted planet? Even if the scattered villages and towns in other eastern regions are added, they still can't beat those black uniforms. Right? If this is true, Julian wants to knock open the brain of his old friend to see with his own eyes whether the slime's head is filled with water. After all, from the perspective of equipment and professional combat quality of personnel, they are far behind. Thinking of this, Julian couldn't help but regret his impulsive behavior of rushing into the city lord's mansion. Impulsive. But at this moment, the next sentence of the slime in front of him instantly raised his heart again. However, many times rumors do not mean groundless. Julian, what do you mean? Is this going to fight or not? The slime in front of him jumped off the chair, bounced to the French window of the office, and asked a question without thinking. Do you think the current Jinsha city has changed compared to the past? Being caught off guard by the question, Julian was stunned. He thought for a moment and answered, a lot. This place has become more prosperous than when I came here in previous years. What else? The disappearance of the nobles? What else? What else? Julian thought about it, and his eyes unconsciously followed the other party's line of sight to the street scene in the distance. Seeing the energetic smiling faces of pedestrians and vendors, he answered uncertainly, it seems that the people living here have become happier than before. Does it count? Yes. Of course it counts. Xiaoming smiled and said, in the past, these people lived in poverty and had no hope. But now, they can not only eat and wear warm clothes, but also learn new knowledge that they didn't have the opportunity to learn before, which gives them hope in life. But the group of greedy leeches came again. For so many years, the Western prison has been sucking blood from the East. The taxes and tributes they demanded were earned by the people of the East with blood, sweat and tears. I can't watch this mistake continue. This is not only for myself, but also for this city and the people of the entire eastern region to continue to keep such a smile. If the only way to protect all this is war, then I can only choose to do so. It was obviously not an impassioned tone, nor an inspiring word. But at this moment, Julian's heart was hit unprecedentedly. The figure of the slime in front of him seemed to become more majestic than the mountains and ridges in the east at this moment. Looking at Xiaoming's back, Julian was stunned for a long time before he uttered a sentence. If you need my help, just say it. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of money. Xiaoming didn't expect that boss who would say such a thing to him. After all, businessmen value profit, and everyone in the game knows that boss who likes money. Although the Slime Clan saved Julian's life, the debt had already been repaid when the Slime Clan discovered and helped the Slime mine iron ore. They are now equal business partners. But now the other party actually offered to pay for the war, which really surprised him. To be honest, he didn't plan to tie Julian to the chariot at first. After all, no one knows what will happen in the war, and he doesn't need to drag irrelevant people into the water. But now that the other party has taken the initiative to propose, of course he won't refuse. After all, who can resist the temptation of hugging thighs? War is very expensive. Thinking of this, Xiaoming silently brewed some emotions in his heart, then turned around and stared at him with a pair of dark eyes. Are you serious? Do you know what you are talking about? I know. Of course I am serious. Julian nodded slightly. His eyes were more firm than ever. Although I don't like war. But you are right. War is just a means to maintain interests. I made my fortune on the deserted planet. If the East continues to be oppressed and Jinsha City becomes no longer prosperous, then all my operations here will still be in vain. This is not only for you, but also for myself. Chapter 3061 1.29 version update. Military Command Online. As a businessman, Julian does have a long-term vision. Although he made a fortune by relying on iron ore. For him, the medicinal materials and homemade medicines provided by the Slime Clan are his long-term and stable ways to make money. After all, iron ore will eventually be mined out. But medicines can be produced continuously as long as the raw materials are continuous. And the Slime Clan has obviously been able to obtain the raw materials for medicine steadily. Of course, what he is most reluctant to give up are the sharp-toothed centipedes and recovery potions. Especially the latter. This excellent product has opened up the market for medicine procurement for the logistics department of the Space Legion for him. It's not easy to get this line. How can it be broken like this? How much money will he lose? Although he doesn't like war. Since war is inevitable, he can only choose to embrace it. After all, it's much better to be an active hunter than to be a passive prey. If he's lucky, his assets may double again through this war. Thinking about it, Julian looked at Xiaoming with a bit of nervousness. So, what is your answer? The slime in front of him stretched out a small hand. I thank you for your generous help on behalf of all the people in Jinsha City and even the East. My dearest friend. Hearing this, Julian's eyes lit up slightly, and the mustache on his lips rose slightly. He stretched out his right hand and held a soft and elastic little tentacle. I am honored to be able to join this great change. After reaching a united front, Julian asked another question that he was most concerned about at the moment. What are you going to do next? Since you plan to fight, there must be a deployment plan. Right? Apart from other things, the ammunition and food needed for the war and the arrangement of the frontline logistics personnel must have a charter. Otherwise, how should the people below do things at that time? What Julian didn't know was that Xiaoming had actually made preparations as early as after receiving the letter from George, chairman of the prison committee. It's just that he hasn't had time to announce it to the public. Thinking about it, Xiaoming said, regarding this issue, I will give a comprehensive explanation at the mobilization meeting later. As for now, I need you to help me do something more important. More important thing? Julian was puzzled. What could be more important than what they are talking about now? Xiaoming did not explain, but just said, you will know later. Earth. Official website. WildStar World. Version 1.29 update. 1. The number of closed beta players increased to 1,000. 2. The new event, Westward War, is about to be launched, and the event map is upgraded to the Great Desert deeper west of Prison Number 9. Stay tuned. 3. Added Legion. System. 4. Added more event NPCs. 5. Fixed scene modeling and a few bugs. Developer log, version 1.29. Hello, dear players. It's been a long time since we last met. Xiaoming misses you very much. Just kidding. I have been peeping at the screen on the forum silently. After all, collecting and analyzing players' opinions is also what a good planner needs to do. Previously, everyone has been complaining about the difficulty of applying for closed beta accounts in WildStar World, and the small number of accounts issued. So this time, we decided to open a batch of more accounts, so that more netizens who love and support our game can come to WildStar World for a pleasant exploration. Of course, in addition to opening more closed beta accounts, this update also adds other interesting content. For example, Legion. Unlike ordinary guilds, the Legion is a guild born specifically for combat players. Of course, speaking of this, individual life profession players should not be anxious. With the update of the version, other life profession guilds will be launched in the future, just like the previous Chamber of Commerce gameplay. In the future, there may be some Farmer Association, Catering Association, Handicraft Association, and the like. Let's get back to the point. Let's talk about the focus of this update, the gameplay of the Legion. In the past, combat players generally chose to call 3 or 5 familiar game friends to form a team when performing tasks. However, considering the limitation of the number of players in a team and the growth of the number of players in the future, the small-scale team play is obviously no longer able to meet the development of the game. The Legion system was born from this. Any player who reaches the citizen level can set up his own Legion. It should be noted that the number of members of each Legion must be at least 10, with no upper limit. After the establishment of the Legion, players can design the Legion's logo, flag and number by themselves. Of course, if you don't have game friends and don't want to join the Legion formed by other players, a standing Legion organized by NPCs will also be established in the game. Lone Wolf players can also choose to join there. Of course, it's the same as the professional level in the game. We also designed a classification for the Legion. They are Squad, 10 people. Platoon, 30 people. Company, 120 people. Battalion, 500 people. Here is a reference to the actual military personnel establishment. The higher level regiments, divisions, brigades, and armies are not open yet, because the number of closed beta players has not reached the standard. Perhaps everyone can look forward to the future public beta. Smileyface.jpg. The initial level of the newly established Legion is Platoon, and it will be gradually promoted according to the accumulation of military merits. After the promotion, not only can the number of recruits increase, but also more budget support can be obtained. At the same time, a larger area of activity base will be obtained. Smart players must have guessed it by seeing this. In addition to the above reasons, there is another more important reason for the launch of the Legion gameplay. That is war. As the plot develops, the Slime Clan will inevitably have irreconcilable conflicts with some large forces in the future. Therefore, war is an inevitable result. Of course, the Legion is not only born for the war gameplay. In fact, it can also undertake many functions. For example, suppress rebellion, maintain regional peace and stability, fight against large-scale monster attacks such as lizard disasters, and take on the responsibility of construction engineering teams. Doghead. In non-war mode, the Legion can participate in tasks such as escorting caravans, escorting goods, and conducting weapons testing issued by NPCs or other players to earn rewards. Once a war breaks out, each Legion needs to respond to the call of the Patriarch and rush to the battlefield. Of course, the Legion that performs well in the war will also get a bigger share of the pie when the war activity is settled. One thing needs to be reminded to everyone. Although players can attack hostile forces at will on the battlefield, they cannot declare war on behalf of the Slime Clan and any stronghold within the Slime sphere of influence. Players who serve as Legion leaders are requested to discipline the members of the team. If there is any violation, the Legion level will be downgraded or disbanded for minor violations, and the account will be permanently banned for serious violations. Please act with caution. Although I said in the previous article that the Legion is a guild designed specifically for combat players, this does not mean that only combat professional players can join the Legion. In fact, the Legion is more like a cooperation bridge built specifically for combat and life professional players. For example, when fighting, we also need a logistics department. And here is the home of life professional players. Whether it is food or weapons and ammunition, these all require support from life professional players. Of course, if you don't want to work hard in the fields or rub bullets in the weapons factory, you can of course choose to comfortably pay money to be a behind-the-scenes investor. If you are lucky, you can even make a fortune from the war. However, investment is risky, so you need to be cautious when entering the market. If you want to make money, you must also be prepared to lose money. The sudden update once again shocked the Cloud players squatting on the game forum. What's going on? It's updated again. Is the official so fierce recently? However, when they saw the update content, a simple, wow, was obviously not enough to express their shock. Military unification? 6. Another 400 accounts are opened. The planner is awesome. What about those closed beta players? Why didn't they comment on such a large-scale official update this time? At this point, they are probably not offline yet. Damn! I want to play the game too. It's almost time. If I can win this time, I can enter the game in 2 days. Although, can I really win? As the number of players increases, more and more game screenshots are circulated on the internet. The number of reservations has already exceeded 300,000 and is approaching 400,000. Although many people have explained that accounts and helmets are bound to people, there are still a group of people on the internet who are asking for helmets and accounts at high prices. And the mysterious urban legend game, Wild Star World, has become more and more popular under the impetus of this group of people. Even if there are 100 application test questions, it still cannot stop the enthusiasm of these curious netizens. After all, the membership questions of a certain site are also 100. And the application for a game closed beta account is nothing. So many people are queuing up. But only 400 accounts are released this time. Although it is more than before, it is a drop in the bucket for the huge number of reservations later. 400 accounts correspond to nearly 400,000 reservations. The probability is 1:1000. How lucky do you have to be to get a place? Although I know that hope is lost. It is better to have hope than no hope. What if my luck explodes, and I really become one of these 400? Therefore, most of the Cloud players still hold an optimistic attitude towards this matter. The offline forum has been flooded with Cloud players. And the online players, who have obtained the closed beta qualification, have also learned about the game update through the system push. Oh my goodness. Military command? After seeing the update announcement, I didn't even care about eating my favorite fried kidney. Am I right? There will be a war next. On the side, I want to be read with a proud look of what I said before. After reading all the updated content, Peng Zhanqi thought, unlike the team mode, this military command has no number of people online, and does not seem to limit the level of members. Except for the Legion leader. Team members are not required to have a citizen level. This also means that newbies can join. Peng, do you want to form a Legion? As if seeing his interest, I want to be read asked curiously. Peng Zhanqi nodded, it's interesting. You can try it. Fried Kidney is obviously also very interested. And then interrupted, I plan to form one too. Anyway, there will be many new players in the game recently, so there is no need to worry about not being able to recruit people. As he said that, he looked at me and asked me to be read. What about you, Brother Hong? I asked me to refuse. I would rather be a professional player in my daily life. It is still too tiring to charge into battle. It is not suitable for me. Hearing this, Fried Kidney Flour looked regretful. Your power armor was wasted. It would be great if you could transfer it to me. Okay. Give me 1 million slime coins, and I will transfer it to you. Damn. Money grabbing. Several young players were arguing in the cafeteria. On the other side, the mighty brother and Daoang Chiao, who had finally resurrected and went online, finally met with their good brothers. And the first thing they did after meeting was to discuss the updated military system. Daoang Chiao, is the official going to prepare for the guild gameplay this time? Didn't the planner Xiaoming say that the Legion is a guild born specifically for combat players? Mighty and Unyielding paused and said, how about we also make one for fun? Rim is my wife. I think it's okay. With the 400 accounts just announced, there will be 1,000 players in the game by then. With so many new players entering the game, even if we can't make the biggest battalion, it should be no problem to make a squad or platoon. Moreover, judging from the official update this time, there will be a war next. Although the official did not post any event introduction about the Westward War, the smart little players have already deduced the direction of the next plot through the event title, and even the clues during this period. Obviously, this event is prepared for the prison in the West, and the Legion gameplay is better to be said to be born for the Westward War than the official so-called for fighting players. So what name should we give it? Seeing that the brothers have reached a unified consensus on forming a Legion, Mighty and Unyielding tried to speak. Mighty Legion? This name is not bad. What the H.L.? Why don't you call it the Rem Legion or the Dalong Legion? Brother Rem couldn't help but complain passionately. Mighty and unyielding, you can't blame me for this. It's all because your names are too silly. Dalang takes medicine and Rem is my wife. Isn't your name silly? Mighty and unyielding. The mighty brother, who was attacked by his brothers, finally lost and asked directly. What do you think the name is? Dalong takes medicine. Don Fong Booby? Mighty and unyielding. Rem is my wife. You might as well call it Don'tchia Shidu. I don't want to practice the sunflower manual. Dalong takes medicine. Don'tchia Shidu is not bad either. I am Don'tchia. You are Shidu. Mighty and unyielding. What about me? Dalong takes medicine. You are Hong Qigong. The beggar of the north. Rem is my wife. That's a good idea. Mighty and unyielding. What's good about it? Choose a new name. I don't want to be a beggar. The scene suddenly fell into a deadlock. Just when Dalong took medicine and felt a headache about the name of the legion, Brother Rem on the side suddenly spoke. Great and powerful thunder? Chapter 307 Legion Recruitment. Dawei Tianlei? What a great name. Each of them took a character from their IDs. No one has more, and no one has less. And it sounds so domineering. It fits their temperament so well. Almost without any hesitation, the three of them unanimously voted to approve this name. Let's call it this. Dawei Tianlei. Just when the online players were busy exploring the newly launched Legion gameplay, Julian on the other side also followed Xiaoming to a place. Walking into the hospital's inpatient department, Julian was stunned. What are you bringing me here for? He really couldn't imagine what important things he could do in such a place. Take you to see someone. Who? The president of the seance. He is also the person who can help me get the Gauss rifle. Seance? What kind of organization is that? Also, how can the other party get something like the Gauss rifle? What is the origin of this? Julian was surprised and a little confused. It seems that he has not been away from the deserted planet for a long time. Why do he feel that he does not understand many things after coming back? As if he saw his confusion, Xiaoming said, a lot of things happened on the deserted planet during the time you were away. I will explain the specific situation to you when I see someone later. As they were talking, the group stopped at the door of a ward. After knocking on the door twice, a response came from inside. Please come in. Xiaoming did not hesitate and pushed the door open. After 2 days of recuperation, Thor's mental state was much better than before. When Xiaoming entered the room, he was standing by the window looking at the scenery outside the window. You are here? When he saw the visitor, he did not change his posture, but just greeted him indifferently, and then looked out the window attentively. Xiaoming was curious when he saw this. What are you looking at? Looking at the scenery. Thor turned around and sat down beside the bed, saying that this place is very good. It is more interesting than most of the planets in the future alliance. Hearing such an evaluation, Julian was a little surprised. You know, the future alliance is a holy land that countless interstellar travelers yearn for. In the past, the landlords on the barren planet yearned for Jinsha City and hoped that they could become one of the nobles there. And those old nobles, who already lived in Jinsha City, yearned for the distant future alliance even more. In the eyes of those people, it is the pinnacle of prosperous civilization. It has countless advanced technologies and an extremely safe and comfortable living environment. People living there do not have to pay tribute to the blood-sucking worms in the West. Nor do they have to worry about being smashed by robbers who break into their own manors one day. Not to mention those old nobles. Even Julian himself yearns for that paradise. But the old man in front of him said that this place is better than most planets in the future alliance. To be honest, if it were not for politeness, he would have wanted to ask the other party if there was something wrong with his eyes. Xiaoming did not react much to this evaluation, and only asked, is the future alliance not good? It is not bad. Thor thought for a moment and said, life there is really boring. From birth to death, everything is like a pre-programmed program that is completed step by step. The buildings in each city are also in various minimalist and cold styles. AI, bionic people, and mechanical life forms are everywhere in life, which makes the environment they live in look more like a virtual society composed of electronic components. Although life is indeed convenient, it also loses a lot of fun. Just like in the future alliance, he can only eat various flavors of industrially processed and synthesized nutritious canned food or supplements. Creative foods such as fried dumplings, donuts, roasted snake meat, wolf meat soup, lizard meat sandwiches made by slime are simply not available in the future alliance. After all, In the eyes of those scientific research lunatics on Omega Star, high oil, high salt, and high sugar foods are not healthy. To be honest, he prefers this unhealthy food because it is more human. Hearing this, Xiaoming understood why the other party had insisted on the plan of descending gods for so many years. To put it bluntly, life is too dull and boring, so he wants to find some excitement. But the other party himself does not seem to realize this. His loyalty to the so-called gods almost deceived him. Julian, who didn't understand the cause and effect, didn't think so deeply. At this moment, he suddenly understood what the other party had just said. If he had to eat those tasteless nutrients for a long time for the so-called health, he would naturally get bored. Moreover, the food made by slime is really delicious. Not to mention his subordinates in the caravan. Even he himself would miss the food here from time to time when he was away from home. As if he had sighed enough, Thor turned his head and looked at Julian on the side. This is Boss Hu of Julian's caravan. He is an interstellar businessman. Thor, the president of the Seance Society. Although it is not known whether this organization will continue to exist in the future. Just remember it for now. After introducing both parties, Xiaoming explained the situations that he had not been able to tell Julian in detail before. However, after listening to the seance plan and the past of Space Base Number 1, Julian was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Who would have thought that so many things happened during the time he left the deserted planet? The Seance Society wanted to open another dimension to let the gods come. But what appeared was not the gods, but a group of terrible black tentacle monsters. Are they sure they are not making up a story? I know this is too bizarre, and you may not be able to accept it for a while. But this is the fact. President Thor has arranged for people to prepare Gauss rifles. But because the Future Alliance has strict entry and exit management of firearms, they can only disguise themselves as interstellar caravans and secretly transport the weapons here. Because I am busy with work and can't get away, I need a trustworthy person to pick up the goods on my behalf. Hearing this, Julian already understood what the other party had said about the important task. This is to ask him to help smuggle arms. But compared to the high risk of this matter itself, he cares more about the trustworthy person in the other party's mouth. Aren't you worried that I will run away with the goods? You won't. The tone of the slime in front of me was very firm. If you were such a short-sighted person, you would not have said such a thing to me before. I believe you. No one has ever trusted Julian so unreservedly. His parents died early, and he relied on his own brain to reach his current position. Although doing business with those landlords in the past was acceptable on the surface, only he knew that the other party did not trust him very much. Of course, he did not trust his customers either. But the golden slime is completely different. It is kind and benevolent but not blind and without bottom line. It is wise and intelligent but not arrogant and complacent. Although it is not a human, in Julian's eyes it is thousands of times better than many hypocritical humans. Not to mention that it has brought him so many business opportunities and helped his wealth grow steadily. Thinking of this, Julian couldn't help but feel an inexplicable touch in his heart. He straightened his chest and said loudly, "You can rest assured to leave this matter to me. I will definitely bring back what you want smoothly. Then I'll trouble you." Xiaoming grinned and said, "For safety reasons, I will send my people to follow you all the way to protect your personal safety." Hearing this, Julian immediately showed a touching and frightened smile on his face. "Thank you very much for your kindness. But for such a small matter, you don't need to trouble your people. Right?" Although he admired and respected the Golden Slime Chief, he was not interested in those people under his command who acted erratically. After all, he had not forgotten that they had stolen his spaceship and left him alone on the asteroid iron mine for several days and nights. Just because he did not agree to bring the spider eggs on the spaceship. These slimes did such a terrible thing. If he really let them go with him, he didn't know what would happen next. Thinking of this, Julian felt that it was very necessary to reject the kindness of the slime chief. However, it was still necessary. After all, this kind of thing was too dangerous, and it might endanger life if you were not careful. I would feel more at ease with them around. You have also seen their skills. Apart from anything else, it is completely no problem to protect the safety of the caravan. Julian, now that he has said this, can he still refuse? Obviously not. Therefore, Julian had to swallow the words he had prepared before, and force a smile. That would be a bother for you. When Xiaoming sent players to follow Julian's caravan to the Future Alliance to carry out the task of collecting arms. On the other hand, the 400 newbies, who obtained the closed beta qualification when the 1.29 version was updated finally went online on time after a long wait of 48 hours. Although there are now 3 slime summoning pools in the game, as newly activated accounts. The initial login point for these newbies is always the slime nest. Since almost all the old players have left the slime village and gone to the more prosperous Jinsha city, or the more extensive western stronghold for development, the slime village has now become a real novice village. Of course, it has also become a talent market for old players to recruit newcomers. In the open space outside the slime nest, densely packed colorful slimes are crowded together, having been cloud players on the forum for several months. These newbies already know how to pinch the character's face in the early stage of account creation. Things like fluorescent colors, gradient colors, and textures used by early players are all weak. Smart newbies have now come up with ways to add metal effects and 3D shadow effects to the original skins. They have turned Desolate World into a PS Software tutorial. Looking at the blinding newbie skins on the screen, Weiwu Bai suddenly said, "I suddenly feel that we are weak." On the side, Rem, my wife, nodded in agreement. It feels like they can blind people without using skills. Hearing this, Gotham Brother, who suddenly felt an arrow in his back, immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "My skills now can not only blind people. Okay? It can also become a light cannon to blow up the whole place. Then it's GG. On the side, Fried Kidney Flower said unceremoniously, "What do you call this? Although the meteor is short-lived, it bursts out the most dazzling light? Gotham Iron Man. Get lost. Just when a group of old players are making jokes and insulting each other here." On the open space opposite, these newbies, who had never seen the world staged a traditional and popular scene again. Billy, oh my god! Is this the world of the deserted planet? This is too real. Garden baby, damn! Pinch me to see if I am dreaming. Zelda, ha 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 ha. I finally got in. Watermelon Taro, oh my god. It turns out that this game is not an urban legend. Bird of Paradise, how could it be an urban legend? I have been waiting for this game for so long. If this is fake, would I still be waiting in line? Compared with these non-Africans who really waited for more than a dozen or even 20 versions to enter the game, the time spent by most players waiting for this game is not too long. Almost all of them filled out the application test form with the mentality that it would be okay to give it a try. But they didn't expect that they would be lucky enough to win. If they still had a little doubt in their hearts when they received the game helmet, then at this moment their doubts have completely disappeared. Watermelon Taro rubbed his round body repeatedly, and after confirming that he had really turned into a slime, he felt more and more that the production technology behind this game was amazing. Other players were also surprised, looking at the surrounding houses and farmland, as well as the lake with extremely realistic light and shadow. Their hearts were already shocked beyond words. For a while, there were ghosts yelling, kissing the ground, and slapping themselves. Fortunately, this place is far away from Jinsha City, and the NPCs stationed here are farmers from the slime farm who are more familiar to the players. So the outrageous behavior of the newbies will not cause a commotion. The old players have long been accustomed to such scenes. After all, they did more than this in the past. But even so, it does not prevent them from watching the excitement of the newbies. After all, the newbies nowadays are the easiest to deceive and coax. After playing for a while, they are no longer innocent. Of course, compared to watching the excitement, the main purpose of their coming this time is to recruit people for their newly established legion. Because the official has no rigid regulations on the level of legion members, many old players plan to come to the novice village to see if there are any suitable seedlings to cultivate. Just like the Gotham Iron Man, Stir-Fried Kidney Flower, and the Great Thunder Trio. Compared to others, the Gotham Brothers recruitment conditions are very simple. There are only 2 requirements: courage plus obedience. As for whether the panel attributes are biased towards strength or intelligence, speed or perception, there are no requirements. Anyway, after taking the evolution ball, all basic attributes are useless. Even players with high strength values may activate the confusion skill. Anyway, he is studying weapons, and he does not need to charge into battle at any time like ordinary combat players. Only courage and obedience meet his recruitment requirements. Even if you don't understand weapons and military industry, it doesn't matter. These technical defects can be studied and cultivated in the later stage. As long as you love it, nothing can't be overcome. Unlike the simple requirements of Gotham Brother, the recruitment conditions of the Great Thunder Group are much more detailed. We already have defense, output and confusion control systems here. For future development considerations, Should we recruit another output or mage? After listening to Rem's words, Weiwubuka couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you playing a game? Rem blinked. Aren't we playing a game? Mighty and unyielding. This seems to be true. Daong is a little more rational after taking medicine. Now the newbies haven't activated their skills. So it's hard to tell. Compared to this, let's not be picky. After all, it's good to have one. If this continues, the players will be snatched up by other old players. There are no shortage of hardcore players among this batch of newbies. Those who want to find excitement and die have already gone to Gotham. Those who want to steadily upgrade to a combat profession have also reported to Daping Zhanqi and He Gu Long Dong Chong. Even the Fried Legion, which is fried kidney, has a lot of people queuing up. Seeing this, the two who were still struggling to choose who to choose immediately stopped discussing and shouted at the top of their voices. Dawei Tianlei is recruiting people. Our legion has just been established. And we are friendly to newbies. Welcome to play. On the other side, a message came from the Fried Legion. The Fried Legion is recruiting members. Old will lead newbies. And you will be guaranteed to leave the novice village in 10 days. Hearing this, the trio of Dawei Tianlei couldn't sit still immediately. Damn! Walking out of the novice village in 10 days? This guy is too boastful. Isn't he? Weiwubuki couldn't help but said, Yaohua. You are boasting too much. Don't fail to deliver and embarrass yourself when the time comes. The brick-carrying boy on the side said with a smile, You don't have to worry about that. Since we have said it, we can definitely do it. As soon as this was said, many newbies' eyes lit up. Although they have been peeking at the forum for a long time, they still don't have a concrete concept of how to play this game. If they can have an old player to lead them, they can avoid some pitfalls. Not to mention the guarantee of a novice village in 10 days. That is simply a huge temptation. For a while, many newbies who were still wavering ran to the Cao Cao Legion. Of course, the most eye-catching one is of course Brother Gotham. The eye-catching package of Wild Star World. As a hardcore player who is second to none in the game, a bunch of equally tough newbies came to him as soon as his Gotham Legion announced the recruitment. In order to attract the attention of him, the Legion leader, the newbies even promoted themselves at once. Boss, I can fly a plane. Boss, I can repair cars. Any car. I can shoot. Although it's a gun, my shooting skills are pretty accurate. I can shoot cannons. Although it's the kind in the game. Looking at Brother Gotham, who was surrounded by newbies not far away, Gotham's apprentices on the side couldn't help but whisper. Should I say they are brave or brave? They are really not afraid of being cheated by the master. Don't say that. I think we came in the same way. So far, Gotham has accepted a total of 5 apprentices. Except for the first 2. The remaining 3 basically came involuntarily after hearing about Gotham's name on the internet. Thinking of this, the younger apprentices all turned their eyes to the eldest brother Fei Kele. Brother Kele, how did you think of becoming a disciple of the master? Fei Kele paused slightly and replied after a long while, probably because he said that as long as I became a disciple, I would be allowed to fire rockets. Junior brothers, what a simple and unadorned reason. Chapter 308 Escort Mission. First entry into the Alpha Star of the Future Alliance. In the lively recruitment activities, many newbies successfully joined the legions of their choice. The remaining part, who did not find an organization, either because the legion they wanted to join was full, or they were lone wolf players who wanted to play solo. Of course, there are also some leisure and entertainment groups who are determined to play the life profession and are not interested in the legion gameplay at all. They did not intend to join this recruitment activity from the beginning. Regardless of joining or not, the several legions that came to recruit new members before have gained the talents they wanted, and the long-awaited newbies finally got their wish and embarked on the exploration journey of the deserted star world. At the same time, Wu Songda Laohu and Bing Zhan Yimewu, who were temporarily appointed by Xiao Ming to escort the Julian caravan, have just arrived at their destination Alpha Star of the Future Alliance. Before coming, they made up for the relevant knowledge about the Future Alliance. The Future Alliance is a political organization composed of 7 major planets, and its political system is somewhat similar to the separation of powers in the real world. Alpha, which has legislative power, is equivalent to Congress. Gamma, which has judicial power, is equivalent to the court, and the executive power is in the hands of the chairman of the Future Alliance, the highest official of the Alliance, and the chairman's office is on Beta. They are going to the Glory City on Alpha. This is not only the core city of Alpha, but also the military center of the entire future alliance. Not only does it have a special weapons research and development and production industry chain, but it also has the largest military academy in the entire future alliance. It is said that the most advanced weapons will be produced by the research and development department here and directly handed over to the military. To be honest, at first, when several people received the escort mission issued by the Patriarch, they were actually a little hesitant. Although triggering the Patriarch's mission is a good thing that can only be encountered by chance. They originally planned to go to the novice village with other old players to recruit new ones. In addition, this mission is more urgent, so there is no way to wait until the recruitment is completed before setting off. But when they heard that the destination of the escort was the future alliance, that little hesitation disappeared instantly. What a joke. That's the future alliance. It is the largest, most prosperous, and the most representative of the peak of human technological civilization in desolate planet world. In the past, everyone only knew a few words about this place in the official setting collection. But now there is this opportunity to visit it in person. What a good opportunity. Not going is a fool. So, several people agreed without thinking. After all, the opportunity to explore new maps is not always available. Facts prove that their choice is right. Looking at the scene in front of them, the players standing by the window opened their eyes in disbelief. Their mouths opened into an O shape, and they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Heck, this is too spectacular." I saw a row of simple white high-rise buildings standing on the street, forming a dense urban forest. Large and small aircraft shuttled around in the sky track above the city. Looking more closely, these high-rise buildings seem to be distributed in a ring, and the height of the buildings gradually decreases from the outside to the inside. The sunken area in the center has no buildings but an empty ground. In the center of this ground, there is only one vertical silver-white beam, and there are circles of clear blue light around the beam. This beam goes straight from the middle to the clouds at the top of the sky, and there is no end in sight. There is almost such a huge white beam in the center of each circular building complex. This also makes people curious. What exactly is it? Fortunately, someone soon answered this question for them. This is a space elevator. As long as you take it, you can reach any other planet in the future alliance. It was Hichi who spoke, since the group was unfamiliar with the Glory City. Xiao Ming and President Thor sent Hichi, who had studied at the Central Military Academy in Glory City, to be a guide after discussion. Julian and the players had no objection to this arrangement. However, when they learned the true identity of the beam in front of them, everyone was extremely surprised. Damn! This thing turned out to be a space elevator? For a moment, the players crowded in front of the window, staring at the silver white and blue light circles in the distance with wide eyes, and exclaimed in admiration. Julian also saw such a scene for the first time, and couldn't help but sigh. This elevator doesn't look big. How many people can it carry at a time? About 700 to 800 people at a time. Although it doesn't look big from this angle, it is actually much larger than you think. Hearing Hichi's answer, the players were shocked. 700 to 800 people at a time? That's more than a high-speed train can carry. Looking at the spectacular scene in the distance, Julian's throat trembled for a moment, and finally said nothing. However, the players still did not change their enthusiasm for the new map, sticking to the window of the spaceship and pointing at the buildings in the distance. This modeling is too awesome. It feels even better than the modeling of the deserted planet. Aren't these really textures? Look! There are so many robots on the street. Stupid. That's called AI. Amid the noise, the spaceship gradually approached the landing point. The closer to the city, the more shocking the scene brings. Large and small aircraft shuttled in the sky track, including transport drones and patrol police cars. There are many robots with different functions and responsibilities on both sides of the road on the surface. Some are responsible for cleaning the road. Some are responsible for pruning the flower beds. And of course, there are robots responsible for cleaning the facades of buildings. All the pictures in front of them combined together show the technology and advancement of the land under their feet. These ring-shaped building clusters are like enlarged white versions of the ancient Roman Colosseum. They are also a bit like oversized speakers. It is said that the tops of these ring-shaped building complexes are equipped with anti-missile systems, which can intercept all tactical missiles from low and high altitudes. They can even intercept hypersonic missiles. Compared with this super-futuristic interstellar city in front of them, the town on the deserted planet is simply a fusion of primitivism and classicism. After staring at the white high-rise building not far away for a long while, the 1.5-meter tall soldier said with emotion, "It must be said that the gap between the rich and the poor in this game is really huge. Wusong beat the tiger and said, "Who said it wasn't? Our place is either a mountain valley or a desert. How can it be compared with here? Even the most prosperous Jinsha city is like Baghdad in Assassin's Creed Vision. If it weren't for the official propaganda that this is an alien infrastructure game, he would have thought he was playing Civilization 6. It was not until they saw the city in front of them that the players had a little sense of the interstellar background of Wildstar World. The Black Bell Snail anti-powered suspension spacecraft slowly approached the edge of the city, and then slowly landed on the platform designated by the official Glory City. The hatch opened. Julian and Hedge got off the spacecraft first, and the players followed closely. The pickup point arranged by President Thor was not near the apron, so they had to move their positions by car. Fortunately, the people of the seance had arranged this matter in advance. Not long after walking out of the cabin, a silver-white bus came into view. After getting in the car, the group drove away from the airport. Julian asked, "Where are we going next?" Although he looked very calm, only he knew how nervous he was. The Future Alliance strictly prohibited the export of high-end weapons. But this time, they came to steal the Gauss rifle. If the authorities found out, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. But now, he has already boarded this pirate ship, and he took the initiative to board it. So it's too late to regret it. Now he can only pray silently in his heart that this journey will be safe. Unlike the frightened boss the players are very interested in this mission, taking advantage of the time of transfer by car. Wusong De Lao went offline and ran to the forum. So, a post about Alpha Star Glory City titled, "Too awesome! It turns out that the Future Alliance looks like this," was born on the forum. You can't imagine how spectacular it is there. Almost all the buildings are white. Their high-rise buildings are distributed in a circular trumpet shape from high to low. From above, the surface of the city looks like it is covered with white ring-shaped patterns. And in the center of the ring-shaped patterns is the space elevator. It is said that as long as you take it, you can go to the other 6 planets of the Future Alliance. This is too cool. In addition, there is also sky rail transportation surrounding the city buildings, and various aircraft and artificial intelligence. I went to the City of Glory, and I knew what a future interstellar city would look like. In short, it was too shocking. You should really go there to take a look if you have the chance in the future. My Chinese expression ability is limited, and I can't explain it in a few words. So I'll just post the picture directly. Screenshot 1.jpg. Screenshot 2.jpg. Screenshot 3.jpg. Not long after the post was sent out, it received a lot of replies. Although the newly launched Legion gameplay and the upcoming Westward War event have become the recent discussion topics of players. Players are still very interested in new maps that they have never been to. Not to mention that this new map itself represents the world's most technologically advanced civilization. Who wouldn't be excited about this? Of course, in addition to discussing the content of the new map itself, there are naturally some envious and jealous comments from some players in the replies below. Gotham Iron Man, damn? When did you go to the Future Alliance? Wusong beats the tiger, just 2 days ago. A few of us triggered the clan leader mission, saying that we have to escort Boss, who to the Alpha Star of the Future Alliance to pick up the goods. Gotham Iron Man. By Wu Chang? Damn! How come this good thing never gets my turn? Is it not enough that I have licked the clan leader? I want to be read, squinting although. When have you ever licked the clan leader? Stir-fried kidney flour. That's right. Brother Hong claims to be the second licker in the whole server, so no one dares to claim to be the first. I want to be read. Sunglasses, Loki. Ping spreads wings. What goods did Boss who go there to pick up? You guys are actually needed to escort him. Wusong beats the tiger. Sunglasses, you will never guess. Gotham Iron Man, don't keep us in suspense. Say what you want to say, and fart quickly. Wusong beats the tiger. It's a Gauss rifle. It is said that it is a military model produced by the Military Industry Department of Alpha Star. 10,000 Alliance coins per rifle. And it is said that 600 will be imported in total. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, 10,000 Alliance coins per rifle. That is 6 million Alliance coins. How much is it worth? Dapping Zanki, I don't know about this. At present, the official has not officially opened the foreign exchange between slime coins and Future Alliance currency. But since this is a Gauss rifle, and it is the latest cutting-edge weapon launched by the official, I think it will sell for 10,000 or 20,000 slime coins. Ziguataro. Paradise bird, damn. So expensive? I only get 20 slime coins for a day of weeding in the field. Stir-fried kidney flour. Your current income is already good. We didn't know if we could earn 10 slime coins a day in the early days. Dapping Zanki. It's better for newbies to take it slowly. Upgrade first. And you can afford equipment in the later stages. Paradise Bird QAQ. Online players are discussing the new weapon Gauss rifle that will be launched soon. On the other side, deep in the western desert, a makeshift ragtag army was quietly established in Storm City. Chapter 309 Prison Commissioner George's Plan. Standing in the queue in a black prison guard uniform, Guka felt a little uncomfortable. When the prison was recruiting prison guards in Storm City a few days ago, he declined the invitation from the elder brother who invited him to queue up together. Unexpectedly, when he was selling prey furs at the market at the city gate, he was stopped by the prison guard on duty. The other party questioned him for a few questions, and then directly filled his name in a booklet. At that time, he was scared to death, thinking that he had made some mistakes and was going to be arrested by them. Unexpectedly, the other party told him to report to the Judgment Tower in the afternoon to get clothes. Guka was not in Storm City for the first time, so he naturally knew what the Judgment Tower was. That was where the group of people lined up to apply for prison guards 2 days ago. The other party wanted to include him in the recruitment team. Realizing this, Guka immediately refused. But the prison guard who registered rolled his eyes and said, "How many people want to come in but can't? You have the chance to come in, but you want to refuse? Don't be ungrateful. Besides, your name has been registered. Once you are on the list, you have to go even if you don't want to." Hearing such domineering and tough words, Guka had to swallow his refusal back into his stomach. In this way, he finally became one of the latest prison guards recruited by Storm City. For some reason, Guka always felt like he was being cheated. Didn't it say that prison guards only recruit people from local towns and not nomads from the Wasteland tribe? Even if Storm City relaxed its policy, how could it relax this regulation? However, things have become like this, and it is useless to worry about those trivial matters. Fortunately, he is not completely unfamiliar with people here. There is also a familiar face standing in the same line with him. It was the big brother who answered his confusion and invited him to join him that day. The other party also saw him, and was stunned for a moment, then smiled at him meaningfully. "He looked like I knew you would come." At the front of the team, the officer who was also wearing a black prison guard uniform was chattering non-stop. The loud voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker above people's heads. More than half a year ago, we experienced a lizard disaster, and a few months ago, we also experienced an extremely serious jailbreak. Although those hateful jailbreakers were eventually executed on the spot by us, they still caused a lot of losses to the prison, especially the manpower, which was seriously insufficient. Many brothers died in this catastrophe. In order to carry out future work smoothly, after discussion, the prison committee decided to recruit new people in advance. Be proud. Not everyone has the opportunity to enter here at any time. As the first lucky ones to enter here from outside Storm City, you will represent the prison and the prison committee to go to the east to collect taxes and tributes. Chairman George has entrusted you with such an important task. You must not live up to the trust of the chairman and the prison committee. Did you hear that? Yes. After a long speech, the morning meeting ended. After lunch, the newly recruited prison guards had to face the afternoon training again. And the elder brother, who had met Guka once before, happened to be assigned with him this time. This elder brother's name is Chin Day, and his home is in a small town called Dust 50 kilometers away from Storm City. It is said that he is the only one selected in their town. To be honest, even if it is to enable them to quickly adapt to the identity of prison guards, Guka still feels that this kind of training is really too intense. After all, he has never seen those prison guards running exercises and practicing shooting every day like they do now. Chin Day is not as complicated as he thought. After all, for ordinary people like him who live outside Storm City, being able to become a prison guard is already a great thing for the family. Therefore, he did not complain about the hard training, but chatted with Guka with great interest. "I didn't expect you to be here too." Day grinned and showed a row of neat white teeth. "When I asked you before, you said you couldn't come, and I thought you really wouldn't come." Guka was obviously embarrassed to be misunderstood like this, so he had to explain his previous experience to others. Hearing this, Chin Day was amazed. It is said that in the past, the prison recruited people after a series of inspections and audits. "This is the first time I have heard of someone like you being pulled directly from the street." After speaking, he looked Guka up and down. "Maybe because your physique is more conspicuous." Guka couldn't help laughing when he heard this. "Conspicuous? Of course. Chindahai said seriously, this is the first time I have seen someone as tall and strong as you. Are all the men of your desert tribe like this? Guka thought for a while and said, about the same. Because we walk in the desert all year round. Sometimes we need to fight with wild beasts when we encounter danger. So it seems that the people there basically look like this. Chindahai nodded when he heard this. And then winked at Guka as if he thought of something. I heard that the prison is still recruiting people. Otherwise you can also let your other tribesmen come and try. We have food to eat. Nice clothes to wear. And now we have a place to live. Isn't this more comfortable than blowing sand outside every day? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that all the relatives around him were gone, and he had a daughter, he would have wanted to bring someone in to try. However, this proposal did not receive the other party's happy approval. This should be impossible. I saw a trace of disappointment on Guka's face, thinking that I didn't know where my people were now. Chinday was stunned, and didn't understand what he meant by this sentence. After a while, he hesitated and asked, are you an orphan? Guka couldn't help laughing. Of course not. The Wasteland tribe never abandons any member of the tribe. We just got separated. In the disaster a few months ago. This time, Chinday didn't say anything more. Because he knew how terrible the disaster was. Many people died under the butcher knife of the escaped prisoners. Even a remote town like theirs was attacked at the time. Fortunately, the whole family hid in a cellar for nearly half a month to avoid this man-made disaster. Of course, this does not mean that as long as they hide, they will be safe. At least his brothers, cousins, and cousins didn't have such good luck. The town was like this. And nomads like them, who had no fixed place to live, were not much better. Even if Guka's tribesmen didn't die at that time, they were probably in danger. After thinking about it, Chunday could only comfort him against his conscience. You will definitely meet again in the future. Guka raised a smile and said, I think so too. What are the two of you chatting over there? Hurry up and practice. In the distance, the instructor's voice suddenly sounded. The two immediately stopped chatting, pretending to pick up the practice guns and shoot at the target. Just when Guka thought that they would spend the next time in a long running and shooting training, the content of the training suddenly changed. Looking at the pile of unknown powders and materials in front of them, not only Guka, but all the new prison guards present were a little confused. However, what made them even more confused was what the instructor said in front of them. These are the raw materials for making gunpowder. What you need to do next is to learn how to mix and make them. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but raise his hand and ask curiously, aren't we practicing shooting? The black-clad instructor on the opposite side glanced at him, and then calmly looked away. Although shooting training is important, what you are going to learn next is equally important, because it is related to whether you can cope with this year's lizard plague. Lizard plague? Hearing this, everyone present became agitated. Every year when there is a lizard plague in the desert, everyone hides if they can. Either they prepare enough food and water to hide in their own cellars, or they move to areas where the lizard plague is not so dense. The suppression of the lizard plague has always been the responsibility of the prison. Of course, in order to prevent a shortage of manpower, most towns still need to send strong men. Ordinary people without guns can only carry hoes or shovels to fight those monsters. Although the consequence of doing so is that no one can come back alive and well. This is their way of facing the enemy. Now, the instructor said that he would teach them to prepare gunpowder to fight against those big lizards. How could these people care about anything else? So they immediately shut up and started to study seriously, looking at the busy figures on the training ground in the distance. A satisfied smile appeared on Chairman George's face. Shooting training is just a means to cover up. After all, those slimes will not be killed by bullets. What can really kill them is powerful explosives. This is also the fundamental reason why he wants these people to learn to make and use explosives. After all, ordinary weapons cannot eradicate them. Not to mention that they can fight and are as smart as humans. If you want to deal with them, you can only use explosives. Regarding this, many people in the prison have already witnessed it in the lizard disaster last year. Those slimes ignited a large amount of TNT and died together with the Desert Lizard King. It was also in that battle that the slime clan suffered heavy losses. In order to appease and make up for the other party, he also specially awarded them the Black Hawk Medal. To be honest, he was very grateful to the slimes for helping him solve the big problem of the Desert Lizard King. But the problem is that these slimes are too ambitious. They are expanding their territory like cancer cells. Their territory is no longer limited to that small farm. Not only prison number 9, but even the largest Golden Sand city in the east has been quietly taken over by them without his knowledge. Facing such a group of ambitious alien creatures, how can he not be vigilant if he continues to be indifferent? I am afraid that the other party will extend their tentacles to longer places sooner or later. The warden of prison number 9 is his son Brat. So from his point of view, this place is not completely occupied by the other party. But the problem is Golden Sand City. No matter how incompetent the former city lord from the old nobles is, he is not a coward. Even if he spends money and firepower, he can't let a group of slimes climb onto his head. But the fact is that he and all the old nobles are dead. And the group of slimes successfully replaced them and became the new owners of the city. Although he had heard the rumor that slimes occupied Golden Sand City a long time ago, he could not believe it was true. It was not until his son secretly informed him from the number 9 prison that he realized that all this was not just a rumor spread by his subordinates. However, at that time, he happened to encounter several collective prison breakouts and robberies in 3-digit prisons. And he was so busy that he could not take care of the things in the East for a while. It was a month later when those things were settled. Originally, he planned to go directly to Jinsha City and take over Jinsha City while the other side's foundation was unstable. But considering that the prison had lost a lot of manpower in this month, and the winter of the desert planet had already arrived, even in the western desert where it rarely snows, winter can be cold to the bones. In addition, playing away games is not good for them. So a rash attack will definitely lead to the failure of the operation. So he dragged this plan to this year. Facts have proved that his decision is correct. Because this year, the East will face an important problem: tax tribute. No matter who the lord of Jinsha City is, tax tribute is an issue that the East cannot avoid. He heard that the slimes were so naive that they started to work for common prosperity. They not only liberated the farmhands, but also distributed the land of the landlords to them for cultivation, and even did not collect taxes. What a stupid behavior! After raising the appetite of those people, do they think they can still ask them for taxes and tributes? It is impossible. After all, not everyone in the place regards the slime clan as important as the gods like that small farm. Today they may still be grateful for your generosity. But once you touch their vested interests, these people will turn their faces faster than turning a book. If the East cannot collect enough taxes and tributes within the specified time, he can take advantage of the situation and send troops to the East. By then, let alone Jinsha City, the entire East will fall into his control. Before that, he only needs to recuperate, recruit new people, and wait patiently for the arrival of spring. Of course, this was his original plan, but he never thought that things would develop more smoothly than he expected. The Golden Slime did not intend to continue to perform the duties of tax tribute at all. In this case, it would be more logical for him to send troops. After so many years, the Future Alliance and the Space Corps no longer pay attention to an insignificant exile place like the desolate planet. In this case, why should he abide by the old non-aggression treaty? Anyway, it was the East that broke the tax tribute treaty first. Chapter 310. What else is there to consider? By it, just as the Western Committee, led by George, was training their new recruits and waiting for the right time to raise the flag of armed forces to the East, the guards on Alpha finally arrived at the final destination of their journey, a dental clinic. That's right. It was not a hidden alley as imagined, nor a remote abandoned warehouse, but a dental clinic that looked ordinary. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only Julian, but even the players were confused. After all, they were here to buy banned products. This transaction location seemed too casual and unsafe. The 1.5-meter tall soldier thought thoughtfully, maybe this is the so-called the most dangerous place is the safest place? Although the players were a little surprised by the transaction location, they didn't pay much attention to it, just thinking it was a game setting. Julian obviously felt nervous. He glanced outside the store and whispered to Ichi, who was his guide, "There seems to be a surveillance camera outside. Is it really okay for us to do this openly?" "Don't worry. The surveillance camera has been broken for a long time, and it is just placed outside for show." The sudden voice behind him startled Boss, who had attracted the attention of everyone present. "Welcome to Perard Dental Clinic. I am Dr. Perard's assistant and the head nurse of the clinic, Bingling A33. You can also call me Bingling for short." The visitor was wearing a white nurse uniform and was about the same height as Ichi, although it has limbs and a head. The white paint on its body and the black display screen on its eyes indicate that it is not a human. "Robot?" Boss, who was a little surprised. "In Alpha Star, can robots be nurses?" "To be precise, it is a medical AI. They were born to help medical workers complete treatment work faster and more efficiently. Hedge paused. This is a common phenomenon in the entire Future Alliance. You are an interstellar merchant. Haven't you seen it before? No. Julian was a little embarrassed. In the past, he only traveled between several affiliated planets at the outermost edge of the Future Alliance. And he had never been to the core area of the Future Alliance. So he naturally didn't know what the situation inside the entire alliance was like. However, Hedge didn't laugh at the other party for being ignorant. He just looked at Bingling A33 and asked, "Where are the Parad people?" The doctor is still replacing the patient's teeth. The guest also asked to embed artificial diamonds on his teeth. This is a delicate job, so it will take about an hour. Hedge frowned when he heard it. This is too unpunctual. Didn't he know I was coming? I'm really sorry. Bingling A33 folded his hands on his lower abdomen and bowed slightly. This patient came very suddenly, so the doctor couldn't get away for a while. But the doctor has already told me to take you to see the goods first. As he spoke, the medical AI in front of him automatically walked in front. Please follow me. So, the group followed the other party's footsteps, walking through the clinic hall and heading straight to the staff lounge. Bingling A33 pushed open a small door. This is the back door of the clinic. Only employees go in and out on weekdays. Compared with the spacious and grand main door, this back door is much less noticeable. Of course, even more inconspicuous is the scenery behind this door. Looking at the narrow alley with a distance of only more than 1 meter in front of them, everyone was surprised. It is really hard to imagine that in a bright and beautiful city like Guangwei City, there is such a narrow path as thin as a goat intestine. Following Bingling A33's footsteps, the group walked to the end of the goat intestine path. There was a dark gray door there. Enter the key password, and the door slowly opens from bottom to top. As everyone guessed, this is the warehouse of the clinic. Bingling led everyone through the utility room where various medical equipment were piled up, and came directly to the room hidden deeper. Pushing open the door, a house with an area of at least 200 or 300 square meters came into view. There were many large gray boxes piled up in the corner of the room. These are the goods you need. Looking at the large room with white walls and no decorations except for the boxes, the players couldn't help but look at each other. Huang Daxian, although it is quite hidden, the decoration of this warehouse is too simple. Wu Song beats the tiger. It's just a warehouse for storing goods. What kind of decoration do you want? Isn't that a pure waste of money? Huang Daxian. This makes sense. And he couldn't refute it. He didn't care about the whispers of these slimes. Just walked up and opened the gray-black box cover. There were Fuar Gauss rifles lying inside. Picked up a gun and checked the bottom of the butt. The print of the Future Alliance Military Industry Department was printed in the center. Rubbing the groove of the logo, it was smooth and had no burrs. It should be genuine. Although in the Future Alliance, ordinary people don't have the courage to counterfeit the weapons of the Military Industry Department. But since there are people like them who privately resell Alliance weapons, it is not impossible that there are guys who counterfeit and imitate weapons from the Ministry of Military Industry. After all, no matter which planet it is, advanced weapons from the Future Alliance are very popular. However, the Future Alliance government has always strictly controlled the export of weapons, especially the latest and most advanced weapons. There are almost no channels to flow out of the Future Alliance. Therefore, on some planets, even the old products eliminated by the Future Alliance can still be sold at a high price. The profitability naturally attracted a group of speculators to counterfeit and make fakes. Of course, counterfeits cannot be compared with genuine products. The safety and stability alone are far behind. Not to mention the range and power. Judging from the feel of the gun in front of him, it is definitely a genuine product. After all, He had touched it countless times when he was studying at the Central Military Academy. On the side, Bingling A33 said, "There are 600 in total. You can count them." Hearing this, Julian and his group immediately stepped forward to count them one by one. Looking at the boxes of new equipment, the player's eyes lit up. Soldier 1.5 meters tall. Is this the legendary Gauss rifle? It looks so cool. Wu Song beats the tiger. I have only seen it in the game before. This is the first time I touched the real thing. Bubble Superman, although we are in the game now. Wu Song beats the tiger. Wu Song beats the tiger. This is not important. The key is the feel. Expensive equipment is indeed different. Huang Daxian, I don't know if we can get one to play with after completing this escort mission. You think too much. The 1.5 meter tall soldier put down the Gauss rifle in his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, There is a 50% chance that these things will be put on the NPC store. And another 50% chance that they will be put into the lottery pool. Not necessarily. Bubble Superman said, "Didn't you say that the Westward War is about to be launched? I think these guns are specially prepared by the tribe leader for the next war. Since they are prepared for war, they should be distributed collectively anyway. Just like the slime evolution ball. Everyone has one. It seems to make sense." Hearing that there is such a possibility, the players were happy in an instant. Holding the Gauss rifle, he refused to let go, although this possibility cannot be ruled out. Don't be too happy too soon. The 1.5-meter tall soldier silently poured a basin of cold water. Even if everyone can have one, it will only be limited to wartime. When the war is over, these equipment will most likely be recycled to the NPC warehouse and put on the shelves for purchase again. Just put it on the shelves again. Anyway, as long as we can experience it, it's fine. That's right. When playing games, the most important thing is experience. While the players were chatting, the NPCs on the other side had already completed the inventory and cleaning of all the goods. 600? Just right. Hichi nodded slightly when he heard this. Since the goods are all here, we will leave first. The remaining 50% of the payment will be transferred to your boss's account later. As he said, the group was about to move the boxes. But at this moment, Bingling A33 suddenly stopped them. Just now, Dr. Perard sent a message to me, asking me to show you something. If you don't have anything urgent to do next, may you stay a little longer? Hachi paused slightly. What? A new weapon that can interest you. Hearing Bingling's answer, Hachi looked at Julian. The reason is simple. The other party is the nominal person in charge of this operation. He is just a guide, without actual control. Julian was also a little confused about this sudden change. Originally thought that as long as he received the goods, it would be fine. But now something else has popped up. This, the golden slime chieftain didn't tell him before. Subconsciously, he cast his eyes on the slime guards at his feet. Seeing the NPC next to him suddenly looking at him, the players paused. What's going on? Why did Boss Who suddenly look at us? The soldier is 1.5 meters tall. It seems that he wants us to make a decision. After all, we are also members of the slime clan. Wu Song beats the tiger with emotion. Good guy. So we are now triggering a branch line. It should be. Then what are you hesitating about? Of course we went to have a look. After all, we were already here. Wu Song made a quick decision to fight the tiger. He answered Julian in poor desert language. Go and have a look. Seeing the slime guard in front of him suddenly speak human language, Julian immediately relaxed. Let's go and take a look. So, the group came to another room under the leadership of Bingling. Unlike the previous warehouse, this room is obviously larger and has more things in it. Apart from other things, the rows of tall shelves in front of them are dazzling. I saw Bingling A33 shuttle between the shelves for a while, and soon brought an arm. Well, to be precise, it is more like a mechanical hand. However, unlike ordinary mechanical hands, its wrist is not connected to the palm and fingers, but a huge gun barrel. Hichi frowned when he saw this. What is this? Prosthetic transformation charging hand cannon. Even disabled people with missing arms and legs can become a killing weapon on the battlefield as long as they are equipped with this thing. In addition, there are jet power boots and foldable bombing drones. Although they are semi-finished products still under experimentation by the Ministry of Military Industry, their power is still amazing. Bingling A33 paused, and Dr. Perard said that if you are interested, you can take them all away. Each piece costs only 80% of the price of a fuar. Hichi, although it is not the first day I have known your boss, I still want to ask, where did he get these things from? Bingling tilted his head. Business secrets? Sorry. Hachi. How is it? Bingling asked, have you considered it? However, before Hichi and Julian spoke, the players below could no longer hold back. What else to consider? Buy it. Such a good thing. There will be no such store after this village. Although he did not understand the slime language. Looking at the slimes at his feet, who suddenly became more excited and noisy, Hachi suddenly felt that he understood something. Pressing the blue veins on his forehead, he turned his head and looked at Julian. Seeing that the problem fell on his head again, Julian felt extremely overwhelmed. As a pure layman, he didn't know whether this thing was useful. What if he spent money to buy a bunch of scrap copper and iron? How can he explain to the golden slime chieftain? After all, it is not his business. He is just an errand agent this time, and he can't make such a big decision. After shouting for a long time, the NPCs did not respond. So the players switched languages. They said the word "buy" in the language of the wild star. After understanding what the slime said, Julian pursed his lips and looked at Hechi with hesitation. If you buy it, then this money. Are you? Before coming, the golden slime chieftain had already told him that the investor of this batch of weapons was President Thor. And the young man named Hechi in front of him could be regarded as President Thor's confidant. In this case, it should be okay to ask him about this matter. Right? After all, the chieftain said that the money for the purchase of weapons this time would be paid by the seance, because they owed it. In this case, these weapons that were not in the plan should be the same. Right? Although Julian did not say everything, Hechi already understood what he meant. What a bunch of greedy slimes. After a silent sigh, Hechi looked at Bingling and said, I want everything you said. Chapter 311. What is that place? Is it a new map? Xiaoming never expected that the players would bring him such a big surprise when they went to Alpha Star to do business this time. Not only did they bring back 600 Gauss rifles safely, but they also brought back some strange new weapons. Looking at the prosthetic transformation charging hand cannon, jet power boots, and foldable bombing drones in front of him, Xiaoming asked, Have you tried all these weapons? How are the effects? Hearing this, the players were stunned, and their expressions were a little confused. Seeing this, Xiaoming's heart suddenly paused. You didn't buy them without trying them, right? Looking at the slime players, whose bodies suddenly became extremely stiff and straight, Xiaoming knew that he was probably right. This group of careless people might have bought them directly without trying them, perhaps in order to save his precarious NPC favorability. A player immediately said, It's not that I haven't tried them at all. Subconsciously, they looked at Wu Song fighting the tiger. After all, he was the only one among them who had tried it. Seeing the clan leader staring at him, Wu Song Dao Lao who had to bite the bullet and answer, I just tried on the boots. Although it was a bit big, the material was quite comfortable. It seemed that he really couldn't say anything. So the gentleman stopped talking about it. Clan leader. It was because the place was too small, and it was not very convenient to perform. And we were also afraid of making a big noise and attracting the attention of the authorities. So, Xiaoming, although it is right to act cautiously from their point of view, this approach is really too hasty. Don't these players think that all the new equipment in the game are awesome godlike equipment? They don't even try out the equipment when they buy it. What if they buy defective products? There is only wrong buying in this world, not wrong selling. Whether it is the mechanical charging hand cannon, the folding bombing drone, or the jet-powered boots, the unit price of each item is only 8,000 alliance coins. Even though their production cost may not be high, the price is really too cheap. Not even as good as a Fuar Gauss rifle. Moreover, the other party has already said that these are semi-finished products in the experiment, which means that its quality control is unstable. Thinking from a dark perspective, the guy selling the goods might want to use them to test the performance of the new weapons. Thinking of this, Xiaoming didn't know what to say to these naive little players. But they have already bought it, and now they can't return it. Moreover, it's not him who paid for it. Rather than continue to guess here whether they bought defective products, it's better to let them test the performance of the new weapons. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately edited a weapon test task and sent it to the panels of several players. Patriarch task: test the performance of new equipment and submit a complete test report. Note: please test in an open area away from residential and living areas to avoid accidentally hurting others. Task reward: 100 lime coins. When the players saw the new mission, their eyes suddenly lit up as they were worried about whether their reckless actions would reduce the favorability of the clan leader. Not only did the favorability not drop, but a new task was even triggered. Their luck was too good. The overjoyed players immediately extended their tentacles to salute Xiaoming, and said in a loud voice, "Guaranteed to complete the task." After that, the players happily ran away with these new equipment. The fact that they received the task from the clan leader to escort Boss, who to the future alliance had long been known to the whole server under the propaganda of the eye bag Wu Song fighting the tiger. The forum had long been jealous of this group of European emperors, who were able to explore the new map first. Not to mention that now when they saw that these damn Europeans received the task of testing equipment again, their eyes were red like rabbits. Although the task reward was not high, they were the first people in the whole server to experience the performance of the new equipment. What kind of luck is this? However, when they heard that these equipment were still unfinished products of the future Alliance Military Industry Department, most people calmed down. What does semi-finished product mean? It means instability and risk. Although testing new equipment looks cool, there may be risks. Otherwise, the task information would not specifically indicate that the test must be conducted in an open area far from human habitation. After all, the player user manual and the Slime Clan rules have long stated that weapons cannot be used in the base in a non-war state, and it is not allowed to test dangerous items such as guns and ammunition. It is precisely because of this rule that Gotham had to move his weapon workshop again and again. And now it has moved to the Western Desert. For players, it has become a tacit common sense not to use weapons near the base. But the task now specifically marks this point, which means that weapon testing must be dangerous. Maybe you will lose your life. Although it is impossible to die in a game. But isn't it a bit of a waste to die in such a task? After all, you will have to be on duty for 2 days if you die. You can't log into the game within these 2 days, and can only watch others play on the forum. This feeling is simply too uncomfortable. So it's better to just watch this kind of task. As for others, they are not envious. Not at all. At this time, Wu Song De Lao who didn't know what other players were thinking. He just took the new equipment to the empty river bank far away from the base and farmland to test it with great interest. Since the slime's body is soft and can be shaped at will, even if these equipment are designed for humans, they can still be used by players. Wu Song De Lao who stuffed his round and fat body into one of the jet-powered boots, and then called out to his teammates beside him, "Put the mechanical hand cannon on me." It's the prosthetic transformation charging hand cannon. The 1.5 meter tall soldier corrected his name and handed the hand cannon over. Aren't they all the same? Wu Song De Lao who didn't think so. Anyway, you know what it is. As he said that, he separated a part of his body tissue into a tentacle to tightly bind the charging hand cannon. The gel tissue of the slime mixed with the metal mechanical charging hand cannon is actually cool in a different way. The only flaw is the lower body. The lower half of Tiger Brother's body was stuffed into the jet-powered boots, leaving only his round upper body and a charged hand cannon that looked extremely large compared to his body. This look really looks a bit out of place. On the side, Bubble Superman was hesitant to speak. Is it really okay for you? It's okay. Don't worry. Brother Tiger patted his round belly with a charging hand cannon very proudly, indicating that he was completely fine. The 1.5 meter tall soldier couldn't help but persuade him. Why don't we try one by one? No need. Wu Song beat the tiger and waved his hand to charge the hand cannon. It's more efficient to try 2 together. The sooner the test is completed, the sooner the report is submitted, so that we can get the reward earlier. Seeing his firm attitude, his teammates didn't persuade him anymore. Brother Tiger adjusted his posture, and then turned on the jet power boots according to the instructions. Then he heard a whoosh. A white mist rushed out from the bottom of the boots. Then, Wu Song beat the tiger wearing, oh no, sitting on the boots, flew into the sky like a flying monkey. Damn it! With a scream of extreme fear, Tiger Brother, carrying 2 new pieces of equipment, disappeared from everyone's sight. 1 hour later. Why hasn't this guy come back yet? Huang Daxian ate popcorn, squinted his eyes, and stared at the empty sky for a long time, and couldn't help complaining. Didn't we say that we should fight quickly? We are still waiting to write the test report. Bubble Superman, could he have run away? Hearing this, the players present were stunned. Then, they all shouted, "Hack! Lost? This is equipment worth 16,000 Alliance coins. How can they compensate if it is lost?" Subconsciously, several people immediately opened the task location. However, on the map at this moment, the mark belonging to Tiger Brother had long disappeared. This scared the players. It's over. This is definitely a ruined history. Although the exchange rate between Alliance coins and Slime coins is still unknown. According to the nature of this game, the price of these new equipment will definitely be higher, not lower. If it is 1:1, it is fine. If everyone pools together, they can still get 16,000 slime coins. But what if the exchange rate is 2:1 or 3:1? Thinking of that huge number, everyone took a breath. Not only did they not earn the mission reward, but they also had to pay a sum of money. Bubble Superman looked hopeless, and I felt that I was not feeling well. Captain Levi, me too. It doesn't matter if the teammate responsible for testing the equipment is gone. At most, he will be a brave man again in 2 days. But if the equipment for testing is gone, it will be a big trouble, let alone the mission reward. They will most likely be locked up in a small dark room by the tribe leader. Right? Thinking of this, the players felt that there was no light at all. Otherwise, let's try this thing. Who knows if we can get back the tiger's body and the remaining equipment. Suddenly, Wang Daxian pointed at the remaining folding bomber and said, if we remove the ammunition and replace it with a camera, it should be able to be used as a normal reconnaissance drone. Right? Players. Good idea. For a moment, the players immediately took action and prepared to use the drone to search for the bodies of their teammates and the remaining equipment. However, they never expected that their teammates were not dead. At this moment, Brother Tiger had already crossed the endless mountains in the east and came to the boundless western desert. This was not intentional, but the thing was flying too fast for him to stop. In addition, he did not remember the speed adjustment operation in the manual, so he had to let the boots carry him. Looking at the endless yellow sand around him, Brother Tiger thought that he still had to send a message to his brothers. However, when he tried to click to send the edited text, he unexpectedly found that his message could not be sent. Is there no signal or a bug? In doubt, he staggered under his butt. Before he could react, the feeling of weightlessness came instantly. Bang! With a violent fall, Brother Tiger and his boots plunged into the sand. After spitting out several mouthfuls of sand, Wusong beat the tiger and got out of the ground. Just when he was about to start the jet-powered boots again, the boots in front of him reminded him that the battery was exhausted and needed to be recharged. This really confused Brother Tiger. What the hell? No power? Why didn't you remind me earlier that the power was out? However, no matter how many curses he shouted, the boot didn't understand. So he had to think of another way. Standing up and patting the dust on his body, looking at the endless yellow sand around him, Brother Tiger was confused. Where is this place? Near prison number 9? While wondering, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the blue lakes dotted under the sand dunes in the distance. There are no such lakes in the desert near prison number 9. Could it be that he came to a farther place? Thinking of this, he jumped forward. Then he saw a town surrounded by countless lakes of different sizes and greenery. These towns are large and small. Among them, the largest city even has a huge black obelisk-like tower in the center. Looking at this strange town, Wusong beat the tiger and paused. What is that place? A new map? Feeling that he had discovered something incredible, Tiger Brother didn't care about anything else and hurriedly went offline to the forum. Wusong beats Tiger, brothers. I just found a new map. I am your father. What? What new map? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Stir-fried kidney, you are still alive? Just now I saw that the people in your group sent a drone out to find you, squinting. Wusong beats Tiger. Stir-fried kidney, really? If you are still alive, send them a message to save them from messing around. Wusong beats Tiger. I want to too. But the message can't be sent. I don't know if it's a bug or there is no signal. Stir-fried kidney, surprised face, there is such a thing? Wusong beats Tiger, Tibetan fox face. Soldier 1.5 meters tall. You kid didn't even at us when you went to the forum. Wang Daxian, where the hell did you end up? We've been looking for you for a long time. At Wusong beats Tiger. Wusong beats Tiger, this? I don't know either. Pokes hand with index finger. Soldier 1.5 meters tall. Huh? Wusong beats Tiger. The boots ran out of power. And then I landed in the desert. Then I saw a huge town. Wusong beats Tiger. This is it. I saw Tiger Brother posted a screenshot of the game. It was a settlement made up of towns of all sizes, surrounded by lakes and oases with flowers and plants. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the black spire in the center of the town. It was like a sharp black giant sword inserted straight into the land. Towering and majestic. It seemed to suppress this settlement. Soldier 1.5 meters. What is this place? Wusong beats the tiger. I don't know. But according to my guess, this is probably a new map. Soldier 1.5 meters. You mean Storm City? The hometown of the group of black uniforms? Players who have read the official setting collection know that the prison committee's lair is in a city called Storm City deep in the western desert. According to the official event preview, the final goal of the Westward War seems to be there. Recalling the previous news that Tiger said that he couldn't send it out suddenly. Could it be that he was really stuck in the bug of the new map? But there is very little information about Storm City. The official has neither posted any CG pictures about Storm City nor updated relevant information. So whether this town is the legendary Storm City remains to be discussed. However, even if it is still uncertain, it still aroused the jealousy of many players. Fried Kidney Flour, you seem to have just been to the Alpha Star of the Future Alliance a few days ago. Right? Wusong beats the tiger, yes. Fried kidney flour, damn! How come you are so lucky? Wusong beats the tiger, good luck is unstoppable, smug.jpg. Wusong beats the tiger, seriously. I think this should be a bug in the game. Because I just sent a message to my brothers here, and couldn't send it out. So I suspect that I accidentally flew to a new map that the playing team has not yet opened due to a bug. Fried kidney flour, picking nose, a bug can't change the fact that you are a damn European. The soldier is 1.5 meters tall, +1. Wong Tai Sin, +2. By Wu Chang, +10,086. Wusong beats the tiger, Q to the power of Q. Chapter 312. Where is the damage? This is called tactics. Players were talking nonsense on the forum. But Xiaoming, who had been silently watching the screen, was particularly concerned about the screenshots of the photos sent by Tiger Brothers. Could this place really be Storm City? Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the summoner to search for information about Storm City. Soon, the relevant introduction popped up in front of him. Seeing the black obelisk in the picture that was exactly the same as the screenshot sent by the player, Xiaoming's heart sank. It turned out to be true. I didn't expect that when they were asked to do a weapon test. This guy flew to Jinsha City, which was 1,500 kilometers away from Jinsha City. And the time he spent was only about 1 or 2 hours. If calculated according to the slowest 2 hours, it would be 12.5 kilometers per minute. If converted to seconds, it would be about 0.2 kilometers per second. How can this be a jet power boot? This is a civil airliner. In just a moment, Xiaoming was so shocked that his eyes almost fell to the ground. Are these boots designed for people? After putting them on, people can almost stand shoulder to shoulder with Boeing 747. Right? You don't even need special effects to play Superman. Thinking of this, Xiaoming was secretly amazed. It is indeed a product developed by the Future Alliance Military Industry Department. Even if it is a semi-finished product, it is amazing. On the forum, after enough teasing about Brother Tiger, the players turned the topic back to the city that is suspected to be a new map. Stir-fried kidneys, before the official finds the bug, tell us about the new map. I am your father, hurry up. Hurry up. Otherwise the administrator will delete the post soon. Big IQ girl, move a bench to squat in the front row. Brick moving boy, cracking melon seeds.jpg. Under the expectation of many netizens, Wusong beats the tiger and then continues to post. I have posted the picture. What you see is what you get. I won't talk about the city layout, architectural design style, etc. After all, I am not a professional. Let's talk about the environment nearby. Compared to the area near prison number 9, the wind and sand here don't feel that strong. I guess this may be because there are oases and lakes nearby. And this place is very big. Counting the surrounding towns, the area of the new map may be larger than that of Sand City. But it is definitely not as rich as here. The houses are all very old-fashioned adobe houses. The NPCs living here are also pale and thin. And their clothes are also gray. In short, they look like they are living a hard life. If this place can be included in the sphere of influence of the slime in the future, it must be transformed in an all-round way. In addition, there are many black uniforms here, especially the main city in the center. That is, the city where the Black Tower is located. There are these people stationed everywhere. Based on the fact that there are so many prison guards here, I speculate that this is either Storm City, the home of the prison committee, or a single-digit prison with a high number. However, according to the official event preview, it is most likely the former. Stir-fried kidney flour, that's it? That's it? Wusong beats the tiger, that's it. What else do you want me to say? Wusong Nahu, I arrived here not long ago, and then went offline to share information with you. I just wandered around the periphery, and never went into the city. Stir-fried kidney. What we want is the information in the city. Everyone can analyze what you just said based on the game's screenshots. Brick-carrying boy, that's right. Brother, can you do it? Picking nose. Wusong beats tiger. Wusong beats tiger, who can't do it? I can show you that I can do it. Wait. After saying this, Wusong beats tiger went offline on the forum. Obviously, he logged into the game, and went into the city under the provocation of the brick-carrying boy. I just don't know if he will be discovered and kicked out by the official. After all, this is still a new map that has not been made public. However, the players are not worried about this, but are happy to see it. Anyway, it's better to die than to die. Who made this guy so lucky? It's understandable that the dog planner found a bug and cut it. On the other hand, Brother Tiger, who hurriedly went online, didn't know what other players thought. After hiding the two test equipment in a safe place, he rolled in the sand. After his whole body was covered with sand, he crawled towards the distant city wall. It must be said that this approach greatly reduced the risk of being discovered, at least when entering the city. The black uniform guarding the city gate did not notice him at all, and the vendors doing business in the city did not notice him either. In this way, Brother Tiger successfully climbed over the wall with the shape of a donkey dung ball. Seeing the black tower in the distance, he was overjoyed. I am really awesome. I actually got in. Silently praising himself in his heart, Brother Tiger continued to crawl forward. Maybe this is really the base camp of the prison committee. The closer you go to the center of the city, the more people in black uniforms there are. Moreover, the atmosphere in the city has become more and more serious and tense. Feeling the unusual atmosphere, Wu Song beat the tiger and fitted his body with the surrounding earth wall more carefully. The earthy yellow wall and the dust on his body blended ingeniously. As long as you don't keep staring and looking closely, no one will notice the abnormality here. With his superb stealth skills, he quietly followed a team of black uniformed prison guards and watched them come to an empty sandy playground for training. However, it is obviously not very accurate to describe their current behavior as training, because they neither ran nor practiced fighting and grappling, nor did they practice target shooting. I saw this group of people sitting together. Some of them were fiddling with a pile of black powder. Some were twisting ropes on the side, and the rest were combining these things and packaging them together. Seeing this slightly familiar picture, Brother Tiger finally understood it belatedly. These people are making explosives. These steps are exactly the same as when players twisted the fuse to make TNT during the Desert Lizard King event. Recalling the official preview of the Westward War, Wu Song Tiger couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Could this thing be used to deal with them? After all, ordinary bullets can't do anything to slimes. Only highly destructive powerful explosives and charged Gauss weapons can kill them. Let's not talk about the latter for now. In the former prison, I saw slimes being killed by explosives during the lizard disaster. Thinking of this, Brother Tiger couldn't help but curse inwardly. These old bastards. They actually came up with such a dirty trick. But despite the scolding, Wu Songda Hu Lao soon calmed down again. Since the last descended plan, the official began to increase the difficulty of the combat activities. In the past, except for the newbies who had just entered the game, it was generally the players who suppressed the hostile forces. But last time, hundreds of them fought against the 9 people of the descended meeting, and more than half of them were killed or injured. In the end, the only ones left were the few old kings who were able to survive. It can be said that except for the Desert Lizard King event, this was the second most difficult battle they had fought since the closed beta. Although the battle was short, it also had the highest casualty rate. The next Westward War, which has not yet been launched, is probably the same. After all, these prison guards have begun to manufacture and use special weapons targeting the weaknesses of slimes. Unlike the previous robbers, who directly shot and rushed up. But no matter how these guys planned, didn't he still see them today? Thinking of this, Wu Songda Hu Lao couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure in his heart. He called up the camera function on the panel and took 2 photos of the screen not far away. After keeping the evidence, he quietly left by sticking to the wall. When he logged on to the forum again, Tiger was surprised to find that his original post was marked as a favorite by the forum administrator. However, he was more worried than happy. Would the official know that he was stuck in a bug to explore the new map? Then would he be fixed for the bug next? Worried that he would be deported to the base, he immediately put on his helmet and logged in again. Fortunately, the familiar scene of yellow sand and low earth walls was still in front of him. Feeling relieved, Tiger went offline again and posted the information he had collected before on the forum. As soon as the content was released, it caused heated discussions among a group of players. By Wu Chang, damn! Those grandsons actually want to blow us up with powerful explosives? Fried kidneys, yes. The difficulty has finally been upgraded. Those bosses finally stopped shooting at us with bullets. Rim is my wife, although the difficulty has been upgraded a long time ago. The last time the seance was held, those guys beat us up. Stir-fried kidney, that time doesn't count. I didn't catch up. Picking nose. Brick-carrying boy, squinting eyes, who would have thought that you would take so long to eat a meal? Stir-fried kidney, disdain middle finger. Pork stewed with vermicelli. My focus is that the new map hasn't been opened yet. And these NPCs have already started preparing for the battle. Should this game be so real? I am your father. There are more real places in this game than these. Squinting eyes and laughing. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. For example? I am your father. I can't say. I'm afraid of being banned. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. I seem to understand. Doge. I am your father. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. Doge. Big IQ girl. What? What do you understand? I am your father. Children should not ask too much about adult matters. Big IQ girl. I have already become an adult. Angry. Stir-fried kidney. Reasonable suspicion that you are GHS. But I have no evidence. Rim is my wife, +1. Pork stewed with vermicelli, plus 10,086. I am your father. Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Under the rambling posts of a group of unruly people. The intelligence-sharing post that was originally good gradually turned into a wild horse running in an incredible direction. Looking at a group of players who were chatting happily under his post. Wu Songdao Lao, who was doubting his life. No one is paying attention to him. He obviously found a new map and brought back such important information. Although the players were busy making fun of the rambling posts. Xiao Ming, who had been quietly paying attention to the forum, fell into deep thought about the information brought by Brother Tiger. As the other party guessed, the prison was preparing explosives to deal with slimes. Thinking more seriously, maybe they wanted to take over Jinsha City, or even the Eastern Territory, by taking advantage of the opportunity to deal with slimes. This is not his groundless worry. This kind of thing is entirely possible. After all, he has expressed his attitude to the West to stop the unreasonable behavior of tax supply. And the other party obviously already knows it. In addition to the matter of prison number 9, Xiao Ming is not confident that Chairman George will let him go and let the slime clan go. After all, think about it from another perspective. If he were the head of the prison committee, he would also be dissatisfied if he learned that the East, who had been his blood transfusion bag for hundreds of years, suddenly began to refuse to provide them with free resources and convenience. Not to mention that his son was threatened by the other party. And a prison under his jurisdiction was still under the control of the other party. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that the West will encounter sandstorms and lizard disasters again this year. If there is no food and supplies provided by the East, how can they survive this difficult time when the disaster comes? Do they really spend money to buy it? Xiao Ming doesn't think this person can be so generous and easy to talk to. After all, from the intelligence sent back by the players, they have begun to prepare for a counterattack. Right? The Desert Lizard King has been eradicated. And this year's lizard disaster is not as difficult as last year. But even so, the other party has prepared so many powerful explosives so early. And you can guess who it is for with your toes. The East is unwilling to continue to pay. And they are unwilling to compromise and spend money to buy food. So there will definitely be a conflict between the two sides. And if you want to win this war, you must take more effective and powerful measures. The prison has seen the power of slimes, and knows that ordinary bullets cannot hurt this creature. But powerful bombs can. In this case, they will definitely kill the slimes by targeting their weaknesses. This is why Brother Tiger saw the prison gang making explosives there. You know, under normal circumstances, prison guards would not do such a thing. But since we already know what those guys are planning, it seems a bit sorry for the information that the little player brought back this time if we don't do something. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming immediately edited a new task information in the background and sent it to the terminal panel of Wusong fighting the tiger. However, strong signal interference is detected in the area where the slime evolution is located, and the information transmission fails. Facing the sudden message prompt, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Signal interference? What kind of signal interference can have such a big impact? Could it be that Storm City is hiding some other unknown secrets? Although I really want to know what the source of the interference is. How to successfully send the task message to the little player is the top priority. Just when Xiao Ming was hesitating whether to hand over this task to Tiger Brothers' teammates. On the forum, those smart little players have come up with new countermeasures based on the information brought by Tiger Brother. I am your father. I am just curious about what the consequences will be if I set a fire in the warehouse where they store explosives. Fried kidney flour. It will explode. Doge. I am your father. Then the question is, if we blow up their arsenal directly, then do we not have to fight next? Wu Song beats Tiger. By Wu Chang? Damn! Can it be like this? Gotham Iron Man. In fact, we can be more ruthless and burn their granary directly. Without food and weapons. These people are not our opponents at all. I am your father. 6. Fried kidney flour. Thumbs up, you are worthy of you. You are really cruel. Wusong beats the tiger, I have to say. Gotham is still the most ruthless. I didn't expect such a bad move. Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, bullshit. What's the bad? This is called tactics. Haven't you heard that Cao Cao burned the grain and grass in the Battle of Guandu to win the Central Plains? I am imitating the wisdom of the ancients. Ping spreads wings. Gotham is right. Before the troops move, the grain and grass come first. Food plays a very important role in war. Every year before the sandstorm, the West will ask the East for taxes and tributes, which is enough to prove that they are short of food. In this case, why don't we use it? Wusong beats the tiger, scratching his head, but it is food after all. Isn't it a waste to burn it? Gotham Iron Man, I'm not asking you to do this in the real world. This is a game. Isn't it just a string of code? Wusong beats the tiger. That's right. Gotham Iron Man, as a person, open your mind. Don't always get stuck in a dead end. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Let's just test the game bugs for the official. Who knows? The official might give us some game rewards if they are happy. Brother Gotham's words instantly enlightened Brother Tiger. That makes sense. I'll try it now. Without having time to chat with netizens, Wusong put on his helmet when he hit Tiger. Looking at the gray avatars on the forum again, the players who were looking for fun started to make trouble again. Stir-fried kidneys. Let's make a bet to see if Tiger will be kicked off the line by the official this time. Gotham Iron Man. Sunglasses, I bet 10 cents. No. Pork stewed with vermicelli, 20 cents. Yes. I am your father. Doge, I bet 50 cents. I should be locked up in a small dark room. And then hee. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. Squinting, squinting, squinting. Looking at the players' reckless talk on the forum, Xiao Ming couldn't help but twitch his face. What kind of yellow garbage is in the minds of these players every day? Xiao Ming, who was powerless to complain, directly closed the forum page. The small black room is absolutely impossible to close. After all, he hasn't issued the task yet. And this little player has already turned from passive to active under the enlightenment of other netizens, and went to make trouble for the prison committee. Such a player who meets his heart must be well motivated. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming seemed to be thinking about something. Otherwise he would give him the 2 test equipment, if he can really succeed. Chapter 313, since the clan leader has spoken, he has nothing to hesitate about. As the only undercover of the Slime clan, who was lucky enough to sneak into the prison committee base camp, Brother Tiger naturally did not disappoint Xiao Ming's expectations. With his excellent observation skills, he quickly found out the location of the arsenal. Unlike what was expected, the arsenal of Storm City is neither in the underground warehouse where few people go nor near the heavily guarded tower. It is in an ordinary bungalow in the center of the inner city of Storm City. The building covers an area of about 500 to 600 square meters and is 1 floor high. The exterior is gray and looks like a small factory at first glance. If it weren't for seeing the gang carrying the finished explosives in with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that such an ordinary place was actually the arsenal of Storm City. It's too small. Feelings aside, Brother Tiger did not relax his vigilance. After all, Storm City is so big that no one can guarantee that the building in front of them is the only arsenal in the prison. Maybe this is just one of them. Thinking of this, Wusong beat the tiger while observing the surroundings, and silently memorized all the deployments in his mind. Theoretically, although the slime's body is not afraid of bullets, he broke into the local base camp alone after all, so it is better to act carefully and safely. What if he is discovered and blows him up with a bag of TNT? Then he will be in vain? Fortunately, Storm City is full of sand color. With the current camouflage, those black uniforms with poor eyesight did not notice a small donkey dung ball. The wall got into the crack of the door. After successfully sneaking into the arsenal, looking at the full equipment inside, Tiger suddenly felt extremely complacent. This infiltration mission is quite easy to execute, but it is still too early to set fire now. After all, it is broad daylight, and people are still awake. Even if they start, the gang will soon come to put out the fire. In that case, it would be better to wait until the evening. As the saying goes, a dark moon is a good night for murder, and a high wind is a good day for arson. It was dark at night, and the wind in the desert was strong. Isn't that the perfect time to set fire? Just like the 3 arsonists who escaped from prison number 9. Having made up his mind, Wusong began to fight the tiger leisurely. Anyway, it was still early, so he might as well study how many things were in their arsenal. I didn't expect that it would be better if I didn't look at it. I was shocked when I saw it. I saw that there were several tanks parked in this small warehouse of only 500 square meters. Although the dust on the surface of this thing should not have been used for many years, it did not prevent him from being surprised. I saw in the setting collection of the official website that after the defeat of Golba Star, the Future Alliance and the Space Corps entered Golba respectively. Then the entire planet was divided into two. The eastern part, which was not so seriously damaged in the war, was divided into the management of the Future Alliance, while the western part, which was relatively harsh in environment, belonged to the Space Corps. Under the management of these two major forces, the eastern part began post-war reconstruction. The western part also became a prison for war criminals. Although the two major forces later withdrew from Golba Star, the eastern and western parts were still affected, especially in the west. They took over a lot of weapons and equipment left by the Space Corps on their land. And they also expanded and converted the prisons that originally held war criminals into mini prisons for ordinary criminals. This also laid the foundation for the future of the wasteland planet becoming an interstellar exile. I think the tanks in front of me are antiques at that time. Although they are antiques, it does not mean that they are not easy to use. These tanks in front of me are unknown models, and they are equipped with 150mm heavy howitzers. At first glance, the shape of the barrel looks a bit like the SFH-18 howitzer. The SFH-18 howitzer can fire 43.5 kilograms high explosive grenades, and the effective range is said to be 13,250 meters. This one in front of me should be about the same. Considering the interstellar background, it may be stronger than the SFH-18, because he heard that nearly 3 centuries ago, including the wasteland planet, which was the Golba planet at that time, several major planets in this galaxy were in a state of highly developed military and economic levels. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. And at that time, there were more than 2 tigers. Everyone was unwilling to submit to the other. And when the contradictions accumulated to a certain extent, wouldn't they explode? So the war broke out. Everyone wanted to gain the power to control this galaxy through war. And Golba was no exception. But unfortunately, this planet became the loser. Then it became what it is today. After lamenting that things have changed, Wu Song's attention returned to the tanks in front of him. Well, it feels a bit of a pity to burn them in such a fire. It's okay if the explosives explode. Anyway, as long as there are raw materials. Even newbies, who have just entered the game, can learn to make them. But tanks are quite expensive to make. If they are really destroyed, I always feel a little painful. For a while, Brother Tiger was in hesitation. Should I burn it or not? After thinking for a long time without coming up with an answer, he decided to go online again to seek help from enthusiastic netizens. Official website forum. Wu Song beats Tiger, brothers. I'm back again. Stir-fried kidney flour. Are you back from setting the fire? Gotham Iron Man. How is the situation? Are those guys crying for their parents? Wu Song beats the Tiger. Don't talk nonsense. I just went online to get information. And I haven't done anything yet. Stir-fried kidney flour. Surprise face. Haven't done anything yet? Gotham Iron Man. I gave you all the methods. But you haven't done anything yet? Can you do it? Wu Song beats the Tiger. Nonsense. Of course I can do it. I have already sneaked into their arsenal. By Wu Chang? Then why don't you do it? Could it be that those guys found it? Wu Song beats the Tiger. How is it possible? I'm being careful. Da Ping spreads his wings. Maybe there are other reasons. Don't worry. Let Tiger finish what he has to say first. Wu Song beats the Tiger. Thumbs up. Da Ping understands me. The reason why I haven't done anything yet is because I found this in their arsenal. As he said that, Tiger Brother threw a few screenshots of tanks under the post. These tanks look good. It's a pity to burn them in such a fire. After seeing the pictures, the players who were previously pessimistic stopped making a fuss. Stir-fried kidneys. Damn. They actually have tanks? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Damn. Brick-carrying boy. How long has it been unused? It's all covered in dust. Gotham Iron Man. I guess it's just a thing that can only be seen but not used. It's okay if it's burned. Anyway, we can make it ourselves now. By Wu Chang. What if this is the reward for the new map activity? If it's burned like this, what are we going to do when we fight over there? I am your father. New NPC? Squinting smile. Stir-fried kidney. New base. Picking nose. Da Ping spreads wings. I think what Lao Bai said makes sense. Otherwise, don't do it for the time being. Go ask the clan leader how to deal with it first. Wu Sondahu. I have no signal here. This broken place. Let alone the clan leader. I can't contact the captain and the others now. Gotham Iron Man, are you stupid? Don't you know to send them a screenshot and ask them to tell the clan leader? Isn't this how the forum picture upload and save function is used? Woo saw me who. That's right. I forgot. I'll go find them now. Captain 1.5 meters. No need. We have saved the picture. Pow Pow just went online to find the clan leader. Wu Song beats the tiger. 6. I am your father, although. I am just curious. Isn't it a bug that the tiger found the new map? Is it really okay to just run to find the clan leader? Ultraman of Light. I always feel that it is not a bug. After all, the official did not indicate the specific launch time of the new event in the announcement. Maybe the event has actually been launched? This situation has happened before. Moreover, we have been chatting on the forum for so long. Even if the official is late to realize it, it should not have no reaction at all. Right? Lu Guang's words awakened everyone instantly. Indeed, everyone has been complaining about the bug on the forum for so long. But until now, the official has not given an explanation. I remember that the official would issue a statement when a big bug appeared before. Could it be? This is not actually a bug? Has the event really started? Looking at the discussion of players on the forum, Xiaoming did not intend to come forward to explain. Sometimes keeping silent is the best answer, rather than commanding players to act all the time. He hopes that they can exert their subjective initiative as much as possible without violating the player manual. After all, this is not a real game, and he is not an omniscient god. Many times, he needs to observe the world with the eyes of players. However, he did not expect that the prison committee still kept tanks. But he did not care. After so many years, whether these tanks can be used is still a question. Moreover, when the lizard disaster was the worst last year, the prison did not send out tanks, which shows that this thing is an antique for collection and display only. Even if it is kept, it may not be useful in the future. Rather than leaving troubles for yourself because of a little greed, it is better to bear the pain and cut off all future troubles directly. So, after receiving the report from Bubble Superman, Xiaoming released such a message. Patriarch mission: destroy the prison committee's arsenal in Storm City. Task reward: 1,000 contribution points. Jet power boots. After receiving the mission message, Bubbleman quickly logged off and ran to the forum. The chief replied, let you destroy their arsenal. He also threw out a screenshot of the task. Seeing this, the players were shocked. It turned out that it was not a bug. It was an activity plot. Realizing this, everyone became more and more envious and jealous of Brother Tiger. First it was Alpha Star of the Future Alliance. Then the weapon test. And then the Storm City in the west. Now the chief mission has been triggered again. And the mission reward is actually a new equipment that has not yet been put on the shelves. There are so many players in the game. How come this guy has all the good things? This guy must have an unspeakable PY transaction with the official. With this comparison, the players are not so envious of the European Emperor, I want to be Red, who has the only power armor in the whole server. Seeing the task information released by the slime chief, the little reluctance of the tanks in the heart of Wei Wu Bai disappeared instantly. Since the chief has spoken, he has nothing to hesitate. Just do it. Late at night, the guard standing in front of the arsenal couldn't help yawning. He shivered in the cold wind, while calculating how long it would take for someone to take over the shift. To be honest, he didn't understand why the superiors had to let these old people guard the gate. They had clearly recruited so many new people before. But now they didn't train them, and just let them make explosives all day. In his opinion, making so much explosives was a waste. After all, there was no Desert Lizard King this year. And there was no need for so many powerful explosives to deal with those ordinary big lizards. If they had that spare time, they might as well help them guard the door of the armory. This way they would have a chance to go out and drink a few glasses of rye. It is said that this kind of wine was invented by the group of slimes in the east. And now it is very popular in the entire eastern region. Some merchants would bring some here to sell when they come from the east. Although the price is not cheap, it is really delicious. But this kind of thing can only be thought about in his mind for now. Thinking of this, the guard couldn't help but secretly curse his boss. The group of escaped prisoners had already been executed on the spot. And the bandits in the desert were not so blind as to come to Storm City to cause trouble. And ordinary residents in the city were even less likely to get close to here. Now this arsenal is even safer than Chairman George's safe deposit box. I don't know what's so good about this broken place. Thinking about it, he yawned again. At this moment, He suddenly smelled a faint smell of burning in the air. What is burning? The unpleasant smell instantly woke him up from his sleepiness. The other guards on the side also smelled this strange smell, and they stretched their necks to find the source of the smell in the air. The smell of burning in the air became stronger and stronger. And then, they saw the fire behind them. No! The arsenal is on fire! Accompanied by a terrified shout. A shocking explosion came from the building in front of them. Boom! The dazzling flames instantly lit up the night, sweeping layers of heat waves towards the surrounding guards. The sudden loud noise not only took the lives of the unfortunate guards, but also disturbed the senior members of the prison committee who were sleeping. In his sleep, George was awakened by the noise outside and hurriedly sat up from the bed. On the side, the mistress got up with sleepy eyes and was about to ask what happened, but she caught a glimpse of the flames rising from the window. In just a moment, she was no longer sleepy. Then, is it on fire? As soon as the voice fell, the deafening roar came again. Boom! 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 Bang! The flames suddenly jumped to 3 floors high, and they were still clearly visible even at such a long distance. Noticing that the direction of the explosion was the weapons depot, George didn't even bother to put on his shoes and rushed out of the door. He grabbed a hurriedly running attendant and asked with saliva flying, "What's going on? Why did the weapons depot explode?" The attendant didn't seem to understand the current situation, and felt at a loss when facing the questioning of the superior. I don't know this either. Waste. Pushing away the attendant who didn't know anything, George put on his coat and prepared to go out to check the situation himself. Seeing the commander coming out, the guards outside immediately reported the situation they had just learned in detail. George's face became more and more ugly when he learned that the arsenal burned and exploded by itself. You mean, the explosives inside are self-ignited? Seeing the commander's stormy expression, the followers below lowered their heads. Who can tell such a thing? The weather has been dry these 2 days, and the temperature is high during the day. Those explosives are also homemade local products, and it is possible that the quality is unstable. Of course, such words cannot be said in front of Chairman George. Therefore, they can only respond with silence. However, such actions obviously angered their superiors even more. A bunch of trash. Not wanting to waste more time with useless subordinates, George cursed with a red face and thick neck, and then got in the car. In the distance, looking at the arsenal that was damaged beyond recognition, Wusong, who was hiding his merits and fame, silently turned on the camera function, took 2 photos in night mode, and then submitted the mission report. Seeing the words, "Mission completed," the corners of his mouth curled up instantly. He couldn't wait to show off on the forum. Chapter 314, he actually forgot about this. Boom! Gu Ke, who was sleeping, was awakened by the sudden explosion outside. Chen Dai, who was standing next to him, seemed to have heard the sound as well, and got up from the bed in a daze. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? I don't know. Go out and take a look. As he said that, Gu Ke lifted the curtain of the tent. Then, he saw the flames rising into the sky in the distance. Not only the 2 of them were awakened by the explosion, but also the other new prison guards in the camp. It was obvious that they were all a little confused about what was happening. It's on fire? Where is that? It seems to be in the direction of the arsenal. Was that an explosion just now? The arsenal exploded? How could it be? What should we do with the explosives we made? They are all used to deal with those big lizards. Looking at the flames that jumped to 2 or 3 stories high in the distance, the faces of these new prison guards flashed panic and regret at the same time. What bad luck. We have worked in vain all this time. Chen Dai sighed as he spoke, not knowing whether those adults would vent their anger on us. Gu Ke on the side did not respond, just staring at the bright flames in the night sky without saying a word. For some reason, this sudden explosion made him feel a hint of unusual atmosphere, as if something was going to happen next. The fire has been put out, thanks to the desert here. Even if there is a lack of water, sand can still be used to physically extinguish the fire. But even so, the fire still caused considerable damage. Looking at the mess on the ground, George frowned and said nothing. The men who went to investigate came back to report after checking the ruins. Sir, the fire started in the area where explosives were stored. Did you find out the cause of the fire? Was it really spontaneous combustion? Faced with George's question, the men were speechless. He didn't know the characteristics of these explosives, and the entire arsenal had been blown beyond recognition, and there was no way to judge. But compared to spontaneous combustion, he felt more like someone deliberately set the fire. After all, this is too coincidental. The top leaders of the prison committee had just decided to eradicate the slime in order to annex the East. But the explosives used to deal with the slime exploded by themselves. This really makes people think too much. However, according to the memories of the few surviving night guards, there were no suspicious people around at the time of the incident. After listening to the report of his subordinates, George pursed his lips and his eyes darkened. You mean, this fire might be set by our people? We have a ghost here? Feeling the chairman's anger, the subordinate hurriedly lowered his head, his body tense. It's just my personal speculation. Maybe I just guessed wrong. Having said that, he also knew in his heart that the possibility of guessing wrong was not great. After all, according to the strict defense inside Storm City, it is impossible for outsiders to sneak in and set fire. In this case, it can only be the internal personnel who committed the crime. Seeing his subordinate's nervous expression, George paused, and his expression eased a little. Don't be nervous. I didn't say anything to you. Let's talk about your ideas first. Seeing that the chairman didn't seem to be really angry, the subordinate was relieved and continued to talk about his analysis. You also know the defense of Storm City. Under such strict inspection, people outside the city can't easily come in. But there was an exception in the past month. At this point, the answer is obvious. Are you suspicious of those newcomers? The subordinate did not speak. At this moment, his silence represents everything. George frowned. But didn't you say that there were no suspicious people around at the time of the incident? The subordinate nodded slightly and lowered his voice. These words were said by the surviving guards. Who can guarantee whether they are true or false? Anyway, the dead can't speak anymore. George remained silent, but from his fists clenched to white behind his back, it can be seen that he was very angry. When a cockroach appears in the house, it means that there is actually a cockroach nest in the house. If the truth of the matter is really as the subordinate inferred, then the purpose of these people doing these things can be guessed with toes. They want to disrupt the action of the West to send troops to the East, even though he had repeatedly ordered those who knew about it to keep their mouths shut. The news that he wanted to attack Jinsha City had already leaked out without him noticing. Although I don't know how this group of cockroaches colluded with people inside the prison. It is obvious that these guys have a close relationship with the group of slimes in the East. All those who are still alive will be detained, and I will interrogate them in person later. And the newcomers, none of them can be released. All locked up and interrogated one by one. Yes, sir. Yuk's ominous premonition finally came true. Not long after the explosion, a group of prison guards in black uniforms broke into their camp and detained them without explanation. Faced with this sudden incident, everyone felt panic and confusion. Why are we locked up when we didn't do anything? That's right. Quiet. The prison guard, who led them to detain them, interrupted their shouting and said in a cold voice, the armory was set on fire tonight, and the chairman suspected that there might be an arsonist here. No one can leave here before the criminal is caught. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar at the scene. We didn't even leave the door of the camp. How could we set fire? That's right. The chairman must have made a mistake. Feeling wronged and dissatisfied, the camp became noisy in an instant. However, no one paid attention to them at all, and the prison guards at the door did not give in at all. The little leader was annoyed by the noise of the crowd, and he shouted angrily, "Whoever shouts again is an arsonist." As soon as the voice fell, the noise at the scene stopped abruptly. Looking at the expressions of the newcomers on the opposite side, who dared to be angry but not to speak, the little leader in charge of the custody said, "Whether you have been wronged or not will be known after the interrogation. If you really have a clear conscience, what are you afraid of? Just wait. The chairman will not release a prisoner by mistake, and naturally will not wrongly accuse any good person. Now that things have come to this, no matter how many words are said, it seems extremely useless. After all, they really did not commit arson. So what is there to be afraid of? It would be better to cooperate with their questioning, so that you can prove your innocence quickly." For a while, the people in the camp gradually quieted down. Seeing that the group of people finally stopped making noise, the leader in charge of the custody finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, come one by one according to the order of the barracks." On this side, when the Storm City was in chaos, investigating the arsonist and the traitor. On the other side, Wu Sandahu, who successfully overturned the prison committee's arsenal with his own strength, was telling other players about his heroic deeds tonight on the forum. Of course, he did not forget to show the screenshots of the task rewards. It's just that the latter naturally caused a lot of jealousy and criticism from a group of players. But Wusandahu didn't care about these. After all, only those who can't eat will say sour grapes. Let them be envious and jealous. Creatures like European emperors are always lonely. Captain 1.5 meters, since the task is completed, when will you come back? We are still waiting for your weapon test report. At Wusandahu. Wusandahu, there is no rush. I have already written the weapon test report, and will send it to you later. As for coming back, I may have to stay here for a while longer. Captain 1.5 meters, why? Wong Tai Sin, picking his nose, why else? He just wants to play more in the new map. Wusandahu, slapping the table, am I that kind of person? Wong Tai Sin, squinting. Wusandahu, I stayed for the victory of the Slime Clan. Now that you are here, don't you need an undercover agent to gather intelligence in the West? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, no need. You can just burn all their granaries, and we can win without even fighting. Wusandahu, this is too cruel. Even though I know this world is virtual, I still feel I can't do it. After all, there are still many people outside the city who don't have enough food. And wasting food is shameful. Gotham Iron Man, spreading his hands. Captain 1.5 meters, so you plan to stay? Wusandahu, yes. Slime's body is easy to hide. And it's easier for me to get information. When I dig up some valuable information, I will go offline and share it with you on the forum. Then we can cooperate with each other. It is not necessary to use extreme methods such as burning granaries. Wusandahu, besides, if you can win without fighting, wouldn't you feel bored? After all, it's not easy to catch up with a big battle event. Gotham Iron Man, that's right. If I really don't fight, how can I test the newly built tank? Stir-fried Big Kidney. Stir-fried Big Kidney, damn. You even built a tank? Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, it was built a long time ago. Okay. Stir-fried Big Kidney, didn't you say that only a SH? I was built before. Many internal parts are still missing. Gotham Iron Man, sunglasses, lights a cigarette, all of them have been completed. Stir-fried kidney flour? When did it happen? Gotham Iron Man, not long ago. When you were escorting Boss Hood Alpha. I asked that stinky-faced white-haired guy to show me the tank blueprint. Then he helped me get all the missing parts. And even modified it to be more perfect than my design. Stir-fried kidney. Soldier 1.5 meters tall. Can it be like this? Gotham Iron Man, yes. Actually, there is nothing wrong with the tank itself. The thing missing has always been the main gun. Because I don't know how to use the laser rangefinder and the forward-looking infrared sensor. The imitation Mk-44 machine gun has never been completed. But I can't accept the second best option of changing to an ordinary cannon. I thought that since it is a newly added NPC, it must be useful. So I went to try it. After all, the setting collection also wrote that this guy has an extraordinary identity. And his father is a senior official of the Future Alliance Military Industry Department. I didn't expect it to be really useful. Stir-fried kidney. So what exactly did the tank look like? I saw the Gotham brother throw out a screenshot of the game, and said proudly, "You definitely didn't expect that the kid actually installed an ion cannon for me." The one I used was the high-energy ion cannon seized from the arsenal of the former city lord in the Battle of Sand City. Ha ha ha. Hack. This is so cool. This design is so avant-garde. Is this a StarCraft-style tank? Looking at the tank in the picture with a super large muzzle, a coating that is shining, and a very cool shape, the player shouted. 666. But some people's focus is particularly different. Bubble Superman, although I remember that high-energy ion cannon should be the tribe leaders now. Is it really okay for you to use it without its consent? There was a sudden silence in the post. Not only other players, but even Gotham himself was stunned. For a long time, Gotham in front of the screen held his forehead in pain. Damn! He actually forgot about this. Chapter 315 Scapegoat. On the forum, players who like to watch the fun and not mind the big trouble immediately began to gloat over the misfortune. Fried kidney flour. Ha ha ha. You have nothing to do but show off. Just wait for the clan leader to lock you up in the small dark room. Bai Wuchang, squinting smile. Not necessarily in the small dark room. It may be to clean the toilet. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, isn't cleaning the toilet exactly what Gotham wants? After all, this guy had extracted potassium nitrate from the toilet to make gunpowder before. Fried kidney flour. Ha ha ha. Faced with the ridicule of a group of netizens, the always irritable brother, who always has a poisonous mouth, unexpectedly did not respond this time, but instead sent a series of horrified emoticons. Gotham Iron Man, covering face, screaming, scared. Gotham Iron Man, what can I do? Is it too late to dismantle the cannon now? Fried kidney flour, I guess it's too late. But it may be too late to find the clan leader to apologize. Laughing with sidelong eyes, Wusong beats the tiger, don't panic. The clan leader is so kind. I think he won't blame you, right? I want to be red, it's okay. It's just a small dark room. It will be over in a few days. Gotham Iron Man, my smile is not a smile.jpg. Gotham's worries didn't last long. Because soon, he got the clan leader's response. Just as Wusong beats the tiger said. The clan leader did not blame him for his self-willed behavior. Not only did he not blame him, but he also issued him a new task. Let him use this tank as the mother model to make another 100 identical ones. When he received the task information prompt, Gotham was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Hack! 100? There is only one high-energy ion cannon in the whole Jinsha city. Where can I get another 100 main guns? This thing is so technically difficult that even if he wants to copy it, he can't copy it. But looking at the huge reward on the taskbar, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, it's 1 million slime coins. It is the highest amount of single-player mission reward in the whole server since the closed beta. Not to mention that he can also get a golden honorary title of Weapon Master after completing the mission. This is the only golden title in the whole server. Even for this special golden title, he can't just give up. After thinking about it, Gotham finally put his mind back to the NPC. Or try it with the white-haired boy again. Isn't it said that the high-energy ion cannon is an old product eliminated by the Future Alliance military? In this case, the white-haired young master, who is the son of a senior official of the Future Alliance Military Industry Department, should also have a way to get this thing. Right? Having made up his mind, Gotham Iron Man hurriedly took action, while Gotham Brother was eager to find NPC rank for help. On the other side of the Jinsha City Armory, Perhuse and Andrew looked at the cool new tank in front of them and opened their mouths in surprise. What is? This is the Slime Tank number 1. The first main battle tank belonging to the Slime Clan and the entire Jinsha City and the eastern region. Andrew was stunned when he heard Xiao Ming's explanation. But why do I feel that this thing looks familiar? It's normal to look familiar, Xiao Ming said, because the main gun on the tank was modified from the high-energy ion cannon that was previously piled in the corner of the warehouse. Andrew. Perhuse? How about it? Perhuse? Now you are not worried that we can't deal with the West. Right? Hearing the eagerness in the tone of the Slime City Lord, Perhuse was ashamed. Just relying on this tank doesn't seem to be enough? Of course it can't be just one. Xiao Ming said, this one is just the mother machine. And my people will produce more tanks later. According to the current plan, it is expected that 100 will be produced and put into use first. Perhuse and Andrew. 100? Well, to be more precise, it should be 101. If this mother machine is counted. Xiao Ming paused and said, of course, tanks alone are not enough. The ammunition must also keep up. I have also arranged for the people to deal with these problems. I believe that with their wisdom, they should be able to solve the problem of lack of high-energy ion cannon ammunition. Perseus and Andrew. How to solve it? This is the masterpiece of the Future Alliance Military Industry Department. Even if this is an old product that has been eliminated, the technical content it contains is still not to be underestimated. Even if your people can produce guns, explosives, and even tanks and armored vehicles, this high-energy ion cannon is not something that can be made casually. I have to say that the City Lord is still a little naive. Although they thought so in their hearts, neither of them dared to say it directly. After all, the Golden Slime is the City Lord. Since the other party has made a decision, it is meaningless for them to oppose it. What's more, the chariot heading to the west has started the engine. As a part of the east, they certainly support the expansion of armaments unconditionally, because these equipment can protect their homes and prevent them from being ridden on the face by the group of black uniforms. Of course, if they are really developed, then the East will no longer have to swallow their anger as in the past. The long night finally passed, and with the arrival of dawn, the complicated interrogation procedures gradually ended. The result of the interrogation is obvious. The prison committee's review team did not find the real arsonist among the prison guards. Everyone here has an alibi. Even the instructors who trained them can testify that they did not see anyone entering or leaving the camp on the night of the incident. Unless all the instructors in the new camp are traitors who helped to perjure themselves. This is the truth. This situation is not what the review team wants to see. because it means that their efforts tonight are in vain. The real prisoner may have escaped last night, or even earlier. Thinking of this, the head of the review team in charge of this matter felt a headache. Obviously, they can't explain this result to the top leaders of the prison committee and Chairman George. In my opinion, just find a scapegoat and throw it out. Anyway, Chairman George just wants to find an outlet. Right? An interrogator named Hank said so. Are you crazy? If there are traitors in the prison who are colluding with the East, what we are doing is tantamount to letting them continue to bombard us. Another interrogator, Jeff, refuted fiercely. Hank said angrily, what are you going to do? Report to the superiors that we spent a whole night but still failed to catch the spy? We can't let other irrelevant people take the blame. Jeff's attitude is still firm. What's the big deal? Hank said disapprovingly. Those guys are just country bumpkins from outside the city. If we really catch a scapegoat from inside and push it out, can they still resist? This is Storm City, the territory of the prison committee. Whether they leave or stay, live or die, are spies or not spies, isn't it up to us to decide? Hank's attitude is righteous and makes people feel uncomfortable. Hearing this, Jeff pursed his lips and said nothing. Although he was born in Storm City, Jeff's family conditions are not very good. The prison has always been a place where the powerful are flattered and the weak are trampled upon. Even he was not spared at the beginning. He also paid a lot to get to where he is today. Now, after hearing what Hank said, he actually felt a little pity for these innocent newcomers. In the eyes of Hank and other people whose families have inherited the identity of prison guards in Storm City, those residents from other towns outside Storm City cannot even be regarded as human beings. They are just a group of poor bugs who rely on Storm City. And bugs can be crushed to death. So there is no need to care about their lives. This group of newcomers who came from outside Storm City obviously also belonged to the category of bugs. Hank did not care about the thoughts of the people in front of him. And just continued, I heard that Lord George did not sleep all night last night, waiting for our results. If he knew that we had nothing, what do you think he would do? Jeff said nothing. Hank was not annoyed when he did not get a response, but continued to say, smashing cups and hitting people. Dismissal. Whatever happens is not surprising. After all, this gentleman did this when he was in a bad mood in the past. But those were just small things in the past. Like the fire and explosion in the armory last night. The consequences are probably not as simple as breaking a few cups and dismissing a few people. Seeing that Jeff's expression was a little shaken, Hank smiled and said, I guess you don't want to see the consequences of Chairman George's anger, right? So, listen to me on this matter. As for the real traitor you mentioned, I didn't say I wouldn't find him. But before finding the real criminal, don't we have to keep our positions? Without an identity, it's futile to investigate anything. So we also need a buffer zone. A buffer zone that can prevent Lord George and the top leaders of the committee from venting their anger on us. And a scapegoat can do just that. As long as there is a buffer zone, we will have enough time to investigate everything. Right? But, Jeff frowned, as if he wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by Hank. You are a rigid guy. I have said so much. And you still don't agree? His two light eyebrows were squeezed together. And he looked uneasy, obviously disliking Jeff's attitude. However, he did not seem to intend to continue to persuade the other party, and only turned his eyes to the head of the review team. Headley, what do you think about what I just said? The head of the review team pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, just do as you say. Remember to find someone whose background cannot be found out. After all, the adults in the committee are not all fools. Even if it is a scapegoat, you have to find someone who can stand up to scrutiny. Hearing this, Hank was overjoyed. You can rest assured to leave this matter to me. I promise to solve it beautifully. Well, then leave it to you to handle it. With that, Headley left the interrogation room with a face full of distress. Watching Headley's back, Jeff, who was stunned, realized that the matter was a foregone conclusion. Hank chuckled, pushed open the door of the interrogation room, and said to the chairman's entourage, who had been waiting outside for a long time, go back and report to Lord George, and say that the prisoner has been caught. Jeff turned his head and frowned. Who? Who else? That nomadic herder from the wasteland named Guck. Hank said slowly, I heard that this guy has no fixed place to live and came to Storm City alone. He was just here to do business, but somehow became one of the newly recruited prison guards. What's more coincidental is that I heard that the group of slimes in the east also took in a group of nomadic herders from the wasteland before. In this case, Is there anyone more suspicious than him? Chapter 316, Is this how you treat your lifesaver? After hearing Hank's words, Jeff was shocked for a long time. If he hadn't known the inside story in advance, he would have believed Hank's words. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be stuck with phlegm and he couldn't say a word. Because at this time, even he didn't know what he wanted to say. Maybe he should stop this mistake from happening. Or maybe he should quietly inform the poor and innocent desert lamb. However, his body was like a piece of frozen wood, unable to move at all. He admitted that he was timid, because reason told him that the consequences of doing so were something he could not bear at all, and he had no position or ability to do this. No matter how well he was doing now, he was just a small screw in the prison organization, compared with the big guys who really made decisions. His existence was really insignificant, let alone Chairman George. Even team leader Lee of their review team did not have the courage to resist. Maybe he is just a hypocritical coward, even if he knows that it is wrong to do so. Even if his conscience is uneasy, he still does not have the courage to risk everything for an insignificant person. At this time, perhaps being a thorough egoist like Hank is the most correct decision. At least his heart will not be as wavering as it is now. Looking at the prison guards, who have already rushed towards the innocent lambs, Jeff thought with self-loathing. Unable to bear to watch this oppressive and suffocating cruel scene, he silently turned around and looked at the blue sky above his head, recalling the rumors that circulated in the prison before about the slimes reforming the East. Jeff couldn't help thinking, perhaps it is not a bad thing to let the slimes ride on the heads of the West. After all, in their eyes, there is no difference between slaves and those landlords and old nobles, because everyone is equal before the law. Thinking of this, Jeff couldn't help but sigh, what a wise move. Full of the legacy of the prosperous society of Gulba. In comparison, the prison, a huge organization that has been running for 3 centuries, is like a rusty and slow-moving train. Although various problems have already occurred inside and are on the verge of collapse at any time, those sitting on this train are not aware of this. They don't even know where the track under this train will lead them. These people don't care about the future or the past. They only care about how to suppress the East and always maintain their status as the boss of the desert planet, facing the slime clan that may threaten the dominance of the prison on this planet. Even though they have helped them to eliminate the Desert Lizard King without sparing their lives, they still mercilessly pointed their guns at their benefactors. To be honest, he is tired of all this. Tired of the open and secret struggles in the prison. And tired of this lifeless city with no hope at all. Even if this city is his hometown. Because from the time he was born till now, he has watched it getting worse and worse. But he can do nothing about it. In his opinion, Storm City is like a patient with cancer, who can only wait for death without effective treatment. If there is any creature in this world that can save this place, perhaps it is the group of slimes in the east. Even in the western desert, he heard that under the governance of the golden slime, the entire eastern region has gradually begun to prosper. It is said that they have started trade activities with many merchants from alien planets, and transport ships from other planets can always be seen from time to time in the Golden Sand City. This was simply unimaginable in the past. After all, the desert planet is a well-known place of exile, and no one except prisoners will come here. But now, those slimes have changed all this in just 1 year. No wonder they are feared by the high-ranking officials of the prison such as Chairman George. But Jeff is not afraid of him, because he has heard from the prison guards, who have fought against the Desert Lizard King on the front line, that these slimes are very smart and hard-working. And they are also very good at making food. Except for sometimes acting a little weird. They are generally very friendly. Of course, what is even more outstanding than these is their bravery and fearlessness when charging into battle. This also makes Jeff more curious about what kind of creatures those slimes are. It's a pity that the review team must stay in Storm City all year round and cannot leave at will. Otherwise, he really wants to see the slime tribe that can defeat the old nobles and the legendary Desert Lizard King. Maybe one day, they can also overthrow the prison, a corrupt machine that is not working properly, and bring hope and prosperity back to Storm City. Although such an idea is very rebellious for a prison guard who receives a prison salary, Jeff really thinks so, since they are unable to solve their own problems. Then placing hope on the slime tribe may change everything. Anyway, the situation can't get worse. Unlike prison guard Jeff, Goku at this time only felt that his life was like an eagle with broken wings that suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. He never expected that the prison review team would blame him for the fire and explosion last night. He never expected that one day he would be executed by the prison committee as a traitor who colluded with the East. You must have made a mistake. Guku shouted in panic. I didn't set the fire. I have been in the camp these days, and have never gone out. Seeing a group of people coming up and dragging Guku away without saying anything, Shinde hurriedly said, Guku was with us last night. How could he go to the armory to set fire? Yes. There must be something wrong. On the other side, other people in the same barracks also chimed in. After all, everyone was watching the excitement together at the time of the incident, and Guku had no time to commit the crime. However, for the investigation team, who was determined to find someone to take the blame, these witnesses and evidences could not play any role, because this desert nomad named Guku was the most suitable scapegoat. So whether he was really innocent or not, he had to be an arsonist. Are you questioning the fairness and justice of the investigation team? Or are you also an accomplice? Looking at the ferocious prison inspection team in front of them, the group of people who were originally advocating justice for Guku suddenly lost their temper. The hat of accomplice is too big for them to bear. Stop quibbling. Who else could it be besides you? The leader, Hank, looked at Guku with a sneer. Everyone knew that the group of slugs in the east took in a group of nomads from the Wasteland tribe. And you, a nomad from the Wasteland tribe, came to Storm City alone and turned into a prison guard, which is suspicious. What's more coincidental is that not long after you came, the weapons depot exploded. Do you dare to say that you have nothing to do with this? Hank sneered and said, If you tell the truth, I can respect you as a man. Hearing such slander, Guku was immediately angry. Why should I admit to something I didn't do? The men of my Wasteland tribe have always been upright and never lied and disdained to lie. What's more, I didn't want to be a prison guard in the first place. I was forced to come here by you. In the excitement, Guku even broke free from the people around him and wanted to have a good argument with the triangular-eyed man opposite. Seeing the tall and strong Guku rushing towards him, Hank was shocked. What are you all standing there for? Stop him now. Hearing this, the prison guards of the review team hurried forward to stop him. However, this young and strong man from the wilderness tribe was not easy to deal with, although they were eating similar things. His strength was much stronger than those farmers, who were digging for food in the sand around him. He overturned 2 prison guards, who wanted to catch him, and then turned around and ran to the other side of the camp. Stop him! Don't let him run away. There was a hoarse shout from behind, but Guku didn't even look back, just rushed out desperately. A strong desire to survive burned in his chest. The intense running increased his lung capacity, and he could smell a hint of rust between his lips and teeth. He couldn't stay here. He wants to leave here. With the potential for survival bursting out, the prison guards behind him were left far behind. Seeing that a group of people couldn't catch up with him, Hank's face became extremely ugly. A bunch of trash. He took out a gun from his waist while cursing, opened the safety bolt, and fired several shots at the back in the distance. However, I don't know whether it was because of lack of training or his shooting skills were not accurate, but none of the bullets he shot hit the target. As if he didn't believe it, he continued to shoot. At this moment, a force beside him suddenly pulled him back. There are so many brothers in front. It would be bad if they were injured by mistake. Looking at Jack's normal face, Hank narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he didn't believe that the other party said this for the sake of the brothers. After all, the other party had expressed strong opposition to the scapegoat not long ago. But what he said was not completely unreasonable. After staring at Jeff for a long time, Hank silently put away his gun. It didn't matter if he couldn't hit him, as long as the brothers in charge of the pursuit could hit that guy. Stop! Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire rang out in the alley, mixed with a few unclear curses. Hearing the movement outside, Wusong, who had just logged into the game account in the alley, climbed onto the roof in confusion. Then he saw an unprecedented scene. A group of prison guards in black uniforms were chasing another tall and strong prison guard in black uniforms with guns. Seeing this, Wusong was thoughtful. Was this a quarrel? Although he didn't know the reason for the whole thing, it didn't prevent him from watching the chase in front of him. Although the prison guard being chased was huge, he was extremely agile. No matter how the group of pursuers shot, he could always dodge. It was just like a slippery loach. Seeing him turn over and avoid several bullets, the tiger couldn't help but open his mouth into an O shape. Damn, this guy is a bit cool. Unlike Wusong, who was hiding on the roof to watch the show, the prison guards, who were responsible for the pursuit mission at this time, felt very angry. This guy's skills were really good, even better than some prisoners in the prison. For a while, no one doubted the inference of the review team. This nomadic deserter named Guku was indeed a spy sent from the east. Realizing this, they no longer spared the bullets in their hands, and only aimed their guns at the target in front. I don't believe you can still escape like this. On the roof, Wu Songdao, who saw the scene, secretly cried out that it was not good. Without time to think about it, he immediately took out the charged hand cannon and fired a shot at the front. A nearly white-blue electric light flashed, and a light ball flew straight out of the muzzle and hit the opposite wall fiercely. Boom! The SHLS penetrated the earth wall on the opposite side, and countless sand and soil mixed with rubble and bricks hit the heads of the prison guards. Before they could react, they were instantly buried by this pile of high-altitude falling objects that suddenly appeared. This sudden scene shocked Guku, who was fleeing. He didn't expect that the wall that was originally intact would collapse in an instant, and it happened to hit the heads of the prison guards. Nothing happened when he passed by just now. Is it a coincidence? Or is someone helping him secretly? Just when he was confused and shocked by the incredible thing in front of him, a strange voice suddenly came from the roof in the distance. Run! Looking at the sound, he saw a sandy round figure flashing by. What is that? Although he wanted to know who saved him, reason prevailed after all. Hearing the sound of pursuit from a distance, he turned his head and continued to run forward. With his understanding of the city, Guku finally escaped the pursuers without any danger. Hearing the footsteps outside gradually fading away, Guku, who was hiding under the cellar, slowly climbed out. Perhaps because he was out of danger, he was exhausted and fell to the ground. At this moment, the strange voice came from above his head again. Who are you? Why are they arresting you? Guku, who was extremely tired, lifted his eyelids and looked up with difficulty. Then, he saw a ball of sand as big as a washbasin lying on the roof, staring at him. Yes, it was staring, because he saw a pair of black eyes on the ball of sand. They were small, like beans. This scared Guku sober up. You? What are you? Seeing the huge reaction of the NPC in front of him, Wu Songdao, who was a little unhappy. Is this how you treat your savior? It was still the strangely pronounced language of the Desert Star, but strangely, he could understand its meaning. Recalling the figure that flashed across the roof before, Guku suddenly realized. It was you who saved me. Who else could it be? Wu Songdao, who immediately put on airs. Hearing this, the man in front of him immediately got up from the ground, folded his hands in front of him, and bowed to him, thanking him very much for his generous help, which allowed me to escape this disaster. I will definitely remember your great kindness in my heart. The other party's action made Wu Songdao unable to do it. Originally, he wanted to teach this rude boy a lesson, but he didn't expect that the other party would thank him so tactfully. For a moment, he couldn't pursue anything further, so he could only cough. It was just a matter of convenience. Hearing this, Guku's face immediately showed a hearty and honest smile. He seemed not to care about the slightly arrogant attitude of the strange creature in front of him. I don't know how to call you. My benefactor? Wu Song beats the tiger. You can call me Tiger. Wu Song beats the tiger and paused. I am a slime. Slime? Hearing this, Guku's face flashed with surprise. He looked at the sand ball in front of him without leaving a trace, and sighed in his heart. So, is this a slime? Although he was surprised that the appearance of the slime in front of him was somewhat different from the description in the rumors, Guku still said nothing, just nodded slightly. Tiger. Hearing the strange tone of the creature in front of him, he murmured and repeated it several times, and Guku smiled and said, I remember it. Wu Song beats the tiger and didn't know what the NPC in front of him was thinking, and asked directly, why are you being chased by those people? Hearing this question, Guku couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a long story, and to be honest, even I don't know why. It doesn't matter. The slime above his head jumped down and came to him with a bounce. It's safe here, and I have plenty of time now, so I can listen to you slowly. Chapter 317 Ways to Leave the City. This is how it happened. Perhaps because there was someone listening. Guku, who was originally nervous and depressed, gradually relaxed. But even so, his face inevitably revealed dissatisfaction and disappointment. I obviously didn't set the fire, and everyone around me could testify for me. But those people just didn't believe it. They insisted that I was an arsonist and a spy sent by the Eastern Slime. Of course, I can't admit something I didn't do. They wanted to catch me, so I ran away. At this point, Guku paused. Suddenly, he remembered that the benefactor in front of him seemed to be a slime. Moreover, He could also speak human language. In this case, could it have come from the east? In addition, there was a sudden fire in the arsenal last night. Thinking of this, Kuka became more and more frightened. But soon, he dispelled this speculation. The Golden Sand City in the east and the Storm City in the west are more than 1,500 kilometers apart. There is a vast desert in between. Without camels and not enough supplies, they will probably die of hunger and thirst before they reach halfway. No matter how powerful the slimes in the east are, they can't cross this long desert alone. Right? It should be just a coincidence. Just like he was identified as a spy from the east by the prison review team. Thinking of this, Kuka couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what happened to his uncle and the others. After the turmoil, he was separated from the rest of the tribe. He wandered in the desert with a camel and a dagger for several months, and finally came to Storm City. It was on the territory of the prison that he found out that the East had taken in a group of nomadic people from the desert in the West. This made him wonder if these nomadic people from the desert would be his long-lost tribe. It's a pity that he can't get an answer to this question for the time being. Maybe in the future, when he has the opportunity to cross the desert to see it with his own eyes in the East, all his troubles will be solved. But before that, he must escape from Storm City smoothly. Putting away his scattered thoughts, Kuka looked at the sand ball opposite him. That benefactor. Why don't you say anything? Wu Song beats the tiger. What can he say? Tell him that he actually set the fire in the armory. Because the prison people couldn't catch him. So they took him to blame? Thinking of this, Brother Tiger couldn't help but hold his forehead. Who would have thought? The NPC he accidentally saved turned out to be his scapegoat. This world is so magical. Although he was already possessed by the roaring emperor in his heart, Wu Song beat the tiger's face still looked very calm. I just feel sad for your experience. As if he didn't expect the slime in front of him to say such a sentence. Kuku was stunned when he heard it, and then smiled. In fact, there is nothing to be sad about. After all, I didn't join there voluntarily. What's more, am I not still alive and well now? This is all thanks to your help. Having said that, Wu Song beats the tiger still keenly observed the subtle bitterness that flashed in the other's eyes. Feeling guilty, Brother Tiger did not respond, but calmly changed the subject. What are you going to do next? You can hide for a while, but not forever. They will soon search the whole city for your whereabouts. The city gates are probably under martial law now. Hearing this, the regret and frustration in Kuka's eyes faded away instantly, replaced by solemnity and anxiety. Seeing his silence, Wu Song beat the tiger and sighed silently in his heart. He was the one who caused this matter. Since this unlucky guy was blamed, he should also take responsibility. If nothing else, at least he can let the other party escape from danger. It's a pity that he doesn't know what to do yet. It's not difficult for a slime to enter and exit Storm City alone without being noticed. But Kuka, as a human, is different. His body cannot be deformed or compressed. Otherwise, he can easily get out of the city by turning himself into a thin pancake and sticking it on the camel caravan. Noticing Brother Tiger's sudden silence, Kuka said comfortingly, Don't worry about me. I can solve this matter myself. You have helped me once. I can't continue to trouble you like this. Seeing that the NPC in front of him seemed to want to distance himself from the matter, Brother Tiger was not willing to do so. Not to mention whether his conscience was condemned. He had saved the other party's life. Moreover, the opportunity for the other party to appear was also because of the task assigned to him by the clan leader to burn the weapons depot. What if this NPC named Gook is actually a key figure in a hidden plot? If he was allowed to leave, wouldn't he miss the task? In terms of emotion and reason, Wu Song felt that he had to take on this matter. So, he held Goku, who wanted to leave, and cleared his throat, and said in the unstandard pronunciation of the Wild Star language, You stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. As he said that, he closed his eyes, and went offline without caring about the reaction of the NPC on the opposite side. Looking at the motionless sand ball in front of him, Goku was stunned. Come back soon? Where to? It doesn't seem to move. In doubt, he carefully stretched out his index finger and poked it. The sand ball in front of him still had no reaction. Is it asleep? In doubt, Goku looked down at the gravel on his fingers, and the soft and bouncy touch of the slime was still faintly left between his fingertips. For a moment, Goku suddenly realized. So, these sands are actually disguised? Tiger is really a slime. Although he understood this, Goku still didn't understand what the other party just said about coming back. Could it be that it was wrong? What it meant was to sleep and come back. Goku was confused by the tiger's operation. After all, the other party had saved his life, and Goku didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. So, he had to squat aside and wait quietly for the slime in front of him to wake up again. However, what this simple and unsophisticated young man from the Wasteland tribe could never have imagined was that his life-saving grace was not on this planet at the moment. His soul had long returned to his body in another world. And he also posted a help post on the forum. Emergency help! How to secretly transport a 1.8-meter tall man out of Storm City without anyone noticing? 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Wu Song, who knew that he was not extremely smart, finally decided to seek a solution with the wisdom of the masses. However, what he didn't expect was that the replies below were so unreliable compared to the serious solutions. Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, isn't that easy? Disassemble it and transport it out of the city in parts. And it will definitely be done without anyone noticing. Wu Song beats the tiger. Wu Song beats the tiger. Isn't that person dead? I want him alive. Alive. Gotham Iron Man, then knock him out and put him in a car and transport him out. Wu Song beats the tiger. Wu Song beats the tiger. Please stop talking. Brother. Stir-fried big kidney. What's going on with you? Instead of burning the granary, you're trafficking people? By Wu Chang, damn. Okay. Tiger. You're playing so big. Bubble Superman? Don't the player manual and clan rules prohibit trafficking in people? Tiger. Is it really okay for you to do this? Wu Song beats the tiger. Don't talk nonsense. There is no trafficking in people. I am a good citizen who abides by the law. Stir-fried big kidney. Why are you asking this? Wu Song beats the tiger. Of course it's to save people. Seeing a bunch of idiots who are just watching the fun and want to ruin his reputation. Brother Tiger has to tell the whole story. By Wu Chang, TSK, TSK, TSK. You are really a big troublemaker. Fried kidney flour. I agree. The NPC is really in trouble. Wu Song beats the tiger. I know the trouble I caused. So I want to make up for it. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. Give me a trick. By Wu Chang, isn't it easy to get out of the city? Can't you get out in disguise? I see that's how it's played in TV dramas. Fried kidney flour, +1. If it doesn't work, just wear women's clothes. Wu Song beats the tiger. What bad ideas did these unreliable guys come up with? Not to mention whether his poor skills in painting a flower can make people look good. How can a guy like Goku wear women's clothes? Cosplay King Kong Barbie? Those guards will find it as long as they have eyes. There are so many complaints. Wu Song felt tired while fighting the tiger. Just when he was thinking whether it was a wrong decision to ask these guys for help, there was finally a reliable reply under the post. Dapping Zenki, 2 options. The first one is to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Just like you blew up their arsenal before. You can choose an important place to set fire this time. And let him run away while the guards in the city are going to put out the fire. The second one is to endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. From the screenshots of the game you sent, the construction of Storm City is relatively backward. I guess they don't have a proper garbage disposal plant there. Maybe they drag the domestic garbage to the desert outside the city for burial. If there is a garbage truck in the city, you can let him hide in that truck and escape. However, considering that their arsenal was just blown up, and they are still looking for the arsonist everywhere in the city, I don't recommend the first option. Seeing Dapping Zenki's analysis, Wu Song felt tears welling up in his eyes while fighting the tiger. As expected of the most reliable and serious man in the server, he is completely different from the other flirtatious Bexes on the forum, Bah, and the other old bastards. He gave him 2 solutions at once. Before Tiger could express his gratitude, Dapping continued to type out a line of words with his wings spread out. Of course, in addition to the above 2 options, there is actually a third option, which is a bit troublesome. Seeing this, Wu Song beat the tiger and asked, "What is it?" Digging a hole. Dapping spread his wings and said, "Don't forget that during the activity of the Desert Lizard King, the original tunnel collapsed, and we drilled the sand to explore the Lizard King's lair. In this case, you can also choose to dig a passage out of the city this time." Wu Song beat the tiger. This plan is okay. He is a slime, not a groundhog. If he really waits for him to dig a tunnel out of the city, the activities of the Westward War will be over. Excluding the unfeasible options, the tiger feels that option 2 is relatively reliable. In fact, not only the garbage treatment plant, but there is not even a proper septic tank in Storm City. In addition to domestic garbage, every household here will prepare a dung bucket and carry it out of the city every day, or dump it in a centralized manner, or sell it to some farmers who come to collect manure. Of course, only ordinary civilians at the bottom need to do this kind of dirty work themselves. Every morning, there are special people in the homes of the high-ranking officials in the prison to deal with these dirty things. And these people are called feces collectors by the locals, which is equivalent to the night incense women in ancient times who were responsible for pouring out the night incense. In addition to dealing with feces and urine, they also need to deal with the domestic garbage in the homes of the high-ranking prison guards. These are all the information he has observed in Storm City in the past few days. If you sneak into the special car of the feces collector, maybe you can really get out. Thinking of this, Wu Song beat the tiger and then thanked Brother Doping. Then put on his helmet and logged into the game again. Guka squatted for more than half an hour, and finally waited for the slime in front of him to wake up again. However, before he could ask what the other party meant by what he just said, the slime in front of him took the lead to say, "I found a way to get out of the city, but I may have to wrong you." Guka. Chapter 318, I have a faster means of transportation than camels. In the early morning, the sky was slightly bright. The sound of camel bells rang out at the entrances of alleys in the inner city. Hearing the sound, the maids from each household opened the gate of the mansion, took out buckets of manure and a large bag of household garbage that had been packed long ago, and stood outside the gate waiting. Today's manure collector came a little later than usual, so he made the maids waiting here a little unhappy, and their words were a little harsher than usual. But after all, they were big customers, and even if they were dissatisfied with these guys who relied on their power, the manure collector still apologized with a smile on his face. Fortunately, these maids were just a little bit talkative, and after a few times of talking nonsense, they stopped making things difficult for him. After loading several large buckets of manure and garbage bags onto the camel cart, the manure collector led the camel to the next house. There are more than 20 dung collectors like him in the city. They specialize in serving the residences of high-ranking prison guards in the inner city. Unlike wooden carts that usually transport goods, camel carts that carry garbage are surrounded by fences to prevent garbage and dung buckets from falling to the ground during transportation and dirtying the owner's territory. From the beginning to the end of the street, the originally empty car was filled with garbage and dung buckets. The smell is really unpleasant. However, this is already commonplace for dung collectors who are used to this job. After collecting the garbage from the last household, dung collector number 11 pulled the camel cart out of the alley. In front, dung collectors like him also completed their work today and walked out of the alleys one by one. As usual, they were arranged from small to large according to their work numbers, and lined up in a long line and marched towards the city gate one by one. Compared with collecting dung buckets and garbage from house to house, the speed of leaving the city is much faster. After all, more than 20 dung collection trucks gathered together. The smell is even more terrible than biological weapons. Even the city gate guards, who were always not easy to mess with, were eager for this group of people to leave quickly. More than 20 manure carts left the gate of Storm City in an orderly manner. Outside, there was still endless yellow sand, except for the green spots on the hills in the distance. Everything around was still so desolate. Number 11 had long been accustomed to such a scene, following the camel cart in front and continuing to walk northwest for 4 or 5 kilometers. It was the place where Storm City concentrated garbage dumping, and on the edge of that place, there were farmers waiting to buy manure. For some reason, Number 11 felt that today's camel cart was much heavier than before. He didn't feel it when he walked on the flat road in the city before, but now he felt a little different when he walked into the desert and saw the wheels that were deeper than before. However, he didn't think much about this change, but only muttered secretly, "These prison guards are really good at pulling." On the other side, the city gate guards, who watched the manure carts leave, dared to breathe heavily after feeling the suffocating smell in the air gradually dissipated. Finally gone. "It stinks." A guard spat on the ground in disgust. "When will I not have to see these things?" Even if he has to go through this every morning, he still feels uncomfortable. On the side, another guard laughed and joked that we wouldn't have to see it when we die. After all, people have to poop when they are alive. Ha 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 ha. The guards who were still worried about the smell suddenly laughed at this. The laughter attracted the attention of the guard leader. Seeing this, his thick black eyebrows twisted into a knot. He strode forward and scolded in a deep voice, "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing like when you are on duty?" Hearing this, the guards who were laughing so hard in the last second suddenly shut their mouths. The guard leader scolded them a few more times, and then turned away with a dark face, watching the guard leader's back. The young guard who laughed the most before whispered, "Did the boss eat firecrackers today? We laughed and laughed before, but we never saw him get so angry. You didn't work on duty the past 2 days, so you didn't know that our armory was set on fire. The boss has been sending people to hunt down the arsonists these past 2 days, but unfortunately he has not been caught. The boss is also under pressure from the boss. So this is the case." Hearing this, the guard who didn't know the inside story suddenly opened his mouth into an O shape. "Oh my god! The armory was burned? Who did it? I heard it was a nomadic person from the Wasteland tribe, and it was said that he was a spy sent from the east. I don't know how he got into the newly recruited prison guards this time. A spy sent from the east?" Seeing his confused face, the brother next to him secretly glanced at the guard captain who had his back to them in the distance, and whispered, "I also eavesdropped. Don't spread it around. Are you still worried about me? When did I spread it around?" After getting the other party's assurance, the gossipy guard continued, "It's nothing. You should also know the rumors about the slimes in the east, right?" "Yeah." The young guard nodded. "I heard that after the slimes occupied the east, they not only overthrew the landlords and nobles, but also liberated the farmhands and serfs. They even gave them land to cultivate for free. What you said is nothing. I heard that the golden slime actually refused to pay taxes to the west on behalf of the east, and even said that if you want food, you have to pay for it. Is it true?" "Of course it is true. The messenger who sent the letter to the east for the chairman is my cousin's brother-in-law. That guy works under the chairman. I heard that the chairman was so angry that he smashed the table when he knew about this." Hearing this gossip, the young guard looked clear. Wouldn't he have to smash the table? This year's sandstorm will come in a few months, and after that, it will be the lizard disaster. If there were no taxes and tributes from the east, those adults would have a hard time. After all, for so many years, they have lived a comfortable life relying on taxes and tributes from the east. Besides food, the east also paid tribute to them in previous years, including money and many rare items. Now there is nothing left. If he were in their place, he would also make a fuss. It's a pity that he is not one of the elders on the committee. To be honest, he was quite happy to hear that the east was unwilling to continue to be a sucker. After all, no matter how much the tax tribute was, it would not flow to the soldiers guarding the city gate like them. But what do you say have to do with the burning of the arsenal? And what about the spy sent by the east? Don't be impatient. Shouldn't I explain the cause and effect first? The gossiping guard looked around and lowered his voice. It is because the east is unwilling to continue to provide taxes to the west. So the chairman wants to attack the east. Seeing him stroke his neck with his hand, the other party immediately understood. The chairman wants to attack the east? Yeah. Otherwise, why do you think he recruited new people in the past few days? He even accepted a lot of people from other towns. These are all to expand manpower and prepare for the next war. I heard that in order to deal with those slimes, the prison guards in the new recruits camp made explosives there every day. Unexpectedly, all the explosives were burned up by a fire. Hearing this, the young guard immediately understood. So the superior suspected that the person who burned the weapons depot was a spy sent by the east. That's right. Otherwise, how to explain this coincidence? Everyone knows that when the prison riots occurred, the nomads in the desert all ran to the east. It is said that they were later taken in by the slimes in Jinsha City. And that guy entered the city when the committee was recruiting new people. And he was a nomad from the desert. Who else could be the arsonist if not him? This guy is obviously a spy planted by the east. Listening to his colleague's serious words, the young guard nodded slightly and did not continue. At this time, he was puzzled by only one thing. How did the east know that the chairman was going to attack them? The news that the prison committee recruited new people for war was not even known to those of them in Storm City. Most people thought that these new people were to fill the vacancies of the prison guards who died in the prison riots before, and also to prepare for the upcoming sandstorms and lizard disasters. The slimes in the east knew the news that they didn't know in advance, and even deployed personnel in Storm City. Is this possible? Although he doubted the other party's judgment in his heart, he was smart not to show his doubt. After all, this guy is very proud. If he was exposed by him in person, wouldn't he be angry with him? On the other side, the guard who had just finished gossiping didn't know what his colleague was thinking. He sighed and said, "Anyway, this is what happened. I heard that the group of people in the review team accidentally lost the arsonist yesterday and were scolded by their team leader. Then those grandsons came to us and asked the boss to strictly guard the city gate. Anyone who leaves the city must be strictly checked. They even said unceremoniously that if the prisoner ran away, he would be held accountable. This made our boss very angry. After all, they obviously lost the person themselves. But now they are pushing the responsibility on us. So don't blame the boss. He can't do anything about it. The young guard nodded and said, "Don't worry. I understand." After saying that, the two stopped chatting and stared at the people coming and going at the city gate with a serious face. After all, they are the review team. No matter how unhappy they are with these people. But they still have to do what they should do. After all, they don't want to take the blame for letting the criminals go. In the northwest of Storm City, a huge landfill is located here. Although it is called a landfill, there is actually not even a brick here. There is only a huge sand pit on the empty sand, which is filled with all kinds of garbage. Under the high temperature, the sour smell of spoiled food attracted a group of flies flying around in the air. After throwing the large bags of garbage carried on the camel cart here, the manure collector number 11 pushed the remaining manure buckets to the outside of the landfill. There, farmers from other surrounding towns have been waiting for a long time. Some fast manure collectors have already been bargaining with the buyers who are queuing there, in order to avoid being late and not being able to sell the manure in hand. Number 11 hurriedly quickened his pace. He was eager to make money, and did not notice that the heavy cart was much lighter than before. And the wheels that were originally sunk in the sand began to float up gradually. And in the landfill behind him, a man in a coarse linen shirt pulled the hood covering his head and stood up from the stinking sand. He shook off the dirty debris on his body and climbed up from the corner where no one cared. He left here soon. On the sand dunes behind the landfill, a slime covered with gravel had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing the figure of the person coming, a smile immediately appeared on its slightly abstract face. "How about it? This method I said is feasible." Then Guku took a big step forward and bent one leg to Wusong's tiger. This really confused Brother Tiger, especially when he saw the flies circling around the man in front of him. He subconsciously took a few steps back. "What are you doing? Are you trying to marry me?" It's no wonder that Brother Tiger has such an association. After all, this action really looks like a proposal. However, the man in front of him quickly dispelled his doubts. He saw him fold his hands on his chest and bow slightly, and said seriously, "You saved me twice. Such a great kindness. Guku will never forget it. If you need me in the future, please tell me." Wusong beats the tiger. "Good guy. You are so exaggerated. It turns out that you are thanking him." Thinking of this, the tiger coughed and said, "You are polite. I just can't stand innocent people being wronged." Not intending to get involved in this topic too much, the tiger immediately changed the subject. "Where are you going next?" Guku stood up and said, "During the time in Storm City, I heard that a group of nomads from the Wasteland tribe were taken in the east. I suspect that those nomads may be my lost tribesmen. So I want to go to the east to take a look." Hearing this, Wusong beats the tiger and was stunned. If Guku hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that the other party was actually a nomad from the Wasteland tribe. It was because the guy's appearance in the prison uniform was so impressive that he couldn't connect Guku with those nomads from the Wasteland tribe, who were dressed fancy and weird. Speaking of nomads from the Wasteland tribe, how many versions ago were they NPCs? I remember that prison number 9 was not yet the base of the Slime clan. But not long after they met this group of people, the players took over this territory. He remembered. At that time, the chief of the Wasteland clan said that they had escaped from the desert because they were homeless. These people followed the players to the east to help the Slime clan reclaim Wasteland. Now, they have settled near the Slime farm and become residents of the east who are protected by the Slime clan. Brother Tiger didn't expect that the NPC he rescued was actually a relative of that group of people. The plot line is too deep. Feeling in his heart, Wusong beat the tiger secretly speculated. According to this routine, the next hidden task to be triggered should be to send this guy to the east to meet his people. After all, Guku is now penniless and has no means of transportation. How can he go to the east like this? Obviously, this is the task left for himself. Thinking about it, Wusong beat the tiger and said, "Do you need my help? I can accompany you to the east." Hearing the tiger's proposal, Guku's face flashed a trace of surprise. How can this be embarrassing? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Wusong beat the tiger and said, "There is a saying in my hometown. Be a good person to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. Since you have helped, how can you leave it alone halfway?" Guku did not expect that the slime benefactor in front of him was so kind. Not only did he help him avoid the pursuit of the prison inspection team, but he also helped him escape from Storm City. Now he even escorted him to the east to meet his tribesmen. Is it a god descending from heaven? Goku was excited and moved. Finally, he folded his hands in front of his chest and bowed deeply to the tiger. Thank you again for your generous help. Seeing that the tall and strong young man in front of him was about to kneel on one knee again, the tiger immediately stopped him. There is no need to express gratitude in our place. You just need to say, thank you. Xia. Imitating the accent of Wusong beating the tiger, Goku read out this word with a strange tone. Yes, that's it. Wusong beat the tiger and said, there is no time to lose. Let's set off quickly. Seeing that the slime in front of him was about to leave in a hurry, Goku immediately stopped him and said that we had to find a camel first. No need. Wusong was seen beating the tiger with his round body erected. His small black bean-like eyes narrowed in triumph. I have a faster means of transportation than a camel. I guarantee you will see your people soon. Chapter 319, I didn't expect that this golden slime actually had such a thing. A faster means of transportation than a camel? What is it? A car? But in the desert, ordinary cars can't travel at all because they are easy to get stuck in the sand. Unless it is the prison's off-road vehicles. Armored vehicles or transport trucks designed specifically for desert terrain. Thinking of this, Goku was stunned. Could it be that his benefactor even got the prison's car for him? Just when Goku was shocked by this guess, he saw the slime in front of him took out a strangely shaped boot. Then, he took out a round and thick cylindrical object. It was silver gray and looked like a stainless steel cup or a gun barrel. I saw it put the cylindrical object on its round body, then glanced at the boot, and then handed it to him with a look of reluctance. Here, put it on. What are you doing? Goku was a little confused, although sometimes he couldn't understand the strange behavior of the slime in front of him. There was no moment as puzzling as now. Send you home? Wusong beat the tiger and said, this is the means of transportation I mentioned. Goku? A boot? Goku couldn't imagine that the boot in front of him would be a faster means of transportation than a camel. Not to mention that there was only one shoe. Is the other party really not kidding? Seeing Goku standing there blankly with no intention of taking it, Tiger immediately explained, this is a jet power boot. As long as you put it on, you can fly anywhere. Although there is only one, it is still a very good means of transportation. The slime in front of him said a lot, and Goku took a long time to extract the key information from the other party's not very standard desert language. This is not an ordinary boot, and it can take him to the east, although he didn't understand the principle behind it. Since the benefactor said so, what else could he question? Seeing Goku's suddenly bright eyes, Tiger said quickly, don't get me wrong. These boots are lent to you, not given to you. Goku smiled heartily, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and understood. Just when Wusong Lao, who was about to teach Goku how to use the jet-powered boots, a huge cardboard box unexpectedly fell from the sky and landed directly in front of him. Bang! Tiger brother, who was splashed with sand, was stunned. Subconsciously, he raised his head. Then, he was surprised to find that a black vortex-shaped hole appeared above his head, just like the portal that appears in some animations. This vortex-shaped black hole only appeared for 1 or 2 seconds and then disappeared. Seeing this, Wusong Lao, who was stunned. What's going on? Huh? Where did the box come from? Hearing Goku's question, Wusong Lao, who looked puzzled. Didn't you see it just now? What did you see? Goku was confused. The black hole in the sky. Weiwubuki said, this box fell out of that hole. However, when he saw Goku tilting his head with a puzzled expression, what on earth are you talking about? Weiwubuki suddenly stopped. It seems that Goku didn't see the black hole. Does this mean that only players can see it? Maybe. This box is prepared for him. Thinking about it, he immediately walked to the box. There was a note on admission reward. Wusong beats the tiger. Good guy. Did the patriarch send the mission reward directly to him? Without thinking too much, he immediately tore open the seal and saw a jet power boot lying inside. Exactly the same as the other one in his hand. Just as the tiger happily picked up the power boot from the box, he found that there were a few things at the bottom of the carton. A note, 2 metal rings with a diameter of about 1 meter, a metal ornament with an unknown function, as well as several bottles of water and several pieces of rye bread. Opening the note, the message from the Patriarch Golden Slime came into view. Golden Slime, due to strong signal interference near Storm City, It is now necessary to build a communication base station here to counter signal interference. Task content. Please find a safe place near Storm City to build a communication base station. And wait for the next instruction. Wusong beats the tiger. Good man. This task comes at such a good time? The package was successfully delivered. Looking at the message prompt in front of him, Xiaoming was relieved. This should be enough. Because there is an unknown signal interference near Storm City. He has not been able to release task information to Brother Tiger through the summoner background during this period. It is still inconvenient to always pass task information offline through his teammates. So Xiaoming finally decided to solve the problem of signal interference. Many versions ago, he drew the super radio signal generator and related instruments for shielding signal interference in the lottery pool. Through the player positioning of the summoner, he sent this set of instruments and the task reward for Brother Tiger to his location through the portal function. Of course, the package also came with a note with the task information. In this way, even if he can't contact his little player for the time being, the other party will know what to do next. Wusong knew what he should do. But he was still embarrassed when he saw the note in front of him. Although it was a good thing to receive the task from the clan leader, he had promised Guka to send him to the east. The clan leader's task was continuous and could not be completed at once. And he could not let Guka wait on the side. What should he do? Just when he was struggling with the current situation, Guka seemed to notice something and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sorry. I may not be able to send you to the east for the time being, because I just received a task." Tiger was a little embarrassed. After all, it was he who first proposed to send Guka to the east. But now, he went back on his word. Hearing this, Guka nodded in understanding, and then asked sincerely, "Is there anything I can help with? You helped me twice, and I also want to do something for you." Hearing this, Tiger's heart moved. He originally thought that Guka would choose to go on his own with a disappointed look on his face. But he did not expect that he would take the initiative to stay and help. But since the other party said so, he naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, he still wanted to complete the hidden mission. Thinking about it, Tiger immediately said, "Then I'll trouble you." Guka smiled heartily and said, "No trouble. It's my honor to help you." On a leeward sand dune northwest of Storm City, Guka placed and debugged several metal instruments in order, then turned his head and asked, "Is this all right?" Wusong beats Tiger. It should be, I guess. To be honest, he didn't know the answer to this question. It is said that this thing is a super radio wave signal generator produced by the Future Alliance, which is a movable universal signal tower. Even in extreme thunderstorms, it can still maintain stable signal transmission and reception. And the metal ornament on the side can shield all irrelevant signal interference. This set of equipment is even equipped with photovoltaic panels that can absorb energy during the day and convert it into electrical energy to provide all the energy needed for this set of mini communication base stations. Although the function sounds awesome. But, looking at the newly built metal brackets in front of him, Wusong beats Tiger squinted his eyes. Will this thing really not be blown away by the wind? Moreover, the shape of this communication base station does not look very reliable. If it were not for the instructions on the packaging, he would have thought that these things were scrap copper and iron that the clan leader picked up from some garbage dump. Thinking of this, Wusong Tiger shook his head and shook off the useless thoughts. Anyway, he operated according to the instructions on the packaging of these instruments. So even if it failed, it was not his fault. Press the power switch, and the communication base station in front of him started to operate. After a while, a task message exactly the same as the content of the note popped up on Tiger's task panel. Finally, it's back to normal. After confirming the submission of the task, he immediately sent a message in the chat channel within the group. After a while, the game group that had been quiet for several days suddenly exploded with a bunch of people. 1.5 meters long soldier? Wong Tai Sin. Bubble Superman? 1.6 meters long soldier? You can actually send messages? Is the bug fixed? Wusong Tiger immediately took a photo of the note with the task written on it and sent it to the group chat. 1.5 meter soldier. I'm Zhao. Huang Daxian. How much favorability did you get from the clan leader? How lucky are you? Wusong beats the tiger. Wusong beats the tiger. Is this the point? The point is the content above. Wusong beats the tiger. The clan leader said that there was strong signal interference near Storm City. What does this mean? There is obviously something wrong with this place. 1.5 meter soldier. So? The reason why we couldn't contact you these days is not because of a bug but because of the plot setting of the game? Wusong beats the tiger. That's right. And I suspect that this new map is just like the original number 1 space base. And it must hide other secrets. Huang Daxian. Mission completed. Strong signal interference has been blocked. When Xiaoming received the message prompt from the summoner, he was inspecting the military camp outside Jinsha City. It is called a military camp, but the people stationed here are actually the reorganized Jinsha City guards. These people were originally responsible for security patrols in the city, and were only officially recruited by Xiaoming in the last 2 months. As the territory expands, more and more people live under the rule of the Slime Clan. The number of human NPCs even accounts for 98% of the entire settlement, while the number of players only accounts for 2%. This is the case when the number of players increases to 1,000 after the 1.29 version update. Under such a ratio, it is far from enough to rely on players alone for security work. If a war breaks out with the West in the future, these people will also be involved. Therefore, they must learn to fight and learn to protect themselves. And the first core of Jinsha City was born from this. Unlike players who are used to running naked, this group of people wears unpowered exoskeletons produced by the God's Box, and is also equipped with a unified gold slime assault rifle. This is the first weapon developed, designed and produced by players. Its shape refers to the X95, which ensures lightweight while increasing the capacity of the magazine. At the same time, in terms of caliber, players changed the original 5.56mm small caliber to a slightly larger 8mm medium caliber, increasing the range and power. This is also because the desert wind is strong and small calibers are more susceptible to wind interference. Of course, just updating equipment is not enough to make this team strong. Since the establishment of the first core, they have received various physical and combat training here every day. However, this is far from enough. In order to allow this group of people to receive more professional training, Xiaoming even asked Tichi, who came from a military academy, to come here to train this group of recruits. How about it? Looking at the soldiers with straight postures and vigorous momentum in the open space, Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile. Not bad. I knew it was the right decision to give this task to you. Although Hichi only trained them for a few days, the mental outlook of these soldiers has changed a lot. Sure enough, professional things have to be done by professionals. It's a pity that the time is too short. Hichi frowned. If I give me a few more months, they will perform more perfectly. Xiaoming nodded. I understand. But we don't have much time. Because of Brother Tiger's operation of burning the weapons depot in Storm City, the people of the prison committee are now probably angry with the East. Although those idiots seem to have found the wrong prisoner, it does not prevent them from blaming the Eastern Slime for this. Because of this, no one knows when those guys will attack the East. Players cannot be online at all times. When necessary, people in this world must learn to face problems on their own. Regardless of the combat quality of the prison guards in the West, they have enough people and weapons and equipment, and these are relatively lacking in the East. At present, he needs to make up for the shortcomings as much as possible and extend the strengths as much as possible. Hichi frowned more and more when he heard this. According to the current situation, it is not a correct decision to let them go to the battlefield like this. Xiaoming smiled. I know. So I also prepared another secret weapon. Secret weapon? Hichi really couldn't imagine what secret weapon the slime in front of him could prepare. Xiaoming smiled without saying anything and took out a small silver suitcase. When he opened the box, he found 3 different colored potions, blue, green and yellow. Advanced Evolutionary Agent. Hedge, who was born in the Future Alliance, recognized it at a glance. This is a potion developed by the biopharmaceutical laboratory of the Future Alliance Omega Star. The most basic green evolutionary agent can make the body stronger. The higher level blue evolutionary agent can develop the brain, promote the formation of the cerebral cortex, and make people smarter and clearer in thinking. As for the highest level, rarest and most expensive yellow potion, it is said to be able to stimulate the highest potential of the human body, thus enabling it to produce so-called superpowers. I didn't expect that this golden slime would have such a thing. Chapter 320 War Mobilization and Preparation. Looking at the silver briefcase in front of him, Hedge frowned. Where did you get these things? You know, even in the Future Alliance, these advanced evolutionary agents are not easy to find. It's not because the production of this thing is scarce or the price is high, but there is no purchase channel at all. After all, more than 10 years ago, the top leaders of the Future Alliance ordered the biopharmaceutical laboratory of Omega Star to stop developing and producing this medicine. Although the official did not announce the reason for doing so, it did not prevent people from discussing it privately. Perhaps these advanced evolutionary agents have great side effects. Or perhaps this thing violated the interests of a certain senior leader. Of course, it is also possible that the senior leaders do not want the residents of the future alliance to rely on these drugs to become stronger. But no matter how you speculate, these public opinions eventually became nothing under official suppression. After all, the public's attention to a piece of news is only a few days at most. As time goes by, they gradually lose interest in this matter. And those advanced evolutionary agents that were produced were eventually destroyed by the research and production institutions at the request of the officials. Hichi couldn't figure it out. Now even in the future alliance, there is not even a bottle of advanced evolution agent. Where did the slime in front of him get it from? Xiaoming naturally wouldn't tell him that he got this thing in the lottery. After all, how to draw the lottery involves the secrets of himself and the entire slime clan. He couldn't let the other party know that his people were actually a group of humans from another world planet wearing slime vests. So, Xiaoming had to use another answer to prevaricate the other party. I picked this thing up accidentally. But the man in front of him looked at him suspiciously with an expression of, "Are you kidding me?" In order to avoid this guy asking questions, he had to change the topic. "From your appearance, you seem to know this thing very well." Being led by this topic, Hichi really forgot to continue asking, and only said lightly, "I don't know much. I just know something." "What's the matter?" Xiaoming turned the tables. "Is there something wrong with this potion?" Hichi shook his head. "I don't know. But the Future Alliance banned the production and development of this drug more than a decade ago. As for why it was banned, the official didn't say it clearly. So that's it." Xiaoming immediately understood. "No wonder you were so surprised just now." Hichi crossed his arms and shrugged his shoulders. "Now you can tell me where this thing came from. Didn't I tell you just now? I picked it up." Xiaoming answered without blushing. "Anyway, the things drawn from the reward pool will appear on the ground. So it's okay to say that this thing was picked up." Hichi couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard such an answer again. He really didn't want to say it. But he didn't force it. But he continued to use this reason to fool him. Does this guy really think he is a fool? Although he was unhappy with Xiaoming's attitude of fooling people, Hichi didn't forget the business after all. If you want to regard these evolution agents as a secret weapon to improve their combat effectiveness, I don't think this seems to be a good idea. Hichi paused and said, because no one can guarantee whether this thing has any serious side effects. After all, if this thing really has no problems, the government of the Future Alliance at that time would not have stopped production. Not to mention that the potions in the hands of the golden slime are outdated and produced in unknown years. If these soldiers really drink it, I am afraid that they will get sick even if they are not sick. Hichi thought that his persuasion could make the other party change his mind. But he never thought that the yellow slime in front of him just turned his head and smiled. With a firm tone. "Don't worry. There will be no side effects as you think. After all, the Mii sisters of the slime farm had drunk blue and green potions earlier. And so far, they have not had any adverse reactions." Later, he also gave some loyal guards of the slime farm the green evolution agent. In addition to enhancing their physical fitness, they did not have any discomfort. It can be seen that the possible side effects mentioned by Hichi are just rumors. There must be other reasons why the Future Alliance banned the production of this medicine. Due to limited time. Xiaoming did not explain this to Hichi. This made Hichi more and more confused. Why is it so sure that these advanced evolutionary agents will not have any side effects? After all, until now, the Future Alliance has no intention of resuming production of this thing. Without paying attention to Hichi's thoughts. After the short military parade, Xiaoming summoned the commander of the 1st Corps of Jinsha City and all the soldiers. In addition to these military departments, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which are logistics and internal affairs departments, also participated in the discussion of this meeting. Although the residents of Jinsha City have more or less heard the news that the Lord of the Golden Slime City has decided to take action against the Western prison. But so far, the Lord has not made his attitude clear in public. So when they were all called together, these people couldn't help but feel excited. Looking at the pairs of shining eyes below, Xiaoming coughed and said, "I believe everyone has heard some rumors during this period. So I won't beat around the bush. For so many years, the East has been under the oppression of the West. Every year, the blood-sucking insects in the West ask us for taxes and tributes in the name of sandstorms and lizard disasters. In addition to food, there are even a lot of wealth. All these things were squeezed out of every ordinary person living here by the rulers in the past. Represents the blood and sweat of every worker. The rulers and old nobles in the past were afraid of conflicts with the West and being chased and beaten by the prison guards. So they paid them every year. But times have changed. Jinsha City is no longer the Jinsha City of the past. And the East is no longer the East of the past. This land belongs to every ordinary person living here who creates value and wealth with labor. We can't let those guys continue to squeeze and plunder the fruits of our labor. At this point, almost everyone in the barracks showed excitement on their faces. They have waited too long for this moment. So long that most people have become accustomed to being exploited. After all, it has been like this for 3 centuries. It was not until the Slime clan entered the Golden Sand City, and Lord Golden Slime became the new owner here that everything began to change. The old nobles were gone, and the landlords no longer existed. The haze that had been weighing on their heads for centuries also dissipated. The city became more prosperous than before, and everyone's life began to flourish. In this case, how could everyone be willing to return to the state of being sucked and exploited by others in the past? The landlords and nobles in the East can't do it, and the prison guards in the West can't do it even more. Looking at the high-spirited soldiers below, Xiaoming said seriously, according to reliable information from my subordinates, the prison committee expanded its own forces more than a month ago, and recently they have recruited several thousand-man teams. Of course, the role that such a small number of new recruits can play on the battlefield is but minimal, so they also made a lot of powerful explosives. Although they claim to be used to deal with those big lizards, they were actually used to deal with us. If we leave them alone, it won't be long before they will march eastward in the name of compulsory tax collection and throw these explosives in our faces. If they succeed, they will occupy the East in one fell swoop and move their base camp directly to us. By then, whether we like it or not, we have to support them. Hearing this, the soldiers who were high-spirited before couldn't help but look worried at this moment. Seeing this, Xiaoming changed the subject, but you don't have to worry about these for the time being. After all, things haven't happened yet, and everything can still be saved. And my people have already lurked in Storm City and burned their arsenal to ashes. Hearing that the arsenal of the prison base camp was burned, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. However, before they could be happy for a while, they heard the city lord opposite say, "But even so, our situation is still not optimistic. After all, from the perspective of land area and personnel's combat quality, we are not superior to the West. They live in harsh environments all year round, and they have been fighting against those big lizards for years. I am afraid they have already developed a lot of skills. On the other hand, most of the residents here are just ordinary farmers and handicraft workers. This is why I have been asking you to train again and again during this period. However, this is far from enough. After all, our enemies will not wait for you to become stronger." Looking at the confused and worried eyes below, Xiaoming's tone was serious and solemn. "So now I can only choose to help you grow in another way." I saw the slime in front of him raised a few tubes of green potions. "This is the magic medicine given to you by the God of the universe. As long as you drink it, you can get the power given to you by the God of the universe. I believe that with the help of the magic medicine, you will be able to fight bravely and defeat our enemies." There was an uproar at the scene after the voice fell. In addition to the original guards of Jinsha City, many people in the first corps of Jinsha City were guards, who followed Xiaoming all the way here from the slime farm. Many of them had taken these magic medicines, so they naturally believed in the effectiveness of this thing. Although others had not taken the so-called magic medicine, they had witnessed or heard about its power from these people. Now, they were even more excited to hear that the Golden Slime Lord would give them the magic medicine. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into excited shouts. "Long live the God of the universe! Long live the Golden Slime Lord!" Infected by this sentence, shouts and cheers suddenly resounded throughout the camp. Hearing the deafening cheers beside his ears, Hichi couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He never expected that the Golden Slime would lie about these advanced evolutionary agents as magic medicines given by the God of the universe. The key is that these people actually believed it. This is simply too outrageous. Subconsciously, Hichi wanted to stand up and reveal the truth to them. But soon, his reason told him that he must not do this. During his time in Sand City, he found that the people here had a very high degree of favorability towards the Slime clan, especially for the current city lord, the Golden Slime. They regarded him as a savior. It can be said that in a sense, the yellow and round guy in front of him has become an idol in the minds of most people in the East. At the moment, these people are extremely excited, but he has no evidence in his hands. At this time, if he said that the magic medicine was fake and told them that this thing was actually an expired medicine that had been discontinued for more than 10 years in the Future Alliance. It would most likely cause public outrage, at the cost of sacrificing himself to reveal the truth of the matter. Hedge thought he was not great enough to do so, although he stayed here to make up for the mistakes he made in the past. These mistakes were only aimed at the slimes who died because of him. As for other people or things, they were not within his consideration. Moreover, rather than stopping these people from drinking these potions, he wanted to see what kind of effect these potions could play. Is it really, as he knows that it can greatly enhance people's physical fitness, and even evolve superpowers? After all, he was still young when the Future Alliance banned the development and production of advanced evolutionary agents. And he didn't know much about these things. Now that he has this opportunity, he certainly wants to witness it with his own eyes. And through these people, he may be able to understand why the Future Alliance banned the production of this medicine. Xiao Ming stopped the enthusiastic cheers of the soldiers below the stage and said slowly, although the magic medicine can greatly improve your physical fitness, it is far from enough to win this war. It is expected that at the latest in the middle and late next month, those guys in the West will arrive in the East in the name of collecting taxes and tributes. Before that, we need to make all preparations for the battle. We need to prepare at least 50 fighters, 80 transport trucks that can travel in the desert, 100 armored tanks, and many times more guns and ammunition than now. In order to make our battle smoother, we will also need to build a highway to the western desert in the future. Although I know it is difficult to do this in less than a month, I still hope you can do your best to complete it. Because this war not only concerns the future of the entire East, but also the fate of everyone living here. Since those greedy blood-sucking worms want to swallow the entire East into their stomachs, let's let them see what the consequences of greed are. Chapter 321. I hope his little player and military factory can be more powerful. West of Jinsha City, at the checkpoint at the junction of the East and West, a group of embarrassed refugees appeared in the sight of the patrol guards. These people did not ride camels, and the only means of walking was a pair of feet. Many people's shoes had been worn out and exposed their festering toes. It is hard to imagine how they crossed the vast desert with these feet. In fact, a few months ago, these refugees from the West began to appear intermittently at the junction of the East and West. I heard that a few months ago, several prisons in the West had serious jailbreaks, and those vicious prisoners fled everywhere and killed many people in nearby villages. Many people began to flee to the East to survive. Sometimes it was 1 or 2 people. Sometimes it was a whole family. It was rare for more than 100 people to appear at one time. This also made the patrol captain guarding the boundary monument feel strange. It's been so long. No matter how incompetent the prison guards in the West are, they should have dealt with the mess. Right? If so, why are there so many refugees? After all, there is such a large number of foreign population. So the patrol captain naturally dare not let anyone go at will, and only fired a blank shot into the sky as a warning. Stop moving forward. Looking at the patrol guards in front of them, with rifles and serious expressions, the refugees stopped nervously. Who are you? What are you doing here? Although they asked this question, the patrol team knew the answer in their hearts. After all, there are old and young people in the team, men and women. Except for the increase in number, they are not much different from the refugees who fled to the East. But even so, they dare not take it lightly. Just recently, the Lord of the Golden Slime City has announced that he will fight against the West next, and completely remove the tax tribute hat from the East. At this sensitive time, a large group of people from the West suddenly poured in, which really makes people think more. It concerns the safety of the entire eastern region. So he had to speculate these refugees with the greatest malice. If there are spies from the prison among them, it will be even more disadvantageous for the East, which is not dominant in terms of effective combat power and land area. Hearing the interrogation of the patrol team, the man at the head of the team hesitated for a moment and stepped forward and said, "Sir, we are the townspeople from Blackstone Town in the West. A few months ago, a group of escaped prisoners from the prison came to our town to burn, kill, rob and loot, and we had to flee our homes to survive. On the way here, we heard some merchants say that you would take in homeless poor people like us. So we came here, as if afraid of being rejected." The man knelt down, and the group behind him also knelt down. "We haven't eaten for 3 or 4 days, and now there is no other place to go. Please, we just want a place to stay." Some young guys in the patrol team naturally couldn't bear to see such a miserable scene. In particular, there were children aged 3 or 4 and elderly people in their 70s and 80s in the team. These people were skinny and bony, and it was obvious that they had suffered a lot on the way to escape. For a while, many people were moved with sympathy. A young patrol guard whispered to the captain, "They look quite pitiful. Otherwise we..." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the captain on the opposite side looking at him sideways, and the young guard immediately shut up. The captain sighed silently in his heart. People are all made of flesh and blood. How could he not be shaken at all when seeing such a tragic scene? But many times, we can't just rely on emotions. Sympathy can be there, but it can't be rampant, because it's easy to do bad things. Thinking about it, the captain said in a deep voice, "The prisoner escape incidents in the western prisons were a few months ago. It's not that we haven't received refugees from the west, but they arrived here a month or two ago. But you?" The captain didn't say all the words, but the refugees understood what he meant. So they began to cry. "Sir, we lost our camels and luggage on the way to escape, and encountered a storm in the desert. We finally got here on foot. We really had no choice. Storm City refused to take in refugees. Our Blackstone town is close to Boca Bay, and the other side is the sea. There is no place to escape. If we want to survive, we can only go east." "Yes, sir. Please be kind. Boca Bay? The sea?" Hearing this place name, the patrol team members, who were originally unfamiliar with Blackstone town, suddenly understood. It turned out that this group of people came from the border area farthest from the east and the west. It is said that there is an endless sea at the end of the desert. If so, it is really not easy for them to successfully walk here despite encountering many difficulties. The young team member felt compassion again and wanted to persuade his captain to let the people pass. But before he opened his mouth, he saw the captain picked up the communication device and reported the matter to his superiors. Not long after, he received the order to let him pass from his superiors. The captain of the patrol escort team, who received the instructions from his superiors, immediately looked at the refugees in front of him. "You can enter the city, but I have to ensure that you do not carry any dangerous weapons or prohibited items. After all, there are more than 100 refugees, although there are some old, weak, women and children among them. But there are also young and strong men who carry weapons and are responsible for the safety of the team. Otherwise, they would not be able to walk here safely from such a far place." Hearing this, the crowd in front of them suddenly became agitated. It can be seen that they have hesitated about this matter. After all, weapons are necessary tools to ensure their life safety. Without weapons, they are like clams without SHL protection, becoming extremely fragile and at the mercy of others. But if they do not hand in their weapons, they cannot enter the city. Many of them have not had a drop of water for several days. If this continues, I am afraid that everyone will die here. For the sake of survival, everyone immediately compromised. Seeing this, the leading man immediately took off the old hunting rifle on his back. Then, other young and strong men in the team also unloaded their weapons. "Don't worry. The city is safe. You won't need these." As if to reassure them, the captain of the guard added. The young team member next to him immediately echoed, "That's right. There is no place safer than Jinsha City in the entire East. Don't worry." After counting the confiscated weapons, the captain of the guard nodded slightly. "Okay. Now you can follow me into the city." The refugee shelter office is located on the south side of Jinsha City. It is close to the farmland and temporary resettlement site outside the city, and is not far from the welfare school and the commercial street. The resettlement site was transformed from a farm. It used to be the property of a noble in Jinsha City. After the fall of the noble power, it was confiscated. Since this farm covers a large area and there are many vacant houses, Xiaoming decided to turn it into a temporary resettlement site for refugees. When the captain of the patrol guard team in the outer city brought more than 100 refugees to the refugee shelter office to register, several players, who had just returned from hunting red flame pythons in the mountains, were immediately attracted by the scene in front of them. Why are there so many refugees today? Is it going to trigger a new plot? I don't know. While the players were talking about it, the refugees were also secretly looking at these slimes, located at the westernmost end of the western desert. They had never seen slimes before leaving Blackrock Town, let alone heard about the deeds of eastern slimes. But on the way east, they had heard about their deeds no less than 10 times. It is said that they once helped the West fight against the lizard disaster, and even killed the legendary Desert Lizard King. In their imagination, creatures like slimes must be extremely huge and strong. Otherwise, how could they defeat such a terrible Desert Lizard King? But when they passed by prison number 9, and saw a group of mud balls covered with gravel. Their fantasy was shattered. A passing merchant told them that those mud balls were slimes. No one believed the merchant at that time. In their opinion, such a weak creature could never defeat the legendary Desert Lizard King. Either the merchant was deliberately deceiving them, or all the rumors about Eastern slimes were lies. When they thought that the rumors about Jinsha City might be false, a group of people felt extremely regretful. They felt that they should not have come so far in a rush. But they had already come here, and they felt unwilling to stop. In addition, they had very little property and food left. They could not support them to go back at all. So, the group had to grit their teeth and walk here. Now, when they saw these colorful gelatinous creatures carrying the corpse of the giant snake outside Jinsha City, they realized how outrageous their understanding of the slime creature was. Although they were shocked by the true face of the slime. For these refugees who had been hungry and tired for several days, the temptation of food and mattresses was stronger at the moment. After registering everyone's basic information at the refugee shelter office, a group of people were sent to the temporary resettlement site as a temporary place for these refugees to stay. The treatment at the resettlement site was naturally not very spacious. There were 6 iron bunk beds in a room of more than 10 square meters. Although the place was a bit crowded, no one complained. Compared with the hard days of sleeping in the desert and avoiding danger, the current situation is already very good. The staff of the refugee shelter office never expected that so many people would come this time. Fortunately, there were enough staff. Otherwise it would be a bit chaotic. In order to allow these people who had been hungry for several days to eat as soon as possible, the staff of the refugee shelter office immediately bought a lot of instant noodles from the logistics department. This food, called instant noodles, was invented by the slime adults in the city. A pack of noodles with a few bags of prepared ingredients and hot water can make a bowl of fragrant noodles in just a few minutes, because it is easy to carry and cook. Some caravans traveling to Jinsha City for business will occasionally buy these as supplies during the journey. After delivering the freshly soaked instant noodles to a mother and son, Unli, the director of the refugee shelter office, said softly, "Eat it." "Thank you." The woman stretched out her dry hands and tremblingly took the instant noodles and handed them to the young boy next to her. Looking at the fragrant noodles, the boy swallowed his saliva, then stretched out his hand and pushed the bowl towards his mother. "Mom, eat first. Don't worry. Your mother's portion is here." Seeing another bowl of noodles handed over by Only, the boy and his mother were stunned, and then whispered a thank you. "You're welcome." Only smiled and touched the child's head. "We were helped by the lord of the city in the same way. Once upon a time, she was just a laundry worker working in the house of a noble master. The salary was meager, and she would be harassed and beaten by the master from time to time. After the fall of the old nobles and landlords, the lord of the city sent these illiterate servants to night school to learn writing and arithmetic. After they finished their studies, they were reassigned to work. Because of her good memory and writing skills, she was later assigned to the warehouse of the logistics department as a clerk. Until this year, many refugees from the west gradually poured into Jinsha City, and Lord Golden Slime established a refugee shelter office. And because of her outstanding work performance, she was assigned here as a manager. She could not have imagined such a situation a year ago. It was the Golden Slime Lord who gave them the dignity of being human. It was also the Golden Slime Lord who gave them a new life. Now, in order to prevent them from continuing to suffer the oppression of taxes and tributes, the Golden Slime Lord is fighting against the Western prison at all costs. Now, it is said that the Slime Lords in the Western military factory are busy building airplanes, tanks and cannons day and night. She is an ordinary woman with limited ability. She can't go to the military factory to build airplanes and cannons, nor can she go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. The only thing she can do is to settle these refugees so that Jinsha City will not be in chaos, without disturbing the tired mother and son to eat. Emily stood up and continued to deliver food to others. More than 100 bowls of instant noodles were delivered to every refugee. Compared with the plant roots dug in the sand when they were extremely hungry, the instant noodles in front of them can be called a delicacy in the world. Although I don't know what's in the soup, the taste is so delicious that it's enough to make your tongue drop. They had never seen such delicacies in the western desert before. Almost everyone devoured them at once. When they finished eating, the staff of the refugee shelter office checked their identity information based on the previously registered information, and then arranged free education or introduced suitable jobs according to their situation. On the other side, Xiao Ming, who received the report from the patrol guard team, also came to the temporary resettlement site. Originally, Xiaoming did not intend to personally inspect the resettlement of refugees. But when he heard that this group of refugees came from Boca Bay, the westernmost part of the prison, he gave up the idea. Xiaoming originally thought that this planet was different from the Earth. Its structure was like the yin and yang poles, with dense mountains and forests on one side and yellow sand on the other side. And the seas seemed to be non-existent. But until the last time he looked up the relevant information of Storm City, he knew that there was actually a coastline at the end of the western desert. And there was a bay there called Boca Bay. Xiaoming didn't know much about Boca Bay, but he only knew that it was not far from Storm City. From Boca Bay, you can reach Storm City in the northwest direction. The straight line distance is only about 300 kilometers. It is equivalent to the distance from Nanjing to Shanghai in the real world. It is said that it is the closest and largest settlement to Storm City. Of course, these refugees who fled from Boca Bay all the way to the east must have some understanding of Storm City, the prison, and even the specific situation of the entire western desert. A man named Bahar among the refugees sat in the reception room with an awkward look, because not long ago, people here told him that the city lord wanted to see him. He tried his best to straighten his back and carefully avoided rubbing the dust on his clothes on the clean chair in front of him. He didn't understand why a big man like the city lord, who was busy with all kinds of affairs, would meet a small refugee like him. But soon, he knew the answer. The distribution of prison forces. Bahar was stunned when he heard this, and said, "Do you want to ask how many prisons there are in the West?" Xiaoming shook his head. "No. I want to know the total number of prison guards they can mobilize." Hearing this puzzling question, Bahar's face flashed with a trace of distress. "This question, I don't know very well. I only know that they recruit people almost every year, because every year there are people dying in the lizard plague, so they need to replenish fresh blood." Bahar paused, and said that this year they seem to have recruited people, and it started earlier than in previous years. It is said that because many people died in suppressing the escaped prisoners in those prisons, in order to fill these vacancies, the recruitment this year is earlier than in the past. When I passed by Storm City, I heard that they had recruited a 1,000-man team. The number of people should have increased several times by now, not counting other prisons. The group of people in the prison committee in the inner city of Storm City alone is at least 10,000 or 20,000. Xiaoming nodded slightly. This information is actually similar to what he learned from Brother Tiger. According to his speculation, those branch prisons whose main task is to guard prisoners should not participate in the Eastward War. And the prison committee, which is in charge of the entire Baron Star prison and has nothing to do, is likely to become the main force of this war. These people may not all be well trained, but they have more people fighting and more weapons and equipment. If the number of players is the same, they don't have to be afraid of them. But the fighters in the East are still far behind them. Although he has given the soldiers of the First Corps a high-level evolutionary agent to enhance their strength, he is not sure how effective it is on the battlefield. After all, the enhancement effect of each person is not the same. In addition, the distance between the two places is far, and transportation and supply are also a big problem. If they leave the base camp and fight deep into the enemy area, they will also be in a passive situation. Thinking of this, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. It is definitely not possible to win by numbers. And now they can only rely on high-precision weapons to make a quick decision. I hope his little players and military factories can be more powerful. Chapter 322 version update. Official website forum. Wild Star World. 1.30 version update. 1. The number of closed beta players has increased to 1,500. 2. New landmarks, Boca Bay and Blackstone Town. About 300 kilometers northwest of Storm City, there is a coastline of thousands of kilometers, called Boca Bay. It is the westernmost part of the western desert, and Blackstone Town is located in the center of Boca Bay. Due to collective riots in several prisons in the west a few months ago, the escaped criminals killed, burned, looted, causing the local residents to be displaced. Therefore, a large number of refugees from Blackstone Town crossed the vast desert to the east to seek new hope. 3. Several refugee NPCs have been added. As of today, Jinsha City has accepted a total of 289 refugees from various regions in the west. Among these people, there are many highly skilled handicraft workers. After a period of training, they will take up their posts in major settlements within the slime sphere of influence. Players with employment needs can go to the refugee shelter office for consultation. 4. Added several new scene models. Captain of the First Corps of Jinsha City, according to the decision of the high-level meeting. The battle to the west. will be officially launched at the latest in the middle and late next month. Please be prepared. Soldiers, Minister of the Ministry of the Interior, per Hughes, in order to ensure the victory of this war, please produce as much food, military weapons, and medical supplies as possible. Golden Slime, victory will eventually belong to us. Big-eyed cute girl, coastline? There is actually a C in this game? Stir-fried kidneys, 6. Brick-moving boy, scratching his head, why do I feel that the map of this game is updating faster and faster? Mighty and unyielding, be more confident and get rid of the feeling. Dapping Zenki, not only the update speed of the new map has become faster, but also the issuance speed of the closed beta account has become faster. By Wuchang, hey! It really is. Mighty and unyielding, I remember that only 50 helmets were issued each time before. But these 2 times 500 people were allowed to enter at once. It feels like riding a rocket. Fried kidney flour, laughing with squinting eyes, but even so, there are still a group of people who say they can't get a helmet. Mighty and unyielding, laughing with squinting eyes, there is no way. The base is too large. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, fortunately, we entered the venue early. Otherwise, according to the current proportion of the number of reservations, we may not be able to enter. Recently, the number of reservations for Wild Star World has exceeded 400,000. So far, the number of closed beta players in the game is only 1,500. And this is counting the 500 players who have just been updated to version 1.30. With such a ratio, it is even harder to win a closed beta account than to win a scratch card. Wusong fights Tiger, what? A new map is released? I'm still near Storm City. By Wuchang, laughing with squinting eyes, those who are already in the new map should not speak. De Gangya, compared with the new map, I am more concerned about why it will be played next month. I've been waiting for so long that the flowers have withered. Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, don't you prepare for war? Don't weapons, food, and medicines take time to produce? Big Steel Teeth, shocked, you have to produce them yourself? Does this game have to be so realistic? Stir-fried kidney flour, are you a new player? This game has always been like this. In the early days, we even built the houses in the novice village brick by brick. Big Steel Teeth, shame, I haven't even got the closed beta test qualification yet. Stir-fried kidney flour. Gotham Iron Man. What the H L are you talking about without the closed beta test qualification? On the other hand, the new players who just got the closed beta test qualification are posting to show off their luck. Black Mountain Old Demon, ha 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 ha. I'm finally in. Cheering and rolling. Mango ice cream, excited, thank you. The planner. Banana. You guava, yeah. I just got the closed beta test account, and I encountered a war. I'm so lucky. Mountain Man has his own plan. Squinting, don't even think about it. Players who don't meet the combat standards can only be responsible for logistics. Banana. You guava, Q to the power of Q. Mighty and unyielding, the Great Thunder Legion is recruiting new members. High strength and high speed values are preferred. High perception is also acceptable. Those who are interested in signing up can at me for a private chat. Gotham Iron Man, the Avengers are recruiting new members. There are no specific requirements for personal panel data. Only the requirement is to obey orders and be brave. Priority is given to those who can fire artillery. Those who can drive tanks or planes can join the team without examination. Mighty and unyielding, good Gotham. You actually copied me. It was obviously me who came first. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, you recruit your own people. I didn't stop you. Mighty and unyielding, mad? How can I recruit people with you here? Compared with these T2, T3 players. Gotham, who entered the pit early, is more favored by some new players. Not to mention that the other party is well known in the game. But any player who plays the game for the purpose of pursuing excitement will choose Gotham's team without hesitation. Sure enough, the moment Gotham's advertisement was released, a group of fearless guys immediately stretched out their hands to sign up. Banana. You guava, big brother. Look at me! Although I haven't got the helmet yet. I am very brave. I dare to play the haunted house alone. And I will not run around when something happens, and I will make sure I follow orders. Gloria, boss! Does firing a cannon in the game count? Call me captain, I have never driven a tank. But I have driven a helicopter. Not the kind in the game, but in real life. Aatrox, I have driven an armored vehicle. Can I join? Banana. You guava, damn! The two above are awesome. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, damn! There are really all kinds of capable people in this game. Gotham Iron Man at Aatrox at Call Me Captain at Gloria at Banana. You Guava PM me. Driving tractors, boss. I want to join too. 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian Cannon, and me. And me. Gotham Iron Man, there are too many people. So I won't count them one by one. If you are interested, please send me a private message directly. On the forum. Players are very enthusiastic about the newly updated version 1.30. And this enthusiasm quickly spread from offline to online. 48 hours later, a row of new players stood in the open space near the military factory in the Western Industrial Zone. Although there is only one real novice village, Slime Village, Desolate Planet World does not force newbies to move around near Slime Village. Now the bases in the game have been expanded from the original 1 to 5, not including the Slime Embassy in Zukum Star outside Desolate Planet. The security threats near each base have been cleared up by the efforts of the old players. So in principle, new players can go anywhere they want. Therefore, these inexperienced newbies were fooled by the big cake painted by Brother Gotham. Looking at this newbie who was as tender as a scallion, several disciples of Gotham were whispering in the corner while eating melon seeds. The master is too powerful. The 1.30 version has just been updated, and he has brought so many newbies. They Kaylee disagreed. What's the use of having so many people? It's not certain that they can be kept. Because of the task order received from the Patriarch some time ago, the entire Avengers Corps, including Gotham's weapons workshop, are busy making tanks in the military factory. Although the people busy on the assembly line of the military factory are basically NPCs in the game, this still does not prevent some players from finding the task boring. Some people who can't stand the loneliness quit the group because of this. Looking at the dozens of newcomers on the open space, they Kaylee spat out a mouthful of melon seed LS and made a bet with his juniors. I guess at most 5 people can stay this time. 5 is too few. Right? I bet on 10. Then I'll take the middle number 7.5. How did you calculate this half? Gotham didn't know that his dear little apprentices were betting on the newbies in front of him. Standing in front of the open space, he counted the number of people. A total of 45 people. It was a little less than last time, but only a little less. Although the number of people was a little less, the quality of the newcomers this time was obviously much higher than the previous wave. Except for 38 people who only had experience in games such as eating chicken. There were actually quite a few people in the remaining 7 who had actual operating experience. Some flew planes and armored vehicles, including a retired soldier and 5 active special police. This made Gotham wonder if he was being targeted by some national organization. However, this worry did not last long, because Gotham is so bold that he thinks he is upright in the real world, and he is not afraid of being stabbed one day. Compared with this, the key point is how to trick these newcomers to stay and work. Thinking of the unfinished order of 100 tanks, Gotham cleared his throat and said seriously, "Welcome to join the Avengers Legion. I am the leader, Gotham Iron Man. I know that most of you joined our Avengers with the idea of looking for excitement. I have to admit that your choice is very wise. In this game, no Legion can compare with us in terms of excitement and hardcore. Join our Avengers. You can see and try out the latest and most powerful weapons in the game in advance." As soon as the voice fell, many newbies' black bean eyes had turned into sparkling broad beans. Seeing that the newbies took the bait, Gotham coughed and continued, "You are very lucky to encounter a battle activity on the new map as soon as you arrived. The Westward War is imminent. In order to help the Slime Tribe win the war, the Chief has given us a very important task. We need to build 100 tanks. Most of the main body of the tank has been completed, and the remaining tasks are only the assembly of parts and the production of the tank's main gun. I have already handed the latter over to a reliable NPC. All you need to do is assemble the remaining parts. This is a rare and valuable experience for you. By assembling the parts, you will be able to have a better understanding of our independently developed slime tank number 1. I believe that with these experiences, you will not make low-level mistakes when you drive tanks to the battlefield in the future." Looking at the eager newbies on the opposite side, Gotham immediately showed a satisfied smile. "Let's go. I will take you to the military factory to work. Ahem. To visit." Looking at the newbies who followed Gotham away in the distance, a young apprentice couldn't help muttering, "There is one thing I still don't understand. Isn't our place full for a long time? Why is the master still recruiting people?" According to the division of the Legion level, they are now the lowest level class, and can only recruit 10 people. The master and apprentices add up to 6 people, plus the few who were recruited in the last round. They should have exceeded it long ago. In this case, they don't need to recruit new people at all. Fei Kele cracked some melon seeds and said disapprovingly, "You don't understand this. Right? This is called talent reserve." Looking around, which big company on the market does not have a talent reserve function? Besides, there are so many legions in the game. If the master doesn't work hard, the powerful newbies will be pulled away by people from other legions. When people are needed, we regret that there are not enough. We can only pull good seedlings in advance, so that we will not lack manpower in the future. Don't forget that the personnel turnover here is actually quite large. Hearing this, the junior brother nodded in understanding. Which makes sense. As for full staff, the military command is not impossible to upgrade. Just listen to Fei Kele's continued analysis. When this Westward War event is over, we can at least upgrade to a platoon. Right? If we are lucky, we may even be promoted to a company. Then we can pull these people in. Right? Anyway, the game does not prohibit the behavior of getting on the bus first and buying tickets later. Junior brother. He is narrow-minded. How can he be like this? Chapter 323, I will be watching you from behind until you win the crown of victory. Like the Avengers, the Great Thunder of the Mighty and Unyielding is also busy training the new recruits. However, unlike the Gotham Brothers tanks, airplanes and other military vehicles, the Great Thunder Trio only requires 2 points for the training of new recruits. It's good to be able to hit the target and to be able to survive on the battlefield. You should know that in the peacetime of 1936, German soldiers needed to train for about 12 months to pass. Modern recruits also need 3 months of training time to adapt to the camp. And then, they will be assigned according to their personal performance and the needs of the subordinate company. And now they have less than a month left. In such a short time, what they can do is to teach them how to use weapons and upgrade them as quickly as possible. As for professional training, sorry, there is no such thing, because even they themselves are not very professional. After all, their experience is accumulated in combat activities again and again. During World War II, many soldiers went to the battlefield after only a few days of training. But they still fought. Therefore, in their opinion, all verbal teaching is not as impressive as letting them experience it in person. So after receiving the newcomers, the 3 of them took this group of people to the deep mountains and old forests to kill monsters. And there are many old players, like them, who work hard to pull newcomers to do tasks and upgrade the Legion level. Everyone hopes to improve their own strength and level as much as possible before the Westward War. In addition, everyone can also cultivate tacit understanding in battle. After all, in this game, everyone is a leather suit wearing a slime vest. The fighting style of slimes is still different from that of humans. Especially for old players, like them, who have activated the initial skills, or even the second stage skills. Sometimes it is more convenient to use skills for melee than using guns and ammunition. It's like He Gulong Dongqiang who speaks with his fists, and Daon who can change his body into dozens of times the size. In this case, the skill coordination between members is more important. Although these newbies have not yet activated their own skills, according to the official rules in the past, there may be another wave of benefits before the official start of the battle event. Even if there are no benefits this time, it doesn't matter. Learning to use the attribute points you are good at and how to use weapons correctly is enough to cope with general combat situations. After all, unless you encounter Gauss charging weapons or powerful explosives, ordinary bullets cannot kill slimes. As for some lone wolf players who don't want to join the Legion or team up with other players temporarily, they can also choose to join the NPC camp and the clan leader and the 1st Legion of Jinsha City to go to the battlefield. However, playing this way will not have the bonus attributes unique to the Legion gameplay. Although there is no attribute blessing, it is not completely without benefits to mix with NPCs. At least in terms of the convenience of brushing their favorability. The probability of obtaining hidden tasks is greater than usual. Even pure-life professional players, who love peace and don't want to fight, can participate in this event in other ways. Whether it is producing food or weapons and ammunition, or investing in business, helping the frontline transport supplies. In short, no matter how you choose, you can find the most suitable gameplay for yourself. This is also the charm of WildStar World, because this game itself is open. Every player has the right to choose and decide the direction of his own actions. Just what all the players in the server are preparing for the next battle activities. In Storm City, far away in the depths of the western desert, armored tanks slowly drove out of the underground warehouse under the obelisk and headed towards the checkpoint at the city gate. although they lost a lot of ammunition in the city's arsenal due to fire some time ago. Fortunately, the underground warehouse at the core of the prison committee did not suffer any losses. I think the spy doesn't know the prison committee well enough. They won't put all their cards on the table. In addition to those hand-needed explosives, the arsenal in the city is just some commonly used weapons. Although there are a few tanks in it, they are all scrap products that can no longer be used. Because of the high cost, the top management is reluctant to discard it. So it stays there, in the underground warehouse, under the strict control of the prison committee. There are actually a bunch of pre-war equipment from the Gubba period. There are even some products left over from the Space Army colony period. Even after 3 centuries, these war machines can still start normally. Ammunition is loaded, 5 kilometers ahead, ready to fire. On the endless sand dunes, more than 30 sand-colored gun barrels exploded. The SH.LS were ejected from the muzzle and fell directly on the sand in the distance. The moment the SH.LS landed, thick gunpowder exploded and stirred up dust. Boom! Looking at the armored tanks conducting military exercises in the distance, Wu Songdahu, who was hiding in the sand dunes and peeping silently, was surprised. Good guy. How come they have so many tanks? Realizing that something was wrong, Wu Songdahu immediately took a few photos of the distance, and then hurriedly went offline to report the situation. Wu Song beats the tiger, 1.jpg 2.jpg. Wu Song beats the tiger, so those grandsons of the prison committee actually hid so many tanks. I was almost fooled by them. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. And the game screenshots sent by Brother Tiger immediately caused heated discussions among players on the forum. Stir-fried kidneys, wow. What a thing. A soldier 1.5 meters tall? Mighty and indomitable. Didn't you say you blew up their arsenal? How come there are still so many armored tanks? Wu Song beats the tiger. Shame, I don't know. I just saw it. I want to be read. Squinting smile. Do I need to think about this? This shows that they originally had more than one arsenal. The one that Brother Tiger blew up was just one of them. Wu Song beats the tiger. Then I've worked in vain. Doping spreads his wings. It can't be said that it's worked in vain. The one you burned also relieved some of the pressure on our army. By Wu Chang, what are you afraid of? Isn't Brother Tiger still there? Let him do the damage again. Won't it be over? Wu Song beats the tiger, sweating. How can you sabotage it? This is a tank. You think too highly of me. I can't go and set a fire again. Can I? Because of what happened last time. Storm City is now under martial law. Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, there's no need to set a fire. Just sneak into their warehouse and steal the battery. Wu Song beats the tiger. Wide eyes, battery? There's actually a battery in the tank? Gotham Iron Man, aren't you talking nonsense? How do you think a diesel engine with thousands of horsepower can be started without a battery? Does it rely on a joystick? Wu Song beats the tiger. Shame, I asked presumptuously. Gotham Iron Man, although this is an alien background setting. From the photos you took, the style of these tanks is not much different from those in our real life. At first glance, they even feel like Soviet tanks. Doping Zhanqi, I feel it too. Maybe it's just like the ones you saw in the arsenal before. Antiques from 3 centuries ago. Gotham Iron Man, the batteries of old Soviet tanks are usually installed on both sides of the driver. The battery is removed when not in use and installed when in use. After they finish the drill, you sneak over to see where they put the battery after removing it, and then steal it and hide it. In this way, their tanks cannot be used. Wu Song beats the tiger. Wu Song beats the tiger. Damn! Can it be like this? Fried kidney. 6. Gotham Iron Man, of course. This is also the most difficult and troublesome situation. After all, the space inside the car is small, and the emergency exit is also small, which is very inconvenient to carry. If their tanks are installed on the left side of the body, like the German Leopard 2 tank, then you should be able to steal it more easily. Fried kidney. Smirk, even stealing batteries can be thought of. It is worthy of Gotham. Doping spreads his wings. Grin indeed. This kind of operation is unthinkable for most people. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, it has become a slime. If we still use conventional methods to solve the problem. Isn't it stupid? Wu Song beats the tiger. By the way, what does the battery look like? Do you have a photo? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose. Baidu. Wu Song beats the tiger. Surprised face. You can actually find this thing on Baidu? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, of course. It doesn't matter if you can't find it on Baidu. Just look at what they took off the tank and you'll know. Wu Song beats the tiger. Dull face. Oh. Stir-fried kidney flour at Gotham Iron Man. How are your 100 tanks going? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, 101. Gotham Iron Man. The main body is almost connected. Only the main gun is left. I have asked the white-haired NPC named Rank to help me get 100 high-energy ion cannons, which will probably be delivered to the deserted planet in a few days. Wu Song beats the tiger, surprised face. High-energy ion cannons? Isn't it said that it is hard to find even on the black market? How could he get 100 of them at once? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose. Didn't you read the information? His father is a senior military official of the Future Alliance. It's not easy for a high-ranking official like him to get some old products that have been eliminated by the Future Alliance. Gotham Iron Man, wearing sunglasses, just wait and see. When my 100 main guns arrive, I will drive a tank to flatten Storm City and the Western Desert. Brick-carrying boy, boss. Can you lend me your tanks when the time comes? I am your father. I want one too. I want one too. By Wu Chang and I am your father. Why are you a life player joining in the fun? I am your father, picking nose. Can't I practice both civil and military? Gotham Iron Man, if you want to drive a tank, you can join our Avengers. Joining now also comes with driving lessons. Guaranteed to teach you until you learn. Sunglasses. Gotham Iron Man, by the way. No matter whether you are a life profession or a combat profession, you can come here. We don't have so many rules here. After all, I am also a life profession player. Stir-fried big kidney? By Wu Chang? I want to be read. You. Life profession? Did I hear it right? Gotham Iron Man. Why is it not a life profession? I still run a factory. Hands on hips. Stir-fried big kidney. Yes. Military factories are also factories. Laughing with sidelong glances. Gotham Iron Man, rolling eyes. I want to be read. Ha ha ha. The forum was full of a cheerful atmosphere. Xiao Ming, who was browsing the post, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Before this, although he had heavy equipment in his hands, they were rare goods drawn from the reward pool and could not be used on a large scale on the battlefield. Therefore, players have always taken the elite special warfare route of skill enhancement plus light infantry. This training method can achieve all-round crushing when targeting local enemy forces with a small number of people and relatively backward equipment. But once they encounter a large force with a much larger number of people or an elite with equipment performance far superior to theirs, they will be out of business. Now that the Slime Clan has its own tanks and planes, it can be regarded as filling some of the shortcomings. Coupled with a player's skills and fighting style that is not afraid of death, it has brought them back a lot of chances of winning. But, looking at the screenshots of the tanks posted by Tiger Brothers in the post, Xiao Ming was thoughtful. If only they could really steal their tank batteries as Gotham said. Western Desert. Storm City. After an hour of cannon fodder roaring, the Eastward Expansion 1st Division, which was just formed by the prison committee 2 or 3 months ago, finally ended the exercise. George stood on the command platform surrounded by a group of followers. Very good. Your performance far exceeded my expectations. Hearing the chairman's praise, the faces of the recruits below immediately showed excited smiles. However, before they could be happy for a while, they heard another sentence from the command platform. But, you can't be proud and complacent, because this is just an exercise, not a real battlefield. Our opponents are a group of cunning slimes. They may lay mines on the road where armored vehicles and tanks pass, or they may fire rockets at your heads without warning. If you take it lightly for a moment, your fate will be like the dead Desert Lizard King. George's voice echoed in the empty sand, hitting the heart of every soldier heavily. In just a moment, the breathing of everyone present became heavy, as if he had scared the group of new recruits enough. George paused and said, having said that, I believe you should have known the real purpose of this exercise. This time we are heading east not only to collect taxes and tributes. We are also heading east to take back everything that belongs to us. For so many years, we have been enduring the wind and sun in the desert, enduring sandstorms and lizard disasters, and enduring the pain of lack of supplies. But those guys in the east are living a fairy-like life while we are suffering. Why? We are the ones who guard and capture the prisoners. And we are the ones who suppress the lizard disasters. Why can they live so comfortably without doing anything? Incited by George's speech, many soldiers below flashed dissatisfaction and anger on their faces. George, standing above, took in the expressions on their faces, and then said loudly, whether they were the landlords and nobles in the past or the slimes today, those guys have been in the east for long enough. It's time for them to move out and let us be the masters. And their destination is this barren desert. Yes, Chairman. Hearing the deafening response of the soldiers below, George smiled suddenly. Do a good job. As long as you show bravery on the battlefield, the prison committee will not hesitate to reward you. No matter if you used to be a farmer digging for food in the fields or an ordinary prison guard. As long as you join the 1st Division of the eastward expansion, each of you will have the opportunity to live the life you want with military merit. Yes, Chairman. Below, many recruits shouted excitedly, almost shouting their throats. But even so, they still shouted their hearts out to the commander on the command platform. Infected by the morale of these people, George's smile became deeper. Remember your promise. I will watch you from behind until you win the crown of victory. Chapter 324. This is not only to fight for territory, but also to establish a new order. In a trading space station called Blue Sea, 444,400 kilometers away from the deserted planet, all the major interstellar merchants traveling to and from the future galaxy stop here. Here is a mineral trading market known as the 4th largest in the entire galaxy. Whether it is to purchase or sell goods, there is an endless stream of caravans and people coming and going. On the aircraft docking platform outside the space station, a ship full of cargo sometimes lands and sometimes rises and leaves. This place does not belong to the Future Alliance or the Space Corps. It was built purely by the bosses who do mineral business on various planets. The predecessor of Blue Sea was an observation and experimental space station for scientific research purposes. It originally belonged to the Gulba Star government more than 3 centuries ago. Due to the failure of the war and the loss of the planetary regime, this space station was abandoned within a few years after its construction. About a century ago, an interstellar merchant accidentally discovered this large and well-equipped abandoned space station. So he became interested in this unknown land. At first, he wanted to develop it into a foothold and supply point for his interstellar voyage. But later, he felt that it was a bit wasteful. At the suggestion of his friends, he decided to transform it into a trading point for interstellar merchants to trade on the way. At first, everything was sold here. But after more than 100 years of changes, it has gradually developed from the initial chaos to a fixed and standardized or trading market. Unlike the planet Zidar, which also does or business, the goods in the Blue Sea Trade Space Station are all from the spacecrafts of other interstellar merchants. In other words, it only provides site rental and is not responsible for the output of goods. Merchants who want to do business here need to pay a rent and deposit in advance. And then, they can rent stalls in the Blue Sea to open and sell goods. Of course, in addition to sellers, the Blue Sea Trade Space Station also has strict entry and exit regulations for buyers entering. If you want to come here to purchase goods, you must first get a certificate here. The certificate needs to indicate your identity information, from name, age, birthplace, to assets, whether you have a company, criminal record, etc. This is also to help the trade space station screen out suitable and reliable buyers. After all, minerals are not like other ordinary commodities, and they cannot be bought and sold at will. If the buyers use the ore bought from here to make weapons and cause trouble, I am afraid that the relevant political forces in this galaxy will not let them go. The operators here are educated and civilized people after all. They just want to make money honestly, and don't want to cause trouble. This is completely different from the pedantic and feudal royal rulers of the Shida planet who think everything is easy to talk about if they have money. Although the landlords here are strictly guarded, sometimes it is inevitable that a few people with ulterior motives will infiltrate through the porthole of the cabin of the spacecraft. Liu Yang silently observed the trade space station in front of him. To be honest, he didn't expect that there was such a trade space station so close to the deserted planet. And it's even doing the ore business. If he hadn't heard a merchant mention this place before on Zukum, he wouldn't even know it. But knowing is one thing, and being qualified to trade here is another. Although it is open to welcome guests from all over the galaxy to trade here, the entry threshold here is surprisingly high. No wonder Boss Julian would rather travel all the way to the Zidar planet to buy crystal or than to buy it here. Thinking of this, Liu Yang couldn't help but flash a glimmer of complacency in his eyes. But even so, he still did something that even this NPC couldn't do. Although he didn't enter the field in his own identity, but borrowed the identity of his partner on Zukum. Mr. Jiaoyang, we're here. On the side, a staghorned orc named Rubian asked respectfully, what are you going to do next? Stay on the spaceship and wait or go down with me. He is Liu Yang's right-hand man, and also the general manager of Zumayang Perfume Company, Limited, founded by Liu Yang on Zukum. This time, the two of them came here by borrowing the identity of another partner of Zoomiang Perfume Company Limited, the legitimate heir of Zukum Star, His Royal Highness Prince Miki Graham. Compared with the identity of an ordinary interstellar merchant, the identity of a planetary ruler is definitely more useful. People here dare not sell or to merchants of unknown origin, but they dare to sell it to the legitimate successor ruler of a planet. After all, the former has the risk of smuggling, and the latter is not an official channel. It is perfectly reasonable for His Royal Highness, the future owner of Zukum Star, to send people to buy ore. Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, "I will go with you." As if he had expected Lu Yang's idea. Ruby's face did not show too much surprise. Hearing this, he only nodded slightly and said yes. Then said sorry, and picked Lu Yang up from the ground. If this had been put in the game when he first entered, Lu Yang would definitely not be used to being treated like this. But he had been in Desolate Star World for nearly a year, and he had become accustomed to things that he was not used to before. After getting off the spaceship, the two security guards guarding the gate of the trade space station came over with police guns. Rubian stretched out his hand, and the information terminal on his wrist popped up a holographic electronic ID card. In addition, there was a certificate issued by the royal family of Zukum Star. Seeing that the other party was from the official of Zukum Star, the two security guards immediately let him go. Just after Rubian left with Lu Yang in his arms, the security guards outside the gate began to mutter. What was the orc holding in his arms? A pillow? How could it be possible? Whose pillow is as slippery as jelly? What on earth is this? I don't know. I know. It's a slime. A young security guard suddenly interrupted the topic, but his answer quickly attracted the roll of eyes from his predecessors. Come on. Do we think we haven't seen slimes? How could it grow that color? That's it. Aren't slimes usually gray or black? Or light blue? It's definitely not slime. The young security guard, who was hit by his seniors, retorted in a low voice. But the slimes on the deserted planet are of all colors. Some slimes even have fluorescent colors, gradient colors, and strange patterns. Lu Yang didn't know that his appearance caused a stir among the local NPCs. At this moment, he was quietly leaning in Rubian's arms and silently waiting for the completion of the last procedure. Have you noticed that many people around are looking at us? Another rabbit-eared orc named Anka said nervously in a low voice. No need to care. Rubian was very calm. Normal people would always take a few more glances at unfamiliar faces. We represent the Zukum royal family, and they dare not do anything to us. Facts have proved that what Rubian said is indeed correct. After looking at this group of people for a while, those people turned their eyes away. After all, most people came here for the ore. It is more important to find good goods than insignificant people. The interior of this huge space station is divided into different shops of different sizes. The decoration of each shop is also different. Some are simple, and some are magnificent. The former are basically relatively cheap iron and copper ores, while the latter are expensive gemstone mines and precious metals such as gold. In addition, there are some ordinary-looking shops. From the outside, you can't tell what they sell. But when you walk in, the sign at the door tells them the answer. Tin ore, uranium ore. The former can be used to make various alloys and electroplating parts, and the latter can be used to make atomic bombs, and is also an important raw material for nuclear power plants. In addition, there are widely used industrial raw materials such as silicon carbide, quartz sand, and aluminum ore. Looking at the rows of shops, Lu Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of heat. These things are not only precious resources that the slime family urgently needs, but also gold mines that can bring him more wealth. This market is really great. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Yang scanned the row of shops in front of him and told Rubian, "Let's go and take a look at the one in front." Looking in the direction indicated by Lu Yang, Rubian was stunned. That was the stall in the corner of the row. It was small, and not very conspicuous. If you don't look carefully, you might even overlook it. He didn't understand why Mr. Jiaoyang walked onto that shop at first sight. Was there anything special about it? Although he was puzzled by the other party's decision, Rubian didn't ask much in the end. He just held the boss in his arms, and led his subordinates behind him towards the shop in the distance. In this small shop called Willy Or, a middle-aged man with slightly messy hair was sitting at the cashier with his chin in his hand and yawning. When he saw a customer coming in, his attitude was still lazy. It seemed that he didn't care whether the other party wanted to do business with him. After reading the introduction of the goods in the store, Lu Yang immediately said, "I need uranium, nickel, zinc, sulfur, and platinum." The middle-aged man raised his eyelids and looked at Rubian, and stretched out his hand. Do you have a purchase order? Obviously. He thought the person who was talking was Rubian. After all, people living on other planets outside the deserted planet generally would not think that there are slimes that can speak human language in this world. Rubian glanced at Lu Yang, then shook his head. No. Hearing this, the man immediately took out a list and a pen from the cashier's drawer and wrote down the goods and specific quantities you needed on it. Seeing this, Rubian frowned, as if he was a little dissatisfied with the other party's service attitude. But Lu Yang didn't care about these. He just pulled Rubian's sleeve as if urging him. Rubian had to pick up the paper and pen and turn to the counter beside him to fill in the types and quantities of ores in accordance with Lu Yang's instructions. After a while, the purchase order was filled out. The shopkeeper took the list and glanced at it, and his rough eyebrows frowned slightly. Although we have all the ores you mentioned, we don't have such a large quantity. If you insist on buying, I'm afraid you have to wait another 2 days, because we have to go to other places to transfer goods. The man paused and said, Of course, if you can't wait, you can also choose to go out and turn right to look at other places. Rubian frowned and was about to say that he would go somewhere else to have a look. But Lu Yang in his arms had already answered first. No, we can wait. After hearing this, not only Rubian and Anka, but also the lazy shopkeeper in front of him opened his eyes wide. However, unlike the two of them, he was surprised because of Lu Yang himself. This brown ball can actually speak human language. It is actually a living creature. What on earth is this? However, the visitor had no intention of explaining, seeing that the shopkeeper was stunned for a long time without speaking. Rubian's patience was inevitably exhausted. We can wait. So when can the delivery be made? After hearing this, the shopkeeper noticed that the voice of the deer-horned orc in front of him was different from the voice he heard just now. After coming back to his senses, he coughed and said, 3 days at the latest. 2 days at the earliest. After saying that, the shopkeeper asked tentatively, Are you going to fight on Zukum Star? What war? What are you talking about? At this moment, not only Rubian, but even Anka was a little unhappy. How could there be a war on Zukum? A planet so peaceful? If there is no war, what do you need so much uranium, sulfur, and platinum for? You know, these are all raw materials for making weapons. Hearing the shopkeeper's question, the two were stunned, subconsciously looked at their boss. Then Lu Yang smiled and said, There is going to be a war, but not in Zukum. Where is it? Changing his previous indifference, the shopkeeper at this time kept asking questions like a curious baby. Rubian subconsciously wanted to stop this topic, but saw his slime boss said very calmly, Desolate planet. Desolate planet? Hearing this answer, the shopkeeper felt more and more confused. Isn't it a place for criminals to be exiled? What kind of war is there to fight in such a lawless area? After all, the war that can be fought was fought more than 3 centuries ago. That place is so broken that even dogs don't want to stay there. Is it necessary for the survivors of these exiles to fight for territory? Of course it is necessary. Lu Yang said in a loud voice, This is not only about fighting for territory, but also about establishing a new order. Chapter 325, There are not many opportunities to make a fortune these days. Establish a new order? Hearing this answer, the shop owner Willie was stunned. That's right. Lu Yang said seriously, The history of the 2 parts of the Wasteland Star being independent is about to end. We will re-establish a unified new order on this planet, so that it will no longer become chaotic and poor. Willie, does this chocolate ball, who can only speak human language, know what he is talking about? That's the Wasteland Star. It's a planet full of criminals and poor wanderers. Even if it was prosperous a few centuries ago, it's all old news. After experiencing the destruction of the Interstellar War, and the success of colonization and stationing of the Space Legion and the Future Alliance, the Wasteland Star today is no longer the Gulba Star of the past. Trying to re-establish a unified new order in such a backward and chaotic place is as absurd as trying to build a high-rise building on a garbage mountain. Subconsciously, Willie wanted to pour cold water on it. But at this moment, the dark brown ball opposite said, Please calculate the payment for the goods. I will come to pick up the goods in 3 days. As soon as the voice fell, the young man with rabbit ears beside him opened the information terminal on his wrist. And then a silver-white card flashed out through the holographic projection. The moment he saw the card, Willie's sarcastic words that were about to come out of his mouth were stuck in his throat. Having done business for so many years, he has naturally come into contact with many wealthy buyers. But he has never seen such a rich one. Because the silver-white card in front of him is one of the 100 credit cards, with no overdraft limit issued by the Future Alliance Bank in the entire galaxy. Only the rich and powerful in the future galaxy can own this silver card. In other words, it is a symbol of status. Where do these guys come from? In shock, Willie pretended to be calm and picked up the calculator to calculate the total price of the goods on the purchase order. After confirming the price with the other party, he picked up the POS machine at the cash register and scanned the ID code on the silver card to deduct the money. The operation was smooth and flowing. If it weren't for his slightly trembling hands that betrayed him, I'm afraid he could have kept pretending. However, the few people didn't care about the strange behavior of the shopkeeper in front of them. After paying the money, the group left. After leaving Willie or Rubian asked, "Are you sure you don't want to look at other shops?" "No." Lu Yang simply said, "Go back first. We can come directly to pick up the goods in 3 days." Hearing this, Rubian pursed his lips. Obviously, he didn't understand why the boss, who was always shrewd, would make the decision to pay so quickly. He didn't even go to other shops to take a look. As if he noticed his doubts, Lu Yang said, "It's useless to go there. Most of the ores I want are not placed in these conspicuous shops. In this trading market, the most lively places are always shops selling gemstone mines and precious metal mines. And those or raw materials used in weapons and military industries are generally not in the most conspicuous positions. Even if there are, the varieties in the store may not be complete. Willie ore just happened to contain all the ores he needed, and the price was very reasonable. He had learned all this from his merchant friend before coming here. The other party not only told him all the information about the Blue Ocean Trade Space Station, but also told him which stores are worth going to, and which stores have poor or quality and specialize in ripping off new customers. This also saved him a lot of time for this trip. Before coming, he had already inquired about the prices of these ores, and the price calculated by the other party just now was even 5% lower than he expected. In this case, what reason does he have not to finalize this deal? As for the attitude of the store owner, this is not within his consideration for the time being. After all, ore is not a service industry, and he does not need the other party's flattery. He just needs to buy the goods he needs at a reasonable price. As for the service attitude, anyway, he did not pay the other party's service fee. After listening to Lu Yang's explanation, Rubian was stunned, and his expression suddenly understood. After all, he was narrow-minded. It turned out that the boss had already considered all the problems, but he was still entangled in the perfunctory attitude of the store owner. On the side, Anka did not entangle why Lu Yang had to buy things at Willie or. He was only curious about another question. Is what you just said true? Is there really going to be a war on the deserted planet? If nothing unexpected happens. Yes. Lu Yang didn't say it for sure. After all, there will always be bugs when playing games. If the official delays the event for some reason, then he won't be lying. So did you buy these things to support your hometown? Avoiding the burning gaze of the young man with rabbit ears, Lu Yang coughed lightly and said, "I guess so." In fact, the reason why he did this was not as great as Anka imagined. A few days ago, he learned from the forum that the military factories in the West needed a large amount of or raw materials to refine and produce weapons. So he thought about making a fortune from the war, although making money is the main purpose. If you think about it from another angle, bringing the materials needed for the war to the Slime Clan can also be regarded as a kind of support. But Anka didn't know the story behind this. Hearing this, he looked at the slime boss in front of him with more admiration. This made Lu Yang a little embarrassed, so he changed the subject without any embarrassment. After a busy day, you must be hungry. I'll treat you to anything you want. Upon hearing this, Anka immediately forgot the previous topic and raised his hand to answer. I want to eat charcoal grilled carrots. Rubian, then I'll have vegetable salad. Lu Yang, don't you need something else? Seeing the two herbivorous orcs shaking their heads, Lu Yang was silent. How should I put it? From the perspective of capitalists, these employees are really easy to support. On the other side, Blue Sea Trade Space Station, Willie's or shop. The owner Willie is calling the warehouse where his partner is with the order he just signed. On the other end of the phone, partner Courtier frowned after asking the warehouse manager to check the inventory list. We don't have much inventory of what you said in our current warehouse. Uranium, nickel, and zinc can be transferred from other places, but sulfur may be a little difficult. What's going on? Willie stood up suddenly after hearing this. This is related to a big business of mine. Don't joke with me. Why am I joking with you? Probably because Willie was not around. Courtier rolled his eyes unscrupulously. A few days ago, a riot broke out on the planet Zidar, and many mines and spaceports were intercepted by the rebels there. Because of this, a large number of energy crystal, or we ordered, cannot be delivered. Willie frowned when he heard this. Rebels? Is there a fight on Zidar Star? Without paying attention to the word, also, in the other party's mouth, Courtier said unhappily, isn't it? The miners there have been enslaved by the royal family for so many years without any complaints. I don't know how they suddenly rose up in rebellion this time. Without paying attention to the complaints in the other party's mouth, Willie fell into deep thought. No, that's not right. Zidar doesn't produce sulfur mines either. In this case, what does their chaos have to do with our orders? They don't produce sulfur mines, but it doesn't prevent them from buying them. Otherwise, how do you think the sulfur in our warehouse is gone? Courtier explained, in the past 2 days, many merchants have smelled the smell of opportunity. So they ordered a large number of sulfur from me and plan to ship it to Zidar for sale. If you want it, you may have to wait a few more days. How long will it take? Will immediately asked. And the other party agreed to pick up the goods in 3 days. 3 days are enough. Courtier smiled and said, I thought you wanted it now. In fact, when those people emptied the sulfur inventory in the warehouse, I had already considered buying more. Hearing this, Willie was relieved immediately. That's great. He almost thought that his good business reputation that he had maintained for more than 10 years would be ruined. Courtier on the other end of the phone suddenly changed the subject. It's strange to say. When did you have so many customers buying sulfur? What so many customers? Just one. Hearing this, Courtier was a little surprised. What customer bought so much sulfur? And looking at the details of the order, the other things the other party wanted were also commonly used raw materials for the military industry. Suddenly, Courtier felt that he seemed to smell something unusual. Vaguely remembering what Willie said just now, that the Heidel Star was also fighting, he asked bluntly, what's the situation with your customer? Is it possible that the planet or region where he is also at war? Willie did not hide it, but just rolled his eyes silently and said, isn't it? That guy said that there will be a war on the deserted star. He also said that he wanted to establish a new order there. In my opinion, that is just a pipe dream. A deserted planet? This answer was beyond his expectation. But he thought about it again and felt that it was reasonable. In the past year, rumors about the slime on the deserted planet have been widely circulated in the future galaxy. Unless someone like Willie is oblivious to what is happening outside, people who are generally concerned about the news situation have basically heard about it. With a thought, Courtier immediately asked, is your guest a slime? Willie was stunned when he heard the words, and recalled the chocolate-colored jellied ball he had seen before, and suddenly realized it. It turned out to be a slime. Courtier, can't you tell if it is a slime? Hearing the speechless voice of his partner, Willie was immediately furious. This can't be blamed on me. Who made it grow that color? Okay. Courtier stopped Willie's complaints. Anyway, we now know one thing. A war is about to break out on the deserted planet. The demand for minerals such as sulfur will increase greatly. Willie nodded. I know. So you need to prepare more inventory now. Of course. I saw a smile on Courtier's face. After all, there are not many opportunities to make a fortune these days. At this time, Liu Yang did not expect that his action would cause a series of chain reactions, winning a great advantage for the victory of the next westward war. Not only him, but everyone in the game, including Xiaoming, the planner himself, did not know. At this time, while inspecting the work of the military factory, he silently followed the progress of the task of the little player he had placed in Storm City through the background of the summoner. I don't know how Brother Tiger's battery was stolen. And Wu Song, who was muttered by Xiaoming, was lying under the chassis of the tank with no hope of life. Relying on his own flexibility and the camouflage of the surrounding environment, he successfully mixed into the tank phalanx of the 1st Division of the eastward expansion of the prison committee, and successfully entered their most core weapons warehouse. Even more fortunately, he even figured out where the battery of this thing was installed. That was when his good luck ended. Unlike what Brother Gotham said, this thing was neither in the driver's seat nor on the left side of the tank fuselage, but on the chassis. What's even worse is that the battery is too big and the gap in the tank chassis is too small. So it's impossible to steal it from the chassis. After trying several times without success, Wu Song beat the tiger with a look of despair. Who designed this tank? So anti-human? Chapter 326. Oh no. Chairman! All our tanks are scrapped. Under normal circumstances, the chassis of a tank will not be so low. After all, it is necessary to climb over obstacles during the march. If the chassis is too low, it is easy to be knocked over by obstacles. But I don't know what's wrong with this batch of tanks in front of me. The chassis is so low that it is almost like a supercar. This also makes Wusong beat the Tiger and wonder whether it is a tank or an F1 car. How did these grandsons remove the battery? Did they lift the tank with a crane? Just when Brother Tiger was puzzled, the warehouse with the door closed suddenly creaked open. In just a moment, he immediately retreated to the bottom of the car and lay down, accompanied by a sound of footsteps entering. He heard the sound of the machine starting soon. Out of curiosity, Tiger quietly poked his head out from under the car. Then he saw a few people in black uniforms brought some things that looked like jacks and installed them under the tank. After a series of operations, the tank that was originally lying steadily on the ground was instantly lifted up by the machine. A man in black uniforms lay on the repair board and slid under the tank, removing the 4 batteries under the tank one by one. Seeing this, Tiger couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good guy. I was wondering why I couldn't take it out. It turns out that this thing is disassembled like this. However, the excitement only lasted for a while, because soon he thought of another important thing. Since these guys have come to disassemble the batteries, it seems that there is no need for him to stay here. He just needs to follow them to see where these guys hide the batteries. Isn't it? Thinking of this, Wusong Tiger then crawled out from under the tank slowly, hid in the corner of the wall with a dim light in the armory, and then quietly climbed up to the ceiling like a gecko. And all this did not attract the attention of anyone below. These black uniforms should be veterans, and the speed of disassembling and installing batteries is very fast. With their tacit cooperation, it didn't take long for the batteries of 35 tanks to be disassembled. Looking at the batteries being loaded onto the freight cart, Wusong's eyes were about to sparkle. Resisting the desire to take action now, he quietly stuck to the ceiling and crawled in the direction of the exit. After following the black uniforms below for a long time, the group soon stopped in front of a door. This seemed to be a special weapons maintenance room. Through the glass window, Tiger saw that the people inside were repairing and maintaining the guns. And these tank batteries that were sent over were neatly stacked on the ground. After the black uniforms left, Wusong looked at the weapons maintenance personnel below and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. So should he jump down and knock the people out directly, or wait until everyone left before taking action? Knocking people out directly might alert the enemy. Maybe he should be more patient and wait a while before taking action. Having made up his mind, Tiger quietly stuck to the ceiling while observing the actions of the people below. While thinking about what to do next, there are 140 batteries in total, and 2 batteries are loaded on each cart. So about 70 carts are needed. It is really difficult to steal so many batteries from their territory without anyone noticing. If there is a way to destroy these batteries, it would be great. Thinking of this, Tiger's brain suddenly had a light bulb. Wait, why didn't he think of it? It seems that it is not impossible to destroy these batteries. The simplest way is to use wires to connect the positive and negative poles of the battery at the same time. The battery will form an output short circuit and quickly increase the current discharge. After a few minutes, the electrode plates inside will be permanently damaged, and the battery will be completely scrapped. Although this is risky, it is the simplest and fastest way. Thinking of this, Tiger immediately scanned the tool table below. Screwdriver, pliers, wire. Got it! There are several large rolls of wires wrapped in plastic on the iron rack opposite. Isn't this the tool he wants? After servicing the last rifle, the maintenance personnel in the house finally stood up and walked towards the pile of batteries in the corner. They first opened the cover of the battery to check whether there is any electrolyte inside. If the quantity is insufficient, add more, because the process of adding electrolyte is too boring and long. Tiger even went offline to chat with netizens on the forum. When they came online an hour later, they finally finished their work. The 140 batteries with electrolyte added were sent to the next door workshop for charging. After finishing all this, the maintenance personnel, who were almost exhausted, left the maintenance room. Looking at the empty room in front of him, Tiger's face suddenly showed a flamboyant smile. Finally, I got the chance. Without hesitation, Wusong beat the Tiger and jumped down from the ceiling. He cut the wires into 140 parts according to the number of batteries. Then he began to connect the wires one by one to destroy them. With the knowledge of electrical engineering in the real world and careful operation, Wusong beat the Tiger and completely scrapped all 140 tank batteries after working all night. After doing all this, Tiger, who had retired from the crime scene, quietly left the scene and got out from under the door of the armory with the flexibility of his body. It was already late at night, and the guards around the armory could no longer support their fatigue and yawned repeatedly. In front of these guards whose senses were so dull that they couldn't be duller, Tiger rolled on the ground without paying attention to anyone, and then left here in a swagger. Official website. Forum. Wusong beats Tiger, brothers. I'm back. Stir-fried kidneys, hey. Tiger is back from stealing batteries? Squinting smile. Brick moving boy, hurry. Let me see what the tank's battery looks like. By Wu Chang, Squad.jpg. Gotham Iron Man, surprised face, no way? I was just kidding. You actually went to steal the battery? That thing is very heavy. I am your father. Not only is it heavy, but there are 4 batteries on a tank. How long would it take him to steal all of them? Dull face. Pork stewed with vermicelli and I am your father. How did you know? I am your father. Wiping sweat, I searched on Baidu a few days ago. Wu Sondahu, shame, how is it possible? 140 batteries. How can I do that alone? Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, picking nose, picking nose. White impermanence. Tisk, I didn't steal the battery. My expectation was in vain. Stir-fried kidney flour, brothers. We can adjourn. Wusong beats the Tiger, hey. I told you guys to be patient. I haven't finished talking yet. Stir-fried kidney flour, picking nose, what else do you want to say? Wusong beats the Tiger, although I didn't steal their batteries. I scrapped all the batteries of these tanks. Stir-fried kidney flour? Brick-carrying boy. White impermanence, oh. Gotham Iron Man, thinking, serious face, you set fire again? Wusong beats the Tiger, what? I short-circuited the electrode plates of those batteries. And I used their wires locally. Stir-fried kidney flour. Awesome. Surprised face. Brick-carrying boy. 666. Gotham Iron Man. Sunglasses, not bad. Not bad. I have the style of my old days. With the support of many netizens, Wusong became more and more excited to fight the Tiger. He typed a long paragraph on the keyboard to describe how thrilling and exciting his action was, and how wise and brave he was. Although they knew that the other party was bragging, most netizens still gave him a few words of support. This instantly satisfied Wusong's vanity to fight the Tiger. After pretending to be cool enough on the forum, Tiger returned to the line with satisfaction and reported the situation of the mission to the clan leader. Xiao Ming, who was used to peeking at the screen, had already seen Brother Tiger's feet through the background of the summoner. But even so, he pretended to be unaware and acted surprised. You did a good job. Without batteries, their tanks could not be launched even if they were powerful. This gave us a greater chance of winning the war. Hearing the praise from the clan leader, Tiger was ecstatic. But he still pretended to be mature and steady and replied in the communicator. You are flattering. As a member of the Slime Clan, this is what I should do. As long as I stay in Storm City for one more day, I will never let them bring their weapons intact to the battlefield. For the victory of the East and the Slime Clan, I am willing to transform into the sharpest sword under your command and stab the enemy's heart. Xiao Ming. Hearing the heroic words of the little player on the other end of the communicator, Xiao Ming tried his best to hold back the goosebumps that were about to appear on the surface of his body, and answered seriously, it's good that you have this awareness. Now I will assign you a more important task. I need you to stay in Storm City to find out all their information. Whether it is an action plan, ammunition inventory, or marching route. All useful information for us needs to be fully investigated and reported to me. Yes, Chief. Hearing the excited voice of the little player, Xiao Ming still maintained a mature and steady voice. Then I will wait for your good news in Jinsha City. But don't let me down. After the voice fell, Wusong beat the Tiger and said hurriedly, no, Chief. Don't worry. I will complete the task beautifully. After finishing the communication with the tribe leader, Tiger was filled with joy. He had definitely won the MVP of this westward march. So far, he had destroyed a weapons depot full of explosives and scrapped all the batteries of 35 tanks. Such an achievement can be exchanged for a power armor. Right? Thinking of this, he felt even happier. Sure enough, assassins are the best. Speed is the essence of war. On the other side, Xiao Ming immediately thought of marching to the west after learning that his little player had paralyzed the tank system of Storm City. And at the moment when he had this idea, it happened that Brother Gotham brought him another good news. Patriarch 100. Slide number 1. Tanks have been completed. Please accept them. Looking at the rows of cool and terrifying war machines in front of him, Xiaoming was shocked. Originally, he felt that the task he arranged was a bit difficult for the other party, and even prepared for the possible extension of the task. But he didn't expect that this awesome guy Gotham would come up with 100 tanks so quickly. Feeling emotional, Xiaoming immediately confirmed the task report he submitted. The moment he received the golden title and 1 million slime coins task reward, Gotham was instantly happy. However, he was in front of the Patriarch after all, so he controlled his emotions a little. He coughed and said, "By the way, I also trained a group of professional tank soldiers. I believe they will play an important role in the next foreign war." Hearing this, Xiaoming blinked in surprise, and after a long time he uttered, "Very good. I didn't expect his little players to be so considerate and even consider such things." Sure enough, after so many versions of training, his little leaks finally grew into independent leaks. "So, Patriarch, when are we going to start?" Gotham said with anticipation. "I can't wait to try the power of our new weapons on the battlefield." Looking at the eager little players in front of him, Xiaoming coughed and said, "Now, Gotham Iron Man?" "Xiaoming, not long ago, our warrior Wusong Fighting Tigers has successfully penetrated the enemy's interior and paralyzed the power system of their tanks, coupled with the previously burned arsenal. Now is the time when their defense is the weakest. If we can launch an attack at this time, we can completely take down Storm City." I heard that Gotham was overjoyed. "Great. I will go to gather others now." Hearing the conversation between the two, Fakele on the side suddenly said, "Although Storm City is 1,500 kilometers away from here, by the time our tanks get there, I'm afraid the opportunity will be gone." Gotham Iron Man. The silence was deafening. In just a moment, Gotham, who was previously in high spirits, suddenly felt like a bereaved mother. "I was so happy before that I forgot that the battle line this time was a full 1,500 kilometers. How can people fight this?" At this moment, I heard the Patriarch in front of me slowly say, "Distance is not a problem. I have a way to aim the tank's gun at the gate of Storm City before they recover. And you just need to take the aircraft to reach the destination as soon as possible." Gotham Iron Man? Fakele? Chairman George was completely unaware that his tank was stolen by the slime. At this moment, he was lying in the arms of his mistress, sleeping soundly and dreaming of unifying the desolate planet. Although all their explosives were destroyed some time ago, it did not prevent them from making another batch. Anyway, the people who worked were low-level prison guards, and as the commander-in-chief, he only needed to talk. In addition, he had more than 30 tanks. These pre-war military equipment from 3 centuries ago could not be countered by the homemade guns and cannons made by the slugs. Do you really think that everything will be fine as long as their arsenal is burned? These slugs are too naive. Soon, you will see what the roar of the steel behemoth is. In the dream, George shouted at the colorful slimes opposite with a smug look, as if he would soon sit on the throne of the Lord of Jinsha City. But just when he was about to shout to open fire, the fierce knocking on the door outside instantly woke him up from his dream. Just as he put on his clothes and opened the door while cursing, he heard a sentence. "Oh no! Chairman! All our tanks are scrapped." Chapter 327. The battle is finally here. The moment he heard the report from his subordinates, George's curses suddenly stopped like a dud SHL. Thousands of words turned into just one sentence. What? Seeing that his own chairman George was still in a state of extreme confusion, the subordinates had to explain the matter briefly. "Just now, we found that all the batteries of the tanks were scrapped." Upon hearing the news, George suddenly felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, and a chill like an ice cellar spread from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. He stared at the subordinates in front of him for a long time, and finally found his own voice. How could a good battery be scrapped? Feeling the anger contained in the chairman's words, the subordinates quickly answered, "Someone tampered with the battery." The people at the weapons repair station took out the batteries for maintenance and charging. A few hours later, when they came to recycle the batteries, they found that the positive and negative poles of all the batteries were connected to wires. As he said this, he quietly raised his head and glanced at Chairman George, whose face was extremely ugly. "We have checked that the electrode plates of each battery have been scrapped and short-circuited." The sudden news was like a club that stunned everyone. The one who was hit the hardest was undoubtedly George. As the planner of this war, he had extremely high expectations for the entire plan. But who would have thought that accidents would happen one after another since a few days ago? First, the weapons depot where explosives were stored in the city caught fire. And then a spy from the East was found among the newly recruited prison guards this year. Then came his secret weapon 35 pre-war tanks. All the batteries on the tanks were scrapped. How could he bear this? Gritting his teeth secretly, George asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out who did it?" The subordinate replied, "It is under investigation. All the people in the weapons repair shop have been detained. I believe there will be results after the interrogation." However, the subordinate's words did not bring much comfort to George. He shook off the hand of his mistress, who was putting on his coat, walked out with a cold face, and said, "Take me to see it." As the subordinate said, the entire weapons repair shop has been guarded. None of those who are responsible for repairing tanks can escape. Faced with such a sudden change, everyone present was uneasy. Who would have thought that the battery would be completely scrapped in the weapons repair shop? Recalling the Eastern spy who was caught in the recruit camp before, everyone's face showed complex emotions. I'm afraid these days will not be peaceful again. Walking into the interrogation room, looking at the rows of suspects in solitary confinement in front of him, George couldn't help but feel the veins on his forehead throbbing wildly. How many spies from the Eastern Sand City are there in his Storm City? Last time, the outer city armory was burned. But this time, the accident happened in the weapons repair shop right under his nose. When did those slimes infiltrate so deeply into Storm City? Is he still safe? Does he still have anyone he can trust? Thinking of this, George couldn't help but think about it carefully. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to keep his brain calm. The interrogator on the side was so scared when he saw the chairman coming in person that he stood up in a hurry, and then moved a chair over in fear. George sat down with a cold face. "How was the interrogation? Did you find out who did it?" Hearing this, the interrogator's forehead couldn't help but sweat. "Not yet. Not yet. We questioned the entire weapons maintenance station, except for those who didn't have the opportunity to touch the tank. The rest of them had witnesses and alibis." "So what you mean is that these batteries broke down suddenly by themselves? Or is the prisoner who did this actually a ghost?" Hearing George's question, the sweat beads deep in the interrogator's forehead became more and more dense. Of course not. What do you mean?" George, who had been suppressed all the way, finally broke out. "Can witnesses and alibis prove that the prisoner is not from the weapons maintenance station? Or are all of you blind and didn't notice that a stranger broke in here?" "No. Not." The interrogator was scolded by the chairman loudly, and his already stiff legs finally began to shake. George, who was furious, finally let out a breath of anger. He looked at the trembling interrogator and said in a deep voice, "What's the situation with the guards?" Feeling that the chairman's tone was slightly relaxed, the interrogator breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace, then wiped the sweat that was about to drip into his eyes, and answered respectfully, "They didn't find anyone coming in or out." After speaking, he carefully lifted his eyelids and glanced at the officer in front of him. Seeing the other party's uncertain expression, his heart, which had been put back in his stomach, was suddenly lifted up again. A long silence spread in the interrogation room. It was so long that the interrogator thought that this night would continue like this. And the man in front of him finally spoke again. "The prisoner could not disappear out of thin air. Perhaps we fell into a blind spot in thinking from the beginning." Hearing this, the interrogator was stunned. Subconsciously, he asked back, "What is the blind spot of thinking?" "The prisoner is not necessarily a human." George narrowed his wrinkled eyes, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his face. "It could also be a slime." Hearing this, the interrogator suddenly widened his eyes, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't organize the accurate language for a while. Chairman George's guess was really unexpected, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed reasonable. If it was before the lizard disaster last year, he would definitely think that the other party was confused and said such a whimsical thing. But now, he doesn't think so. If there is no betrayer in their group, and no strangers have entered the weapons maintenance center from beginning to end, then the slimes who are as smart as humans are the most likely to commit crimes. They know how to use and make weapons, and know how to live like humans. And they are also full of ambition like humans. If it weren't for their overly inflated ambitions that even infringed upon the interests of the prison, Chairman George would not have taken action against such a group of slugs. These creatures even dare to eat the meat of the desert lizard king. So he would not be surprised if they did anything unorthodox. Thinking about it, the interrogator whispered, "You are right. Maybe we have been blinded by a narrow perspective these days. The truth of the matter has actually been in front of us for a long time." On the side, the subordinate heard and asked quietly, "Chairman, do you want to conduct a citywide search?" As soon as the voice fell, George looked at him sideways. Do you think this will work? You didn't even catch the spy in the new recruits camp before. And you want to catch the slime that is even more inconspicuous than him? The subordinate was speechless. George said coldly, instead of spending the effort to find it actively. It is better to let it come to the door on its own initiative. Do you have an idea? Seeing the two of them looking at him, George sneered. Doesn't that guy want to destroy our weapons? Then let's fulfill another wish for it. Spread the word and say that we have another batch of spare tank batteries here. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy will definitely come again. Upon hearing this, the two of them suddenly opened their eyes wide. Hi. It's really high. Wu Song beat the tiger and didn't know that his identity had been exposed. At this moment, he was accompanied by Guku, a young man from the Wasteland clan, to the mission coordinates 10 kilometers away from Storm City. Not long ago, he received the second mission from the tribe leader. Compared with the previous intelligence reconnaissance mission, the second mission sent this time has a higher priority. So as soon as he received the mission, he asked Guku to put on the jet power boots and take himself to the mission location. After this period of exploration and contact, Guku has now mastered the use of this means of transportation. In addition to the conventional acceleration and deceleration, he even learned to hover and reverse. And Wu Song beat the tiger and got a driver for free. After all, the jet power boots are props designed for humans, and it always feels uncomfortable to use them with the body of a slime. Compared with the previous time when he stuffed half of his body into the boots as a mount, he still prefers to lie in Guku's arms. Warm, safe, and windproof. Of course, when the old perverts on the forum knew about this, they immediately became envious and jealous. I am your father, ah. I also want to lie in the arms of a handsome guy and lean on his chest muscles. Big-eyed cute girl, ah. Me too. Lemon tart. I am tired of saying indie. Lighting a cigarette, stir-fried kidneys. Brother Tiger is very lucky. Squinting smile. Wu Song beats the tiger. Speechless.jpg Wu Song beats the tiger. This blessing is for you. Do you want it? Big-eyed cute girl. I want it. I want it. Lemon tart. Give it to me. I don't mind. Sunglasses. Thinking back to the silly remarks on the forum before, Wu Song beats the tiger and suddenly felt tired. Is this right? Guku's voice suddenly came from above his head. Hearing this, Wu Song beats the tiger and immediately raised his head. When he saw the two huge dead trees not far ahead, he immediately said, yes. Stop. Looking at the deserted sandy land around him, Guku slowly stopped. Although he didn't understand what important task his benefactor could have to complete in such a place, Guku didn't ask anything and just waited quietly. Looking at the timer on the task panel, Wu Song Tiger held his breath. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, he heard a muffled sound of dong! A huge monster suddenly appeared in the open space in the distance. Because of the dim light, he couldn't see it clearly at first. But soon, muffled sounds appeared one after another in the open space around him. It was at this time that he saw these things clearly. Isn't this the slime number 1 tank that Gotham Brother posted on the forum before? So the tribe leader asked him to come all the way here to pick up this thing? So, the war has already begun. Is the tribe leader making advanced deployments? Puzzled, Tiger hurriedly went offline to the forum to see what was going on. Then, he saw an official announcement. Event, the Battle of the West, is officially launched. If class oppression is the root cause of poverty and hardship in the East, then the West is the last straw that weighs on the East. These blood-sucking insects are trying to continue the tax tribute system that has been in place for centuries. We must stop this from happening. Otherwise, the entire deserted planet will fall into a more turbulent and impoverished environment. Golden Slime. The Western Committee is trying to get rid of us with powerful explosives and antique tanks. It's time to teach those arrogant blood-sucking insects a profound lesson. Event description. 1. All participating corps and individual players please assemble at the airport outside Jinsha City before 3 a.m. today and rush to the front line under the command of NPC. 2. The battle points obtained from this event will be linked to the settlement of the player's final income. In addition, the battle points can be used for props lottery at the end of the event. 3. In addition to the main battle mission, players who complete the branch or limited time missions triggered during the event will also receive additional rewards, including but not limited to slime coins and contribution points. The moment Wu Song saw the event announcement, his blood boiled instantly. It's finally here. On the official forum, other players were also excited. Gotham Iron Man, ha ha ha. War! I have finally waited for it. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, my fists are thirsty. Banana? You guava, Meng Xian said. So we are going to storm city by plane? By Wuchang, squinting, if you don't take a plane? Do you want to walk there? Banana? You guava, oh yeah. Great. I haven't taken a plane yet. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, surprised face, really? Haven't taken a plane in real life? Banana? You guava, touching head and laughing, no. Because I'm airsick. Gloria, I don't know if I get airsick in the game. It would be interesting if I get airsick in the game. Squinting smile. Banana? You guava, sigma, degree. Banana? You guava, don't be such a badass. Gotham Iron Man, the Avengers are assembled. Mighty and unyielding, the mighty thunder is coming soon. Stir-fried kidneys, the stir-fried army is invincible. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, we have all boarded the plane. Why haven't you come yet? Gotham Iron Man, Photo.jpg, we are waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither. Mighty and unyielding? Fried kidney, damn! How come you guys are so fast? Gotham Iron Man, not active in fighting. There is something wrong with your thinking, squinting smile. Fried kidney, damn! Brothers, hurry up. Mighty and unyielding, hurry up. There will be no place if you are late. The announcement post was swiped with crazy comments. Even the Cloud players, who did not get the closed beta qualification, were driven by the hot atmosphere in front of them. On the other hand, the players who had not logged in also logged in and rushed to the airport. Looking at the light spots that kept lighting up on the map, Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile. At first, he was worried that the players might not be able to log in so quickly at this time point that was neither too early nor too late. But it turned out that his worries were unnecessary. The enthusiasm of these players for this battle event far exceeded his expectations. After closing the summoner background, Xiaoming immediately opened the portal and came to the airport outside the city. There, dozens of planes were parked in a row. In addition, a group of soldiers wearing exoskeletons and holding rifles were also waiting in a serious battle. Compared with the battle-hardened players, they still lacked certain practical experience. But it didn't matter. I believe they would grow up after this battle. Of course, this didn't mean that he would send these people to the front line of the battlefield. After all, they didn't have endless lives like the players. On the opposite side, the head of the first corps of Jinsha City walked to the front and saluted Xiaoming. Report to the lord of the city. All the soldiers have been assembled. Well, very good. Xiaoming looked at him approvingly, and then said loudly to the soldiers in front of him. For the past 300 years, we have been in a state of oppression. Today, we have overthrown the leeches that squeezed us and created a beautiful new life for us with our own hands. But the black uniforms in the West want to destroy all this and let us go back to the past. So, we have to use our fists to tell them that this is impossible. Infected by Xiaoming's speech, the soldiers below shouted, "Yes! Lord City Lord! Defeat the Western prison! Let equality return to the wasteland!" Amidst the shouts, Xiaoming looked at the players gathered on the other side. "Warriors of our tribe, I am glad you are here. Since the Slime clan took over the banner of revitalizing the wasteland, we have shouldered an extremely huge responsibility. We drove away the monsters here and built this beautiful home with our own hands. We also brought knowledge and civilization to the people living here. But this is far from enough. The threat from the West has always existed. Those ignorant, arrogant, selfish and self-beating guys want to turn the wasteland back to its past appearance. But we all know that this is impossible. The wheel of history has started. It can only go forward and not backward. We must let those guys know that it is impossible to continue to dream the past spring and autumn dream." At this point, Xiaoming instantly raised his voice. "Now, let's go to the West. Let those guys completely cut off their retreat before they open their fangs to us. Even if it costs our lives, we will never compromise." Excited shouts suddenly broke out in the players' camp. No compromise. The Slime clan will never compromise. Kill! Kill! Hearing the shouts one after another, Xiaoming felt his blood boiling. Not only him, but everyone present, including the players and NPCs, felt the same way. The battle is finally here. Chapter 328 Boss. Look! It's a tank. In this westward war, the aircraft driving mission is all the responsibility of the players. Most of these players are from Gotham's Avengers. Birds of a feather flock together. And the players who can play with Gotham, a weirdo who likes to die, are naturally a group of extremely brave guys. To be honest, Xiao Ming was also hesitant at first whether to entrust this important task to this group of seemingly unreliable players. But when he saw that these guys were flying Gotham's homemade wooden glider so smoothly, he gradually dispelled his doubts. Forget it. Let these players fly planes, and they can continue to drive tanks when they arrive in Storm City. The main goal is to make the best use of things. Oh no. It's to make the best use of people. In fact, what Xiao Ming didn't know was that except for a few of these players, who actually had experience in flying airplanes in real life, the vast majority of the rest were novices with zero experience. Some of them didn't even know how to drive a car and directly learned to fly a plane. However, this is not a big problem for Brother Gotham, the leader of the group. No one learns to walk at birth, and everyone goes from not knowing to knowing. Besides, as long as you master the skills to make the machine move, it doesn't matter what you drive. As for the accidents that happen to novices when flying planes, it doesn't matter. You will come back after 2 days of death. After dying once, even if you are as stupid as a pig, you should know how to drive this thing. As for the plane crashing and being scrapped, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the tribe leader and Jinsha City will back it up, and the loss will not be big. As the leader of the Legion, Gotham is so bold, and the members under him are naturally not small. Excitedly sitting in the driver's seat, Gloria immediately shouted excitedly, finally getting to experience the feeling of being an Air Force. In the co-pilot seat next to him, Aatrox couldn't help but twitch his face. Although, this is a transport plane, not a fighter. Gloria didn't agree. The Air Force also flies transport planes. Aatrox, there seems to be something wrong with this. Gloria looked regretful. If only we could install a few guns on the transport plane. We could also fly the plane to fire. Aatrox thought for a moment and said, how about I give our leader a suggestion later? Gloria, okay. It's reliable. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the roar broke the tranquility outside the Sand City. Planes loaded with players left the ground along the runway, and the airflow from the tail of the plane circled in the dark night sky, leading these brave fighters to the front line of the battlefield. Awakened from their dreams by the sudden roar, many people opened the windows and looked at the sky in the distance with sleepy eyes. Some people even walked out of their homes wrapped in quilts and asked each other with puzzled faces what happened. When they saw the planes flying in the distance, everyone was stunned. Why are there so many planes at this point? It seems that they are flying to the west. Is there going to be a war? At that moment, everyone's sleepiness disappeared instantly. The people in the city had heard the news that the city lord was going to attack the west, in addition to the soldiers of the First Corps of Jinsha City. During this period, the production lines in the entire eastern region were preparing for this war. From airplanes and cannons to food, everyone living on this land is contributing their own strength to the best of their ability. Although everyone was preparing for this moment, no one expected that the war would come so suddenly. So soon? They were still thinking about going to the factory to screw screws and harvesting in the fields the next day. Not only the residents in the city, but also many interstellar merchants who stayed in Jinsha City couldn't help showing surprise at this moment. They were not surprised by the sudden outbreak of the war. After all, they had received the news that the East and the West were going to go to war 2 months ago. This is why they came here. War brings not only chaos, but also new opportunities. As businessmen and speculators, they also bet their fortunes on this city that is rising on the deserted planet and exuding new vitality. What really surprised them was these people. Or was it that the slime wanted to declare war on the West with only a few dozen planes? This is too whimsical. You know, the Western prison inherited a lot of good things from the Space Corps. How can such a small number of people fight against the prison committee that has power throughout the West? For a moment, these businessmen couldn't help but regret the decision they made at the time. They seemed too hasty. Unlike these speculators, most of the residents of Jinsha City are extremely optimistic about this matter. In their opinion, the lord of the city will definitely lead their army to win the war. You know, the slime army that occupied Jinsha City at the beginning was only 200 or 300. But even in such a disadvantageous situation, these slime masters still overthrew the rule of the former city lord. Even the old nobles were liquidated later. Now the slime army has expanded to more than 1,000. And they also have their own regular army in Jinsha City. In this case, are they still afraid of the blood-sucking worms in the West? Thinking of this, everyone's body couldn't help but feel the blood boiling. They have waited for this day for too long. If the First Corps of Jinsha City did not recruit the old, weak, women and children, they would also like to take those planes to the West to teach those prison guards a hard lesson. For so many years, they have been living in extreme poverty under the oppression of the landlords. And their lives are worse than dogs because of the rising taxes year by year. Now that the landlords are gone and the nobles have collapsed, they finally ushered in a new life. But the prison guards in the West came to collect taxes again. Those shameless guys dreamed of continuing to lie on this land and suck their flesh and blood. But they would never let them succeed. The whole Jinsha city was talking about the planes that took off in the middle of the night, although they could not see the people and slimes inside. This did not prevent them from imagining the victory of the war. And the news that the eastern part of the barren planet had declared war on the West also flew to other parts of the galaxy like a bird with wings. The chain reaction caused by the counterattack on this wandering planet that no one cared about was wider than most people expected. Early in the morning, Courtier, who had just gotten out of bed, received news from the informant before he had time to wash up. After learning that the eastern slime had already headed westward late at night, an ecstatic smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's time to get rich. Once the war starts, the demand for all military raw materials, including sulfur, will increase significantly, and he can just take advantage of this opportunity to raise the price. Thinking of this, Courtier quickly picked up the communicator and started dialing. He had to tell Willie that the price of these ores would all be increased by 5% from today. Otherwise, that idiot might still sell them at the original price. On the other hand, Liu Yang, who had just received the goods, was also rushing back to the deserted planet, preparing to resell the ores he had just received to the Western military factory under the jurisdiction of Jinsha City. These planes taking off from Jinsha City affect the hearts of various forces related to the interests of Jinsha City. They are all looking forward to the victory of these slimes, although they do not have an advantage on the surface. On one side is the Jinsha City, which has just been transformed for less than a year, and on the other side is the prison committee that has been united for 3 centuries. It is easy to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. The people living here are not like the prison guards in the West who deal with criminals, sandstorms and lizard disasters all year round. Many of them were just long-term workers and slaves of those landlords and noble lords not long ago. What they do most in their lives is to farm and serve people. Even if Jinsha City later formed an army of their own, it is far from enough compared to those people. Therefore, the only ones who can really play a role on the battlefield are those extremely brave slimes. However, no matter how brave the slimes are, they can't be 1,000 against 100,000. This is just the population of Storm City, not counting the number of other prisons and settlements in the West. Therefore, except for the residents of Jinsha City and the East, other onlookers do not think they can win. But even so, they still hold that 1% hope for a miracle. Xiaoming doesn't know what these people think. Of course, even if he knows, he has no time to care. Not long ago, he received a task completion report submitted by Brother Tiger. All 101 tanks have successfully arrived at the target location 10 kilometers away from Storm City. Xiaoming spent a lot of effort to get these big guys to the west. Due to the size and weight of the items, he had to transport the tanks to the west one by one through the portal. Originally, Xiaoming wanted to exploit the loopholes in the rules to let the players sit in the tanks and go together, but he was warned by the portal. In desperation, he had to transport the tanks and players separately. With sufficient ammunition, the players took a plane to prepare to airdrop to the battlefield. Some of them brought the latest Fuar Gauss rifles, and some directly bought a large number of rocket launchers or grenades from Brother Gotham's weapons workshop. It doesn't matter if it's not high-tech enough. The key is that it is powerful and cheap. You heard it right. It's cheap. It's hard to imagine that Brother Gotham's homemade weapons are still considered cheap. A dozen versions ago, his pricing was prohibitive for newbies. However, since the establishment of the assembly lines in Western military factories, the prices of some conventional weapons have become increasingly cheaper. In addition, the income from players' tasks has also increased with the expansion of the influence of the Stronghold City. In the past, a person could only earn 20 to 50 slime coins a day, but now it has soared to 100 to 500 slime coins. Even newbies who have just entered the game can barely reach the minimum threshold. The price of weapons has fallen, and the income has increased significantly, so that many newbies can buy an M4 to play with after working hard for a few days, and they don't have to worry about bullets. Of course, for those old players with 2-stage output skills, it doesn't matter what kind of weapons they bring. After all, they prefer close combat. For Xiaoming, it doesn't matter what way players choose to fight. The key is how to adapt to the situation in war. Most old players have experience in this regard. As for the newcomers, he doesn't ask for a lot of heads, nor does he ask to reduce the loss rate. After all, death is also a way of learning. In this game, everyone has come this way. In the early morning, the first ray of light shone on the vast yellow sand in the west. George, who hadn't slept well all night, was now taking a nap on the leather sofa chair in the office. Unlike Chairman George, who could still take a nap, the guards of Storm City were not treated so well at this moment. Since what happened last night, they have been sticking to their posts and keeping an eye on them. According to the chairman, the news about the tank's spare battery has been released in the city. Next, they need to be on guard and catch the real criminal. However, although they knew it, these people really didn't have the energy to stay focused all the time. The warm light shone on their faces, and the breeze blew around them, making people sleepy. After waking up a young guard who was sleeping secretly behind his back, the officer turned around and yawned silently, wiping away the physiological tears from the corners of his eyes. He suddenly noticed the smoke rising from the sand dunes in the distance. Seeing this, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered, "Is it a sandstorm?" Before he could figure it out, the guard next to him suddenly screamed, "Boss! Look! It's a tank!" Chapter 329 Attacking Storm City. The noise of his subordinates instantly startled the guard captain from sleeping. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and tried to open them wide. In the distance, the sand dunes were filled with smoke and dust. An avant-garde tank shuttled through the wind and sand, shining with a murderous light under the rising sun. In the whistling wind, one could even vaguely hear excited shouts, although it was unknown where these tanks came from. But everyone could see that the other party was not friendly. In just a moment, everyone, including the guard captain, took a breath of cold air. On the other side, the young guard who was awakened by the noise in the distance rubbed his eyes in a daze and looked into the distance, and then exclaimed belatedly, "Boss! Look! There are tanks!" Guard captain, "I'm not blind." After scolding the fool in front of him in a bad mood, the chief guard said to the stupid subordinates around him, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and report to the chairman." Startled by his roar, several guards, who were still watching the excitement, turned around and ran away. "Come back." Looking at the empty city gate, he pinched his swollen eyebrows and said hoarsely, "There is no need for so many people." As he said that, he glanced at the circle of people in front of him, and then picked the one with the smartest eyebrows and eyes. "You'll be it." The guard who was picked was ecstatic and hurriedly ran towards the high tower in the city. Looking at the other parties leaving back, the chief guard immediately ordered, "Close the city gate." Accompanied by a heavy creak, the city gate that had just been open for less than an hour was slowly closed again. Standing on the city gate, looking at the flying smoke and dust in the distance, the chief guard's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. It seemed that from the moment the chairman decided to march to the east, everything was like a wild horse running in a direction that no one could predict. From the adults on the prison committee to the city guards like him, everyone seemed to be caught in a strange vortex. All the plans deviated from the original track. It was as if an invisible big hand was secretly fiddling with the fate of everyone in Storm City. Like the chief guard, the other guards also felt uneasy. However, what made them uneasy was not only these aggressive tanks, but also the news they heard last night. Although the upper level deliberately blocked the information, they finally heard some rumors. Last night, the batteries of those antique tanks that Chairman George regarded as treasures were all scrapped overnight, and they were destroyed by humans. According to the people in the inspection team, it may not be humans who destroyed the batteries, but slimes from the east. It was for this reason that the chairman issued an order last night, asking them to keep an eye on the city gates and to report to their superiors immediately if they saw any creatures that looked like slimes. However, before they could complete this task, a group of tanks appeared outside Storm City the next day, coming from nowhere. All of this seemed to be timed well. One thing after another. They didn't have time to react, and everything happened. Thinking of this, the guards became more and more frightened. If it was not people but slimes that were causing damage in the city these days, then all this could not be a conspiracy set up by slimes in advance? Could it be that they already knew the chairman's plan to deal with the slime tribe in the east? How is this possible? The fact that the chairman wanted to go east was not spread everywhere, even in the west. So how did the slimes know? However, before they could figure out the trick, they saw round creatures jumping out of the top cover of the tank in the distance. But in a moment, a bunch of bouncing sand-colored balls appeared on the sand. Some of them held grenades, some carried rifles, and each of them burst out with an extremely powerful momentum. That was slime? When they saw the appearance of the group of creatures clearly, almost everyone's face changed immediately. Why are they here? Storm City and Sand City are more than 1,500 kilometers apart. How did this group of slimes find this place? At the same time, the roar of propellers came from the distant sky, and transport planes were seen shuttling between the clouds. The answer is already obvious here. These slimes came by plane. But then, another question came up. Were so many tanks also transported by these planes? Each tank weighs at least 30 to 40 tons. How can such a small transport plane transport so many? In just a moment, everyone present felt their heads buzzing. It was as if they had been bombed by a bomber, and had completely lost their ability to think. Report to the tribe leader. The friendly forces have successfully arrived at the battlefield, and the escort mission is completed. In the white clouds, Gloria pressed the communicator. After a while, Xiaoming's voice came from the other end of the communicator. Very good. You find a safe place to land first. Be careful not to be too far away from the battlefield. Otherwise it will be inconvenient to resupply. Yes. After hanging up the call, Gloria looked at Aatrox, who was looking for a suitable landing point on the map, and asked, "What's going on?" According to the map marked by Brother Tiger, there is a large landfill 5 kilometers northwest of Storm City. That place is deserted, and no one goes there except the manure collectors. If a fight really breaks out, it will definitely not be affected. Landfill? Hearing this, Gloria couldn't help but sigh. You really know how to choose a place to build a supply point in such a place. Aatrox, the patriarch, said to find a safe place. There is nothing wrong with this place except that it stinks a bit. Okay. Gloria shook her head disapprovingly, but did not stop him. After all, his next main battlefield is in Storm City. No matter where the supply point is, it doesn't prevent him from showing his skills. As for other players who think it stinks, it's none of his business. Anyway, it won't reach his nose. Thinking of this, Gloria manipulated the dashboard and drove the transport plane towards the northwest coordinates on the map. On the side, Aatrox closed the map and asked, as if he suddenly thought of something, "By the way, where is our captain?" Hearing this, Gloria paused. "Oh, right. Where is the leader? Hasn't he been looking forward to this event? How come we haven't seen him for so long?" Just when the two were puzzled, a cannon shot suddenly came from a distance. What's going on? Has the fight started? Attracted by the sound, the two did not care about the whereabouts of the Gotham leader for a while, and quickly focused their eyes on the ground monitoring on the dashboard. Then, they saw a God Messenger #1 with the same paint as them. The transport plane was diving from above the clouds at an incredible angle towards the huge city in front of them. One by one, the SH/LS were ejected from the bottom of the transport plane and hit the thick city wall in front of them. Boom! The moment they saw the picture, they were stunned. What the HL? Is our transport plane equipped with missiles? Subconsciously, the two immediately looked for buttons on the aircraft's dashboard that seemed to be used to launch weapons. However, they did not find it. For a moment, the two looked at each other, and no one knew what was going on. On the other side, the transport plane that fired the SH/LS suddenly flew up into the clouds after blowing down the outer wall of Storm City. This flexible machine operation, those who don't know would think that the pilot inside has been flying fighters for more than 10 years. Looking at the transport plane in front of them, the two suddenly seemed to realize something and swallowed their saliva. Gloria, could it be the captain? Be more confident. Remove the word bar. Aatrox took a deep breath. The one who can fly a plane more sexy than us in the whole server is undoubtedly him. Hearing this, Gloria blinked and replied subconsciously, "Isn't there a captain? He is a professional pilot." "No." Aatrox shook his head. Influenced by the occupational disease in the real world, the captain has always strictly abided by the pilot's code when flying a plane. He is not as wild as us. Gloria, this makes so much sense that he can't refute it at all. However, compared to whether the captain is cool or not, the scene in front of him is more attractive. They are all the same type of transport planes, but the captain only installed SH/LS on his plane. It's really a rip-off. Looking at the wall that was blown down by the SH/LS on the monitor, Gloria couldn't help but feel full of resentment. Maybe the captain received a special mission? Although Aatrox was envious, he was still relatively calm. Okay, let's not dwell on this. Let's land and build a supply point first. Aren't you still waiting to drive a tank? Gloria suddenly got excited when she mentioned the tank. Let's go! Let's do the task assigned by the Patriarch first. Otherwise, It will be too late, and the siege will be over. The transport planes in the sky passed through the clouds and circled to the back of the battlefield. The tank troops on the ground were also driven by the atmosphere of the 2 missiles that Gotham had just exploded. For the Patriarch. For the Slime Clan. Charge. Kill! Countless slime players jumped off the armored vehicles, with their weapons raised high, and rushed towards the half-collapsed city wall in front of them. Inside the city wall, the guards who were guarding the city hid behind the bunkers with pale faces, and covered their mouths without saying a word. At this time, they have fully realized the seriousness of the problem. However, it is too late to do anything. They only have a few defensive guns in their hands. But there are planes, tanks and cannons on the opposite side. In addition, there is a large group of aggressive slime army. How to fight? No wonder the prison committee recruited so many new people before. Those guys obviously knew that they could not beat them. So they wanted to recruit more people to use human wave tactics to deal with them. And the so-called First Division of Eastward Expansion is definitely cannon fodder. Looking at the mud balls rushing towards the high towers in the inner city in the distance, a young guard whispered, "Boss, should we report to the adults of the inspection team? The inspection team's outpost is just 2 blocks away from them. Even if you take a detour from the edge of the ruins, you can get there quickly." Turning over and sitting up, the guard chief rolled his eyes rarely. With such a big noise, do you really think they can't hear it? They haven't come out to take a look yet. But they are just pretending to be deaf and dumb. Hearing this, the young guard's face flashed with confusion. So we should do nothing? Doing nothing at this time is often the best choice. The guard leader sighed and patted him on the shoulder and said, "When the big guys fight, we small guys should not get involved." After speaking, he looked up at the Storm City residents, who secretly opened the curtains and peeked out in the distance. "In my opinion, we should learn from those people and find a safe place to hide first." Chapter 330, Did our supply point get bombed? Storm City. Prison Committee. Judgment Tower. In a luxuriously decorated office, George, who was awakened from his sleep by the roar of artillery fire outside the city, stumbled and fell off the leather seat. He barely supported his shaky body and squinted his eyes to look out the window. Then he saw more than a dozen transport planes that did not belong to the prison committee appear in the sky outside the window. They hummed and whistled over the top of Storm City. At the same time, a deafening roar came from the city gate in the distance. Then, a huge hole was broken in the towering city wall. The rubble fell sparsely on the ground, and a group of round creatures covered with sand and soil jumped and shouted as they rushed into the city with their weapons raised high. In just a moment, the man couldn't help but widen his eyes. Slime? How could it be? At this moment, there was an urgent knock on the door. He stood up stiffly and opened the door, and then saw his subordinates standing at the door with anxious expressions. "Chairman, it's bad." A large group of slime suddenly came outside the city. Before the man finished speaking, he interrupted, "If that's all you want to say, then I already know it." Looking at Chairman George's pale face, his subordinates felt more and more uneasy. Then, "Shall we still fight?" George did not answer, because the development of the current situation was completely beyond his expectations. Although judging from the result of the whole thing, it seemed to be no different from his previous plan. The prison committee and the slime clan broke out in war, and the West and the East also formed in opposition. But the problem is that everything is out of his control. Originally, he was the chess player in this war, but now he has inexplicably become a chess piece. It seems that since the day the arsenal caught fire, his plan has been unable to proceed normally. These slimes are like termites in the house, and you usually don't notice their existence at all. However, by the time you realize something is wrong, your house has already been infiltrated by them. George closed his eyes and said hoarsely, "How are the others?" Others naturally refers to the senior officials and other departments of the prison committee. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately replied, "The other adults of the committee are now hiding at home and not going out. The logistics team and the security team have taken refuge underground. I tried to contact the inspection team again. They are the closest to the city gate, but the other side did not respond. I think it is too late." Hearing this, George's face darkened a little more. On weekdays, they kept flattering him, but when it came to the critical moment, these people ran away faster than anyone else. Looking at the dignified superior, the subordinate seemed to realize something, and his throat moved slightly. "Otherwise, let the new recruits of the 1st Division of the Eastward Expansion take over first, and we take this opportunity to evacuate from the rear?" The arsenal was burned, and the tanks could not be activated. In addition to the regular guns, they did not have any powerful weapons in their hands. It would be of no benefit for them to fight head-on at this time. Instead of doing this, it is better to avoid the limelight first, and save their lives so that they can find a chance to turn the tables later. George pondered for a moment without any expression, and soon made a decision. This is the only way now. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was bright in the desert. At this time in the past, the residents living here would have gone out to work. But now, every household has closed its doors. Whether it is the bigwigs living in the luxurious floor-to-ceiling villas in the inner city, or the ordinary people living in the dilapidated bungalows and shacks in the outer city, almost no one dared to stick their heads out to look. After all, guns and cannons have no eyes, and no one wants to be blown off their heads by those barbaric slimes. But even so, hiding and not going out is not an absolutely safe way, at least for those high-level members of the prison committee. Even if they hide, they will still be pulled out of their homes by some fierce players. During the time lurking in Storm City, Wusong De Lao, who had already figured out the situation here clearly, which families are the bigwigs in the city, and which families have the deepest entanglements with the prison committee, he marked them all on the activity map. After entering the city, the players headed straight for the target according to the marks on the map. Many people were captured and even hid under the bed and in the closet. They were pulled out by the players, who were good at finding them before they were ready. Looking at the slimes carrying Gauss rifles and grenades in front of them, none of them dared to resist. After all, everyone knows that this race can fight and is good at fighting. They even killed the Desert Lizard King. They think that their lives are not harder than the thick-skinned Desert Lizard King. So there is no need to do anything like hitting a stone with an egg. Recognizing the reality that they were captured, these senior officials of the committee trembled and allowed the other party to lock them up with the servants at home and guard them. Looking at this city that was almost in his hands without much effort, Bai Wuchang couldn't help but sigh. Now I know how Brother Tiger can make these people from the prison committee run around with his own strength. None of these guys can fight. Before the siege officially began, he thought that the two sides would definitely start a fierce conflict. The prison committee will definitely fight back. But so far the city is silent like a dud. On the side, Da Pingzhan, she couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Don't look at the prison organization occupying the entire western part of the wasteland. But in the end, these guys are just a group of warlords. Since they are warlords, there are naturally strong and weak ones. Just like during the Republic of China, there were dozens of warlords of all sizes, but there were still only a few who were truly powerful. Although on the surface, the prisons of the entire wasteland are under the jurisdiction of the prison committee. In fact, the strength of the prison committee is equivalent to that of the Zhou Emperor during the period of war among princes. The custody of prisoners is the responsibility of the various prisons below. During the lizard disaster, they don't have to go into battle personally. They only need to select a few from the many prisons to solve the problem. It's impossible for these guys, who have been sitting in the rear and commanding, to fight. After saying that, Da Ping paused and said, but Tiger is not weak either. Don't look at him making a fuss on weekdays. But once he really encounters trouble, he is still quite flexible. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchang rarely refuted. That's right. I never thought of using wires to scrap tank batteries. This guy has some brains. With the concerted efforts of the players, the residences of the high-level members of the prison committee marked on the map were all looted. After driving all the captives to an empty square and having someone guard them, the players began to look for the figure of George Clays, the chairman of the prison committee. Compared with these captured second in command, third in command, and even the minions behind, he is the primary target of this battle activity. Not only are the players looking for him, but Xiaoming himself is also looking for him. As the planner and initiator of the entire eastward plan, he has not appeared since the raid began. Although Xiaoming sent 2 Golden Bee high-speed unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to search for the other party in the city, he still found nothing. Is this old blood-sucking worm running so fast? Just when Xiaoming was puzzled by this, George and his group of followers were fleeing from the city through the secret passage in the basement of the Judgment Tower on the other side. The secret passage was a legacy of the Gulbar government more than 3 centuries ago. Later, when Storm City was rebuilt on this land, the prison committee used it again, and it became part of the Judgment Tower. Because only the top leaders of the prison have the right to open the secret passage. Even Tiger Brother, who went deep into the underground weapons warehouse of the Judgment Tower, did not know that there was another secret here. The players were very dissatisfied because they did not find the boss. Good man, this is the first time I have encountered a game where I have to find the boss everywhere in a siege battle. Where did that grandson hide? Hearing Bai Wuchang's complaints, Da Ping Zhanqi seemed to be accustomed to it and only comforted him with one sentence: be patient. Maybe it's not time to trigger it yet. Hearing this, even He Gulong Dongjiang, who had not joined the topic, couldn't help it. We have already hit the door of his nest. Isn't it time to trigger it yet? On the side, Yao Hong, who was wearing power armor, suddenly said, maybe the boss has already run away? As soon as this was said, the scene was silent. Then, the players all burst out in unison. Damn it! How could it be like this? Bai Wuchang looked incredulous. He was an old player who had entered the game in the early stage of the closed beta test. He had also participated in many large and small battles in the game. This was the first time he had encountered a boss that abandoned the city and fled. Even the former city lord of Jinsha City had fought the slime clan to the end. Not to mention the few gangs of thieves from the deserted planet that he had encountered. Those rough guys were not to mention how smart they were. But in terms of fighting will, they were indeed much stronger than the people in the prison committee in front of them. Unable to complain about this possible reality, Bai Wuchang immediately said, then we have to quickly block several passages out of the city. We can't really let them run away. Just as the players were planning to pull out the boss that had not yet appeared from the huge storm city, the new recruits of the first division of the eastward expansion on the other side hugged the explosive packs that had just been issued not long ago and trembled slightly. These slimes have already placed their gun barrels in front of us. If we don't fight back now, we will all die at their hands in the future. Take these explosives and rush up. Smash them hard on them. Let's let them know what the consequences of offending the prison committee are. The unknown officer from the prison committee in front of them was urging them with saliva flying, hoping that they could go to the front line quickly to fight against those slimes. However, these recruits had been frightened by the previous SH, Ling and killing sounds. So how could they really risk their lives to fight those slimes? After all, they were just ordinary people who had been prison guards for less than 2 months. Except for the practice when they first entered the camp. They basically did the work of rubbing explosives by hand on weekdays. In this case, how could they beat these slimes with professional and complete equipment? Wouldn't it be a sure thing to give them heads? Shinde looked at the officer in front of him with hesitation. What about you? Aren't you going with us? Hearing this question, the officer's face changed immediately. Subconsciously, he almost blurted out that I would go to die with you if I was crazy. However, the remaining rationality finally suppressed his mouth. I need to command you to fight here. Then he changed the subject and said, don't you want to be promoted? Don't forget how you showed your loyalty to the chairman before. The recruits looked at each other, and no one had the courage to take the first step, although the commander said so. Since the group of slimes attacked Storm City, all the senior officials of the committee, including Chairman George, have disappeared. Later, the scouts who were sent to inquire about the news saw the scene of those adults being captured by the slimes. Big men like them couldn't beat those slimes. So what could these low-level prison guards do? Seeing the group of people in front of him wanting to retreat, the commander was even more angry. Subconsciously, he wanted to catch up with these useless guys to the front line. But at this moment, these originally hesitant prison guards suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, and suddenly pushed him to the ground. The commander never expected that these guys, who usually looked honest, would dare to resist him. His already unpredictable heart became even more furious. However, before he could get up from the ground and teach the opposite gang a lesson, a bullet suddenly flew from a distance. Bang! With a sound, the guy was instantly pierced through the chest. Seeing the commander lying on the ground with blood all over the floor, the new recruits were so scared that they dropped the explosives in their arms and fled. On the other side, the brick-carrying boy who had just fired a gun couldn't help but sigh. I was wondering why there was no guard in the city. It turns out that everyone was hiding here. As he said that, he suddenly jumped down from the roof with a gun in his hand and was about to chase the deserters. But at this moment, the sharp-eyed Shinde knelt down with a plop, raised his hands high in surrender, and begged him not to kill me. Led by him, some of the slower runners around him followed suit and knelt down to surrender. Seeing these men with weathered faces and who looked miserable, the stir-fried kidneys could not help but feel sympathy. They all surrendered. So forget it. Hearing this, the brick-carrying boy put away his gun with some regret, thinking that he could have a big fight. According to the clan rules, the slime clan does not kill those who surrender. Those who violate the rules will be locked up in the small dark room for 3 days. Most players do not want to be punished in this small dark room for nothing. So most people will not easily challenge the established rules of the game for the pleasure of harvesting heads for a while. When they put these NPCs, who seem to have no courage to confront them, under guard. Several people were about to report the situation here to the clan leader. Suddenly, a boom came from the northwest of Storm City. It was like someone dropped a cannonball there, and the sound could be heard clearly even from a long distance. Subconsciously, the brick-carrying boy jumped onto the roof and looked into the distance. Then he saw bursts of gunpowder and fine sand flying in the sky in the northwest. The new member of the same group, Lao Lu, also jumped onto the roof. What is that place? The brick-carrying boy thought about it, and thought it seemed to be a supply point. I saw the Avengers talking about it in the public chat channel before. Upon hearing this, the players present suddenly widened their eyes. Damn! Did our supply point get bombed?